Chapter 1. Entering the Marquis residence. Bang, bang, bang. The door of a secluded courtyard was rapped upon with considerable force. Immediately, a voice, laced with hostility, announced, "Open the door, the Marquis residence has come to collect someone." Mian, seated at a table sipping tea, paused momentarily. Her cold, clear eyes lifted as she addressed a nearby maid. "Su, go and open the door." Upon hearing this, the young maid hurriedly dashed outside. As the door swung open, an elderly woman brushed off the dust from her attire, casting a disdainful glance around before scrutinizing the young maid before her. "You must be the daughter born of the concubine." Su shook her head vigorously and waved her hands. "I am merely a maid. My mistress is inside." "Mistress? A daughter of a concubine?" The old woman began, but then swallowed her words, impatience seeping into her tone. "Hurry and summon her. The Marquis matters are numerous, and we have no time for dawdling." Suppressing her anger, Su lowered her head and turned to call for her mistress, just as Mian emerged gracefully from within. Clad in a pale blue robe, cinched at the waist with a bamboo leaf-patterned sash, her inky hair was styled in a flowing cloud bun, adorned with a green bamboo hairpin. Her porcelain complexion bore no trace of makeup, yet her chillingly serene gaze exuded an aura of coolness. With a delicate, upturned nose and lustrous lips, she appeared ethereal, akin to a fairy gliding through a bamboo grove, embodying elegance and grace. The previously impatient old woman was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape as she stared at Mian, momentarily at a loss for words. She had anticipated an uncouth demeanor from a daughter raised outside, yet the countenance and poise of the young woman before her rivaled that of the noble lady she was. Accustomed to, surpassing even the beauty of the legitimate daughter, Miss Shuang, from the Marquis' own household. Mian paid the old woman no mind, walking past her with a measured pace, not deigning to offer even a glance, and proceeded to step into the carriage waiting outside the courtyard. Only then did the old woman regain her senses, hastily turning to follow her to the carriage. Meanwhile, Su beckoned to the two young servants accompanying the Marquis party to load their belongings onto the vehicle. Once aboard the carriage, the old woman cast furtive glances at Mian, her expression wavering. Initially sent by the lady of the house to instill a sense of humility in the daughter of the concubine, she found herself at a loss for words in the presence of this composed and silent girl. Clearing her throat twice, the old woman took a deep breath and declared, "I am Mama Wu, a servant by the lattice side, and I have been sent to fetch you. As a girl raised outside, your manners may be lacking, but I shall overlook it this once. However, if you present yourself before the lady in such a manner, you shall undoubtedly face the consequences. Do not say that we did not warn you." The corners of Mian's lips curled ever so slightly as she replied with a cold smile, "My manners are lacking? And what of Mama Wu's manners?" Mama Wu's expression stiffened, and with a defiant tone, she retorted, "I am merely offering you kind guidance. If you choose not to appreciate it, that is your own folly. Once we arrive at the Marquis residence, you will certainly learn your lesson." Mian chose not to engage further with the old woman, gently closing her eyes. She had no desire to cast another glance at this bothersome figure. Memories of her mother's dying words echoed in her mind, and despite her reluctance, she resolved to honor her mother's wishes, enter the Marquis residence, and strive to live. Well, the carriage came to a halt at the rear entrance of the Marquis' estate, and Mama Wu, filled with indignation, exited the vehicle without a backward glance, striding into the mansion. Mian lifted the carriage curtain, casting a glance at the Marquis' back gate, her face betraying no emotion. After disembarking, she was assisted by Su, and together they proceeded at a leisurely pace into the estate. Mama Wu, simmering with frustration, hurried ahead, unwilling to wait for the concubine's daughter. However, since the lady had instructed her to meet with someone, she had no choice but to pause intermittently, glancing back to see if the young lady was keeping up. Mian walked unhurriedly, which only intensified Mama Wu's vexation. A malicious thought crossed her mind. Once they encountered the lady, she would ensure that the lady was suitably reprimanded for her arrogance. Within the Marquis' inner courtyard, every 5 steps presented a picturesque scene, and every 10 steps revealed a corridor, adorned with rare flowers and exotic tree sites, seldom beheld by ordinary folk. Mian merely glanced around before retracting her gaze, although she felt a twinge of envy at the opulence of the Marquis residence. Thoughts of her mother filled her heart. With profound sorrow in contrast, the young maid Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she struggled to contain her curiosity, occasionally gasping in wonder. Hearing her exclamations, Mama Wu turned around, her expression growing more disdainful. Mian gently patted Susu's hand, prompting the maid to lower her head in embarrassment and focus on assisting her mistress forward. Upon exiting the back garden, they arrived at a courtyard marked as the Fragrant Blossom Courtyard. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a riot of blooms, which was quite fitting for the courtyard's name. Mama Wu strode directly into the room, while Mian and her maid arrived at the door, only to be halted by a young maid stationed there. The young maid scrutinized Mian from head to toe, suppressing her astonishment, and sternly remarked, "The lady is still resting. It would be best for you to wait in the courtyard for a moment." Upon hearing this, Mian exchanged a glance with Susu, acutely aware of the scorching midday sun in the courtyard, realizing that this was likely an intentional act of humiliation from the Marquis matron. Mian chose not to inquire further, instead descending the stone steps with Susu to stand in the courtyard. Inside, the matron of the Marquis household, Lady Shun, reclined on a chaise longue, sipping tea while listening to Mama Wu's embellished account. After processing Mama Wu's exaggerated narration, Lady Shun slammed her teacup onto the table, her expression darkening to tea that moment. A richly attired young woman approached, twisting a handkerchief in her hands, her delicate face tinged with indignation. How dare a concubine's child speak so audaciously? Mother must teach her some proper decorum, the young woman exclaimed, casting a fierce glare toward the door. Through the gauzy curtain, a slender and graceful figure could be faintly discerned standing in the courtyard, inciting a twinge of jealousy in the young woman within the room. Having been the sole legitimate daughter of the Marquis household for over a decade, Yishuang had always believed in the affection between her parents and the harmony of her family. She often overheard the discussions of noble young ladies recounting the sordid affairs of their mothers and their rivals, engaging in a battle of wits. Her father, Marquis Wu Zhao, had neither concubines nor extraneous women in his life, which granted her a sense of superiority among her peers, often garnering their admiration. However, just days prior, the Marquis estate received a letter that sent her mother into a faint upon reading it, leading to a fierce argument with her father upon regaining consciousness. Later, under her persistent inquiries, she discovered that her father had taken a mistress who had borne a daughter nearly of her own age. This revelation was exceedingly difficult for Yishuang to accept. Were it not for the necessity of leveraging this illegitimate daughter, she would have certainly sought to eliminate her, ensuring that she never set foot in the Marquis residence in the courtyard outside. Su rolled up her sleeves, intending to shield her young mistress from the sun, but was halted by Mian. "Miss, the sun is too intense. Allow Su to assist you," Su implored, her concern evident, for her mistress possessed delicate, fair skin that would be severely affected by the sun's harsh rays. "There is no need for that. I shall not remain here long," Mian replied, her gaze fixed upon the doorway, a glimmer of cunning amusement flickering in her tranquil eyes. After standing for approximately a quarter of an hour, beads of perspiration began to form on their foreheads and noses, their complexions turning a rosy hue. Su retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, intending to dab at her mistress' sweat, when she suddenly noticed Mian sway unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Her eyes closed. The abruptness of the scene terrified Su, who cried out in alarm, Miss, what has happened to you?" Chapter 2. Arrival at Jalan Courtyard. The shrill cry of Su echoed through the tranquil courtyard, startling the young maid standing at the entrance. She hurriedly rushed over, her heart racing as she beheld the unconscious Mian sprawled on the ground, her mind clouded with panic. Inside the room, the matriarch of the Hou family, Madame Shun, and her eldest daughter, Yishuang, were also alerted by the commotion. Madame Shun rose from her couch, her expression a blend of uncertainty and concern, while Yishuang peered outside, then turned back to support her mother. "Mother, shall we go and see?" Yishuang asked, her teeth clenched, her demeanor brimming with indignation. "Let us go and take a look," Madame Shun replied, her countenance displeased, her elegant brows knitting into a frown. The fact that the daughter of an outsider fainted in her courtyard upon her arrival might tarnish her reputation, suggesting she was unkind to her children. Though she had indeed intended to test this young woman, it was only a brief moment since her arrival, and the frailness of this outsider was rather alarming. As they stepped out of the room, they gazed down at Mian, whose face was flushed. Their hearts sank. Although they had heard from Mama Wu that the outsider possessed considerable beauty, witnessing her in person was undeniably striking. Madame Shun exchanged glances with Yi Shuang, who spoke sharply. "What is this? Fainting after merely standing for a quarter of an hour? She must be fainting. Someone bring a basin of water to wake her." Susu, already anxious, felt a surge of panic at these words. "Please do not. My young mistress is inherently weak. After the recent passing of her mother, she has been deeply affected, and her condition has worsened. It is no wonder she fainted. I implore you, madam, to show mercy and call for a doctor for my young mistress," Susu pleaded, bowing deeply before Madame Shun and Yi Shuang. Initially, Madame Shun had suspected the outsider was merely putting on an act, but the maid's desperate reaction instilled a sense of dread. What if something truly unfortunate were to befall her? It would certainly complicate matters for the next day. Just as she was about to summon a physician, a booming voice interrupted her thoughts. "What is happening here?" Both Madame Shun and Yi Shuang were taken aback, their gazes drawn to the imposing figure of Lord Yi Ting, who had just entered the courtyard. Their expressions shifted rapidly through astonishment, indignation, and finally a hint of guilt, wishing fervently for the unconscious figure on the ground to vanish. Yi Ting, tall and robust, strode forward, his eyes immediately locking onto the prone Mian, rendering him momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the faint redness around her eyes. "Qionyang," he murmured, before hastily approaching to lift Mian. Madame Shun's sharp gaze fell upon him instantly. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, Yi Ting was consumed by a wave of anger. "Madame Shun, you consented to Qionyang's daughter entering the Hou residence. What is the meaning of this?" Observing his frail daughter, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Qionyang, flushed and her hairline damp with sweat, Yi Ting's heart ached. Throughout his life, he had failed both mother and daughter. Qionyang's passing had led her to trust him with her daughter, yet here she was, subjected to such harsh treatment upon her arrival. How could he not feel enraged? Madame Shun, incensed by her lord's inquiry, retorted with venom, "It is her own frailty. What concern is it of mine? Just like her mother, utterly useless." You, Yi Ting, were momentarily at a loss for words, intending to further reprimand the Shun family, when a feeble voice suddenly reached your ears. Your father, Yi Mian, gradually regained consciousness. She indeed had been feigning unconsciousness, hoping to evade the Shun family's relentless scrutiny, but she did not anticipate the sudden appearance of her biological father, the esteemed Marquis Yi Ting. Hearing the dispute between Yi Ting and the Shun family left her somewhat astonished. She had not expected that this father, whom she had held in disdain, possessed a modicum of familial affection for her, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. "Mianer, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Yi Ting inquired with a joyful expression and a softened tone. Beside him, Shun's face turned a shade of green with anger, while Yi Shuang bit her lip in frustration. Her father had previously reserved such tenderness solely for her. Now, as she reflected on this, her eyes brimmed with tears. "It is nothing serious, merely a slight dizziness. I am too frail, causing father unnecessary worry," Yi Mian replied weakly, her delicate brows furrowing and her pale fingers pressing against her temples, resembling a fragile willow swaying in the wind. "Quickly, summon a physician and assist the second young lady to the Jilan courtyard," Yi Ting commanded urgently. Su promptly sprang to her feet, moving to support Yi Mian, accompanied by an elder maid and a young servant. As they escorted Yi Mian out of the Fanghua courtyard, the Marquis was not densely populated. The matron had given birth to only one son and one daughter, and the Marquis had often resided in the frontier regions of Annam during his youth. Consequently, the vast estate harbored few masters. The heir, Yi Feng, resided in the Songzhu courtyard, while the eldest daughter, Yi Shuang, occupied the Qinghe courtyard. The Jilan courtyard was not far from these two places, and it too was a serene and elegant retreat. Previously unoccupied, none had anticipated the sudden emergence of an illegitimate daughter. Thus the Marquis would now have an additional second young lady. Upon reaching the Jilan courtyard, Mian surveyed the surroundings and felt a certain satisfaction with the tranquil little courtyard. Without lingering, she allowed Su to assist her into the room. The interior was exquisitely arranged, with Wang Wallywood furniture and light blue drapes, evoking a refreshing sense of ease. Though the May weather was somewhat stifling, the room emanated a comfortable coolness. Mian removed her shoes and lay down on the bed. Just as she covered herself with a light quilt, an elder maid entered, leading a physician. The physician, bowing his head, approached to take her pulse and solemnly stated, "Your qi and blood are somewhat deficient. With some adjustment over time, you shall be well." After writing a prescription, he departed, followed by the maid. Once the door closed, only the two of them remained in the room. Mian gazed at the bed curtains above and sighed with relief. She had successfully navigated the first hurdle of entering the Marquis. What the future held was uncertain, and for now, she could only take one step at a time. "Miss, please rise and have a sip of water," Su said, approaching with a cup of tea. Observing Su's flushed cheeks and dust-covered forehead, Mian felt a twinge of guilt. Su had been a maid bought by her mother to care for her, and they had grown up together, sharing a profound bond. Having feigned unconsciousness without prior notice had startled this innocent girl. "Were you frightened just now?" Mian asked gently, wiping Su's forehead with a silk handkerchief. Su smiled shyly, her eyes downcast. "Indeed, there's a tinge of fear. Yet knowing that the young lady is safe brings a measure of joy." Su, with her unguarded heart, feels that the grandeur of the Marquis residence promises a prosperous future for her mistress. However, Mian is acutely aware that life under another's roof is fraught with challenges. Today's troubles are but trifles. The road ahead is long and uncertain. As the two conversed, an elderly woman accompanied by 3 maidservants entered from outside. The elder, who oversees this courtyard, is referred to as Mama Phone by the second young lady henceforth. The trio of maids, named Zhuqing, Inxia, and Xilan, will now be responsible for attending to the second young lady. After their introduction, the 4 bowed respectfully to Mian. "I shall rely on you all henceforth," Mian said with a gentle smile, rising to retrieve 4 pouches filled with silver coins, which she personally handed to them. Mama Phone, surprised by the thoughtful gesture from this daughter of a concubine, felt a hint of sincerity in her smile. "We shall take our leave now, so as not to disturb the second young lady's rest. Should you have any instructions, do not hesitate to call upon us," she stated. "Very well, you may go," Mian replied, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded in acknowledgement. Mama Phone and the others bowed and exited the room, carrying the pouches with them. Chapter 3. The intentions of the Shun family in the Fanghua courtyard. Yi Ting, with a stern countenance, let out a cold snort before turning to head towards Xilan courtyard. "Father," Yi Shuang called softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hearing his daughter's voice, Yi Ting turned back, his expression softening slightly. "Shuang, what is it?" Yi Shuang bit her lip and tugged at Shun's arm, casting her a meaningful glance. She and her mother had agreed to bring Mian into the family, but they had ulterior motives that must not be forgotten. As if suddenly recalling something, Shun's demeanor shifted, and she said, "I have matters to discuss with the Marquis. Let's speak inside. Can it not wait? I wish to see Mian first. She has just entered the residence and is still unwell. Does the Marquis no longer have room for us, the mother and daughter? If so, I shall take Fenger and Shuanger back to the Earl's residence to make way for your daughter," Shun retorted, her frustration palpable, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted. Ever since learning of the Marquis's concubine, she felt as though her world was collapsing. Witnessing his apparent favoritism towards that daughter only deepened her resentment. "Nonsense," Ye Ting reprimanded, his brows furrowed in discontent. Seeing Shun on the verge of collapse, he, being a long-time husband, could not bear to escalate the conflict to an irreparable point and thus suppressed his anger, turning to enter Shun's chamber. Once inside, Yi Ting settled into the high-back chair and accepted the cool tea offered by a maid, drinking it all in one go, exhaling the pent-up frustration. He looked at Shun and her daughter, asking, "What is it? Speak." Nervously twisting her handkerchief, Shin cast a deep glance at Yi Shuang before finally speaking. "I wish to take the second young lady to the palace for a banquet tomorrow." "What?" Yi Ting exclaimed, taken aback. "Mian has only just arrived. She should rest for a few days to regain her health before attending any palace gatherings." "My lord, the palace banquet is not an everyday occurrence. I wish to take the second young lady to broaden her horizons. After all, she has spent her childhood away from the court and lacks exposure to the world. This banquet presents a splendid opportunity for her to experience it," Shun said with a motherly expression, her tone earnest and sincere. Yi Ting furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a heated argument with his concubine-s daughter, and now she spoke of taking her to a palace banquet. "What are your true intentions?" Yi Ting inquired directly. Though Shun harbored deep resentment, she dared not reveal it, mustering a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "My lord, how could you think of me in such a way? I genuinely care for the second young lady. Just look at her delicate and fragile demeanor. Having lived with her mother outside for so many years, who knows how much hardship she has endured. I simply wish to take her to the palace banquet to see the world." Yet, Yi Ting pondered her health, contemplating the situation, observing his silence. Shun hastily instructed Mama Wu, "Go to the second young lady and inquire what the doctor has to say. Is her health at risk?" Following her command, Mama Wu hurried to Jilan courtyard. In a short while, she returned, her steps brisk. "My lord, the doctor has said that her health is not in grave danger. She merely has a slight deficiency in her vital energy, nothing serious." Yi Ting nodded in response, although he felt a pang of doubt. He did not wish to offend Shun, especially since she was willing to converse calmly. To refuse her again might provoke another scene. "Then let her accompany you tomorrow. However, you must inform her of the palace's regulations in advance to avoid any mishaps." "Of course," Shin replied eagerly, exchanging a glance with her daughter, both faces illuminated by a hint of relief and satisfaction. "Madam, you should rest. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave," Yi Ting said, standing to exit Shun's courtyard. Upon stepping out, Yi Ting glanced toward the Jilan courtyard, intending to check on things, when a young servant rushed toward him in a flurry. "My lord, someone from the palace has come, requesting your presence." Yi Ting had no choice but to halt his steps and follow the young servant toward the outer courtyard. Meanwhile, in Jilan courtyard, Yi Mian had been resting on the couch when she opened her eyes. Turning her gaze, she noticed Su tidying up their belongings that they had brought into the Marquis' residence. There were not many items, just a few garments, several medical texts, and some simple jewelry. Over the years, Yi Mian and her mother had relied on one another, never having received any support from the Marquis Ting. Their lives, though humble, were not devoid of comfort. Her mother possessed some medical skills and was renowned for treating women's ailments in the vicinity, often sought after by wealthy families who would come to her for consultations, rewarding her handsomely. The generosity of affluent families in bestowing silver was sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Her mother was a strong woman, yet she was stubborn in matters of the heart, harboring both love and resentment for her father, the Marquis. She despised him for having a family and deceiving her, relegating her to the status of a scorned concubine, yet she could not truly forget him. In this cycle of emotional turmoil and despair, her mother ultimately succumbed to her anguish, falling ill one day and spewing blood, unable to rise again. In her final moments, the mother could not bear to see Mian alone and struggling in this world. So she set aside her long-held stubbornness with a heavy heart and decided to send Yi Mian back to her father. As long as her body could withstand it, she would never push her daughter into the Marquis' mansion, forcing her to live under the roof of others, becoming a reviled concubine's daughter. However, she could no longer endure. She was utterly exhausted. Yi Mian lay on her bed, reflecting on her mother, a tear trickling down her cheek. The person who loved her most in the world was gone, and she needed to gather her strength to live well, so that her mother could rest in peace in the afterlife. Suddenly, the door to Jilan courtyard was knocked upon with urgency. The maid, In Xia, hurriedly approached to open the door. Upon its opening, Mama Wu entered, accompanied by 3 young maids, all carrying garments and jewelry. The fabrics appeared exceptionally luxurious, and the ornaments were exquisitely crafted, dazzling Yin Xia as she greeted them. "Is the second young lady here?" Mama Wu inquired. "Yes, yes. Please come in," Yin Xia urged, ushering the three into the room. "There is no need to enter," Mama Wu replied sternly. "These are gifts from the madam for the second young lady, to ensure she is well prepared for the banquet in the palace tomorrow morning." Just then, Mama Feng arrived with Zhu Qing and Zilan. Upon hearing Mama Wu's words, the individuals in the courtyard exchanged bewildered glances before stepping forward to accept the items. Mian, hearing the commotion, rose and, as she walked past the screen, saw Mama Feng and Zhu Qing entering in succession, placing the items on the table and reiterating Mama Wu's message. Gazing at the lavish gifts before her, Mian furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Just moments ago, the lady of the Marquis' household had sought to undermine her, and now, within such a short span, had sent so many precious garments and ornaments, claiming to take her to the palace banquet. If one were to believe that there was no ulterior motive behind this, only a fool would do so. Mian coughed lightly, feigning weakness, leaning against Su, her eyes slightly closing. "I appreciate the madam's kindness, but I'm still quite frail and unable to attend any palace banquet. Please convey this to the madam." Upon hearing this, Mama Feng's expression shifted to one of discomfort as she hesitated before speaking. "Second young lady, heed my advice. The Marquis' household is governed by the madam. The manner in which you live in the future will depend entirely on her will. If you oppose her wishes now, how will you fare in the days to come?" Mian understood the wisdom in Mama Feng's words. Refusing these gifts would offend the lady of the household and likely incite her further wrath. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, "Then let the items be placed down. I accept the madam's heartfelt offering. That is the right decision." A smile of relief spread across Mama Feng's face. After placing the items down, she and the other maids took their leave. Mian reached out to examine the garments and jewelry, inhaling their fragrance, finding nothing amiss. In a state of urgency, the Shun family hastily escorted her into the palace for a banquet, leaving one to wonder what events awaited them on the morrow. Chapter 4. Entering the palace for the feast on the following dawn, Mama Feng summoned Mian from her slumber early, instructing 2 young maidservants to assist her in her morning ablutions. As she sat before the bronze mirror, gazing at her slightly fatigued visage, Mian felt a surreal sense of being caught in a dream. Having just entered the Marquis' residence the previous day, she found herself struggling to adapt. A restless night ensued, filled with speculations regarding Shun's intentions for bringing her to the palace banquet. It was only as dawn approached that she finally succumbed to sleep. And now, awakened at this early hour, she had no choice but to muster her spirits. Zhu Qing and Zilan busied themselves with Mian's grooming, while she chose to close her eyes, surrendering the task entirely to the 2 maidservants. As they admired her ethereal beauty reflected in the mirror, they marveled silently, their hands never pausing in their efforts. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Zhu Qing's gentle voice broke the silence. "Second miss, please open your eyes and see if you're satisfied." Upon opening her eyes and gazing into the mirror, Mian was momentarily taken aback. The subtle application of powder and a delicate sweep of her brows had transformed her already serene complexion, lending her an otherworldly aura, akin to a celestial being from a painting. Though she was a young woman, Mian had never adorned her face with makeup before, and now, as she beheld her reflection, she felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. "Second miss, you are truly magnificent," the 2 maidservants exclaimed in unison. Mian smiled softly, about to respond, when Mama Feng burst into the room in a flurry. "Second miss, hurry and have your breakfast. If you delay any longer, you will arrive too late to eat and must enter the palace on an empty stomach." Nodding in acknowledgement, Mian rose and followed Mama Feng to the table. However, she had barely taken a few bites of her meal when a maidservant from the fragrant orchid courtyard rushed in, announcing that it was time to head to the palace. Su stepped forward to assist Mian, and the 2 of them followed the maidservant to the residence of Shun. As they crossed the threshold, a cold gaze from Shun settled upon them, laced with reproach. Why are you so slow? Can you bear the blame for missing the appointed time for entering the palace? Mian, taken aback by Shun's immediate reprimand and already reluctant about attending the banquet, lowered her gaze and replied softly, Madam, if you believe Mian heir is too slow and will miss the time, you may certainly leave me here at the residence and proceed to the palace banquet on your own. After all, it will be far better for me to rest at home, given my poor health. Upon hearing Mian express her reluctance to attend the banquet, Shun was momentarily speechless, but swiftly regained her composure, glaring fiercely at Mian. It has already been arranged for you to attend the banquet. How can you simply choose whether to go or not? Mother, Yi Shuang exclaimed urgently as she entered the room, casting a glance at Mian's appearance, her eyes flashing with awe before shifting to disdain. She approached and grasped Shun's hand. Mother, please take her along. We cannot afford to miss the time. With a playful wink at Shun, she urged her onward. With a resigned nod, Shun relented, then let us proceed. Thus, Shun led Mian, followed closely by Mama Wu, Su, and two maidservants from the fragrant flower courtyard as they exited the gates of the Marquis' residence. At the entrance, two carriages awaited them, one grand and opulent, the other simple and unadorned. Without a doubt, Mian recognized that the modest carriage was intended for her. Shun, accompanied by her attendants, boarded the first carriage, while Su assisted Mian into the one behind. A handful of young servants and guards flanked the carriage as the wheels began to turn, making their way towards the imperial city. The streets were still somewhat desolate in the early morning, with scattered pedestrians casting curious glances at the noble's carriage as it passed, whispering among themselves. The presence of affluent households never failed to pique the interest of the common folk, and upon seeing the carriage heading to the royal palace, they could not help but indulge in their speculations. Mian lifted the curtain of the carriage for a brief moment to gaze outside, only to let it fall again as Su offered her a plate of pastries. Miss, you hardly had your breakfast. Do have a little something to stave off your hunger, she urged. Mian picked up a piece of snow-white rice cake, took a delicate bite, and then returned it to the plate. I lack an appetite. I cannot eat, she replied. Are you worried about entering the palace for the banquet? Su inquired, setting down the plate and taking out a handkerchief to wipe Mian's hands. I am indeed a bit concerned that Shin intends to bring me into the palace while leaving her own daughter behind. There might be some insidious plot at play. Mian mused, resting her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed in contemplation. What should we do, miss? Shall we run away? Su suggested anxiously, glancing around as if seeking an escape from the carriage. Mian patted her head in a playful manner, offering reassurance. Fear not. When faced with adversity, I shall carve out a path for survival. As they conversed within the carriage, they soon arrived at the palace gates. Mian disembarked, following closely behind Shun and led by the palace eunuchs into the imperial city. After traversing a considerable distance within the palace grounds, Mian kept her head bowed, adhering to the decorum, too timid to look around. Shun, walking ahead, cast a sidelong glance at Mian, noting with some surprise that the illegitimate daughter appeared to possess a modicum of propriety. She had anticipated that upon her first visit to the palace, Mian would be overwhelmed by the opulence and would glance about, providing her with an opportunity to reprimand her and instill some manners. Instead, she found her calculations amiss. With a slight, reluctant huff, Shun adjusted her hair and followed the eunuchs into the imperial garden. Upon entering, they had not taken many steps when the eunuch in front suddenly knelt down. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness. Upon hearing this, Shun halted, hastily stepping aside to bow, while Mian, lagging behind, found herself a moment too late in responding. Before her stood a pair of black dragon-pattern boots, which came to a stop, the hem of the embroidered garment swaying gently in the breeze. Lady Wu Zhao, there is no need for such formalities. You have come to attend the banquet hosted by Her Majesty, I presume? The voice, laced with an air of cold arrogance, reached Shun's ears. Indeed, she replied cautiously and respectfully, not daring to draw breath. Mian, with her head bowed and eyes downcast, listened intently, suddenly feeling a chilling gaze fixated upon her. And who is this beside you? The royal inquired. This is the second daughter of my humble household, Shun replied, casting a nervous glance at Mian. "Oh, I was under the impression that the Wu Zhao family had only one son and one daughter. When did a second daughter come into existence?" The crown prince continued to inquire, causing Lady Shun's complexion to pale somewhat. This daughter had been frail since childhood, thus she had been nurtured at an estate outside, only recently brought back to the residence. Lady Shun was resolute in her decision to never mention that Mian was the daughter of a concubine. If this fact were to be revealed, not only would it bring disgrace to the Marquis, but she and her two children would also undoubtedly face ridicule and scorn. Although Mian was born of concubine, once she entered the Marquis, it was only fitting that she call Lady Shun mother. And considering her as her second daughter was reasonable and not an act of deceit against the sovereign. The crown prince furrowed his brows slightly, and a hint of mockery flickered across his stern visage. "Then make haste, lest the Empress Dowager waits too long." "Yes," she replied. Once the crown prince had walked away, Lady Shun let out a soft sigh of relief and shot Mian a fierce glare before proceeding onward. Mian felt speechless, finding Lady Shun's behavior utterly perplexing, as she had done nothing wrong. The two of them followed the eunuch through a winding path, finally arriving at a spacious garden adorned with blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies. Women in splendid attire engaged in tea drinking, laughter, and poetry recitals at tables scattered throughout the vibrant scene, which momentarily entranced Mian. Lady Wu Zhao, a noblewoman in a begonia-colored silk garment, approached them. "Madame Li." Lady Shun managed a strained smile, advancing towards her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Madame Li's gaze shifted to Mian's face. "And who is this?" Lady Shun's expression stiffened, and she forced herself to say, "This is my second daughter, who has always been delicate and was raised on an estate outside." "Oh, is that so?" Madame Li scrutinized Mian a few more times, her face revealing a knowing smile. At that moment, several other noble women joined them, and, after greeting Lady Shun, they posed the same question. Lady Shun's countenance grew increasingly grim, and although she tried to maintain her composure, it was becoming increasingly difficult. "The Empress Dowager and the Empress have arrived." A loud proclamation broke through, finally liberating Lady Shun from the clutches of the noble women. The garden fell silent in an instant, and everyone orderly stood in place, bowing to the newcomers. Mian followed suit, bowing her head, reflecting on how, had it not been for a governess who had retired from the palace and taught her various etiquettes before entering the Marquis, she would surely have been flustered at this moment. "Please rise." A warm and benevolent voice resonated, allowing everyone to straighten up. Upon two phoenix chairs, the Empress Dowager and the Empress settled into their seats, the former with her snow-white hair and a kind smile, while the latter exuded grace and poise, her every gesture radiating nobility. "Do not remain standing. Please take your seats," the Empress instructed, her voice gentle as her gaze swept across the faces in attendance. Mian took a seat not far from the Empress, and before her lay an array of fruits and pastries, all unfamiliar to her. A nearby maidservant approached to pour tea for everyone, and all raised their cups in a toast to both the Empress Dowager and the Empress. "There is no need for formality. Do enjoy the pastries before you," the Empress Dowager kindly urged, as the guests delicately picked up the delicacies from their plates. They chewed cautiously, refraining from uttering a single sound. The Empress Dowager's gaze swept over the youthful faces of the noble ladies, and with a satisfied nod, she turned to the Empress and remarked, "Your efforts for this banquet are commendable." "It is merely my duty," the Empress replied with a gentle smile, embodying humility and grace. After a few cups of tea had passed, the Empress rose and led the noble ladies to admire the blossoms in the garden. Some familiar young ladies gathered together, engaging in flower arranging, chess, or discussing poetry and paintings. Just as Mian contemplated joining them to enjoy the flowers, several young ladies approached her in a group. "Are you the second daughter of the Marquis' residence? We have never seen you before," inquired a girl with a melodious voice reminiscent of a nightingale, her delicate face displaying both curiosity and intrigue. Mian paused momentarily and responded in accordance with Shun's words. "I have been unwell since childhood and have been recuperating at an estate outside, only recently returning home." Upon hearing this, the young ladies exchanged peculiar glances. Being daughters of high-ranking families, they were no strangers to the intrigues of the inner chambers. Their eyes roamed over Yi Mian's ethereal beauty, and they mused that her features bore no resemblance to those of the esteemed Madame Shun, suspecting she might be the offspring of some concubine. After a brief whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Yi Mian now brimmed with mockery and disdain. "Why hasn't T-Sister Shuang arrived?" inquired a noble girl adorned in a light pink embroidered skirt. "I am uncertain," Yi Mian replied, her expression serene, her eyes reflecting the calmness of a clear spring. "Surely you do not aspire to usurp Sister Shuang's position as Princess of Ningguang?" A girl in a yellow dress remarked, her scrutiny laden with contempt. "Princess of Ningguang?" Yi Mian furrowed her brows, immediately grasping the purpose of today's banquet. It was indeed a selection process for the future princess. Yet, if that were the case, why had Yi Shuang not attended? Did she reject the prospect of becoming princess, and thus pushed Yi Mian into the palace for the banquet? What manner of man was this Ning Wang, that Yi Shuang would disdain him? Yi Mian felt compelled to inquire further. "May I ask, dear sisters, what sort of person is Ning Wang? I have never heard of him before." Not only was Yi Mian unfamiliar with Ning Wang, but she was also unaware of the crowned princess name, having previously lived as an ordinary commoner, indifferent to royal matters, focused solely on leading a simple life with her mother, never imagining that one day she would step into the grandeur of the imperial palace. The noble ladies were momentarily taken aback by Yi Mian's inquiry about Ning Wang, exchanging glances before a shy girl in a pink dress spoke up. "We have not seen Ning Wang either. We have only heard that he has been frail and sickly since childhood, retreating to Qingxin Temple for quietude and rarely appearing in public. However, he is expected to attend today." It appeared they too possessed limited knowledge. Yi Mian lowered her gaze in contemplation. Could it be that Yi Shuang was unwilling to attend the banquet precisely because of Ning Wang's frail health? Yet, he was still the emperor's son, with a status of great significance. Even with his ailments, the position of Princess of Ningguang remained extraordinarily desirable, as evidenced by the many noble ladies present today, eager for the esteemed title. The haughty demeanor of Yi Shuang is rather excessive, even if she were to arrive. It is uncertain whether she would be chosen, as she seems unwilling to attend at all. Upon discerning the situation, Yi Mian bid farewell to the noble ladies and took a moment to admire the flowers before it was time for lunch. The palace attendants and maidens elegantly presented an array of delicacies and fine wines upon the banquet table, and under the guidance of the Empress Dowager and the Empress, everyone resumed their seats. Having barely eaten breakfast, Yi Mian felt a pang of hunger, thinking that she could finally enjoy her meal, only to realize that the climax of the banquet had only just begun. First, a young lady from an earl's household approached to play the zither, followed by a young lady from a duke's household presenting flowers to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Dancers, poets, and painters filled the banquet with a lively atmosphere. Just as Yi Mian was becoming engrossed in the festivities, she suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon her. Looking up, she saw a girl in a yellow dress seated across from her. This was the first young lady to perform on the zither, seemingly the second daughter of the Yongchang Earl's family, named Fu Jinju. With a disdainful smile directed at Yi Mian, she spoke sweetly. "Upon first meeting the second daughter of the Wu Zhaohou family today, I feel an instant affinity. Pray tell, do you possess any talents?" Seated beside Yi Mian, Shen's expression paled, her thoughts racing. This daughter of an external concubine, raised away from home, could hardly have any impressive skills. Today might bring her public embarrassment. If only Shuang were here, her exceptional zither skills would surely bring honor to their family. Turning to Yi Mian, Shun's eyes betrayed her frustration and anxiety. At that moment, all eyes at the banquet were drawn to Yi Mian, their curiosity piqued by this never-before-seen second daughter of the Marquis. Yi Mian, however, displayed no sign of panic. Rising slowly, she performed a graceful bow to the assembly, her demeanor both elegant and composed. "I am but a humble girl, possessing only a modest understanding of zither and medicine." "She knows medicine too?" the Empress Dowager exclaimed in surprise, her gaze toward Yi Mian softening with affection. Among the highborn ladies, many excelled in the arts, yet few possessed knowledge of medicine. Those who had anticipated a spectacle of ridicule for the Hou family abandoned such thoughts, instead forcing smiles and offering praise. "Would you care to take my pulse, dear child?" the Empress Dowager inquired gently, as if to avoid frightening Yi Mian. "It would be an honor to attend to the Empress Dowager's pulse," Yi Mian replied, stepping from her seat and walking slowly toward the head of the table. All eyes fixed upon her. Her steps remained steady, her form unwavering, exuding the grace of a true, noble lady, prompting a satisfied nod from the Empress Dowager. Upon reaching the Empress Dowager's side, Yi Mian knelt gracefully. The Empress Dowager, smiling kindly, extended her wrist, and Yi Mian gently rested 3 fingers of her right hand upon it. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and lowered her gaze, speaking respectfully. "Your Majesty's pulse is slow, and your vitality appears somewhat weak. Do you often experience cold extremities or fear of chill?" The Empress Dowager's eyes brightened, filled with admiration and satisfaction. She grasped Yi Mian's hand and patted it gently, saying, "Good child, you possess genuine talent. What is your name?" Yi Mian's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes as clear as water. Slowly bowing her head, she spoke softly, "Your Majesty, my name is Yi Mian." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager promptly removed the emerald bracelet adorning her arm and slipped it onto Yi Mian's wrist. Startled, Yi Mian was about to decline, but the Empress Dowager silenced her. "Do not refuse, accept it graciously." Observing this scene, the Empress interjected, her gaze flickering with interest. The Empress Dowager bestows gifts only on those she favors, so do not disregard her goodwill. To refuse a royal gift is a grave disrespect. Understanding the weight of her words, Yi Mian nodded and expressed her gratitude. "I shall accept this gift. Thank you, Empress Dowager." After bowing in thanks to both the Empress Dowager and the Empress, Yi Mian gracefully retreated to her seat. Once seated, many eyes continued to linger upon her. Some reflected resentment, others concealed jealousy, while a few were filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Lifting her cup of tea, she took a sip to soothe her throat, her countenance betraying no emotion, remaining impervious to the gazes directed her way. Chapter 6. Prince Ning, Jing hung at this moment, not far from the banquet garden. A figure clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns stood quietly on a high platform, tall and poised. His features were sharp and cold, his gaze distant and aloof, reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain peak, rendering him almost unapproachable. A young guard stood beside him, both of their eyes fixed on the ongoing festivities. "Have the noble ladies attending the banquet been thoroughly investigated?" the man in the embroidered robe asked, his tone remarkably indifferent as he absent-mindedly turned the beads in his hand. "Yes, Your Highness, we have gathered all the information," the young guard replied, stepping forward and bowing his head. "Which of them possess virtuous character?" "The granddaughter of the esteemed Lin Taifu, Lin Jingru, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Gao Zhizhi, and the daughter of the Left Minister of War, Liu Yaoding. All 3 are not only beautiful, but also possess admirable qualities," the guard reported. Prince Ning pondered silently, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed a girl in a green dress rise to approach the Empress Dowager. His gaze sharpened, and he inquired, "Who is that young woman?" The guard stepped forward to identify her, but after a moment, his expression turned sheepish as he bowed his head. "Your Highness, I am not familiar with this noble lady." Prince Ning shot a cold glance at the guard, who immediately broke into a sweat and hastily clarified, "One of her companions is the wife of Marquis Wu, Lady Shun. I have investigated and found that Marquis Wu has only one daughter, named Yishuan. Though she is beautiful, her temperament is haughty and domineering, and she is not the same person as the young lady at the banquet." Upon hearing this, Prince Ning's expression grew even more frigid. As he contemplated, he suddenly saw the Empress Dowager bestowing the bracelet she had worn for so long upon the girl in the green dress. Narrowing his eyes, he commanded the guard, "Investigate this matter thoroughly." "Yes." The guard bowed his head and retreated. Meanwhile, the banquet in the garden was drawing to a close, and the Empress Dowager and the Empress subsequently rose to leave. Prince Ning also descended the high platform and began to walk toward the Shoan Palace. Upon returning to Shoan Palace, the Empress Dowager was assisted by 2 matrons as she reclined on the soft couch. The lengthy banquet had indeed wearied her, and were it not for her pitiful second grandson, she would have preferred to avoid such tribulations. White matron, what do you think of the young lady who diagnosed me today? The Empress Dowager gently closed her eyes and calmly inquired. The matron beside her, who was massaging her legs, smiled amiably and replied, I believe it is quite good. However, we must prioritize the intentions of Prince Ning. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply, her fingers delicately pinching her brow. With his intentions, who knows when he will marry? He is already 20 years old. His elder brother had several children running about at his age. Yet here he is, persistently refusing to take a wife and establish a family, which truly troubles me. Your Majesty, Prince Ning has arrived, announced the eunuch as he entered the room. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, quickly rising from her couch, her features filled with affection. Quickly, invite Prince Ning in. At the entrance of the inner hall of Shoan Palace, Prince Ning stepped forward, approaching the Empress Dowager. He lifted his robe, knelt, and respectfully bowed 3 times. Long live the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, filled with concern, hurried to assist Prince Ning to his feet. Come here, my dear Jinghang. Allow your grandmother to see you. She grasped his arm, smoothing the wind-tousled hair at his temples, her eyes brimming with tenderness. You have indeed lost weight. The hardships at Qingshin Temple have been too much. Listen to your grandmother. Do not return there. A rare softness appeared on Prince Ning's stern countenance as he nodded gently, saying, I will heed my grandmother's advice and not return. That is wonderful, simply wonderful. The Empress Dowager's heart soared with joy, her laughter infectious. The two settled into their seats, and she casually mentioned the palace banquet of the day. Today at the banquet, that second daughter of the Wu Zhao Marquis household, named Mian, surprisingly possesses medical knowledge. She was called upon to examine my pulse, and her diagnosis matched that of the imperial physician, indicating she possesses true skill. Prince Ning listened intently, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze lowered as if lost in thought. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt emboldened and continued. I have taken quite a liking to this girl. Given your frail health, finding a princess who understands medicine would allow her to care for you better. Seeing Prince Ning remain silent, his lips pressed tightly together, the Empress Dowager, feeling anxious, pressed further. What are your thoughts, Jinghang? Finally, observing his grandmother's anxious expression, Prince Ning spoke, please give me a few days to consider. Hearing that her grandson, who had previously been oblivious, was willing to contemplate marriage, the Empress Dowager was overjoyed. Her face alight with uncontainable delight. She began to envision the grand occasion of Jinghang's wedding, her heart brimming with excitement. The Empress Dowager's exuberance stirred a sense of guilt within Prince Ning. He had not anticipated that his marriage would cause his grandmother such concern. If his marriage could alleviate her worries, he would grant her wish, provided that the second daughter of the Wu Zhao Marquis was of decent character. In front of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence, Shun and Mian descended from the carriage one after the other. Shun cast a disgruntled glance at Mian, angrily flicking her handkerchief before hastily returning to the Fenghua courtyard, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Mian exchanged glances with her maid, both feeling that Shun was indeed a difficult mistress to please. Despite attending the palace banquet at her behest and committing no blunders, she still bore an expression as if ready to devour someone. As soon as Shun entered the room, Yi Shuang rushed forward, grasping Shun's arm with a sense of urgency, as if she had been waiting there for quite some time. Mother, you have finally returned. How is the banquet? Who has been chosen as the Princess of Ning? Shun's expression darkened, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing her anger and reluctance to speak. She approached the table, lifted a teacup, and took a deep drink, finally easing the pent-up frustration within her. Seeing her mother in such a state heightened Yi Shuang's anxiety. She opened her mouth to inquire further, but was interrupted by Shun's sigh. That woman from the outer chamber is likely to become the Princess of Ning. Yi Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but soon after, she burst into laughter. However, when she noticed Shun's displeased glare, she quickly stifled her mirth. Good thing I didn't attend. Otherwise, that title would surely have fallen upon me. The Prince of Ning is old and in poor health. I have no desire to marry him. Let that woman from the outer chamber take the position instead. Shen slammed her hand on the table, her voice tinged with regret. No matter how unworthy the Prince of Ning may be, he is still of royal blood, raised by the Empress Dowager from a young age, and has a deep bond with her. The position of Princess of Ning is one of great prestige, and to see it bestowed upon that woman from the outer chamber is truly disheartening. Mother, Ye Shuang, Vine, Pilai Fuli. Her delicate cheeks flushed with a tinge of crimson as she shyly murmured, I am destined to marry the Crown Prince. No title can surpass that of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing her daughter's mention of the Crown Prince, Shen recalled her unexpected encounter with him in the Imperial Garden earlier that day and casually mentioned it. Yi Shuang, upon learning that her mother had met the Crown Prince, felt a pang of jealousy. Oh dear, how fortunate for that woman from the outer chamber to have seen the Crown Prince. I hope he didn't notice her. Reflecting on Yi Mian's ethereal demeanor, a sense of worry crept into Yi Shuang's heart. If she dares to seduce the Crown Prince, I shall surely mar her face and expel her from the Marquis. The Crown Prince surely noticed her. In fact, not only did he notice, but the ladies and daughters from various households present at the banquet were also observing her. The sudden appearance of a daughter in the Marquis was indeed a spectacle. Your mother's reputation is nearly in tatters at the banquet, Shen lamented, pressing her forehead in distress. Mother, what did the Crown Prince say to her? Yi Shuang was unconcerned about her mother's embarrassment, solely focused on learning more about the Crown Prince. He merely asked her a question. She did not speak with him. Shen replied, noticing her daughter's preoccupation with the Crown Prince, which only added to her own worries. Upon hearing that Mian had not spoken to the Crown Prince, Yi Shuang finally felt a sense of relief. Shen reached out to tap Yi Shuang's forehead and, with a pained expression, said, You are so fixated on the Crown Prince, yet he already has a primary consort. If you marry him, you will only be his secondary consort. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, to take such a position is akin to stabbing me in the heart. Yi Shuang appeared unconcerned. Being a secondary consort depends on whose secondary consort one is. Once the Crown Prince ascends the throne, I shall become a favored concubine within the palace. Shen was taken aback, hastily covering Yi Shuang's mouth and anxiously glancing around. My little ancestor, you mustn't speak so recklessly. If word of this spreads, you may lose your head. Yi Shuang brushed Shen's hand away, unfazed. I haven't spoken incorrectly. It is merely a matter of time. Shen, in a moment of irritation, lightly struck Yi Shuang and was about to impart further guidance to her daughter when she noticed her husband, the Marquis Yi Ting, lifting the curtain and entering the room. Fresh from court, still adorned in his court attire, his tall figure appeared exceptionally majestic. Shen gazed at Yi Ting, momentarily entranced, her heart softening instantly. She rose to assist him in removing his official hat and gently guided him to a soft seat. Yi Shuang, with a playful smile, approached to pay her respects to her father. Yi Ting nodded, a hint of warmth breaking through his stern visage. He then turned to Shen and inquired, How did the banquet at the palace go today? No mishaps, I hope? The moment Yi Ting broached the subject of the palace banquet, the tenderness that had blossomed within Shen evaporated. After a brief silence, she retorted, Nothing went awry. Your dear daughter even received a commendation from the Empress Dowager. Are you saying that Mian was granted the Empress Dowager's favor? Yi Ting was taken aback. On his way back from court, he had overheard colleagues discussing the palace banquet, mentioning that the Empress Dowager intended to select a principal consort for Prince Ning during the event. Now, with Mian having received the Empress Dowager's favor, it implied that she had caught the Dowager's eye. Yi Ting's heart swelled with joy. He had not anticipated such a significant honor for his daughter so soon after her arrival home. He promptly rose, saying, I shall go see Mian. As Yi Ting hurried off to check on his illegitimate daughter, Shen felt a surge of frustration, nearly grinding her teeth in annoyance. Yi Shuang pouted, casting a reproachful glance at her father's retreating figure, secretly vowing that once she wed the Crown Prince, she would surely bring her father even greater joy. On his way to Zhilan courtyard, Yi Ting could hardly contain his delight, and even the insects on the path appeared charming to him. He couldn't bear to crush them underfoot. Though he had risen to the esteemed rank of Wu Zhao Marquis through his own efforts, his family's lineage was modest, with their ancestors merely holding minor military ranks. If he could marry his daughter into the royal family, The honor of the Yi clan would be preserved for generations to come. Inside Jilan courtyard, Yi Mian sat before a bronze mirror, instructing her maids to remove the hairpins from her head, instantly relieving the tension in her scalp. She exhaled deeply, reflecting on how exhausting life in high society could be, where every word and action demanded caution, far less carefree than the days spent with her mother. After changing out of her silver-green gown worn at the palace, she hastily directed Mama Feng to prepare some food for her, as she felt faint from hunger. No wonder Yi Shuang had been reluctant to attend the banquet. She had no desire to endure such an experience again. The household had already passed lunchtime, but the chef quickly prepared a modest meal of 4 dishes and a soup. Yi Mian, unparticular in her eating, sat at the table, savoring her meal while inviting Su Su to join her. Su Su had been waiting for her outside the palace gates and had only nibbled on some snacks to stave off hunger. She must have been quite starved by now. However, Mama Feng hurriedly interjected, "How can a maid dine at the same table as the young lady? It is against decorum. I shall prepare something for her." Su Su, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, "Miss, please eat. I am not hungry." Yi Mian and Su Su had grown up together, their bond profound, and they never concerned themselves with such formalities. Just as Yi Mian was about to pull Su Su down to sit, the maid Zilan rushed into the room, announcing, "The Marquis has arrived." As Yi Ting stepped through the doorway, he was greeted by a table laden with sumptuous dishes, prompting a bright smile to illuminate his face. "Did Mianer not eat well during the palace banquet?" he inquired. Yi Mian lowered her head, biting her lip, and replied softly, "There are many rules at the palace feasts, and I feared making a mistake, so I hardly partook of the meal." "Then do sit down and eat," Yi Ting said with a face full of paternal affection, before turning to exit the room. He instructed Mama Feng to prepare tea in the garden pavilion, then strolled over to sip his tea while awaiting her return. Yi Mian took a few more bites, but, recalling that her father was waiting outside, found it difficult to enjoy her meal. After rinsing her mouth with tea, she slowly emerged from the room. "Father, do you have pressing matters to discuss?" In the pavilion, Yi Ting, lost in thought while holding his teacup, was roused by his daughter's voice. He smiled and set down the cup. "I heard that Mianer received a reward from the Empress at the banquet." It was then that Yi Mian remembered the bracelet bestowed upon her, still adorning her wrist. Unsure of the significance of the Empress's gift, she lifted her wrist and removed the bracelet, presenting it with both hands to Yi Ting. "The Empress's gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Yi Ting paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "What the Empress has given you is rightfully yours. Accept it without hesitation." Noticing Mianer's lingering uncertainty, he continued, "You truly are a blessing to our Wu Zhao Marquis household, and I shall reward you as well." He then summoned the steward and directed him to open the treasury and bring forth a measure of East pearls recently acquired. The steward hesitated, visibly troubled upon hearing the Marquis's command. Yi Ting's expression darkened instantaneously. "What? Did you not hear my words?" The steward, sensing the Marquis's anger, quickly knelt and bowed his head, saying, "My lord, the measure of East pearls has already been taken by the lady, who said it was meant as a dowry for the eldest young lady." Yi Ting furrowed his brow, his demeanor softening slightly. "Go tell the lady to set aside half." "Father, that's unnecessary," Yi Mian interjected, knowing well that the matron, Lady Shun, and her elder sister, Yi Shuang, were not magnanimous individuals. If the East pearls intended for Yi Shuang's dowry were divided, she could only imagine the difficulties they would impose upon her. She merely wished to navigate her days in the Marquis peacefully, waiting for the right moment to seek a suitable marriage and no longer be a burden to others. It was imperative to avoid provoking Lady Shun and Yi Shuang at all costs. As her thoughts raced, Yi Mian continued to plead, "Father, the Empress's gift is already exceedingly valuable. Had it not been for the matron bringing me to the palace today, I would never have received such a reward. I am grateful for the matron's kindness. How could I possibly take from the dowry prepared for my sister Shuang?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ting felt a swell of pride for his second daughter's thoughtfulness and propriety. Truly, it is a testament to Qiu Si's teachings, he mused, sighing inwardly. He envisioned that if Mianer were to marry into the Ning Wang's household, she would undoubtedly excel as a Wang Fei. Relenting, He instructed Yi Mian to rest well before departing with the steward from Jilan courtyard. Watching her father leave, Yi Mian finally exhaled in relief. She gazed at the precious bracelet in her hand and instructed Su Su to fetch a silk box for safekeeping, fearing that wearing it could invite trouble. Yi Ting returned to his study, seated at his writing desk, and closed his eyes in contemplation. It was only upon hearing the steward mention Shuang's dowry that he realized he must also prepare a dowry for Mian. Her biological mother had already passed, and the Shen family would certainly not exert much effort regarding her dowry. These matters ought to concern him, her father, more. If her dowry were to appear meager at her wedding, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the Hou residence, but would also likely displease the Ning Wang family. Chapter 8. The heir returns to the mansion that afternoon. Yi Mian awoke from her slumber only at dusk, the weariness that had enveloped her dissipating entirely. Su Su, seeing her mistress finally awake, hurriedly approached with a cup of warm tea to soothe Yi Mian's throat. My lady has slept for quite a long time. I was worried you were unwell and even discussed with Mama Feng whether we should summon a doctor. Setting down the teacup, Yi Mian smiled gently. Your lady knows how to tend to herself. There is no need for a doctor. Rising, she moved to the bronze mirror, deftly gathering her hair with a jade hairpin. In the mirror, her fair and flawless visage bore a rosy glow from her recent slumber, lending a touch of allure to her otherwise cold demeanor. Once her hair was styled, Yi Mian felt the urge to stroll in the courtyard. Su Su promptly draped an outer garment over her shoulders. The wind is strong outside. Be careful not to catch a chill. The two of them made their way to the courtyard, gazing at the crimson sunset on the western horizon. A hint of melancholy stirring within Yi Mian's heart. Upon noticing that the second young lady had risen, Mama Feng quickly instructed Inxia to prepare the evening meal. However, it was not long before Inxia returned, announcing, Second young lady, there are visitors in the madam's courtyard who request your presence for dinner. Yi Mian paused momentarily, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Do you know why the madam has summoned me to the Fenghua courtyard for dinner? Inxia replied. It is said that the heir has returned from Jinling Academy. Yi Mian, she murmured to herself, then realized it was Yi Feng, the legitimate son of the Marquis, who had returned. After returning to her room to change and groom herself, Yi Mian, accompanied by Su Su, made her way to the Fenghua courtyard. Upon entering the dining hall, she was greeted by the sight of Yi Ting, beaming with joy in the main seat, flanked on his right by the displeased Shen family and Yi Shuang, while on his left sat a refined young man, distinguished and elegant. Here comes Mian. Yi Ting exclaimed warmly upon seeing Yi Mian, his fatherly smile inviting her forward. This is your elder brother Yi Feng, just returned from Jinling Academy. Yi Ting's expression revealed a hint of pride, clearly valuing his son greatly. Yi Mian approached, bowing her head respectfully. Mian pays her respects to elder brother. You need not be overly formal, sister. Please take a seat, Yi Feng replied, his demeanor far more amiable compared to the cold hostility exhibited by Shen and Yi Shuang. A smile graced his jade-like features as he gestured for Yi Mian to sit. As Yi Mian gracefully settled beside Yi Shuang, she was met with a disdainful snort from her. Maintaining her composure, Yi Mian lowered her gaze to the neatly arranged cups and chopsticks before her, choosing to remain silent. Has Mian adjusted well to life in the Marquis' residence? Yi Feng inquired politely, his voice warm and courteous. Yi Mian lifted her gaze slightly, a faint smile illuminating her cool countenance. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I have become accustomed to it. That is good to hear. Yi Feng nodded, noticing the sulking Yi Shuang beside him. With a light chuckle, he continued, Shuang has been doted upon by our parents since childhood. With the sudden arrival of a sister, she may feel a bit out of sorts. If she throws a little tantrum, I hope you will not take it to heart. The elder brother humbly remarked that it was his abrupt arrival that startled Sister Shuang, and he earnestly hoped for her understanding. Yi Mian spoke softly, her heart briefly envious of Yi Shuang, who enjoyed the affection of both parents and had such a wonderful brother, while she herself had only a mother, who had now departed from her life. The maidservants stepped forward to refill the cups of the esteemed guests, and Yi Mian suppressed the pangs of bitterness within her. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of peach blossoms wafting from her cup, aware that the drink was likely a peach blossom brew, suitable for ladies. Yi Ting raised his cup with a broad smile, proposing a toast to celebrate Feng's return home. Although Shun and Yi Shuang were displeased with Yi Mian's presence, they refrained from expressing their discontent, considering the recently returned Yi Feng, and thus forced a smile. The crisp sound of their cups clinking resonated, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and harmony as they drank. The evening meal passed joyfully, but as soon as the remnants were cleared, Yi Mian rose to take her leave, unwilling to intrude upon their family reunion any longer. She understood that within this Marquis, she would forever remain an outsider, never able to truly integrate. Her father, Yi Ting, made no further attempts to retain her, merely advising caution upon her return in the deepening night. The air was cold and the night heavy with dew. Yi Mian glanced up at the crescent moon, partially veiled by clouds, and felt that the moonlight tonight seemed more chilling than usual. Su, inadvertently noticing her lady shiver slightly, quickly removed her outer garment and draped it over Yi Mian's shoulders, supporting her wrist as they both ventured into the thickening night. In the bustling Zhuke Street, where the affluent gathered, lights shone brightly, and even the usually dim Ning Wangfu lit candles. 2 warm yellow lanterns hung prominently at the entrance, illuminating the grand sign bearing the words Ning Wangfu. On the immaculate white jade steps, a pair of slightly dusty black boots hurriedly passed, entering the Ning Wangfu. Inside the study, Ning Wang sat solemnly at his desk, his gaze fixed upon a Buddhist scripture, his well-defined fingers deftly twirling prayer beads, his expression revealing little emotion. Were it not for his lustrous black hair akin to satin, he might well have been mistaken for a revered monk. The study was eerily silent, save for the occasional rustle of turning pages. A young guard, having hurriedly traversed from the entrance, halted abruptly before the study door and gently knocked 3 times on the door knocker. Upon hearing a cold enter from within, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. After entering, the guard presented a portrait before speaking. "My lord, I have ascertained the details. The young lady who attended the banquet today, alongside Madame Wu Zhao, is named Yi Mian, the daughter of Wu Zhao Ho Yi Ting and a woman from Guangnan. Lin Chiosi." This mother-daughter pair had always relied on one another, and although they settled in the capital, they had no dealings with the Wu Zhaoho residents. Lin Chiosi passed away half a month ago, and her daughter Yi Mian was only admitted into the Wu Zhaoho residence yesterday. After reporting, the guard held his breath and stood to the side, his eyes fixated on his shoe tips. Ning Wang lifted the portrait to eye level, observing the young woman depicted in green attire, her hair elegantly styled, possessing an exquisite beauty reminiscent of jade and ice. After a cursory glance, the portrait was set aside, and the indifferent gaze returned to the Buddhist scriptures. "What is her character?" inquired the Prince of Ning, his lips parting slightly to utter 4 words. The attendant promptly responded, "Lin Chiosi possesses medical skills, excelling in treating women's ailments. Together, she and her daughter have aided many women, thus earning a reputation among the populace as individuals of noble character and compassionate hands." The Prince of Ning lightly tapped his long fingers upon the table, lost in contemplation. After a moment, his voice turned icy as he spoke. "Despite residing in the capital, they have had no prior dealings with us. Yet, on the eve of the Empress Dowager's decision to select a princess consort for me, they hastily bring back an unidentified daughter. This house of Wu Zhao is showing blatant disregard for me." The attendant, taken aback, spoke with stern authority, such audacity from the house of Wu Zhao. The Prince of Ning offered a cold smile, his expression as frigid as frost, fixated on the house of Wu Zhao, every action demanding accountability. The attendant bowed deeply, affirming his adherence to the prince's command. Chapter 9. Identity revealed the following morning. Before the gates of the house of Wu Zhao, a lavish carriage draped in silks arrived, cutting through the wind with grandeur. Once the carriage came to a halt, a strikingly graceful young lady, adorned in brocade and jewels, was assisted down by her maid. The gatekeeper of the residence hurried forward, beaming with a smile, and bowed respectfully. It was none other than the second young lady of the Yongchang Earl's household, who had come to extend her greetings, asking for forgiveness for the lack of a proper welcome. "No matter." The noble lady waved her hand dismissively, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Is Sister Schwanger here?" "The eldest young lady is within," replied the gatekeeper politely, bowing as he escorted the young lady through the grand entrance of the estate. Yi Shuang had just finished her breakfast and was about to visit her elder brother's courtyard when a maid arrived with news that the second young lady of the Yongchang Earl's household had come. "Jinju has arrived?" Yi Shuang was somewhat surprised, wondering why she would come so early. However, recalling that they had not seen each other for several days, her face lit up with joy as she turned to greet her friend. As she approached the corridor, she spotted her dear sister, the second young lady Fu Jinju of the Yongchang Earl's household. The moment they met, they excitedly grasped each other's hands, exchanging pleasantries as if they had not seen one another for years. "Jinju, what brings you here so early?" Yi Shuang asked with a beaming smile, her tone filled with delight. "I missed you, having not seen you for a few days," Fu Jinju replied, her eyes twinkling playfully. The two shared a joyful smile, and Yi Shuang suddenly remembered that she had bought several boxes of rouge the previous day and wanted Jinju's opinion on them, so she led her friend toward her chamber. As they walked, Fu Jinju glanced around curiously, as if searching for something. Yi Shuang furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, "Jinju, what are you looking for?" Fu Jinju withdrew her gaze, revealing a curious expression. "Sister, where is your younger sister?" "My sister?" Upon hearing her dear friend's inquiry about Yi Mian, Yi Shuang's expression darkened. Although Fu Jinju noticed Yi Shuang's displeasure, her curiosity got the better of her as she pressed on. "Yes, I saw her at the banquet yesterday. She even received a reward from the Empress Dowager. Everyone says she is to be chosen as the princess consort for the Prince of Ning." "Her." Yi Shuang's disdainful words slipped out before she could restrain them, but she quickly silenced herself. Nonetheless, Fu Jinju heard and gasped in astonishment. "She is the daughter of a concubine." Yi Shuang hurriedly placed her hand over her mouth. "Dear Jinju, you must promise me never speak of this." Yi Shuang leaned closer to Fu Jinju's ear, expressing her anxiety. Their mother had strictly forbidden her from speaking about this matter, and if she were to discover that the secret had escaped, a scolding would surely follow. Fu Jinju nodded uncertainly, and the two resumed their laughter, hand in hand. Walking away, little did they know that merely a day later, rumors regarding the daughter of the Marquis' concubine had erupted throughout the capital. As Yi Ting emerged from court, a colleague approached him with a teasing demeanor, remarking, "Marquis, how fortunate you are. Even the daughter of a concubine has caught the attention of the Empress. Such luck indeed." Other officials passing by echoed the sentiment, and a chorus of veiled jests filled the air. Although Yi Ting did not shy away from Yi Mian's identity, the swift spread of the news left him sensing something amiss. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where did you hear this, Minister Liu?" The official, clad in a red robe, stroked his beard and lowered his voice. "It's all over the capital. Who would have thought that our usually devoted Marquis could display such a roguish side?" With a hearty laugh, he sauntered away. Yi Ting's expression darkened as he made his way swiftly out of the palace, climbing into the Marquis' carriage, which hastily returned to the estate. Upon arriving at the Marquis' door, he was met by Shun, whose countenance mirrored his own gloom. The couple exchanged a glance, suppressing their thoughts, and entered the estate together. Shun had attended the full-month celebration of the Duke's grandson that day. To her dismay, a group of noble women had surrounded her, openly mocking and ridiculing her regarding the revelation of her husband's illegitimate daughter, which had evidently spread throughout the capital. Infuriated, she had left the banquet without partaking in any food, vowing to uncover the source of the gossip and punish the gossip-mongers severely. The couple entered Shun's quarters, their faces still stern. Once seated, Shun summoned Mama Wu. Upon entering, Mama Wu, sensing the tense atmosphere, bowed respectfully and remained silent. "Find out who leaked the news about our second daughter," Shun commanded, slamming her hand on the table, her voice firm and authoritative. Mama Wu nodded obediently and exited without a word. After a couple of cups of tea, Shun gradually calmed her rising anger. "Is the Marquis also troubled by this?" She sighed, glancing at Yi Ting beside her. He nodded, his brow furrowing. "Many colleagues mentioned it to me after court today. Though Mian has caught the Empress's attention at the banquet, the marriage decree has yet to be issued, and her identity has already caused quite a stir." If this reaches the Empress's ears, it could lead to dire consequences, not only for the marriage but also for the stability of our household. Shen's heart tightened, her hand anxiously clutching the handkerchief. What shall we do? Yiting sighed heavily, his tone grave. I had intended to wait until the marriage decree was announced before formally acknowledging Mian as our legitimate daughter, allowing her a grand marriage. However, the matter of identity has stirred up quite a commotion. The only solution is to promptly convene the ancestral hall to expedite this issue, ensuring that when the Empress Dowager inquires later, the wrath will not be unjustly directed towards the Hou residence. Upon hearing this, Madame Shun felt an immense reluctance. Why should the illegitimate daughter-born of an extramarital affair tarnish her name? Yet, the pressing circumstances rendered her incapable of voicing her dissent, leaving her to rue her earlier decisions. Had she taken Schwanger to the banquet, such complications would not have arisen. It was her excessive indulgence toward her daughter, allowing her to act capriciously, that led to this predicament, forcing her to bear the consequences alone. A true case of lifting a stone only to have it fall upon her own foot. As the couple was just devising a solution, Mama Wu entered. Madame Shun immediately perked up, inquiring if they had discovered who leaked the information. Mama Wu swallowed hard and replied, "Madam, the servants have all been questioned, and they adamantly claim they did not spread any rumors." Upon hearing that no leads had been uncovered, Madame Shun's fury surged uncontrollably. "Beat them. Continue until someone admits to it." Upon receiving her orders, Mama Wu hesitated, her expression troubled. Inflicting punishment could incite resentment among the servants, and if mishandled, the entire household could harbor grievances against her. After some contemplation, she mustered the courage to advise, "Madam, the matter concerning the second young lady has just surfaced. If we begin punishing the servants, outsiders will surely gossip, leading to even greater scandal. I urge you to reconsider." Upon hearing this, Madame Shun regained her composure, pondering the situation. If no servants were implicated, could it not be that a master had divulged the information? Was it possible that the illegitimate daughter sought to assume the status of a legitimate one, deliberately disseminating her identity to compel the Hou residents to acknowledge her under the legitimate mother's name? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. With a stern countenance, she commanded, "Summon the second young lady." Chapter 10. Yi Shuang is punished in the Jilan courtyard. Yi Mian was napping on a lounge chair beneath the wisteria trellis. A gentle breeze swept through, causing a few petals to fall upon her smooth forehead, eliciting a tingling sensation that made her long eyelashes flutter delicately. "Miss, please wake up." Susu's anxious voice broke through the tranquility. Yi Mian slowly opened her eyes, her cool gaze still clouded with sleep. "What has happened?" she inquired hoarsely. "Mama Wu has come to summon you to the Fong Lan courtyard," Susu said, brushing the petals from Yi Mian's forehead and assisting her to rise. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Mama Wu does not look well. Something must be amiss." Upon hearing this, Yi Mian became more alert, grasping Susu's hand. She followed Mama Wu towards the Fong Lan courtyard. In an instant, it felt as though she had returned to the day she first entered the Hou residence. Trailing behind Mama Wu to the same courtyard, albeit unaware of the troubles awaiting her this time. As they stepped into the Fong Lan courtyard, they were startled into stillness by the sounds of a heated argument emanating from within. This could never have been leaked by Mian. Do not cause a scene. Is it truly her? One must inquire to ascertain. How can the Lord be so certain? Mian is virtuous, gentle, and courteous, just like her mother. "Ah, Yiting, it seems you still hold a candle for that deceased concubine. I shall no longer remain in this Hou residence." The door curtain was flung aside, and Madame Shun, her face as pale as death, stormed out. Upon seeing Yi Mian, she shot her a venomous glare before hastily striding away. As Yi Shuang entered the fragrant courtyard with her maid, she was immediately struck by the furious expression on her mother's face. Rushing forward, she grasped her mother's hand and asked, "Mother, what has happened?" Upon seeing her daughter, Shun's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, "Your father cannot tolerate me any longer. I must return to the Marquis' residence." Hearing her mother's distressing words, Yi Shuang tightened her grip and offered comfort. However, Upon noticing Yi Mian standing nearby, her expression turned to one of rage. Is this your doing? Have you instigated another quarrel between my father and mother? Ever since you arrived at our Marquis' residence, we have not known a single day of peace. I shall have you expelled. With that, Yi Shuang lunged forward. But Su Su, quick-witted and agile, stepped in front of Yi Mian to shield her. Although startled, Yi Mian quickly regained her composure and calmly addressed the furious Yi Shuang, saying, I can leave the Marquis' residence on my own accord. There is no need for you to take action. Yet, Yi Shuang seemed oblivious to her words, her intent to tear into her evident in her expression. Shuanger, cease this at once. Yi Ting emerged from within the room, his voice booming as he took in the chaotic scene. Yi Shuang, her eyes brimming with anger, turned to her father and exclaimed, Father, I demand that you expel this lowly daughter of a concubine. Her delicate face was now twisted with malice as she pointed at Yi Mian. Yi Ting's gaze darkened, and taking a deep breath, he spoke sternly. It was both you and your mother who consented to bringing Mianer into the Marquis' residence. It has only been a few days, and already you wish to send her away? Is the esteemed Marquis' household unable to accommodate a single young woman? What becomes of our family's dignity? I care not for the Marquis' dignity. I want her gone. Yi Shuang screamed, her demeanor bordering on madness. With a resounding slap, silence enveloped the courtyard. Shuanger, Shun exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her daughter with a heart full of concern. Yi Shuang covered her face with one hand, her expression dazed, as if she had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Faintly, she could hear her father's scolding ringing in her ears. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household, you exhibit none of the grace expected of such a position, showing neither camaraderie with your sister nor regard for the family's reputation. The Marquis' household has nurtured you for over a decade. Yi Ting's countenance was ominously dark, radiating an authority that forbade anyone from meeting his gaze. Shin wished to confront Yi Ting about his harsh treatment of her precious daughter, but the moment their eyes met, she felt an inexplicable dread. Her lips parted, but no words emerged. Yi Ting's serious gaze swept over the gathered individuals, and he gestured for a servant to bring forth a grand chair. With a flourish of his robe, he sat down slowly. Yi Mian gently pushed aside Su Su, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to offer a respectful bow. Father, if I may be so bold as to inquire, what transpired today? How could matters have escalated to this extent? If this is indeed due to me, I willingly request to depart from the Marquis' residence. Yi Ting's expression softened slightly as he regarded Yi Mian, but quickly darkened again as he replied. The events of today have yet to be clarified. Until the truth is uncovered, no one is to leave this courtyard. Yi Mian's heart sank with surprise. She had not anticipated her father's severity. Was there truly some grave matter afoot today? Once a general who commanded thousands, the atmosphere in the courtyard fell into an eerie silence under Yi Ting's imposing presence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Yi Ting summoned the steward, inquiring whether the comings and goings that had been meticulously recorded in recent days. The steward, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, nodded and bowed, replying, Yes, my lord, everything is documented. Bring it to me, Yi Ting commanded. The steward hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard and returned shortly, cradling a ledger in his hands. My lord, please take a look. Yi Ting accepted the ledger and began to peruse its contents slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he read. It noted that the second miss of the Yongchang Marquis had visited the previous morning. Indeed, my lord. She came seeking the eldest miss. Upon finishing his review, Yi Ting discerned that, while the general activities within the estate appeared normal, there were certain irregularities concerning the comings and goings of the Yongchang Marquis. The visit had occurred just after the hour of the rabbit, without prior notice, raising questions about the urgency of the matter. Yi Ting's gaze shifted to Yi Shuang, who trembled in fear. Shuanger, she came looking for you. What did you discuss? Still dazed from her father's earlier slap, Yi Shuang found him to be exceedingly intimidating today, rendering her unable to meet his gaze directly. We didn't say much, she stammered, her words faltering in her fear. Did she inquire about your sister? She did. Yi Shuang nodded, unsure why her father was asking these questions, responding instinctively. And how did you reply? I just mentioned that my sister is the daughter of a concubine. Shuanger, so was you. Shun's incredulous gaze bore into Yi Shuang before she took a cautious step back, releasing her grip. In a moment of panic, Yi Shuang looked to her mother, suddenly realizing she might have misspoken, and quickly corrected herself. And no, it wasn't Timmy. Yi Ting, in a fit of rage, slammed the ledger to the ground, his laughter tinged with fury. Ah, splendid. I have truly raised a remarkable daughter. At that moment, Yi Mian grasped the reason behind this uproar. It was likely that Yi Shuang had inadvertently disclosed her identity, which had now spread throughout the capital. Meanwhile, Shun believed that the information had been divulged by Yi Mian herself, prompting her to summon her for questioning. Realizing this, a bitter smile graced Yi Mian's cold countenance. If she had intended to reveal her identity, the palace banquet would have been an opportune moment. Why wait until now? Furthermore, what benefit would such a revelation bring her? In this era, a woman's identity was of utmost significance. A noble birth could lead to advantageous marriages, ensuring a smooth life thereafter. This was precisely why her mother insisted on her return to the... What could Shin possibly be thinking to suspect her? Take the eldest miss back to her chambers and confine her there. No one is to release her without my command. Just as Yi Mian was lost in thought, pondering, her father's authoritative voice echoed with sternness. After issuing the punishment for Yi Shuang, Yi Ting's gaze turned to Yi Mian, then shot a cold, piercing glance at the flustered Shun. Mian or Shun, you both will accompany me. I intend to summon the clan elders and convene the Ancestral Hall. Chapter 11. The Ancestral Hall at noon. During the hour of rest, the three venerable elders of the Yi clan, each exceeding 80 years of age, were carried by a young servant of the Marquis' residence to the entrance of the Ancestral Hall. The elders, trembling, steadied themselves upon arrival, and one of them rasped, "In the middle of the day, can't the old man have a moment to rest? They hurriedly brought me here, and my old bones feel as if they are about to fall apart." With that, the elder raised his drooping eyelids, his murky eyes gazing at Yi Ting, the Marquis of Wu Zhao, who stood at the entrance of the Ancestral Hall. He was the most accomplished descendant of the Yi family, and despite their seniority, the elders did not dare to offend him easily. Thus, when the servant was sent to summon them, although they harbored some complaints, they hurried over without delay. Yi Ting bowed respectfully to the elders, his voice deep as he stated, "Were it not for the urgency of the matter, I would not wish to trouble you. Esteemed uncles, I kindly ask you to open the doors of the Ancestral Hall at your earliest convenience." The elders exchanged glances, their wrinkled faces bearing expressions of confusion. Yet they refrained from further inquiries. Having come this far, they deemed it prudent to open the door and ask their questions within. The three elders stepped forward, retrieving keys from their sleeves to unlock the three brass locks on the grand doors of the Ancestral Hall, and the assembly entered in single file. Shun, with a blank expression, followed closely behind Yi Ting, while Yi Mian walked at the end, pondering her father's intentions. Once seated, before the elders could catch their breath, Yi Ting spoke, "Today, I have summoned you esteemed elders to witness the acknowledgement of my daughter, Yi Mian, under the name of my wife, Shun, as the legitimate second daughter of the Marquis' residence." The three elders seated at the head of the table, upon hearing this, turned in astonishment to regard the young girl standing with her head bowed. While it was not uncommon to recognize the children of concubines under the name of the primary wife, they had never heard of the Marquis taking a concubine. How had a daughter suddenly appeared? The elders, being of advanced age and rarely venturing beyond their homes, were unaware of the rumors circulating outside. One elder, clad in dark robes, leisurely inquired, "When did the Marquis acquire a daughter? Was her identity and background?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the elder, Yi Ting's mind conjured the image of Yi Mian's mother, and his expression softened momentarily. After a brief pause, he responded, "This girl's mother and I met in Annam, where she saved my life. We developed mutual affections, and she bore this child. However, her mother was strong-willed and refused to enter the Marquis' residence as a concubine. Thus, they have relied on each other until now. A month ago, Mian's mother passed away, and she entrusted her to me. I owe them both a great deal. Hence my desire to recognize this girl under my wife's name." granting her a respectable lineage and the hope of finding a suitable match in the future, thereby easing her late mother's heart. The elders nodded in agreement. Since she was a descendant of the Yi clan, it was indeed inappropriate for her to be lost to the world. Having now returned to the Marquis' residence and recognized under the name of the legitimate wife, should she find a good match, it would also bring honor to the Yi clan. With this understanding, they suggested that Shun and the young girl step forward to pay respects to their ancestors, light incense, bow, and receive a jade pendant as a token. However, as the third elder concluded his statement, Shun remained motionless, and Mian also stood with her head bowed, not taking a step forward. She had not anticipated that her father intended to place her under the name of the Shun family. While this indeed would be advantageous for her future marriage prospects, what about her biological mother? A life of anonymity and sorrow, and now even her own daughter would be recorded under another's name, becoming someone else's child? Mian could not accept this. If such a fate were to befall her, her mother would be rendered entirely forgotten by the world, never to be spoken of again. Ting furrowed his brow as he glanced at the two standing still, his expression grave as he commanded, "Shun, Mian, step forward." Shun raised her head, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked back at Ting. "Lord, I do not wish to," Shun stammered, wanting to refuse but uncertain how to articulate her dissent. Ting's countenance darkened, his eyes fixating on Shun with intensity. "Shun, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I, your lord, have said?" Shun's complexion turned pale, and she dared not utter another word, lowering her head as she stepped forward. The troubles of the day all stemmed from her biological daughter, Yi Shuang, and now all the repercussions would fall upon her as the mother. Noticing that Mian remained rooted in place, Ting, though anxious, softened his tone, saying, "Mian, come forward." Mian clenched her sleeves, raising her head, her clear yet sorrowful eyes betraying her anguish. "Father, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Ting momentarily lost himself, as if transported back to a decade ago when he had invited Mian's mother into the Marquis as a concubine. Her expression had mirrored Mian's now, as she had posed the same question. Must we truly proceed in this manner? A sudden pang of pain struck Ting's heart, and he instinctively pressed his hand to his chest, regaining his composure. He realized that Mian's identity had become common knowledge throughout the city. If the Empress Dowager and Prince Ning were to hear of it, they would undoubtedly hold him accountable. How could he dare allow an illegitimate daughter to participate in the selection for the prince's consort? Such an act could be deemed a contempt of the royal family. In this urgent moment, Ting could only suppress his heartache and implore Mian, "It is a disservice to you and your mother to place you under your legitimate mother's name. It is a necessary action. I will explain everything to you later. For now, please step forward and offer incense to our ancestors with your legitimate mother." Seeing her father's helpless and anxious demeanor, Mian could not help but take a few steps back in trepidation. What could have transpired to render her usually composed and dignified father so desperate? Was there truly a matter of great consequence threatening the Yi Marquis? Noticing Mian's hesitation, Ting rushed a few steps closer, lowering his voice as he said, "This matter is of utmost importance. If we do not proceed in this way, both the Marquis and you will face the Empress Dowager's wrath." Mian was taken aback, recalling the Empress Dowager she had encountered at the palace banquet. Had she inadvertently offended her? That seemed unlikely, as the Empress Dowager had even bestowed gifts upon her, indicating a fondness. So why would the Marquis be in jeopardy? A sudden realization dawned upon her. It was due to her identity. Her father was hastily placing her under her legitimate mother's name to alter her status, allowing her to be recognized as the legitimate second daughter of the Marquis. With this new identity, the Empress Dowager would not hold the Marquis accountable. Why was this so? As she pondered this, confusion clouded her thoughts. Then, she heard her father's subdued voice once more. "Do not overthink. It is merely a matter of name. Your mother entrusted you to me, wishing for you to have a better life. Is that not so?" Mian gazed deeply at her father, as if attempting to peer through his eyes to discern his innermost thoughts. She longed to understand the place her mother held in his heart. Yet the depths of the human soul are most elusive. Closing her eyes momentarily, she ultimately stepped forward, joining the Shun family and accepting the 3 incense sticks presented by the clan elders. With utmost reverence, she bowed thrice before the numerous ancestral tablets positioned at the head of the hall. After concluding her respects with a few more deep bows, she rose to find the clan elder extending a piece of white jade pendant into her hands. "Very well," he declared, "from this day forth, Mian shall be the legitimate second daughter of the Wu Zhao Marquis." Yi Ting, visibly relieved, allowed a hint of a smile to grace his features. The 3 clan elders chuckled in response, yet neither Shun nor Yi Mian exhibited any signs of joy. "You and your legitimate mother may return to the courtyard. I have further matters to discuss with the clan elders," Yi Ting instructed, his smile fading. Following the impassive Shun, Yi Mian bid farewell to the 3 elders before exiting the ancestral hall. Chapter 12. The legitimate second daughter. The events of the Marquis that day had reached the ears of Prince Ning by nightfall. Standing with his back to the window, he gazed into the pitch-black night, his eyes fixed on the crescent moon, which seemed to pale in comparison to the coldness of his gaze. "The Wu Zhao Marquis acts swiftly," he remarked, his words laced with a chilling air that caused the young guardsman beside him to involuntarily shrink back. Suppressing the sudden chill that enveloped him, the guardsman replied, "From my observations of the Marquis these past few days, it appears he harbors no disdain for the prince's residence. In fact, he seems eager to forge a connection. Then why did he not send his legitimate daughter to the palace banquet, instead dispatching an unknown girl?" Prince Ning shot a cold glance at the guardsman, his expression impassive. "Have you already forgotten what you investigated? The Marquis's legitimate daughter possesses a haughty nature. How could she possibly win the favor of the Empress? My apologies for my ignorance." The guardsman wiped the cold sweat from his brow, silently berating himself for his folly. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "So, everything lies within the Marquis's calculations? His thoughts run remarkably deep. It may not necessarily be his design." As Prince Ning paced away from the window, he mused, had the Marquis orchestrated this, he would have long since designated that daughter of his concubine as the legitimate second daughter and taken measures to conceal her identity. He would not wait until the scandal erupted to cover it up. "I find that perplexing." The young guardsman scratched his head, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. Approaching the writing desk, Prince Ning directed his gaze toward a portrait of a young girl nearby. The girl, clad in a green dress, seemed to gaze back at him through the painting, her tranquil eyes invoking a desire to explore the depths of her being. His slightly calloused fingertips brushed over the portrait, lingering on the girl's eyes as he gently caressed it. There must be other reasons at play. Continue to observe the Wu Zhao Marquis, particularly the legitimate second daughter. "Yi Mian." The guardsman cast a surprised glance at his prince before quickly bowing his head. "As you command." In the Wu Zhao Marquis Jilan courtyard. After Yi Mian completed her grooming, she was about to enter her tent and retire for the night when a sudden chill enveloped her back, prompting her to sneeze 3 times in quick succession. Su, hearing the commotion, hurried over, concern etched on her delicate features. "Miss, have you caught a chill?" Yi Mian wrapped her arms around her shoulders, casting a puzzled glance around the room. She indeed sensed a slight chill and went to secure the doors and windows tightly. Su checked every entrance, discovering that all were firmly closed, leaving her perplexed. Could it be that the miss has caught a cold? She pondered. "Miss, allow me to brew a bowl of ginger soup for you. Drink it before you sleep." Yi Mian waved her hand dismissively. "It is quite late. We should rest early." "I am fine, so do not worry." With that, she lay down on the bed, enveloping herself snugly in the quilt. Su reluctantly acquiesced, extinguished the candle, and took her position outside to keep watch. Once Su departed, Yi Mian slowly opened her eyes, staring at the inky darkness of the tent ceiling, utterly devoid of sleepiness. Her mind incessantly replayed her father's words from earlier that day in the ancestral hall. It seemed that ever since she entered the Marquis's residence, an array of events had transpired unbeknownst to her, leaving her feeling like a blind person groping in the dark, unable to discern anything. After much contemplation, Yi Mian resolved to inquire her father the following day about what had transpired to prompt such urgency in assigning her to her biological mother's name. What could have led her to offend the Empress Dowager? With her determination solidified, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and Mian drifted into a dreamless sleep until dawn. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Qinghe courtyard. Early in the morning, sounds of smashing, cursing, and the cries of maids filled the air. That despicable concubine! How dare she be registered under my mother's name? What gives her the right to be the second daughter of the Marquis' residence? Yi Shuang's eyes were bloodshot as she cursed venomously, her hands grasping a delicate blue and white porcelain vase, which she hurled to the ground with a shattering crash. The servants and maids within the courtyard fell to their knees, pleading for her to calm down, repeatedly calling for the young lady to temper her fury. Yet Yi Shuang's rage was far from abated. Since learning from the maids that Mian had been registered as her mother's daughter and thus became the legitimate second daughter of the Marquis' household, she had been driven to madness. That wretch, ever since she arrived at the Marquis' residence, she has stolen my father's affection. Throughout her life, her father had never laid a hand on her, but yesterday, not only had he slapped her, but he had also confined her to her quarters. It must have been that wretch's instigation. I will drive her from the Marquis' residence. No, I will kill her. She must die. Yi Shuang raged, smashing and cursing, while the servants dared not offer any further counsel, fearing repercussions for themselves, and thus continued to bow their heads in submission. The stewardess in the courtyard, witnessing the young lady's frenzied state, hurriedly ran to summon the mistress, fearing the young lady might come to harm in her rage, a burden they could not bear. Shun, having endured a restless night, bore faint dark circles under her eyes as she sat at the dining table. Before her lay a plate of exquisite breakfast. Yet she felt no appetite. In past times, her daughter would accompany her during breakfast at this hour, but now, with her daughter confined, she found herself lost in thought, unable to savor her meal. Madam, madam. The urgent calls snapped Shun back to reality. The voice belonged to Mama Zhou from her daughter's courtyard. Shun hurriedly rose and made her way outside. Madam, something terrible has happened. You must quickly go and check on the eldest miss. Upon hearing that Yi Shuang was in trouble, Shun's heart sank. What has happened to the eldest miss? Mama Zhou wiped the sweat from her forehead, explaining. The eldest miss has learned that the second miss is now recognized under your name, becoming the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household. She is in the courtyard, throwing a tantrum, causing quite an uproar. Shun's vision blurred, a wave of dizziness nearly causing her to collapse. Thoughts of her daughter compelled her to regain her composure, and with Mama Zhou's support, she hastened towards her daughter's courtyard. Mian had also heard the commotion in Qinghe courtyard early in the morning, where shouts and curses were directed at her. A profound sense of sorrow enveloped her. Since her arrival at the Marquis' residence, she had been exceedingly cautious around the mother and daughter, striving to appease them and avoid provoking them. Yet, she found herself unable to escape their resentment and accusations. Given this predicament, she resolved not to remain submissive any longer. Mian's expression gradually turned icy. Was it not Yi Shuang who berated her for stealing their father's affection? Then let her seize it all, for she would ensure that Yi Shuang would no longer bask in paternal love and would instead face her father's disdain. Has father returned from court? Mian casually inquired while placing fragrant herbs into a sachet she had prepared for her father. Given the esteemed title of legitimate daughter of the Marquis bestowed upon her, it was only fitting for her to express her gratitude to her father. I have already stationed Xylan at the gate. The moment the Marquis returns, she will come back to inform us. Mama Foam replied, swallowing hard. Observing the second miss, who smiled while arranging herbs in the sachet, Mama Foam inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. Mian completed the sachet, meticulously adjusting the tassels before admiring her handiwork, a sudden smile gracing her lips. She thought to herself, when her father returned, she would surely surprise him. Chapter 13. The laughingstock. Upon arriving at Qinghe courtyard, Shun was taken aback by the chaotic scene that greeted her. The ground before the door was strewn with shattered cups and porcelain, leaving her with no place to step. Frowning, she carefully navigated around the debris. But just as she reached the door, a porcelain vase was hurled from within and shattered at her feet. Startled, Shun nearly collapsed onto the shards, while Mama Zhou, who was supporting her, broke into a cold sweat. Oh my goodness, what on earth is my little ancestor doing? Shun anxiously lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Inside the room, Yi Shuang was in a frenzy. Upon noticing her mother's arrival, she threw down the glass cup she had just picked up and rushed towards Shun with a face full of grievance. Mother, did you really allow that despicable, illegitimate daughter to be recognized under your name? Yi Shuang wailed, her voice laced with indignation. Shun's expression darkened with sorrow as she struggled to speak. You cannot blame your mother for this. It is all a result of your actions. Had you not sent her to attend the palace banquet in your stead, none of this would have happened. Yi Shuang cried even more, soaking the front of Shun's clothing with her tears. Shun, holding a handkerchief, gently wiped her daughter's tears while soothing her in a tender voice, eventually calming her down. Mother, could you not speak to father and ask him not to restrict my movements? Yi Shuang's eyes were red-rimmed, gazing at Shun with a look of deep grievance. Shun's heart softened, and she had no choice but to consent. When your father returns from court, I will speak to him about this. You are growing up now. You must be more mindful in your speech and never treat the dignity of the Marquis lightly. The Marquis is an honor that your father has earned through his hard work, and he will not tolerate anyone tarnishing its reputation. As Shun spoke earnestly, she noticed her daughter was lost in thought. With a sigh, she nudged Yi Shuang and asked, Did you hear everything I said? Yi Shuang suddenly lifted her gaze to her mother, her eyes shining with an unsettling intensity. Shin was taken aback, and just as she was about to inquire further, Yi Shuang lowered her voice and asked, Mother, what if the child born of the concubine were to disgrace the Marquis? Do you think father would send her away? A sinister smile crept across Yi Shuang's face, sending a chill down Shun's spine. Shuang, what are you planning? Yi Shuang leaned closer to Shun's ear and murmured in a voice only they could hear. By the time the hour had passed, Marquis Ting returned from court. Xylan, who had been squatting behind the shadow wall, stood up immediately upon seeing the Marquis enter the estate, carefully concealing herself in the darkness. She followed him cautiously, watching as he entered the study in the rear courtyard, before hastily returning to Jilin courtyard. Upon hearing Xylan's report, Mian smiled and praised her, rewarding her with a few taels of silver. Xylan, beaming with delight as she clutched the silver, exited the room to join the other maidens for tea. Mian picked up a brocade box containing sachets from the table and stood, while Susu hurried forward to smooth the wrinkles from Mian's skirt. And together they made their way to the Marquis' study. Inside the study, Yi Ting removed his official cap and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Yet an insistent agitation lingered in his heart. In recent days at court, his colleagues had showered him with flattery, but since the news of Mian's status had spread, he found himself wishing to hide his face from them. The imperial edict for marriage had yet to be issued, and more people were mocking the Marquis. Just thinking about it gave Yi Ting a headache as he rubbed his temples, but the pain refused to subside. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Yi Ting straightened his posture, catching sight of a woman's silhouette reflected on the door. He wondered if it was Shun, but the lightness of her figure seemed different. Come in, he said, adjusting his attire and speaking in a deep tone. The door opened, and Mian walked in gracefully. Yi Ting was momentarily stunned, but quickly expressed concern, asking what brought her to seek him. Mian smiled softly, placing the brocade box on her father's desk. Father, please open it and take a look. With a puzzled expression, Yi Ting opened the box to reveal a dark golden 8-treasure gourd sachet, intricately embroidered with bamboo leaf patterns. He took the sachet out and brought it to his nose, inhaling a refreshing fragrance that eased his headache slightly. Mianer, did you make this? Yi Ting asked, his face lighting up with joy, feeling that this gift was truly to his liking. Seeing her father so pleased with the sachet filled Mian with confidence. She replied gently, This sachet was embroidered by Mother, and I filled it with the fragrance. Yi Ting was suddenly struck with astonishment. Cautiously placing the fragrant pouch in the palm of his hand, his fingertips softly brushing over the bamboo leaf pattern on it. In an instant, his thoughts drifted back to over a decade ago, when he was preparing to return to the capital after leaving the battlefield of Annan. Mian's mother had gifted her a round pouch embroidered with a full moon, smiling as she said that the pouch symbolized reunion. Yet since that moment, he and Mian's mother had never been reunited. At that moment, his heart brimmed with guilt. He had not only let down Mian's mother, but had also failed to care for Mian, allowing her to become the laughingstock of the capital. Mian, your father is deeply remorseful towards you. Yi Ting propped his forehead with both hands, lowering his head to conceal his expression, his voice quivering ever so slightly. Why does father say such things? Mian was somewhat taken aback. She had intended to use the pouch to evoke some of her father's old feelings for her mother. But Yi Ting's overwhelming guilt took her by surprise. Before she could ponder further, Yi Ting continued, "You have received a reward from the Empress Dowager. She had intended for you to become the princess consort of Ning Wang. However, your identity has been leaked by Shuang, and now the entire capital is aware of your situation. It seems your marriage to Ning Wang is now impossible." Yi Ting's tone was filled with regret, not only for Mian, but also for his own missed opportunity to rise within the royal court. For Mian, Yi Ting's words struck like a bolt from the blue. She had never anticipated that the Empress Dowager's gift of the bracelet indicated her potential betrothal to Ning Wang. It was not that she hadn't considered it. It was simply beyond her imagination to entertain such lofty aspirations as a mere daughter of an outer chamber. Yet, the whims of fate were indeed unpredictable. The Empress Dowager had taken note of her, while her less than glorious background had spread throughout the capital. It was no wonder her father was so eager to alter her identity. But alas, it seemed it was too late. All of this is due to your father's failure to make early preparations, leaving you to become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. It is all my fault. Yi Ting's remorseful words echoed in Mian's ears, leaving her with a constricted feeling in her chest, unable to swallow or exhale. Silently, she opened the study door and stepped outside, bending down to cough violently in the courtyard. Su, alarmed, hurriedly approached to soothe her back and help her regain her composure. Once she had expelled the pent-up frustration from her chest, Mian gradually straightened, her gaze devoid of warmth as she stared at the horizon. In just a few short days since entering the Marquis' residence, she had become the laughingstock of the entire capital. What had she done wrong? She had remained quiet and unassuming within the Marquis' estate, complying with everyone's expectations, yet it was she who had ended up as the object of mockery. Mian suddenly burst into laughter, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. So, she was the entire capital's laughingstock? Very well. Let Yi Shuang experience the taste of being a laughingstock as well. Chapter 14. The concubine of low birth. The matter of Mian's identity eventually reached the ears of the Empress Dowager. Since the palace banquet, the Empress Dowager had been preoccupied with the marriage of Ning Wang, awaiting his nod of approval. However, after waiting in vain, she not only received no response from Ning Wang, but also heard of the scandal surrounding the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence. It was truly unexpected. The Wu Zhao Marquis' household had the audacity to bring an unidentified daughter to the palace banquet. The Empress Dowager expressed her indignation. Since the moment she learned of this matter, a few more strands of white hair had graced her head. It was indeed unexpected that the daughter of a concubine would garner the attention of the Empress Dowager. Yet, she had certainly been rather audacious. Should she be summoned to the palace for questioning? At that moment, the elder maid Bai, massaging the Empress Dowager's shoulders, chimed in, "Your Majesty, I wish to avoid seeing her at present. Let it be decreed that she be demoted from the rank of a first-class noblewoman to a second-class title, as a form of punishment, were it not for the merits of the late Marquis Wu in serving the Song dynasty. I would have held the Marquis accountable for their contempt toward the imperial family." The Empress Dowager sighed deeply, a tinge of regret gracing her gentle countenance. That girl was indeed remarkable. However, from the perspective of status, she was unworthy of being the princess consort to Prince Hang. Observing the Empress Dowager's fondness for the girl from the Marquis, Bai's thoughts shifted, and she proposed, "If your Majesty finds her admirable, it would not be out of the question for her to serve as a secondary consort to Prince Ning." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager straightened her posture and, after a moment of contemplation, deemed the suggestion feasible. Since she had already bestowed a bracelet upon the girl, offering her as a secondary consort to Prince Hang seemed quite reasonable. "You shall summon Prince Hang to the palace. I wish to discuss this matter with him." "Yes," Bai replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the hall. She summoned 2 head eunuchs, instructing one to convey the Empress Dowager's decree to the Marquis regarding the demotion of the Marquis Wu's wife, while the other was tasked with summoning Prince Ning. The two eunuchs received their orders and departed the palace without delay. Given that Prince Ning's residence was closer to the palace, the eunuch sent to him arrived first. After dismounting, he approached the grand entrance and knocked. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man opened the door and peered out. Upon recognizing the attire of the visitor, he quickly welcomed him inside. "Is Prince Ning within?" the eunuch inquired as he stepped over the threshold. "Indeed, he is," the doorman promptly replied. At that moment, a young guard clad in black was about to exit, but the doorman seized him, saying, "Chinsha, someone from the palace is here to see the prince. You shall escort him." The guard, named Chun Shaw, frowned slightly but did not protest, turning instead to lead the eunuch through the sprawling estate. After navigating a labyrinth of corridors, they finally arrived at a pavilion in the back courtyard where Prince Ning was engaged in a solitary game of chess. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the eunuch bowed and stated, "I present my respects to your highness. The Empress Dowager requests your presence in the palace. Might I inquire when you will be able to depart?" Within the pavilion, Prince Ning was intently focused on the chessboard. After placing a black piece down with deliberation, he replied coldly, "Once I have completed this match." At the Hou Mansion, upon receiving the Empress Dowager's decree, Shun's legs began to tremble. The instant the eunuch departed, her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her face turned pale, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word or even shed a tear. Whom could she blame? The bitter fruit of her own making was hers alone to bear. She neither wished to resent her own daughter nor herself. Instead, she sought an outlet for her emotions, directing her ire towards that lowly daughter born of concubine. Yes, it was indeed her to blame. Had it not been for her, none of this turmoil would have arisen. Without her, Shuang would have obediently attended the palace banquet, chosen by the empress to become the princess of Ning. As a mother, she would bask in boundless glory rather than cowering at home, too fearful to venture outside or partake in festivities. As Shun pondered this, tears began to flow, their bitter taste filling her mouth. She retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her tears, trembling as she rose to her feet, recalling her daughter's words, that they must subject this illegitimate daughter to humiliation before casting her out of the Marquis to alleviate their own suffering. Shun had hesitated, reluctant to act too harshly. Yet now, her daughter's rationale resonated profoundly. Upon returning to the Fanghua courtyard, Shun promptly penned a letter, instructing a servant to deliver it swiftly while she seethed in anger, clutching her handkerchief tightly. Half an hour later, Prince Ning, seated before a chessboard, slowly rose from his seat. A waiting eunuch felt a surge of joy within, though he dared not show it. Casting a fervent glance at the prince before hurriedly bowing his head, awaiting his command. "Chen Shua, is the carriage ready?" Prince Ning asked, turning the prayer beads in his hand as he stepped out of the pavilion, his sharply defined features betraying no emotion. "Your Highness, it is prepared." The attendant Chen Shua replied respectfully, bowing his head. "Then let us depart." Clad in a robe adorned with crane patterns, Prince Ning strode forward, prompting the others to follow swiftly. The carriage stood at the entrance of the manor, appearing modest and unassuming from the outside. Yet upon lifting the curtain, one could see the luxurious interior lined with cloud-patterned brocade, exuding opulence. Once Prince Ning boarded, Chun Shua and the eunuch from the palace took their seats in the front compartment. Chun Shua tightened the reins, and with a crack of the whip, the spirited steeds whinnied and began their march. The carriage made its way directly into the palace city, and upon recognizing it as the carriage of Prince Ning, the city guards dared not impede its passage. However, as they reached the gates of the Taichu Palace, two palace guards suddenly emerged, brandishing long spears to block the carriage's path. Startled, the horses neighed and reared. Chen Shua gripped the reins tightly, managing to steady the frightened animals. "Who dares to be so bold as to obstruct a carriage within the palace?" the guard shouted. Chen Shua's face darkened as he retorted angrily. "Have her eyes gone blind?" daring to stop the carriage of Prince Ning. The two guards exchanged glances but showed no sign of fear. Instead, they boldly responded, "There are many nobles in the palace. We are merely concerned that the carriage may collide with them. We ask for your highness's forgiveness." They remained steadfast, showing no intention of yielding. A surge of anger ignited within Chen Shua. He could hardly comprehend the audacity of these guards. If this were outside the palace, he would have ensured their blood stain the ground. Yet within the palace, he could not act recklessly. Suppressing his fury, he was about to report back to the prince when he heard a nonchalant voice from behind the carriage, daring to block the carriage of the second prince. "Do you seek to court death?" The guards were taken aback, hastily discarding their spears and kneeling in salute. "We greet your highness, the crown prince. Please forgive our offense." From behind the carriage, the crown prince Jingyu approached, adorned in a robe embellished with dragon patterns, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. His slender, phoenix-like eyes slightly arched, revealing a hint of carefree amusement. As I approached the side of the carriage, I halted my steps and gently lifted the curtain to peer inside, a smile unfurling at the corner of my lips, and the mirth in my eyes deepened. "Your Highness, it has been quite a while." Chapter 15. The Crown Prince on the long path before the gates of the Taichu Palace. A cool breeze swept through, lifting the drapery in front of the carriage. Within, Prince Ning slightly tilted his head, the prince's smile reflected in his narrowed eyes. The grin upon his face appeared casual, yet bore a chilling and lethal essence akin to a serpent's flicking tongue. Prince Ning was well aware that the scene unfolding before him was orchestrated intentionally by the individual present. However, he revealed no emotion on his countenance, merely parting his lips to speak in an even tone. "Your Highness, you still possess the same penchant for mischief as in your youth." Upon hearing this, the crown prince raised an eyebrow and let out a soft chuckle. "My dear second brother has never enjoyed playing with me since childhood, and that remains unchanged." Prince Ning turned a bead of his prayer beads, a fleeting memory of his childhood surfacing in his mind, an instance when he had witnessed the crown prince cruelly tormenting a cat behind a rockery. At the age of 7, the young prince had clutched a sharp stone, smashing it repeatedly against the head of a tabby, while the creature, bloodied and gasping, struggled in vain. The youthful crown prince had tightened his grip around the cat's neck, his innocent face marred by a savage thirst for blood. Thus, regardless of how benevolent and wise the crown prince appeared before others, Prince Ning could always glimpse the hidden malice and brutality lurking in his eyes. "If your highness wishes to join me in offering incense and chanting scriptures, I would be most willing," Prince Ning remarked, meeting the crown prince's gaze with a languid tone that seemed to carry an unspoken implication. The crown prince smirked, playfully responding, "Oh, dear second brother, spare me. I cannot endure such a life." With a faint smile, Prince Ning chose not to elaborate further. "Are you indeed headed to visit our grandmother?" the crown prince inquired. Prince Ning nodded slightly in affirmation. "It has been quite some time since I last paid my respects to her. Might you be so kind as to take me along?" Before Prince Ning could respond, the crown prince had already circled to the front of the carriage, elegantly tossing his robe aside as he mounted it. Settling into the carriage, the crown prince cast a sly smile at the still silent Prince Ning. "Could it be that dear second brother does not wish to accompany me?" Prince Ning met the crown prince's seemingly playful gaze, his hand hidden within his sleeve, gradually tightening into a fist. "It is an honor to accompany your highness." On the tranquil palace path, the sound of hoofbeats echoed, and the wheels creaked softly as they progressed forward. In a short while, the carriage arrived at the gates of the Shoan Palace. The crown prince alighted first, and upon seeing him, the palace attendants hurriedly knelt, offering respectful greetings. After Prince Ning disembarked, the two brothers entered the Shoan Palace together, presenting a facade of fraternal camaraderie to the outside world. Within the inner hall of the Shoan Palace, upon receiving word from the attendants that the crown prince had arrived alongside Prince Ning, the Empress Dowager's kind visage momentarily faltered in surprise. Why had these two brothers grown so close? She recalled how, as a child, hunger would hide whenever the crown prince visited the Shoan Palace, never willing to engage with him. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west today? Though perplexed, the Empress Dowager felt a swell of joy upon witnessing the two brothers enter the hall together. The royal descendants, able to respect and love one another, surely bring great joy to their grandmother. The grandson pays respects to the imperial grandmother, and the two brothers kneel in unison, bowing their heads. The Empress Dowager, her face beaming with joy, rises to greet them, taking hold of their hands and warmly saying, "It fills my heart with immense happiness to see both of you come together to pay your respects to me. Now rise." She leads them to their seats and hastily instructs the maid to prepare the favorite snacks and tea for her beloved grandsons. Since the imperial grandmother is so pleased, the grandson resolves to visit her daily to pay his respects. The crown prince's eyes are alight with mirth, embodying the image of an obedient and dutiful grandson. The Prince of Ning casts a detached glance at the crown prince, sipping his tea with an impassive expression, his heart unruffled. The Empress Dowager, charmed by the crown prince's dutiful demeanor, finds her eyes narrowing with delight. The affairs of the Eastern Palace are demanding. There is no need to come every day. As the heir, you must prioritize state matters and your progeny. You have been married for a year now. If you could soon present your imperial grandmother with a little great-grandson, it would fulfill her heart's desires. The crown prince chuckles heartily, his gaze leisurely drifting toward the Prince of Ning. Look at what grandmother says. Why is the pressure on me? Shouldn't it be directed toward my second elder brother? He is 2 years my senior, and still has yet to take a princess as his wife. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager follows the crown prince's gaze, casting a complex glance at the Prince of Ning, and sighs deeply, her smile fading. The crown prince's eyes flit between the two, a smirk briefly gracing his lips before returning to his usual countenance. I have heard from mother that grandmother has already chosen a consort for my second elder brother. I wonder from which noble family she hails. The Empress Dowager clears her throat, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. The consort has not yet been decided. There is merely a lady of agreeable disposition, I have noted, though her background is rather humble. I was considering having her serve as a secondary consort for your elder brother. Today, I called for him to seek his opinion. The previously indifferent expression of the Prince of Ning subtly shifts, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again. This fleeting change did not escape the crown prince's keen eyes. He raises his teacup, taking a sip to conceal his teasing smile. Since the consort has yet to be chosen, I currently have no desire to take a secondary consort. The Prince of Ning's refusal is straightforward, lacking further contemplation. The Empress Dowager, her brow furrowing deeper, exhales a series of sighs. If not for Hunger's mother passing away prematurely, the matter of his marriage would not have fallen upon her shoulders as the imperial grandmother. Recalling the late mother of the Prince of Ning, her own niece, the Empress Dowager's spirits sink further. This niece, cold and distant, had entrusted her son to her care the moment he was born, never once showing a desire to bond with him. Had she still been alive, she likely would have shown no interest in Hunger's lifelong affairs either. Hunger's temperament mirrors that of his mother, chillingly aloof, leaving one to wonder if any future bride could endure such a disposition. The Empress Dowager's melancholic demeanor did not go unnoticed by the Prince of Ning. Raised under the loving care of the Empress Dowager, he found warmth only in her presence amidst the frigid court, and he wished to alleviate her worries regarding his marriage. Stepping forward, he knelt on one knee and grasped the hand of the Empress Dowager, a rare warmth gracing Ning Wang's countenance. "Grandmother, your grandson promises to finalize the marriage before the new year." The Empress Dowager felt comforted by Ning Wang's words, her mood visibly brightening as she gently stroked his head, her face alight with satisfaction. The grandson she had raised was indeed someone who understood the feelings of others, far superior to his cold-hearted mother. The woman favored by the Empress Dowager must surely be an exceptional young lady. Since the second prince was unwilling, perhaps it would be prudent to welcome her into our Eastern Palace as a concubine, thus fulfilling the Empress Dowager's wishes. The sudden declaration from the crown prince plunged the Shoan Palace into a momentary silence. None had anticipated that he would consider bringing someone into the Eastern Palace. The Empress shook her head in disapproval, stating, "You do not jest. Those within your Eastern Palace will be selected by your mother. The person favored by the Empress Dowager may not meet with your mother's approval." Ning Wang furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the crown prince, suddenly finding it difficult to discern his thoughts. The concubines of the Eastern Palace served as a tool for the crown prince to consolidate his own power and would not be easily granted to anyone. Could it be that he sought to ally with the Wu Zhao Marquis? Although the Marquis had once served as the Grand General of Annam, His military power had been reclaimed by the emperor after the conclusion of hostilities, leaving him with merely a title and no real authority. What, then, did the crown prince find appealing about the Marquis? The crown prince suppressed his smile and, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed the empress. Your is not jesting with the empress dowager. Matters concerning the concubines of the Eastern Palace will be discussed with my mother. The person favored by the empress dowager will surely please my mother. Upon finishing his words, he rose, casting a casual glance at Ning Wang, who was lost in thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. Bowing to the empress, he said, I believe the empress dowager and second brother still have much to discuss. I shall take my leave for now. Chapter 16. The Guest After a Night of Rain. The capital was shrouded in a misty azure hue, momentarily evoking the ambience of the Jiangnan region. In the early morning, the Xuanwu Lane was sparsely populated, offering a tranquil atmosphere. Only two carriages, one heading south and the other north, passed each other, their hooves clattering against the cobblestone path, splashing water in rhythmic bursts. The air in the capital carried the cool, damp essence of the night rain, refreshing and invigorating against the skin. Yifeng lifted the curtain of his carriage, savoring the cool breeze that brushed his face, letting out a satisfied sigh. The day after returning from Jinling, he had gone to Luocheng to visit old friends, remaining blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired in the capital during his absence. This time, upon returning from Luocheng, he brought back the latest rouge for his two younger sisters, certain they would appreciate the thoughtful gift. Regarding this unexpectedly added sister, Yifeng harbored little resentment. After all, the fault lay not with her, but rather with their father's misdeeds, and it was unnecessary to cast blame upon a young girl. Furthermore, she had reached the age of marriage and would not reside in the Marquis for long. As the carriage approached the entrance of the Wu Zhao Marquis, it came to a gentle halt. The curtain was drawn back, and Yifeng stepped down from the carriage. The steward of the Marquis had been waiting at the door for some time, as the lady had instructed him to greet the guest. But it appeared the guest had yet to arrive, leaving him with the task of welcoming back the young master. The steward hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, Young master, you have returned. Yifeng noticed the butler's troubled expression and could not help but inquire, Has something happened at the? The butler opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. They had encountered numerous issues recently, leaving him, as the steward, deeply distressed, which was reflected on his countenance. Unbeknownst to him, the heir had seen through his facade. My lord, let us discuss this inside the estate, the butler suggested, just as a woman's voice unexpectedly called out from behind them. Is this the? Both Yifeng and the butler turned to see a weathered gray carriage that had arrived at the entrance, clearly having traveled a considerable distance. Beside the carriage stood three individuals, a woman in her 30s, adorned with a gold hairpin, gold bangles on her wrists, and a gold necklace around her neck, shimmering with ostentation. The butler frowned at the sight. Even an octogenarian in the capital would not dress in such a manner, appearing more gaudy than elegant. Behind her stood a young man, roughly in his 20s, with his arms crossed and eyes turned skyward, exuding an air of arrogance. The last figure was a young girl, perhaps in her teens, clad in an ill-fitting pink linen dress, her hair a dull yellow, and her face gaunt. Upon noticing the scrutiny of those in front of her, she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head as her heart raced and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Among the three, only the girl appeared somewhat normal, while the other two elicited the butler's disapproval, leading him to speculate inwardly. Could these be the guests that the lady had mentioned? Clearing his throat, the butler stepped forward and inquired, This is indeed the... May I ask who you are? The leading woman sighed in relief, placing a hand on her chest, and exclaimed, At last we have arrived. The journey has been so arduous that I feel as though my very bones are about to crumble. Noticing the butler's lingering confusion, she quickly realized she had yet to introduce herself. With a forced chuckle, she continued, I am Qilian Xin, a cousin of the lady of the... sent for by your mistress's request. The butler turned back to Yifeng, who wore a perplexed expression. He had never heard his mother mention a cousin by the surname Qi. However, it was unbecoming to keep them waiting at the entrance, so he instructed, Please, let's invite them inside. The Qi woman's face lit up with delight as she swiftly turned to grasp her son's hand, following the butler into the estate. while the timid young girl hurriedly glanced at the imposing gates of the and quickly stepped forward to join them. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard, its ground paved with jade-like marble, smooth as a mirror. Looking up, the architecture within the estate was harmoniously arranged. They traversed winding corridors, with pavilions and water features complementing each other, while the garden flourished with exotic blooms vying for attention, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial realm. The Chi woman and her indifferent son surveyed their surroundings, their eyes sparkling with joy and astonishment, although they were aware that there was a bastion of wealth. Witnessing such opulence firsthand was undeniably enchanting. Together, they passed through the flower-laden gate and entered the inner courtyard. The main hall stood tall and spacious, flanked by orderly side chambers, all connected by a covered walkway. Stepping along the central stone path of the courtyard into the main hall, they found Shun, the lady of the house, along with her servants, awaiting their arrival. "Mother, I have returned." Yifeng stepped inside the room ahead of others. Upon seeing her son enter, Shun's heart, burdened with grievances from the past few days, nearly overflowed, her eyes reddened on the verge of tears. Noticing his mother's distress, Yifeng was about to approach her with concern when a voice, dripping with insincerity, called from behind, "Cousin, I have arrived." Shun's expression froze for a moment as she turned to see 3 individuals entering after her son. As she discerned their appearances, her brows furrowed. Although she had heard that her cousin's daughter had married into a family of diminished means, she had not anticipated their situation to be so dismal. Suppressing her inner disdain, Shun swiftly adopted a warm demeanor, rising to greet the woman. "Cousin Lianxin, you must have had a tiring journey." Seeing the warm reception from a hostess, she felt a surge of pride. She raised her hand to touch the exquisite shoe brocade robe Shun wore, her face alight with envy. "Cousin, your attire is truly splendid." Shun's expression shifted slightly as she subtly withdrew from her cousin's touch, mustering a smile. "If you admire it, I shall send you a few garments later." "I'm truly grateful, cousin," Chi replied, her heart nearly leaping with joy. This visit to the Hou residence had proven worthwhile. After her moment of excitement, Chi remembered her son and hastily brought him forward. "This is my eldest son, Zhao Yuanyi. Yuanyi, quickly greet your cousin's mother." Zhao Yuanyi, with a nonchalant demeanor, offered a rather lackluster bow, addressing her as cousin mother before seating himself without further ado. Although Shun felt a wave of displeasure, she recognized the importance of courtesy in meeting younger relatives, presenting Zhao Yuanyi with a jade pendant of modest quality. Seeing her son receive a token, she recalled her younger daughter. Scanning the room, she found her daughter, Zhao Yuanyi, standing silently at the door, her head lowered. In a fit of anger, she rose and pushed her frail daughter forward. "This is my youngest daughter, Zhao Yuanyi." She suppressed her irritation, forcing a smile. "Yuanyi, you should greet your cousin's mother as well." Zhao Yuanyi's weak frame trembled slightly as she softly called out, "Cousin mother," and performed a serviceable bow. After acknowledging her, Shun gifted Zhao Yuanyi a white magnolia flower hairpin. With both her children receiving fine gifts, Chi's joy bubbled over, her painted lips nearly stretching to her ears. Shun, observing her cousin's superficial exuberance, could not help but roll her eyes internally, maintaining a composed and gracious smile on her face. She beckoned Yifeng, who stood aside, forward and introduced him to Chi. "This is my son, Yifeng, the heir of the Hou residence." Upon hearing that he was the heir, Chi's excitement surged, and she exclaimed, "The heir is truly like a jade tree, remarkably handsome." "Fenger pays his respects to cousin mother," Yifeng said, stepping forward with a slight nod. Suddenly, Chi's expression faltered. According to etiquette, she should also present a gift to the heir, but despite searching herself, she found nothing suitable to offer. Just as Chi was grappling with this dilemma, a glimmer of inspiration struck her. She glanced at the handkerchief in her grasp, folded it neatly, and presented it with both hands. "This embroidery is crafted by my daughter, Yuanning. Her skills in needlework are exceptional, and the affluent families of Qinchang vie for her creations." Chi, with a beaming smile, spoke without noticing the darkening expression on Shun's face. Standing nearby, Zhao Yuaning felt her cheeks flush crimson at the thought of her mother presenting her embroidered handkerchief to the young master. Yi Feng, gazing at the handkerchief being offered, felt his brow twitch in discomfort. Although the embroidery was indeed exquisite, adorned with large peonies, it seemed ill-suited for a man like him. Aunt, there is no need for formality. My cousin's craftsmanship is truly remarkable, but I find this handkerchief to be of no use to me, Yi Feng replied politely, his demeanor warm, yet resolute in his refusal. How can this be? It's all my fault for not preparing a proper gift for the young master, Qi said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although the Zhao family was not as wealthy as the Marquis' household, they did not wish to lose face or be looked down upon. Enough. We are family. There's no need to adhere to such formalities, Shen interjected, genuinely concerned that her less affluent cousin might present something shabby that would tarnish her beloved son's reputation. Yi Feng felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and quickly bowed, excusing himself. I have some matters to discuss with my father. Mother, aunt, please continue your conversation. With that, he left the room like a gust of wind. As he walked toward his father's study, Yi Feng could not help but ponder the purpose of his mother inviting these unfamiliar relatives over. Inside the main chamber, Shun cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yuan, who lacked both looks and bearing, feeling a wave of disgust. Yet, considering her need to utilize this individual, she forced herself to maintain a polite facade while engaging in small talk with Qi. I've heard that your eldest son is still unmarried? Upon hearing about her son's marital prospects, Qi's face clouded with worry as she began to lament. Yes, cousin. Look at my son, handsome and well-mannered, but those girls are simply blind to his virtues. He is nearing 20 and still hasn't settled down. It truly weighs heavily on my heart. Shun paused, her hand holding the tea trembling as she glanced again at Zhao Yuan, who is short and unattractive, his features hardly resembling that of a handsome and well-mannered gentleman. Could it be that her cousin had some affliction of the eyes? However, such an unremarkable man would be a fitting match for a similarly unremarkable woman. A fleeting, malicious smile crossed Shun's face as she set down her teacup and spoke. Cousin, the Marquis' household has a daughter who would be quite suitable for your son. She was momentarily taken aback before realizing that her cousin was suggesting a match for her son, and from the Marquis' family no less. If this were to come to fruition, it would elevate their status significantly, a stroke of luck akin to a pie falling from the sky. Zhao Yuan, overhearing, straightened up eagerly, his small eyes gleaming with anticipation, displaying an unmistakable eagerness. Aunt, where is this young lady you speak of? Bring her forth so I may meet her. Yes, let us see her quickly, Qi chimed in, her excitement palpable. Mother, I heard that the guests you invited have arrived. As the door curtain of the main house was lifted, a young maiden entered, adorned in a resplendent butterfly pattern gown with a phoenix tail, her head crowned with a gilded butterfly hairpin. Clad in an exquisitely embroidered jacket, she radiated brilliance. Zhao Yuani and Qi Shi were utterly captivated, for in the quaint locale of Qingcheng, they had never encountered a woman so dazzlingly attired, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Upon entering, Yishuang immediately noticed two pairs of eyes fixated upon her. One belonged to a gaudily dressed woman, while the other was a diminutive man with a lecherous countenance. The mere sight of them stirred a wave of revulsion within Yishuang, yet she endeavored to muster a polite smile amidst her changing expressions. Zhao Yuani, upon seeing the ethereal beauty smile in his direction, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and stumbled forward in a daze. Frightened by the approach of a lecherous man, Yishuang instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Zhao Yuani, grinning foolishly, bent slightly and inquired, May I ask the name of this enchanting maiden? At this, Shun Shi, witnessing Zhao Yuani's audacity to covet her daughter, rose in indignation, positioning herself protectively behind her child. Zhao Yuani, seeing the maiden obscured from view, exclaimed in frustration, Aunt, were you not to introduce me? I have yet to properly behold her. Pray do not obstruct my view. Shun Shi, nearly toppling over from anger upon hearing Zhao Yuani's words, steadied herself and harshly reprimanded. That young lady has yet to arrive. This is my daughter, the legitimate heiress of the Hou family, a treasure beyond your reach. Return to your seat at once. Chastened by the scolding, Zhao Yuani lowered his head and retreated to his chair. Qi Shi, witnessing her precious son being chastised by a cousin, felt her displeasure mount. How could her distinguished son be deemed unworthy? This was truly a case of myopic judgment. Where is that renowned young lady, anyway? Just to clarify, if she lacks beauty, my son shall not be interested, she declared. Indeed, Zhao Yuani's eyes sparkled as he eagerly echoed her sentiments. Qi Shi, with her head held high, assumed an air of arrogance, contemplating that if her son were to be matched with a mere maid, they would not deign to accept such a union. Shen Shi, observing the theatrical display of the mother and son, yearned to expel them from the Hou estate immediately. Had it not been for the presence of another individual who stirred her ire even more, she would not have allowed this family to remain. After taking a sip of tea to quell her rising fury, Shen Shi commanded in a low voice, "Go fetch the second young lady." A nearby maidservant promptly exited the room with swift steps. A few paces away from the door, the little maid could no longer contain her laughter. After years of service in the Hou household, she had never encountered such an undignified relative. Another maid passing by, curious, approached her. "What is the matter? You seem so merry." The little maid, suppressing her amusement, whispered in her ear, and soon they both stifled their laughter. "So, the mistress intends to betroth the second young lady to that scoundrel?" inquired the passing maid in a hushed tone. "Indeed, I must hurry to summon the second young lady." "You mustn't spread this around," the little maid replied, hastily making her way towards Jilan courtyard. Back in the main house, those present were growing impatient. Aside from Zhao Yuani, who sat with his head bowed deep in thought, the others bore expressions of dissatisfaction. It was not until the door curtain was lifted that they perked up, turning their attention towards the entrance. As she entered, only the little maid who had just left was present. "Where's the second miss?" Shun inquired, her expression darkening. The maid trembled slightly, fearfully responding, "The second miss is not in the residence." "What?" Shun exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table and rising to her feet. "Where has the second miss gone?" The maid glanced at her mistress's expression and, quaking, replied, "The people from Jilan courtyard said the second miss went out to offer incense." Upon hearing this, Shun's anger intensified, her fists clenched so tightly that her palms nearly bled. "How dare she disregard me, the mistress, to go out and offer incense without reporting to me first? Such audacity!" Beside her, Yi Shuang's face turned ashen with fury. This daughter of an outside concubine showed no respect for her mother. Zhao Yuani and his mother, upon witnessing Shun's wrath, dared not breathe a word, hunching their heads as if invisible. The little maid, however, bore the brunt of her fury and was on the verge of tears. "The people from Jilan courtyard said the second miss reported to the Marquis yesterday, and the Marquis consented." Upon hearing this, Shen seized a teacup from the table and hurled it across the room. Just because the Marquis consented, she believes she is exempt from informing the mistress? Such an insolent creature. I will make her understand who truly holds authority in this household. With a dramatic sweep of her sleeve, Shun stormed out of the room. Chapter 18. Qingxin Temple this morning, as dawn broke, Mian rose early. After a hasty breakfast, she left the Marquis' residence through the back door, accompanied by Susu and Mama Feng. Having expressed her desire to visit her mother's shrine to her father the previous day, he had readily agreed, granting her the opportunity to leave the estate. Having been in the Marquis' residence for half a month without stepping outside, Mian felt stifled. As she crossed the threshold of the back door, the cool breeze against her face was invigorating and sweet. Susu quickly draped a cloak over Mian's shoulders, cautioning, "It rained last night, and the morning air is brisk. Do take care, Mississippi." At the back door stood a spacious carriage, though not extravagant. It was a significant improvement over the one Mian had used on her first visit to the Marquis' residence. A coachman stood by the carriage, accompanied by 4 attendants, all of whom kept their heads bowed, refraining from glancing around. Mama Feng assisted Mian, while Susu carried the bundled luggage, and the 3 of them climbed into the carriage. Once they were settled, the coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage gently swayed forward. "Second miss, you should have informed the mistress before leaving. She is sure to be upset. Mama Feng murmured anxiously from her seat beside Mian. She had advised the second miss that it was proper to notify the mistress before departing, but Mian had chosen to disregard her advice, leaving Mama Feng feeling uneasy at the prospect of the mistress's displeasure upon their return. If the mistress is displeased, I shall bear the brunt of it. Do not worry, Mian replied, lifting the carriage curtain to gaze at the scenery outside, a smile gracing her lips, her usually cold gaze shimmering with rare joy. What rules? As long as I choose not to abide by them, these constraints cannot bind me. Moreover, since father has already given his consent, why should I concern myself with Shun's expression? After all, this household ultimately belongs to Marquis Wu Zhao, Yiting, not to her. The carriage sped towards Hou Mountain, where Mian's mother lay buried at its foot. On the mountain, there also stood the Qingshin Temple. Mian intended to pay her respects to her mother before taking a leisurely visit to the temple to ease her mind. Gazing in the direction of Hou Mountain, Mian fell into quiet contemplation, pondering whether her mother would regret sending her to the if she knew the conditions in which Mian was living. Miss, are you thinking of your mother? Su noticed the sudden gloom in Mian's expression and anxiously grasped her hand. Of course I am. It has been so long since I last saw her. I wonder how she is faring there. Mian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head. Su, with reddened eyes, tightly held Mian's hand, and the two found solace in each other's company. Observing this tender exchange, Mama Feng felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting on the plight of the second young lady. The carriage jostled along, and around the time of the SI period, they arrived at the foot of Hou Mountain. Su assisted Mian out of the carriage, with Mama Feng following closely behind. After walking a short distance, they beheld a cemetery ahead, dotted with numerous mounds of earth, some marked with stone tablets, while others stood forlorn and neglected, as if long forgotten. Mian approached, locating her mother's gravestone. She first wiped it clean with a handkerchief, then, along with Su, arranged the offerings they had brought, lighting incense and paper money. She mournfully watched as the flames consumed them, turning them to ashes. A gust of wind stirred, carrying the ashes skyward. Together, Mian and Su knelt before the grave, bowing 3 times in reverence before reluctantly departing. The Qingshin Temple was nestled halfway up Hou Mountain. The path was rugged, and as a result, few pilgrims frequented the site. Had it not been for the purpose of paying homage to her mother, Mian likely would not have thought of visiting this temple at all. The route to the temple was a series of stone steps, which appeared to number over 100. Mama Feng, observing the daunting ascent, felt her legs grow weak and grimaced. Second miss. There are seldom visitors to that temple and not much to see. We might as well turn back. Mian, however, gazed at the tranquil mountain path, enchanted by the melodious birdsong that filled the air, feeling invigorated and uplifted. If you do not wish to go, you may wait at the foot of the mountain. Su and I will ascend for a short while. Su nodded in agreement, eager to accompany her mistress to the temple. Realizing she could not sway the two, Mama Feng reluctantly acquiesced. She dispatched 2 young, sturdy attendants to follow at a distance for their protection, while she and several other servants remained at the base of the mountain. Mian and Su, engaged in lively conversation, soon reached the entrance of Qingshin Temple. They looked up at the ancient plaque adorning the temple door, letting out a soft sigh of relief and sharing a knowing smile. The journey had not drained them. In fact, compared to their daily confinement this felt like a rare moment of freedom. Inside the temple, a serene atmosphere enveloped them, resonating with the temple's name and imparting a sense of tranquility. The 2 companions wandered leisurely, occasionally encountering a few other pilgrims paying their respects. Miss, there's a grand hall ahead. Shall we enter and offer our prayers? Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed towards a Buddhist temple ahead. Mian smiled gently and nodded. Having entered the monastery, it was only natural to pay homage and seek blessings. Regardless of whether they would be realized, it served as a form of spiritual solace. Within the grand hall, a young monk sat beside a divination stick table, engrossed in Buddhist scriptures while absently manipulating his prayer beads. Upon noticing the 2 female devotees entering, He rose and uttered a soft amitabha. Mian and Susu reciprocated with folded hands, bowing respectfully. The young monk approached and lit some incense, offering it to the two. They graciously accepted it with both hands and paid 3 respectful bows to the golden Buddha statue enshrined in the hall. After placing the incense in the burner, they knelt on the mat to bow 3 more times before assisting each other stand. "Miss, we could draw lots here as well. Let us see what fortune awaits us," Susu exclaimed, tugging at Mian's sleeve while pointing excitedly at the nearby divination sticks. Not wishing to dampen the young girl's enthusiasm, Mian followed her to the divination stick stand. "Miss, what do you wish to ask?" Susu inquired, handing the divination stick container to Mian. Taking the container, Mian pondered, her gaze lowered. She had become the subject of mockery throughout the capital and was uncertain about her future in love. With a slight bite of her delicate lip, she shyly replied, "For love." Susu giggled softly, then hurry and shake it. Mian firmly grasped the container and shook it 3 times, a bamboo stick flying out. She reached down to retrieve it and saw that it bore the inscription of a favorable omen. The young monk stepped forward, took the bamboo stick, and examined it, adopting an air of profound mystery as he proclaimed, "By the red leaves, a poem is inscribed. Destinies entwined across 3 lifetimes. The mandarin ducks frolic in the water. Love runs deep and sincere. Congratulations, dear devotee, for this is a splendid fate." Upon hearing this, Mian felt a sense of relief, regardless of its eventual realization. It had instilled a glimmer of hope within her. "When will this splendid fate arrive?" Susu eagerly inquired. The young monk, twirling his beads, smiled knowingly, his features imbued with a serene wisdom. "It depends on the will of heaven. Wait patiently, do not rush. What is meant for you cannot be taken away." Mian smiled in return, bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment." The monastery's rear courtyard also hosts a tree of fate, reputed to be quite effective. You may write your wishes on a prayer tablet and hang it upon the tree to invoke the arrival of your destined love. The young monk continued, producing 2 wooden tablets and offering them to the 2 women. After a moment of hesitation, Mian took a brush and inscribed, "May I soon find a worthy partner." Chapter 19. Encounter in the rear courtyard of the Qingshin Temple stood an ancient banyan tree, its roots thick and branches lush, casting a wide expanse of shade. Red prayer tablets hung from its limbs, varying in height, and as the wind blew, they produced a gentle rustling sound. Susu gazed up in awe, exclaiming, "What a magnificent tree!" Mian approached the ancient tree, her fingers caressing its gnarled branches, feeling a profound tranquility within her heart. "Miss, I've heard that the higher you toss your prayer tablet, the sooner your wish will be granted. You must throw it high," Susu urged, enthusiastically pulling at Mian's arm. Mian chuckled helplessly and looked up. Most of the prayer tablets were hung on the lower branches, and it would be quite a challenge to reach any higher. "I will do my best." Mian stepped back a few paces, carefully positioning herself. Weighing the wish card in her hand, she exerted her arm and tossed it upward, sending the card soaring toward the heights of the banyan tree. The 2 stood there, eyes wide, watching as the wish card flew past the branches, only to hear a thud, as if it had landed on the ground opposite the tree. "Assassin, protect the prince!" A man's sharp shout rang out, and suddenly, dozens of guards armed with swords and knives emerged from the surroundings of the temple, swiftly encircling the banyan tree. Susu, frightened, clung tightly to Mian, trembling uncontrollably. "Miss, what is happening? Where did all these people come from? Are they going to kill us?" Mian's complexion turned pale. She too was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As she gazed at the fierce-looking figures approaching with weapons drawn, she suppressed her fear and pondered what to do next. The 2 young servants spotting the commotion from afar, were too frightened to approach, and they quickly ran away to save themselves. On the other side of the banyan tree, Prince Ning noticed the wish card lying on the ground and cast a cold glare at Chen Sha. "What are you shouting about? Pay attention." Startled, Chen Shuo looked down and saw a red wish card quietly resting there. Moments earlier, he had only seen a red object falling from the sky, striking the prince on the head. Although he hadn't clearly understood what it was, he assumed it was an attempt on the prince's life. prompting him to call for the guards. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. "Everyone stand down," Chen Shuo commanded loudly, and the surrounding guards retreated like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. Chen Shuo, his face flushed, lowered his head and apologized. "I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me, Your Highness." Prince Ning frowned, about to speak, when he noticed the two young ladies emerging from behind the tree, their faces ashen and supporting each other. As he beheld the two figures before him, Prince Ning felt a sense of familiarity with one of the young women. At that moment, Chen Shuo turned to look as well, his expression one of surprise. "Your Highness, it's—" But he was halted by a glance from the prince, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. With the fierce guards no longer in sight, Mian's pale face gradually regained some color. She turned to Su, who was still trembling, clearly shaken by fear. At Prince Ning's silent cue, Chen Shuo stepped forward slowly, clasping his hands in respect and bowing. "I apologize for the fright inflicted upon you, young ladies." Mian regarded the man in guard's attire before her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Everything had transpired so abruptly that she had yet to grasp the situation. Those wielding weapons had retreated, and all she recalled was the phrase, "assassin." "Sir, could you kindly enlighten me on what just transpired?" Mian steadied her thoughts, her gaze becoming more tranquil. Chen Shuo's cheeks flushed, yet he felt compelled to explain. "Did you not just toss a wish card beneath the tree?" "Indeed," Mian nodded. "The wish card you threw struck my lord on the head. In that moment, I did not see clearly and feared it was an assassination attempt on my lord, which is why I summoned the guards, inadvertently alarming you. I beg for your forgiveness." Only then did Mian fully comprehend the unfolding events. It turned out to be a sign that one had carelessly thrown, which struck someone and thus instigated the incident, truly a false alarm. It was merely a misunderstanding, and the young lady acknowledges her initial fault. She humbly requests the young master's forgiveness for her offense. As Mian spoke, her gaze swept over to the tall and elegant figure of the man not far away. The man stood slightly turned, his features obscured, yet he exuded an extraordinary demeanor. "Might I inquire if your noble master has sustained any injuries?" Out of courtesy, Mian deemed it prudent to express her concern. Chen Shuo, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Prince Ning. He had yet to ask the prince whether he was hurt. He only remembered the prince's commanding tone when reprimanding him, which suggested he was likely unscathed. Just as he was about to respond to Mian's inquiry, he suddenly heard the indifferent voice of his lord from behind. "I feel a bit dizzy." Chen Shuo was startled and hurried back to Prince Ning's side. "Your Highness, has something happened? Are you injured? Is there bleeding?" Prince Ning stood half a head taller than Chen Shuo, who had to tiptoe to peer over the prince's crown. Upon hearing the young master's complaint of dizziness, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mian's cool, clear eyes. Could it be that she had indeed harmed the man? She stepped forward, saying, "I possess some medical knowledge. If the young master consents, I could examine him." Chen Shuo recalled that this woman he had previously investigated indeed had medical skills, and it would be most beneficial to allow her to proceed with the examination. Noticing no sign of displeasure on the prince's countenance, Chen Shuo turned to Mian and said, "Then I shall trouble you, young lady." In the rear courtyard, there was a row of guest rooms, and to facilitate the examination, Chen Shuo assisted Prince Ning into one of the rooms, with Mian and Su following closely behind. Once inside, Prince Ning sat silently at the table, and Mian looked up, her heart quietly admiring the rare beauty of the man before her. Slowly approaching, she took out a clean handkerchief and laid it over Prince Ning's arm before extending her fingers to check his pulse. The pulse of the man before her was neither superficial nor deep, neither rapid nor slow, but rather steady and rhythmic, indicative of robust health. Mian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and spoke softly, "Your pulse shows no abnormalities. There is no need for excessive worry." She then turned her gaze to Chen Shuo. "Would you check if your master has any injuries on his head?" Chen Shuo stepped closer, but found it difficult to discern anything. "You must part the hair with your fingers to see clearly," Mian advised. Chen Shuo instantly recoiled in alarm, thinking that if he were to touch the prince's head, he might as well forfeit his own. "My lady, you are the healer. It is best that you examine him," he exclaimed, shaking his head and refusing insistently. Seeing Chen Shua's reluctance, Mian felt it inappropriate to press further. Although it was indeed improper for a woman to touch the head of a strange man, as a healer, it was entirely justifiable. Taking a deep breath, Mian rose and gracefully approached Prince Ning by a couple of steps. Her gaze fell upon this reticent, austere young master, and a sense of reverence surged within her. As she drew closer, the hem of her skirt brushed against him, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted to his nostrils. Prince Ning's lips pressed tightly together, and his tranquil gaze gradually deepened into a shadowy abyss. "Apologies for the offense, esteemed sir. I beseech your forgiveness for my impoliteness." With that, Mian cautiously raised her hand and gently brushed aside the inky black strands of Prince Ning's hair. Each lock seemed to possess a life of its own, gliding softly through her fingers. A wave of unbearable ticklishness coursed through her, prompting Prince Ning to grip tightly the hand concealed within his sleeve, as he endeavored to suppress the tumult of unfamiliar emotions swelling within him. Upon careful examination, Mian found no evident injuries. Reluctantly, she pressed her fingers close to his scalp, seeking to discern the issue through touch. A powerful heat surged to her fingertips, causing them to tremble involuntarily. This peculiar sensation left Mian flustered, yet she persevered in her exploration. As she felt a soothing coolness enveloping the scalp, Prince Ning's body stiffened, the chill coursing through his limbs and sending a tremor through his very being, prompting him to gradually close his eyes. Chapter 20. Returning home, a gentle breeze wafted through the door of the adjoining room, lifting the edges of their garments that clung together, reminiscent of entwined mandarin ducks. Mian's delicate, fair fingers meticulously caressed the dark tresses. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, exhaling softly in relief as her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "I have thoroughly examined you, esteemed sir. There are no external injuries. How do you feel now? Is your head still dizzy?" Mian seated herself once more, her gaze warm as she regarded the stoic gentleman before her voice soft and soothing. Prince Ning blinked slowly, parting his lips to speak, his voice low and slightly hoarse, laced with a hint of dizziness. "What shall we do?" Chen Shua, standing nearby, became increasingly anxious. Should the prince indeed harbor any hidden injuries, he would be unable to escape culpability and would face punishment. Mian, filled with her own uncertainties, considered that this nobleman, with his regal bearing, seemed unlikely to deceive. If he claimed to feel dizzy, perhaps some concealed ailment persisted, though her rudimentary medical skills had failed to reveal the issue. "If you still feel dizzy, esteemed sir, it would be prudent to lie down and rest for a few hours. I shall venture into the city to seek out another skilled physician to attend to you." Mian's expression turned apologetic as she rose slowly. She thought it best to find a renowned doctor promptly. Such a fine gentleman should not suffer from any lingering ailment, for she would forever carry the weight of guilt. Upon hearing this, Chen Shua hastily interjected, "Allow me to ride swiftly and fetch a physician. I implore you, miss, to remain here and tend to my lord." He spoke with fervor, eager to depart. "That is unnecessary." Prince Ning's voice came from behind him, causing Chen Shua to halt in his tracks and turn around. Mian followed suit. "A brief rest will suffice. There is no need to summon a physician." Prince Ning's demeanor was indifferent, resembling an emotionless shell, save for the faint flush of his earlobes, which inadvertently betrayed his inner thoughts. He found it absurd that he had lied to a woman he had just met. He could not fathom why he had done so, merely uttering falsehoods without thought. Perhaps it was the striking similarity of her cool, clear eyes that had momentarily ensnared his heart. As Prince Ning immersed himself in contemplation, a soft, melodious voice reached his ears. "In that case, esteemed sir, do lie down and rest. After a brief respite, if dizziness persists, one may dispatch guards to the residence of Lord Wu Zhao in search of the young lady named Mian, the second daughter of the Marquis. Regarding the matter involving the young master, I assure you that I shall take full responsibility." A gentle smile graced Mian's lips, her eyes curving softly, and her elegantly arched brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of tenderness and tranquility. as she gazed back at the lady before him. A fleeting look of bewilderment flickered across the previously indifferent countenance of Prince Ning. However, this subtle change in expression vanished almost instantaneously. He swiftly concealed his emotions, lowering his eyelashes as if to bury the ripples that had stirred within the depths of his heart. Seeing that his master remained silent, Chen Shuo sensed an unusual demeanor about him today, wondering if perhaps he had truly sustained an injury. "Young master, are you well?" Chen Shuo inquired cautiously. "I am fine. Allow these two young ladies to depart," Prince Ning replied as he stood from his chair and turned away, seemingly disinclined to converse further. "Young ladies, I shall escort you out," Chen Shuo stated, complying with the prince's directive and leading the two women away. Mian nodded slightly, smiling as she performed a courteous bow before exiting the chamber with Su. Only upon stepping out of the temple's rear courtyard did Mian feel a sense of relief wash over her. The events of the day had been exceedingly perilous, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Fortunately, that young master had been amenable. Had it been another, she would likely not have been allowed to leave so easily. Mian grasped the trembling hand of Su, and as they approached the entrance of the temple, they spotted Mama Feng, drenched in sweat, accompanied by a servant from the Marquis' residence, hastening toward the temple. "Mama Feng," Mian called softly. Mama Feng abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing Mian emerge unscathed from the temple, she halted in her tracks, gasping for breath, her expression reflecting her relief at the narrow escape. "Young lady, it's a relief to see you unharmed, truly a relief," Mama Feng gasped, her face pale. Having witnessed the two young servants who had accompanied the second daughter fleeing down the mountain in distress, she had learned that her mistress had been surrounded by a gang of armed assailants within the temple, prompting her to rush up the mountain in a panic. Had anything happened to the second daughter, they would all face dire consequences upon returning to the Marquis' residence. Although the second daughter was not favored by the lady of the house, she was still a daughter of the Marquis, given the family's already sparse numbers. Should anything happen to her, the Marquis would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. "Mama Feng, I am quite well. Do not fret," Mian reassured her with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the two fleeing servants. The servants immediately knelt, filled with trepidation, pleading, "Please forgive us, Second Mississippi. We fled in fear upon seeing so many assailants. We believed it prudent to seek help." Anyone witnessing that scene would have been frightened. Mian had no intention of holding them accountable, and she waved her hand dismissively, allowing them to rise. The two servants felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, their faces alight with gratitude. Had it been the elder sister, they would not have escaped without severe repercussions. In contrast, they felt that the second miss was truly kind-hearted. As Mama Feng regained her composure, her eyes scrutinized Mian for any signs of disarray, and upon finding none, she finally felt at ease. What transpired in the temple? How did the young lady find herself besieged by such ruffians? In the heart of Mother Feng, doubt lingered, compelling her to voice her concerns. "This matter is lengthy to explain. Let us descend the mountain first, and we shall converse further once we are on the carriage," Mian suggested, casting her gaze toward the sun, which was approaching its zenith, signaling that it was time to return to the estate. Mother Feng nodded repeatedly, thinking it wise to leave this place of turmoil as soon as possible. The group fell silent, accompanying one another down the mountain. Little did they know within the incident of Mian's outing to pay homage had stirred quite a commotion. In the study of the Feng sat across from his father, both men intensely focused on the chessboard before them. They had been engaged in the game for nearly half an hour. The battle on the board fiercely contested and evenly matched. Each move required deep contemplation, for a single misstep could tip the balance in favor of the opponent. "Father, have you yet decided where to place your piece?" Feng inquired, observing the grave expression on his father's face, a gentle smile gracing his own. Ting pondered for a moment, his fingers poised over a piece he was about to place, when suddenly, the door to the study was flung open with a resounding bang. "My lord, that woman from outside has left the estate today. Are you aware?" Shun Shi stormed in, her demeanor fierce. Startled by his mother's abrupt entrance, Feng's expression froze momentarily, and he gazed at her in bewilderment. The piece in his hand clattered onto the board, disrupting the game. As Yi Ting rose, his face darkened with displeasure. Chapter 21. Fury. The atmosphere in the study became suddenly tense. Yi Ting approached Shanxi, each step radiating an oppressive force that left her struggling to breathe. Mian has already been registered under your name. She is the legitimate second daughter of the... Do not let me hear you refer to her as the daughter of an outside woman again, Yi Ting warned, his tone grave and menacing. Shen Shi, defiantly holding her head high, continued, unperturbed by Yi Ting's fearsome countenance. Since she is registered under my name, I am her mother. Why did she not inform me? Her mother, before leaving the estate to pay homage? She clearly does not regard me as her mother. Upon realizing this was merely a trivial matter, Yi Ting felt a wave of impatience wash over him. This was permitted by me. Does my consent mean she need not inform you? Her mother? Is there such a rule in any household? Shen Shi remained relentless, resolutely determined to see Mian punished severely. Since Mian has only recently entered she may not fully understand the rules. I will take the time to educate her upon her return. Seeing Yi Ting's nonchalant demeanor regarding the situation only fueled Shen Shi's fury, her frustration reaching a boiling point. Just then, the voice of her son, Yi Feng, interjected. Indeed, Sister Mian has just entered and is unfamiliar with the customs. She can be taught. Mother, please do not become enraged. Shen Shi looked at her son in disbelief. It was one thing for them to speak favorably of that outside woman, but how could her son also defend her? What kind of enchantment had that outside daughter cast upon them both? She shows no respect for her elders. She must be punished severely. Shen Shi shouted, her lips trembling, nearly fainting from the intensity of her emotions. Noticing Shen Shi's unhinged behavior, Yi Ting furrowed his brow, his gaze turning cold. How does my wife intend to punish her? According to family law, those who show disrespect to their elders are to be given 20 strokes as a warning. Shen held her head high, exuding an imposing presence. Both father and son were taken aback simultaneously. Before Yi Ting could utter a word, Yi Feng furrowed his brow and interjected, Mother, the second younger sister is merely a young girl. How can she possibly endure 20 strikes? This punishment seems excessively severe. Shen was acutely aware that such a punishment was indeed harsh. Ideally, it would lead to the death of that illegitimate daughter. However, she was taken aback that her son would dare to speak in defense of that child, leaving her feeling both pained and infuriated. Fengya, I have raised you all these years. It is one thing for you not to speak on my behalf, but how can you defend that child born of an outsider? You have caused your mother great sorrow. Seeing his mother behaving so stubbornly and irrationally, Yi Feng could only shake his head in helplessness. His mother had always been gentle and loving in front of him and his sister. Why then must she be so harsh towards the second younger sister? Was it simply because she was not born of her? At this moment, Yi Ting could no longer contain himself. After years of marriage, how could he not discern Shen's intentions? He had not wished to quarrel with her over trivial matters, yet her heart was exceedingly cruel, as she seemed intent on directly causing the demise of Mian. Shen, while the Marquis has its family rules, they have never been enforced. Feng and Shuang have been pampered throughout their upbringing. Why must we resort to such measures with Mian, showing no semblance of compassion? Has she truly committed a grievous error? Or is it you, Shen, who harbors malice? These few words rendered Shen pale, leaving her speechless, as she had not anticipated that her schemes would be so thoroughly exposed by Yi Ting. Compared to those mistresses who frequently engaged in battles of wits within a household, Shen's attempts at harm appeared rather naive. Yet, she remained undeterred, determined to see that the illegitimate daughter face punishment. Very well. Since the Marquis believes the family rules are too harsh, let us forego them and have her kneel in the concubine's courtyard for 2 hours to apologize to me. Surely, that is reasonable. Shen believed this modest request would surely be met with agreement from the Marquis, but once again, she miscalculated. Yi Ting swept his sleeve, and in an instant, the entire chessboard was overturned, the black and white pieces scattering chaotically, bouncing on Shen's skirts and shoes. Startled, Shen covered her ears and staggered back a few steps before regaining her balance, her eyes wide with shock at the chaos before her complexion paler than ever. "Father, please quell your anger." Yi Feng's heart raced, and he hurriedly approached his father, kneeling without hesitation, his head bowed, unable to meet his father's furious gaze. "Shen Wenshan, this Marquis is not for you to govern." Yi Ting's voice rang out, each word laced with fury. His gaze was as piercing as a sword, directly targeting Shen's eyes. As a man and a noble Marquis, he had been married to Shen Wenshan for 18 years without taking a concubine. He believed he had been faithful to her. If there were anyone he felt he had wronged in his life, it would only be Yi Mian's mother, Lin Xiuxi. In his youth, he had not cared much for romantic affairs, focusing solely on achieving accomplishments. His marriage to Shen Wenshan had been arranged by his parents, and as long as she could bear him children and manage the household, it mattered little to him whom he married. At the age of 25, he found himself wounded on the battlefield, fleeing for his life, only to tumble down a cliff. In that precarious moment, he was rescued by Lin Xiuxi, and through their intimate companionship, he gradually came to understand the essence of romantic affection. Xiuxi was merely the daughter of a farmer. Given his esteemed position as a general, it would have been effortless for him to take her as a concubine. However, he was unprepared for her fierce spirit, as she resolutely refused to be a concubine, even at the cost of her life. He concealed from her the fact that he was already married and took her away from the harsh, desolate borders to reside in the capital, yearning to be closer to her. Yet, the truth ultimately came to light upon discovering that he had a wife and children. Xiuxi, in tears, denounced him as a deceiver and severed all ties, even withholding the knowledge of the child she bore him. By the time he learned of these events, Xiuxi had already departed from this world, having never wished to see him again. In their bitter parting, she had uttered a poignant declaration, "I never wish to see you again," a vow she upheld until her last breath. As a father, he had not nurtured Yi Mian in the 15 years of her life, only to meet his biological daughter after Xiuxi's death. He initially considered the reputation of the Shen family and, after discussion, brought Mian into his home. Yet, within mere days, Shen had subjected Mian to relentless torment. Even contemplating her demise, such a venomous woman would no longer be tolerated. He resolved to put an end to her cruelty. "Shen, if you wish to remain in the Marquis' residence, let us speak no more of today's events, and you must cease all harassment towards Mian. Should you find this impossible, you are free to return to your family. I shall not hinder you." His tone bore no trace of anger, resonating with calm authority, akin to a steadfast mountain, impossible to disregard. Yet, this very tranquility sent a chilling dread coursing through Shen's heart. Chapter 22. Greed emerging from the Marquis' study. Shen trembled uncontrollably. Before she could even take a few steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her heart was a tumult of anger and fear, infuriated by the Marquis' disregard for their years of marriage, leaving her with no semblance of respect. Terrified that he might truly cast her back to her family, which would bring disgrace upon them, unforgivable in the eyes of her parents and siblings. Having been the mistress of the Marquis' household for over a decade, she felt utterly dependent on it, too fearful to leave, even to the point of preferring death within its confines. Gritting her teeth, she rose and made her way towards the Fanghua courtyard. If the Marquis cherished this illegitimate daughter so dearly, she would show him how this daughter could tarnish the Marquis's reputation. As the day waned, a carriage returned to the Marquis' residence, carrying the main family and servants who had gone out to pay respects. The carriage halted at the back entrance of the Marquis, conveniently near the Jilan courtyard where Yi Mian resided, making it unnecessary to take the longer route through the front. Dismounting, they made their way back to the Jilan courtyard, weary from their journey. Upon seeing the second young lady return, Yunxia hurried to fetch lunch from the kitchen, while Zhu Qing and Zilan assisted Yi Mian in washing up and changing into fresh, comfortable attire. With everything in order, lunch was soon laid out on the table. As Yi Mian dined, she listened to Zilan recount the events that had transpired over the past half-day. It seemed that a relative of the madam had come to visit, reportedly the madam's cousin, accompanied by a young master and a young lady. At this point, Zilan stifled a laujahash. Yi Mian, sipping her lotus seed soup, raised her gaze in confusion towards the young girl. Zilan suppressed her mirth and continued, "You see, miss, This cousin of the madam had the audacity to present her own handkerchief as a meeting gift to the heir. It is utterly ridiculous. As soon as she finished speaking, Zilon couldn't help but chuckle again. Mian, caught off guard while drinking her soup, allowed a snicker that caused her to choke, and, after a few coughs, her cheeks flushed, she felt somewhat relieved, seeing the young lady in distress. Zhu Qing hurriedly approached to assist Mian in regaining her composure, admonishing, "You should wait until the young lady has finished her meal before speaking. Look at how you have startled her." Zilon bit her lip and nodded apologetically. "It's all right, I don't hold it against you," Mian replied with a gentle smile, setting aside her soup and taking a handkerchief to dab at the corner of her mouth. "What else is there?" After sipping some jasmine tea and clearing her throat, she inquired further. Zilon took a step closer and lowered her voice. "I have heard that this young master is quite a rogue, even daring to tease the young lady." Mian furrowed her brow, disbelief evident in her clear eyes. "Where did you hear such a thing?" "It was from the madam's personal maid, Xiao Ju. The gossip has spread throughout the estate, with everyone secretly discussing these unrefined relatives." At this point, Zilan's expression suddenly shifted, her face betraying a hint of fear as she added, "This morning, the madam sent for the second young lady, and there are rumors that she intends to betroth you to that rogue." In an instant, Mian's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, her hands clenched tightly, as if she were trying to crush them into dust. She had not anticipated that Shun would be so cruel and shameless, unwilling to offer her even a respectable match, instead pushing her towards a dead end. If that were the case, no one would enjoy peace. Seeing the second young lady's face turn so frightfully pale, Zilon was alarmed and hastily knelt down, softly weeping. "Miss, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me. If this marriage is unsatisfactory, we can simply refuse. Do not distress yourself." Mian scoffed softly, gradually releasing her tightly clenched hands, revealing deep imprints where her fingers had pressed, each mark seeping crimson blood. Her pallor faded gradually, and Mian regained her usual composed demeanor. Rising, she walked to the window, took up the scissors resting on the sill, and began to prune the branches of the magnolia plant nearby. How could the match chosen by the matriarch be anything but excellent? Such a fine marriage should undoubtedly be reserved for my legitimate sister, Mian mused, a faint smile gracing her lips as she trimmed the branches, her voice soft and contemplative, as if speaking to herself or confiding in the flowers. After setting down the scissors, she called for Zilon and instructed, "Keep a close watch on a madam's cousin and her family in the coming days." Wiping away her tears, Zilon nodded in agreement. Mian then produced a small pouch and handed it to Zilon, saying, "You have worked hard." Zilon repeatedly shook her head in refusal. "I am but a servant in your household. It is only right for me to assist you. I cannot accept your rewards every time. This is something you deserve." Mian replied gently. Mian grasped Zilan's hand and placed a pouch in her palm, her expression sincere as she said, "If it weren't for you, Zilon, I would never have learned of such significant matters. This is a token of my gratitude. You must not refuse it." Zilon tightly clutched the pouch and nodded earnestly. As evening approached, someone from the Fanghua courtyard came to summon Mian once more. Sitting before a bronze mirror, Mian appeared aloof, her brow slightly furrowed as she coldly instructed, "Inform the people of Fanghua courtyard that I have gone out to pay my respects, and due to a chill, I am unable to attend." With that, she picked up a puff and applied a layer of pale powder to her face and lips before changing in her nightgown and reclining back on her bed. Susu stepped forward, concern etched on her face. "Miss, is this truly advisable? What if the lady comes to check on you personally?" Mian narrowed hideous, their color chilling in an instant. "If she wishes to come, let her. I shall not set foot in her courtyard under any circumstances. She has already dug her own pit, waiting for me to fall into it." In Fanghua courtyard, upon receiving the report from her servants, Madame Shin furiously shattered 2 teacups. What audacity! Her hands trembled, and her lips quivered with anger, yet she felt utterly powerless. The Marquis had previously instructed her not to trouble Mian any further. Could she really allow this insolence before her as the lady of the house? Yishuang quickly approached and grasped her mother's hand, soothingly saying, "Mother, do not harm your health with anger." She took a handkerchief and wiped the tea splashes from her mother's hands, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Allow me to handle this. I refuse to believe she can remain in Jilan courtyard indefinitely." Meanwhile, Qi Shi and Zhao Yuan could not contain themselves. Their eyes fixed on Shun and her daughter, displaying clear dissatisfaction. "Cousin, what is the meaning of this? We have waited for half the day. How can she simply refuse to come?" Madame Shun, already incensed, had little patience for their inquiries. With a disdainful snort, she retorted, "Do you think a marriage can be easily arranged? If you are so impatient to wait, then return to Qingcheng." Qi Shi's expression shifted through various shades of dismay. Yet she dared not voice a rebuttal. Lowering her gaze, a greedy glimmer surfaced. She had her eyes set on the wealth of the Marquis residence. Abandoning this fortune to return to Qingcheng was out of the question. Since she was already here, she would extract her due from the Marquis estate, even if it meant conflict. Chapter 23. Falling into water, the mother and son duo of Qi Shi departed Fenghua courtyard in a huff, and once they reached a secluded area, Qi Shi spat on the ground, her face contorted with rage. "What is so great about the Marquis wife? She looks down on others. It is not as though we are begging for her to arrange a marriage." Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes and echoed his mother's sentiments. "Aunt truly is unreasonable. She has a daughter of her own, yet refuses to marry her to me, making us wait endlessly. Clearly, she does not consider us family." The pair continued their tirade as they returned to their quarters. Their conversation soon reached Mian's ears. Since this cousin was so intent on his legitimate sister, it was only right to facilitate their union. A smile graced Mian's lips, yet an icy chill spread across her gaze. For 2 consecutive days, Mian did not step outside Jilan courtyard, instead enjoying the flowers, perusing medical texts, or engaging in light-hearted banter with her maidens. She found no sense of confinement in her activities. At noon, Xilan, carrying the midday meal, hurriedly entered Yimei's room as she crossed the threshold of the courtyard. Inside, Yimei was engaged in arranging medicinal herbs at the table. After placing the meal upon the surface, Xilan approached and whispered, "Miss, there have been watchers lurking outside our courtyard these past few days. What shall we do? You cannot remain indoors indefinitely, can you?" Yimei set aside the dried flower she had been holding and smiled gently. "Of course, we must venture out. Let's take a stroll this evening." It would not do to hide away. Evading the enemy only provided them with opportunities, as well as ourselves. Throughout the afternoon, Yimei remained in her chamber, veiled with a cloth while grinding herbs, until the hour for supper arrived, at which point she finally opened the door. Taking a deep breath in the courtyard and stretching her weary arms, she then instructed the setting of the table. After dinner, Yimei donned a dark-hued dress and, accompanied by Su and Xilan, exited the Jilan courtyard, proceeding leisurely towards the rear garden. Those who had been covertly observing from the shadows swiftly rose and stealthily followed the trio. Upon witnessing Yimei and her attendants enter the garden pavilion, the pursuers turned and hurried back towards the Qinghe courtyard. Inside, Yeshuang paced anxiously, her dinner spread lavishly across the table, yet she lacked the appetite to partake. The absence of that wretched girl from the Jilan courtyard was increasingly unnerving. She needed to devise a plan to draw that impudent girl out into the open. Miss! Miss!" The excited calls brightened Yeshuang's eyes, prompting her to hasten towards the source. A breathless maid rushed before her, stammering, "The girl from Jilan courtyard has left." Yeshuang's face lit up with delight, her grip tightening around her handkerchief. "Where has she gone?" "To the rear garden pavilion," the maid replied, still panting. A sinister glint flashed across Yeshuang's countenance as she thought, "Finally, I have a chance to catch her. This time, I shall ensure that this wretched girl loses all face and is driven from Marquis. Return at once and keep watch. Do not allow her to leave the pavilion." Upon hearing the young lady's command, the maid, still breathless, hurried back to the rear garden. Yeshuang waved her hand, summoning another maidservant, and with a face full of malice instructed, "Go to the rear courtyard's annex and find cousin Xiaoya. Inform him to come to the rear garden pavilion, and say that a beauty awaits him there." The maid dashed off, knowing well that the young lady's temper was not to be trifled with. Any delay could result in reprimand. The annex was adjacent to the rear garden, with the chief family occupying 3 separate rooms side by side. Though the annex was not as exquisitely lavish as their master's chambers, it was still regarded as a rare luxury by the mother and son. Inside, Zhao Yuanyi was eagerly toying with the ornaments in the room, pocketing any that caught his eye, planning to discreetly take them back, certain they would fetch a handsome sum. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him, causing him to almost drop his pilfered treasures. Irritated, he opened the door ready to scold the intruder, only to find a lively young maid standing at the threshold. Zhao Yuanyi's eyes gleamed with greed as he appraised her from head to toe. The maid, frightened, took 2 steps back and stammered, "The eldest young lady has sent me to inform cousin Xiaoye to come to the rear garden pavilion, as a beauty awaits him there." Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yuanyi's face lit up with overwhelming joy as he realized that the enchanting fairy had summoned him for a clandestine meeting in the back garden. He was confident that his handsome appearance would surely captivate her. Returning to his quarters, he adjusted his collar in front of the bronze mirror and tidied his dull, lifeless hair before striding proudly towards the pavilion in the back garden. The errand girl, not daring to linger, swiftly departed after delivering the message, replaying her words in her mind to ensure she had not erred. When she returned, Yishuang hurriedly approached her, inquiring, "Did Zhao Yuanyi go to the back garden?" The young maid hesitated. Having delivered her message and fled, she had not seen whether the young master had arrived. Fearing reprimand from the young lady for failing in her duties, she nodded quickly. "Let us go and see," Yishuang urged, gathering Mama Zhou and 2 personal maids as they hastened towards the back garden. She plotted that upon witnessing Mian and Zhao Yuanyi together, she would immediately proclaim their secret rendezvous, ensuring they were bound together in disgrace. As night descended, a few dim stone lanterns illuminated this rear courtyard, casting a faint glow that barely lit their path. The 4 hurriedly traversed the darkness, and as they passed a rockery, they suddenly felt something fall upon their faces, causing an irritating tickle. All 4 raised their hands to touch their faces, but before they could discern what had adhered to their skin, dizziness swept over them, and they collapsed to the ground. Once they lay motionless, Mian and Su leapt down from the rockery, their faces concealed by veils, rendering their features unrecognizable. The substance that had been sprinkled was a sleeping powder Mian had painstakingly prepared, capable of temporarily incapacitating individuals, with the effect dissipating upon contact with water. Supporting the limp Yishuang, Su's voice trembled as she asked, "Miss, do we truly have to do this?" Mian's gaze flickered briefly before growing colder. They had forced her into a corner, leaving her no choice. Su understood the necessity of their actions, yet having never engaged in such deeds before, she felt a twinge of fear. Biting her lip tightly, she refrained from speaking further and assisted her mistress in carrying Yishuang forward. Ahead lay a shadowy pond, its water dark and glimmering with a cold sheen. Upon reaching this spot, the 2 simultaneously released their grip, and with a splash, Yishuang plunged into the frigid waters. The icy shock instantly revived her senses, but before she could comprehend her predicament, the murky water surged into her mouth and nostrils. Panic set in as she flailed her limbs, desperate to scream, but the water choked her throat. A suffocating sensation enveloped her, and the terror of death propelled her struggles in the depths. Chapter 24. A proposal. The eldest young lady has fallen into the water. Someone help. Zhao Yuanyi, seated in the pavilion, immediately sprang to his feet upon hearing the cry, racing towards the source of the voice. He had wondered why the fairy had not yet arrived. It seemed she had fallen into the water. Surely, she must have been hurrying to meet him, leading to her unfortunate accident. Seizing such a splendid opportunity for heroism, he could not allow it to slip into the hands of another. Hastening to the edge of the pond, Zhao Yuanyi quickly spotted Yishuang struggling amidst the water. Though the night was dim, the dazzling sheen of the eastern pearl hairpin atop her head made her strikingly visible. Being a native of the south, Zhao Yuanyi was a proficient swimmer, and without a moment's hesitation, he shed his outer garment and plunged into the depths. As events unfolded inexorably, Mian, with an indifferent expression, retrieved a water pot, and poured cold water upon the faces of the still unconscious maids. Before they could fully regain consciousness, she discreetly retreated into the darkness with Su Su, stealthily returning to Zhilan courtyard. Those who awakened and witnessed the young lady struggling in the pond were instantly filled with terror. And soon the news of her predicament spread like wildfire through the Marquis' residence. Just as Shunshi was about to rest, she was startled by shouts from outside about someone having fallen into the water, her heart constricting in sudden panic. "Mama Wu, please see what the commotion is about," she commanded. Curious, Mama Wu peered outside, and upon hearing the lady's directive, she promptly dashed out. After ascertaining the situation, her complexion turned ashen, and she rushed back to Shunshi, gripping her sleeve in panic. "The young lady has fallen into the water. It is the young lady." Shunshi's face drained of color, and without a second thought for her disheveled attire, she stumbled outside in haste. The first to arrive from the rear courtyard were Qi and her daughter. Upon seeing her son drenched and carrying the Marquis' daughter to the shore, Qi was initially taken aback, but then her heart surged with exhilaration, her hands trembling uncontrollably. "My son, have you truly rescued the Marquis' daughter?" she asked, though it was evident to her. Wiping the water from his face, Zhao Yuni gazed intently at the unconscious Yi Shuang in his arms. "Mother, please step aside. She has yet to awaken. I must expel the water from her body." He gently laid Yi Shuang on the ground, the lingering warmth of her delicate form in his embrace making him reluctant to part with it. His eyes drawn to the prominent curves of her figure as he instinctively reached out. "Stop!" A sharp voice rang out, startling Zhao Yuni, who flinched and barely retracted his hand before being thrust to the ground by the approaching Shunshi. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay hands on my daughter?" Shunshi, breathless from her frantic sprint, rebuked Zhao Yuni with fierce indignation. Qi, witnessing her son's heroic act, met with neither gratitude nor respect, but rather a push and reprimand, felt a surge of fury. Pointing an accusatory finger at Shunshi, she exclaimed, "Your daughter was saved by my son, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dared to scold him. The Marquis' household is truly ungrateful and intolerable." Upon realizing it was Zhao Yuni who had rescued Yi Shuang, Shunshi felt darkness close and around her, barely managing to stave off unconsciousness. How could it be this rogue who tarnished her daughter's honor? Shunshi's heart ached profoundly, yet she had no time for further words and hastily instructed someone to summon a doctor. Her daughter remained unconscious, and no matter what, her immediate priority was to awaken her. At this moment, Yi Ting and his son Yi Feng arrived at the pond, immediately discerning the predicament of Yi Shuang and Zhao Yuni, who were drenched from head to toe. However, upon observing Zhao Yuni's diminutive and coarse appearance, the brows of the father and son furrowed in disapproval. In a discreet corner, Zhao Yuaning gazed longingly at Yi Feng, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Upon noticing the arrival of the heir and the Marquis, Qi knelt before them, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she wept and lamented, "My lords, you have come at last. You must intercede on behalf of my son. He saved the young lady of the estate." Yet the madam not only fails to express gratitude, but also berates him as a lecher. Where is the justice in this? Yi Ting pinched the bridge of his nose, striving to soften his tone as he replied, "You have rescued Shuang. The Marquis shall not treat you lightly. The night is late. Return to your quarters to rest. I shall ensure that generous gifts are sent to you." Upon hearing of the promised rewards, Zhao Yuni's countenance brightened, and he was about to respond when Qi abruptly yanked him back to his knees. "My lord, we desire no gifts. My son Yuni is 20 this year and still unmarried. Having saved the young lady from drowning, they have already shared an intimate moment in the water, compromising their virtue. I boldly beseech you, my lord, to bestow the young lady upon my son, thus securing a fine union." The prospect of marrying the illustrious young lady of the Marquis made Zhao Yuni disregard all thoughts of rewards, eagerly nodding in agreement. "I truly admire the young lady. If I could wed her, I would treat her with utmost sincerity and never betray her trust." With that, he bowed 3 times in fervent supplication. "Dream on. You think to marry the young lady of the Marquis? Never in this lifetime." Shunshi shouted furiously, her disheveled appearance and disarrayed hair betraying none of the poise and dignity of a marquis's wife. Yi Ting regarded Shen Shi's frenzied demeanor with an indescribable complexity in his gaze. "Take the madam and the young lady back to the courtyard," he instructed. The maids and servants, hearing the marquis's command, hurriedly moved to escort the young lady away. As Mama Wu reached out to assist Shen Shi, she was brusquely pushed aside. "My lord, you cannot acquiesce to their demands." Shen Shi rushed to Yi Ting's side, gripping his sleeve with fervor, her eyes blazing with indignation. Yi Ting seek it deeply. Weariness etched across his features. "This matter shall be discussed once Shuang'er awakens. The hour grows late. Let us all retire for the night." With that, he turned and departed without further delay. Qi Shi and her son, still kneeling on the ground, exchanged glances as the Marquis left. Shen Shi shot them a fierce glare before hastening to check on her daughter. Yi Feng stepped forward to help Qi Shi and her son rise, then glanced at the distant Zhao Yuanying, offering them a gentle smile. "It is late and the dew is heavy. You should all return." Recognizing the heir's courteous demeanor, Qi Shi and her son refrained from uttering further impudent remarks. They bowed to the heir and departed, crestfallen. After the farce concluded, the lights in the Jilan courtyard were extinguished. Yi Mian had remained entirely absent from this commotion, unnecessary to intervene, for once Zhao Yuni rescued Yi Shuang. The course of events was irrevocably set. Ultimately, the advantageous match Shen Shi sought would fall upon her own daughter. In the enveloping darkness, Yi Mian gently smiled, slowly closing her clear, shimmering eyes, and peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 25. Fright. As the dawn broke, the sky began to lighten. The main door of Jilan courtyard creaked open, and Su, rubbing her eyes, stepped outside. Suddenly, she felt something soft beneath her feet. Glancing down, she was instantly seized by terror, her piercing scream echoing through Jilan courtyard. Startled from her dreams, Yi Mian jolted upright, hastily donning a robe and moving towards the doorway. Upon entering, she beheld Su crumpled on the ground, her head buried in her arms, trembling fingers pointing ahead. Following the direction of her gaze, Yi Mian's heart sank at the sight before her. Lying at the threshold was a white cat, frothing at the mouth, its small head marred by blood, presenting a grotesque sight. At that moment, Mama Feng and several others rushed in, their screams resonating in response to the horrific scene. With her brows knitted in concern, Yi Mian silenced their cries, retreating to her room for a cloth to cover the cat's already lifeless body. Once the pitiful creature was concealed, a collective sigh of relief swept through Mama Feng and the others, while Su shakily raised her head. "Miss, who could have done this? It's absolutely dreadful," Su voiced, her eyes filled with dread as she gazed at Yi Mian. Yi Mian's complexion had turned pale, her heart racing. Though she refrained from crying out, fear coursed through her. The chaos of the previous night lingered in her thoughts. Who could be so cruel as to frighten her in such a manner? "Let us dig a grave in the courtyard and bury this unfortunate cat," Yi Mian commanded, striving to maintain a calm demeanor despite the turmoil within. Regardless of the perpetrator, she was determined to unveil their identity and ensure they faced consequences for their barbarity. "This matter must remain confidential. Do you all understand?" Yi Mian surveyed the courtyard, her gaze imbued with an uncommon severity. Quickly, Mama Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Recognizing that discussing the incident would bring them no benefit, only suspicion toward Jilan courtyard. Being fellow residents, Yi Mian trusted they knew how to proceed. Once the cat's remains were properly dealt with, Su, still shaken, returned to her quarters to rest. Zhu Qing and Yin Xia entered to assist Yi Mian in dressing and freshening up. Typically, when not venturing outside, Yi Mian preferred a simple appearance. Her hair was loosely styled with a solitary white jade hairpin, ensuring it remained tidy. Her attire was chosen for comfort, opting for a moon-white silk dress adorned with phoenix motifs. After changing, Mama Feng entered to summon her for breakfast. Due to the earlier incident with the cat, Yi Mian's appetite had diminished, and she could only manage a few bites before losing interest. Noticing the splendid weather, she decided to take a stroll outside the courtyard. With the troublesome marriage matter resolved, she felt unburdened. The relatives of her cousin were merely after wealth and status, and with her now aligned with the young lady, they would surely cease their pursuits. Just as Mian and Zilan stepped out of Jilan courtyard, a hurried maid approached them. Second miss. The Marquis has instructed all the masters of the household to gather in the main hall. Upon hearing this, Mian refrained from further inquiries, leading Zilan towards the main room in the back courtyard. As they walked, she mused quietly to herself, contemplating the matter concerning Yishuang. She wondered whether the Marquis would be willing to part with his legitimate daughter, whom he had nurtured for 15 years, to marry a scoundrel. Her father's actions often left her astonished, and she was genuinely curious about how he would handle the situation. Upon reaching the entrance of the main room, she lifted the curtain and looked inside, where she found her father, Madame Shun, Yi Shuang, and Yi Feng already seated. The moment Yi Mian stepped into the room, Yi Shuang rushed towards her with reddened eyes, shouting, "Is it you, you wretched girl, who has caused me this misfortune?" Due to her weakness from last night's fall into the water, Yi Shuang could barely manage a few steps before her legs buckled, and she collapsed on the ground. Madame Shun gasped in alarm and hurried over to assist her. With her pale face devoid of color, Yi Shuang glared at Yi Mian, her eyes ablaze with resentment, as if she wished to pierce through her. Yi Mian feigned a look of terror, quickly retreating to the side, casting a pitiful and fearful glance towards her father. Marius Yiting, "Father, what is my elder sister saying? I cannot comprehend," she lamented, seeing Yi Mian's frightened demeanor. Marquis Yiting's initial sympathy for Yi Shuang began to transform into discontent. "Shuanger, what are you doing? You cannot blame your sister for your own carelessness that led to your fall into the water." Provoked by her father's words, Yi Shuang coughed in agitation and quickly defended herself. "I was walking perfectly well last night when suddenly I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in the water. It must have been her treachery. My daughter caught a chill from the wind while paying respects a few days ago and has been recuperating in the courtyard, never once leaving. The people in Xilan's courtyard can attest to this," Yi Mian replied to her father, her face etched with grievance and her eyes slightly red, evoking sympathy from anyone who witnessed her plight. In light of Yi Mian's refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing, Yi Shuang, filled with fury, stood up again, prepared to lunge at Yi Mian, intent on shattering the faade of this illegitimate daughter. "Shunga, sit down." Marius Ye Tink Barkit. Startled, Yi Shuang stubbornly locked eyes with her father, refusing to take her seat. Madame Shun quickly grasped Yi Shuang's arm, pressing her back into the chair while whispering, "Do not provoke your father's anger." Yi Feng also interjected, "Shuanger, your health is still fragile. Please sit and rest." He turned his gaze towards Yi Mian, his eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. "Yi Mian, you should also take a seat," he suggested, though his tone remained gentle. Yi Mian sensed that Yi Feng harbored doubts about her. Maintaining her appearance of grievance and fear, she cautiously settled into a chair far from Yi Shuang. The room fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to speak, each person lost in their own thoughts. When she and her son entered, they noticed the somber atmosphere and dare not say much. They approached the Marquis and Madame, performing a bow before hastily taking their seats. Yi Shuang sekolfut distarinfui, turning her face away in disgust, unwilling to confront the mother and son. Although it was the first time Yi Mian had encountered the pair, she had already gleaned much about their character through Xilan, and thus averted her gaze, unwilling to look their way. As everyone gathered, Yi Ting raised his cup of tea and took a sip, addressing the Qi family with a dignified and steady demeanor. "Last night, our esteemed young master saved the daughter of the Hou family, and everyone here expresses their profound gratitude. The Hou family is willing to bestow a reward of 10,000 taels of silver to honor the young master's life-saving deed." Upon hearing the mention of 10,000 taels, both Qi and Zhao Yuan widened their eyes in astonishment. To repay a favor with such a sum, the Hou family truly possessed extraordinary wealth. Chapter 26. The pouch both mother and son felt a stir of temptation in their hearts. Zhao Yuan discreetly cast a glance at Yi Shuang, reminiscing about the soft sensation of her in his arms, momentarily reluctant to abandon the notion of marriage. Qi, discerning her son's thoughts, contemplated the advantages of marrying the daughter of the Hou family. Not only would they receive the silver, but he would also attain the esteemed status of son-in-law. It seemed prudent to pursue this match. Resolute in her decision, Qi straightened her posture, forced a laugh, and boldly declared, "My son harbors affections for Miss Shuang. As a mother, I cannot disregard my son's wishes for the sake of silver. I hope the Whole Lord will indulge my son's earnest feelings." Upon hearing Qi's words, Yi Shuang's anger surged. She turned and, pointing an accusing finger at Qi, shouted, "You dream of marrying me? I would rather die than wed your son." With that, she stood up, intent on throwing herself against a nearby pillar, causing the maids and matrons to rush to her side in alarm. Zaha Yuanyi, witnessing the celestial being he adored resolutely refusing to marry him, felt a mix of rage and humiliation wash over him as he bowed his head. She was equally taken aback by Yi Shuang's unexpected defiance, rendered speechless. She had assumed that the young lady, having lost her virtue, would be eager to marry her son. Instead, this spirited maiden would prefer death to such a fate. What were they to do? Yi Ting observed the uncertainty etched on the faces of the mother and son, and after a moment of contemplation, he interjected, "You have heard her. Shuang would rather perish than marry. Will you take 10,000 taels of silver or a lifeless body? The choice is yours." Both Qi and Zhao Yuan wavered. Since the young lady was unwilling to marry, they could not let the silver slip from their grasp. 10,000 taels would suffice to secure their family's wealth for a lifetime. After a moment of deliberation, Qi gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. "Since the young lady disdains our Zhao family, we shall not press the matter. We will accept the 10,000 taels as you suggested." Yi Ting and Shun both felt a sense of relief. Had Zhao Yuan possessed any redeeming qualities? Yi Ting might have considered allowing Yi Shuang to marry him, but alas, the young man was utterly lacking. To have such a person as a son-in-law would undoubtedly invite ridicule. "The silver will be delivered to you within 3 days. I trust you will maintain strict confidentiality regarding the incident involving Shuang. For if this matter were to be revealed, the silver would not be forthcoming," Yi Ting warned. His expression solemn. Mother and son nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word of dissent. With the issue of Yi Shuang seemingly resolved with monetary compensation, Yi Mian could not help but smile wryly to herself, pondering whether her father would have been willing to part with such a sum for her sake. She did not know, nor did she wish to find out. As she lifted her gaze, Yi Mian found Yi Shuang's resentful stare still fixed upon her. With a sigh, she thought she might have let it go, but why could her elder sister not exercise some restraint? There is no wall that does not let the wind through. 2 days later, the news of Yi Shuang's fall into the water and the tarnishing of her reputation spread throughout the capital. In a mere fortnight, the house of Wu Zhao had suffered public humiliation twice, prompting Yi Ting to fall ill and cease attending court. Unable to bear the scornful glances from passers-by, Yi Shuang wept in the confines of her home, clinging to Shun Shi, who herself appeared haggard and despondent, as if aging overnight. The most apprehensive of all were Qi Shi and her son, who, having not yet received their promised silver, now feared that the house would retract their offer. As they anxiously awaited the 3rd day, dusk enveloped the sky, yet not a single piece of silver arrived. Qi Shi, filled with indignation, struck her thigh in frustration, lamenting the sudden loss of their anticipated fortune. "What shall we do, mother?" Zhao Yuanyi asked, his voice tinged with urgency and regret. "Are we to return empty-handed? Return? If we do not receive the silver, I would rather perish in the house than go back," Qi Shi bellowed, her demeanor resembling that of a shrew in the streets. After experiencing a few days of opulence within the house, Qi Shi could hardly bear the thought of returning to their previous state of poverty. She was determined to cling to her newfound status. At that moment, her daughter, Zhao Yuanyi, entered with the evening meal, carefully placing it on the table while lowering her head. "Mother, brother, please do not be angry. Let us eat something," she whispered gently. In her fury, Qi Shi shoved her frail daughter to the ground, scolding, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food." The unexpected fall caused Zhao Yuanyi to wince in pain as her bones struck the stone floor, prompting tears to well in her eyes. This was the way her mother had always been. She would vent her frustrations upon her daughter during times of anger. Zhao Yuanying had long grown accustomed to it and did not feel sadness, only the sting of pain. As she struggled to suppress her tears, a small pouch rolled from her sleeve and fell to the ground. Qi, quick to seize it, examined the pouch closely. It was a golden brown color, adorned with embroidered pine trees, clearly crafted for a man. Noticing her mother had taken the pouch, Zhao Yuanying's delicate features filled with panic, and she instinctively reached for it, only to hesitate and withdraw. Qi, noticing her daughter's anxious demeanor, felt her expression darken. With a sharp tongue, she scolded, "You little harlot, is this pouch for that wild man?" Zhao Yuanying trembled, lowering her head in fear, unable to meet her mother's gaze. "This is for my brother," she managed to stammer. With a furrowed brow, Qi wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap across her daughter's face. "Dare you deceive your own mother? I know your every thought, even if you merely lift a finger. Speak the truth." The force of Qi hand and her furious roar shattered Zhao Yuanying's resolve, covering her stinging cheek. Tears streamed down her face as she finally confessed, "Yes, it is for the heir." Qi paused, a sudden realization dawning upon her as she hastily grasped her daughter's hand, scrutinizing her face with newfound intensity, believing that her mother was about to strike her. Zhao Yuanying hastily defended herself. On that day, observing that her mother had not provided a gift for the heir, she had thought to embroider a pouch for him as a token of their first meeting. Oh, truly, what a good daughter she was. Qi, her mother, cheerfully stepped forward to assist her daughter in rising from the ground. Zhao Yuanying stared at her mother in a daze, momentarily bewildered by the sudden change in her demeanor. Qi took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her daughter's face, nodding in satisfaction. "My daughter is indeed a beauty, with a little adornment. She would be more than sufficient to match the son of the Marquis." Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhao Yuanying's face turned pale and then flushed, alternating between shades as she stammered, "Mother, what are you saying? How could I possibly be worthy of the heir?" Chapter 27. The unattractive, how could she not be worthy? If mother says she is worthy, then she is. Completely disregarding her daughter's feelings, she lost herself in her own thoughts, calculating her next moves. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanying, observing his mother's silence, rolled his eyes back and forth, unable to contain his curiosity. "Mother, what scheme are you concocting now?" With an unseemly grin, she leaned closer to her son and whispered in a hushed tone. Moments later, Zhao Yuanying's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement as he glanced at Zhao Yuanying and exclaimed, "Mother, you truly have a plan?" Hearing her son's flattery, Qi, brimming with pride, adjusted her hair while casting a sideways glance at her daughter, who was timidly lowering her head. Annoyed, she yanked Zhao Yuanying forward. "Why do you always keep your head down? Raise it properly." Zhao Yuanying trembled slightly and obediently lifted her gaze. "You will follow your mother's instructions. Tomorrow, deliver this pouch to the heir," Qi whispered conspiratorially into her daughter's ear. Zhao Yuanying's cheeks suddenly flushed crimson, as if they might bleed, and she retreated, biting her lip in a mix of shame and embarrassment. "Mother, how can you ask me to do such a thing? I cannot." Qi, her face contorted with fury, stood up and raised her hand, poised to strike, but suddenly halted, as if struck by a revelation. She clenched her teeth in frustration. "How'd I end up with such a worthless child? You have no ambition whatsoever. If you refuse to heed your mother's words, I shall sell you into a brothel. Test me and see." With tear-filled eyes, Zhao Yuanying gazed at her mother, whose face was twisted with malice. She knew her mother's threats were not mere bluster. She would indeed sell her. Since childhood, she had never been favored by her mother, who only adored her brother, often resorting to beatings and scoldings. If it were not for her embroidery skills, which brought in some income for the family, she would likely have been sold long ago. In utter despair, she finally nodded, biting her lip under the weight of her mother's venomous gaze. Qi's face then bore a semblance of smile, adopting a feigned, affectionate demeanor as she reached out to pat her daughter's head. "Good daughter, it's getting late. You should return and rest. Tomorrow, just follow your mother's plans, and I promise you will live a good life." Zhao Yuanying, unwilling to endure her mother's pretentious facade any longer, nodded absently and hurriedly fled, as if escaping for her life. The following afternoon, upon hearing from Qing Zhu that the peonies in the back garden were in full bloom, Mian, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to stroll through the garden with Zilan to admire the flowers. Before her, the blossoms unfolded in vibrant splendor, unabashedly showcasing their beauty, imbued with a sense of freedom and vitality. As Mian leaned down to inhale the fragrant heart of the flowers, a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. Indeed, to be a flower is far preferable to the burdens of human existence. To bloom when the time is right and to wither when the moment comes, devoid of worries or sorrow. How delightful that would be. Mian murmured softly, her expression gradually shifting to one of melancholy. Her days within the, while seemingly adorned with beauty and grandeur, were in truth akin to a cauldron of boiling oil, filled with constant anxiety and fear of being ensnared in the schemes of the matriarch. She felt utterly devoid of freedom, unable to see the path ahead, like a blind person groping forward in the light. Such a life was not what she desired. She needed to plan wisely for her future, to seek a commendable match and marry early to live her own life. The Shun family was wholly unreliable, yet she was utterly unfamiliar with the prominent families of the capital. To find a suitable match that aligned with her status seemed an insurmountable task. As she pondered, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and an instinctive feeling suggested that this person might aid her. However, before she could dwell on it further, her thoughts were interrupted by Zilan. "Miss, look, there is a girl by the pond, and she seems to be crying." Mian also heard the intermittent sounds of weeping and turned her head to see a girl seated by the pond, her attire indicating she was not one of the household maids. The two ladies decided to approach. As they drew nearer, Zilan's eyes brightened, as if she recognized the girl by the pond, and she leaned closer to Mian, whispering, "Miss, it's that cousin." "Ah, so. It is her," Mian murmured, a few more shades of sympathy clouding her gaze. She had heard Zilan speak of this cousin, who was not favored by the Qi family and often subjected to their scorn and abuse, a truly pitiable soul. Upon reaching her, Zhao Yuanying, who had been crying, sensed their presence and hastily wiped her tears, turning her head in a flurry. "What troubles you, dear cousin?" Mian inquired gently, noting the redness of her eyes, which indicated she had been weeping for quite some time. Zhao Yuanying did not recognize Mian, only feeling that this suddenly appeared girl resembled a fairy from a tale, graceful in form, melodious in voice, and possessing an ethereal beauty that made her feel unworthy in comparison. She bit her lip and lowered her head, timidly responding, I'm fine." Seeing her frail and delicate demeanor evoked a sense of compassion within Mian, who could not fathom how the Qi family could be so heartless as to chastise her. "The begonia flowers are blooming beautifully ahead. Why not accompany me to admire them?" Mian continued to softly inquire. Aye. Zhao Yuanying fidgeted with the hem of her garment, unsure how to express herself. She understood that this unfamiliar girl was offering kind words of comfort, yet the more she tried to be consoled, the more she felt the urge to cry. Why was there kindness from a stranger, while her own mother could compel her to endure such indignities? "I have matters to attend to. I cannot join you to admire the flowers. Please forgive me." Zhao Yuanying, suppressing her sobs, hurriedly finished her words and bowed before swiftly fleeing. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she would succumb to the humiliation of crying uncontrollably, so she fled, as if in desperation. Though it was rather impolite, she hoped to find another opportunity to sincerely apologize to that ethereal girl. Mian watched her receding figure with a resigned sigh. How many pitiful souls inhabit this world, all striving desperately to survive? She, too, could not allow herself to be ensnared by her current predicament. She must struggle to do her utmost and leave the rest to fate. Breathless, Zhao Yuanying returned to her chamber and collapsed on her bed, weeping bitterly. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Qi Shi stormed in, scolding her fiercely. "What is this wailing in broad daylight? I'm not dead yet." The sound of her crying ceased immediately, and Zhao Yuanying, holding back her tears, climbed up from the bed. "Goodness, look at your face. How will you face anyone like this? Come here, and let me fix you up," Qi Shi commanded, pointing angrily at the vanity. seeing Zhao Yuanying still hesitating in place. Qi seized a feather duster from the table and hurled it at her. "Did you not hear what I said?" The duster struck Zhao Yuanying's head with a thud before it fell to the floor. The pain elicited a fear-induced tremor in her body, and she staggered toward the vanity, where Qi impatiently pressed her down onto the stool. The copper mirror reflected her tear-streaked face, and she felt grotesquely ugly, both inside and out. Chapter 28. Loss of control that evening. Zhao Yuanying donned a delicate peach-pink dress, cradling a bowl of chicken soup freshly prepared from the Hou residence. She knocked on the door of the study where the young master Yi Feng resided. Her head was bowed low, revealing her profile adorned with a light touch of powder and blush, exuding a hint of youthful charm. The study door opened promptly, revealing Yi Feng, tall and poised, standing before her. He gazed down at the girl, whose height barely reached his chest, an expression of mild confusion gracing his warm features. He preferred solitude while reading in his study and had not anticipated any interruptions, assuming it was merely a servant calling him for dinner. He was surprised to find a young lady before him. "What brings you here?" The gentle voice from above caused Zhao Yuanying to lower her head even further. The ink-patterned hem of her dress caught her eye, and the faint scent of pine wafted to her nose, causing her earlobes to flush crimson, her heart racing wildly. "Dear cousin, I brought you some chicken soup," Zhao Yuanying stammered, her cheeks reddening as if they might bleed. Only then did Yi Feng recognize her as the cousin who had visited a few days prior, having only exchanged a hurried glance at the gate. He had little impression of her and was puzzled as to why she would suddenly bring him chicken soup. Despite his confusion, he noticed her slender arms trembling slightly as she held the bowl, prompting him to extend his hand to accept it. "Thank you, cousin," he said, and as he was about to close the door to return to his room, he noticed that she remained standing at the threshold, still with her head bowed. "Is there something else you need?" A hint of confusion laced Yi Feng's voice as it reached Zhao Yuanying's ears. She took a deep breath, calming her racing heart, and tremblingly produced a small pouch from her sleeve, extending it with both hands. A few days prior, upon their first meeting, her mother had been unable to present a fitting gift to the young heir, leaving Zhao Yuanying with a lingering sense of regret. It was this sentiment that prompted her to embroider a pouch anew, hoping the young master would not find it lacking. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened as he inspected the offered pouch. The golden-brown fabric bore an intricately embroidered pine tree, its craftsmanship exquisite, giving the impression of a living specimen, which struck a chord with him. After placing the chicken soup down inside the room, he returned to the entrance and accepted the pouch with both hands. He appreciated the thoughtful gesture from his aunt and cousin. Before him stood a gentleman of warmth and courtesy, stirring Zhao Yuanying's youthful heart, making it difficult for her not to feel a flutter. If only she could be with someone like her cousin, she would willingly accept the role of a concubine. But her desire was for a mutual affection, not the underhanded tactics her mother had taught her. Yet, without such means, how could someone of her humble standing capture her cousin's attention? Clenching the edge of her garment, a flicker of determination flashed in Zhao Yuanying's eyes. She lifted her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with delight as she softly urged, "Cousin, the chicken soup will lose its flavor if left too long. You should taste it quickly." Yi Feng nodded with a smile, neglecting to close the door behind him as he entered and picked up the bowl of soup. It was a small portion, merely a few sips, and he thought little of it, considering it would be best for his cousin to take the remaining soup back with her. However, with each sip, he increasingly felt a surge of heat within him. By the time he realized something was amiss, he was already burning with feverish intensity, struggling to maintain composure. He discarded the bowl in disbelief and glanced toward the entrance, where his petite cousin had quietly entered the study, slowly closing the door behind her. Yi Feng fought against the tumultuous energy surging through him, his eyes aflame as he staggered toward the door. He wished to escape the study. He knew that if he remained, he would lose control and commit an irrevocable mistake. Zhao Yuanying approached him step by step, her frail body trembling with a mixture of excitement and fear. Yet, there was no turning back now, whatever consequences lay ahead. She was prepared to endure, even if it meant offering her life to her cousin. Grasping the sleeve of his garment, Zhao Yuanying trembled as she threw herself into his embrace. Even through the fabric, she could sense the intense heat radiating from him, both searing and comforting. As she felt her petite form collide with him, Yifeng gritted his teeth, halting his movements. A chill seeped through his robes, spreading through his limbs like a refreshing spring, quenching the ardor within his heart. He wrapped his arms around that coolness, greedily absorbing the soothing essence emanating from her small body. It was not enough, far from sufficient. He tore open the front of his garment, pressing the coolness against his scorching chest, a pleasurable sigh escaping his throat, followed by a descent into an endless frenzy. As twilight descended, the young attendant arrived at the study's door, calling for the young master to join dinner. Just as he was about to speak, he was startled into silence by the sounds of moans emanating from within, frozen in disbelief at the closed door. He could hardly fathom that the virtuous young master was engaged in such intimate activities. Was it possible that a maid from the household had climbed into his bed? Stepping back from the door, the attendant pondered with furrowed brows, uncertain whether to report this to the matron. At that moment, the young master was likely reveling in his indulgence. Disturbing him could lead to his ire. Having reached the age of maturity, the young master had yet to take any concubines, so perhaps he simply could not contain himself. A single lapse might be excusable, and it was best for him to remain oblivious. Having come to this conclusion, the attendant returned to the courtyard entrance, closing the door behind him, calmly standing guard while harboring a flicker of secret delight at his young master's awakening to desire. After approximately an hour, the room grew quiet. In the disheveled study, Yifeng gradually regained his senses, noticing Zhao Yuanying beneath him, resembling a withered flower. In a panic, she hastily wrapped her robe tighter and retreated until she collided with the edge of a chair, collapsing into it. Shame and anger rendered him unable to confront the situation before him. He understood that he had been drugged in the soup, leading to his uncontrollable desires and subsequent wrongdoing. Yet he had irreparably damaged a woman's purity. Regardless of his fury, he could not chastise the one before him. The deed was done, and he alone must bear the consequences. Zhao Yuanying adjusted her dress, rising from the floor to face the once genteel gentleman, now so visibly distressed due to her unscrupulous actions. She felt utterly disgraceful, unworthy of being human. Dragging her pained body towards the door, her pallid face bore no sign of vitality. The fleeting warmth she had drawn from her cousin made her feel that her life had not been in vain. As she reached for the study door, just as she was about to step outside, she turned back to glance at the despondent young man seated within. Her split lips parted slightly as she spoke. "Cousin, it is Yuanying who has wronged you. Yuanying shall pay with her life." Before Yifeng could react, she dashed out of the room, and a loud splash echoed outside, followed by the attendant's frantic cries of "The young lady has jumped into the water. The young lady has jumped into the water." Chapter 29. Cursing inside the study. Upon hearing the attendant's shouts, Yifeng's face flashed with panic. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped toward the courtyard. Within the pine bamboo courtyard lay a pond, not large but quite deep. Beneath the night sky, the water appeared dark and murky, obscuring any sight of struggle or cries for help, merely the sound of rippling water. The attendant rushed to the young master's side, his face pale and trembling, pointing at the pond with shaking fingers. "The young lady jumped in. The young lady jumped in from here." Yifeng's brow furrowed deeply as he shouted, "Go fetch a lantern to illuminate the water's surface." With that, he leaped into the pond. The young scholar was taken aback, realizing with horror that the heir had also jumped in. What would happen if something unfortunate were to occur? Surely, the Marquis and his lady would hold him responsible for this calamity. Despite his trepidation, he dared not delay. He hurried into the study, trembling as he lit a lantern and rushed to the pond's edge. Anxiety etched across his face. Peering into the water, he saw the heir, drenched, floating on the surface, his eyes darting around in a frantic search. Not spotting anyone, he resolutely plunged into the icy depths. The young scholar, pale with fright, gasped for breath, though he recalled that the heir had learned to swim while studying in Jinling. Yet, fear gripped him. He could not shake the thought of potential disaster. Desperately, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Someone please! The news of the incident at the Songju courtyard spread swiftly throughout the Marquis' residence. When Lady Shun heard the distressing news, her legs turned to jelly as she clutched the messenger tightly, her voice trembling with panic. "Who has fallen in?" "Who?" The maid, shaking with fear, replied, "It seems to be the heir." Upon hearing this, Lady Shun nearly fainted, her eyes rolling back. It was only with the quick intervention of Mama Wu, who pressed on her acupoint, that she regained a semblance of consciousness. "My lady, you must not faint. We must see what has happened to the heir." At Wu's urging, Lady Shun, her face ashen, struggled to steady her weakening body, supported by several maids and matrons as she staggered to her feet. What misfortune had befallen her family? Her daughter had just nearly drowned, and now her son, the sole heir of the Marquis, was in peril. If anything were to happen to him, she, as a mother, would not be able to endure it. This string of frightful events left Lady Shun utterly drained, her strength sapped, and she could barely move. Mama Wu had no choice but to summon a small sedan chair to carry Lady Shun, and the group hastily made their way to the Songju courtyard. Meanwhile, Mian was about to rest when she heard a commotion outside, punctuated by cries that hinted at someone having fallen into the water. Frowning slightly, she pondered whether yet another mishap had occurred. Before she could call for inquiries, Xylan rushed in, breathless. "Second miss, something has happened with the heir at the Songju courtyard. Should we go and see?" The evening was still young, and the ruckus from the back courtyard was too loud to ignore. "Let's go," Mian replied, her gaze drifting towards the darkening night sky, concern flickering in her eyes. Yifeng, the Marquis' heir, was a gentle and courteous soul, in stark contrast to his mother and sister. Mian sincerely hoped that no harm had come to him. The night air was cool, and Su, noticing her mistress preparing to leave, quickly draped a thin cloak over Mian's slender shoulders. With the cloak secured, the trio, 2 servants and their mistress, set forth towards the Songju courtyard. On their way, they encountered the hurriedly approaching Yiting. Mian promptly bowed and called out, "Father, you two have come." Normally composed, Yiting's face bore an unfamiliar urgency as he waved his hand dismissively, continuing forward. "Mian, no need for formalities. Let us see how your elder brother fares." Mian nodded, following closely behind her father as they entered the Songju courtyard together. As the crowd entered the Songju courtyard, Yifeng had already rescued Zhao Yuanying from the pool, both of them drenched and nestled by the water's edge. A nearby attendant hastily draped a cloak over Yifeng's shoulders, shielding him from the chill of the night, while a flustered maid rushed off to summon a doctor. With Yifeng's back turned to them, the newcomers were unaware of whom he held in his arms. Following Yiting's lead, they approached, and it was only then that Mian discerned the frail, pallid face cradled in Yifeng's embrace, causing her to draw a sharp breath. How could she have fallen into the water in Yifeng's courtyard? "Feng, are you all right?" Yiting's concern was solely for his son's safety, oblivious to those around him. Crouching down, he noted Yifeng's ashen complexion and listless demeanor, a pang of sympathy stirring within him. Quickly, assist the young master back to his room. Upon hearing their lord's command, the young servants hurriedly rushed to support Yifeng. It was then that Yiting noticed the young woman in his son's arms, unconscious and equally pale. "Who is she?" Yiting's expression shifted, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. How could his son have fallen into the water with a girl who did not appear to be a maid from their household? Yiting, not often in the rear courtyard, had never seen Zhao Yuanying directly. Even if they had crossed paths, she had always kept her head down, rendering her nearly invisible. Xylan and Su helped lift Zhao Yuanying, while Mian removed her own cloak to wrap around the slender figure of Zhao Yuanying. Checking her pulse and finding her energy depleted but not in immediate danger. Relieved, she turned to explain to Yiting, "Father, this is my cousin, Zhao Yuanying." Yiting's heart jolted, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. Just days prior, Frost had fallen into the water and was rescued by the son of the chief family. Now, the chief family's daughter had once again found herself in trouble in Yifeng's courtyard, prompting Yifeng to plunge in after her. The audacity of the chief family was astounding, daring to act recklessly within the Marquis' estate. Truly, they seemed weary of living. Yiting's fury was palpable, his expression darkening ominously. The gathered servants, sensing their lord's wrath, promptly knelt on the ground, silence enveloping them. Yi Shuang, supporting Madame Shun as they stepped into Songzhu courtyard, was startled to find the servants kneeling. Both Yi Shuang and Madame Shun were gripped by fear, their complexions paling at the thought that something had happened to Yi Feng, hastening towards him with unsteady steps. "Feng, or my dear Feng." Seeing Yi Feng supported by a servant, his expression forlorn and lacking the usual vibrancy, Madame Shun's heart ached as she grasped his hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed the still unconscious Zhao Yuanying, her expression shifting abruptly. How could she be here? Witnessing both Zhao Yuanying and her son soaked through, Madame Shun's anger boiled, her gaze piercing like a dagger aimed at Zhao Yuanying's face. With Zhao Yuanying in a stupor, unable to be interrogated, her sharp eyes turned towards the trembling attendant. "Now, tell me, what on earth transpired?" The attendant shivered, stammering, It was the young mistress who fell into the water first. The young master rushed in to save her. The courtyard was thronged with people, making it difficult for the servant to broach the subject of the study, as it was a private matter of the heir, and discussing it in front of so many would bring shame upon him. Upon hearing the servant's words, Madame Shun's brows furrowed in anger. Disregarding Zhao Yuanying's unconscious state, she strode forward and struck Zhao Yuanying's pale face twice, cursing, "You wretched woman! Wretched woman!" Chapter 30. The distinct red marks of her slaps appeared prominently on either side of Zhao Yuanying's face. Mian looked at Zhao Yuanying, feeling a pang of pity for her. However, if the servant's words held truth, and she had indeed thrown herself into the water to beckon Yi Feng's rescue, then such pity was unwarranted. Yi Shuang, too, was consumed by anger, lifting her skirts as she intended to join her mother in chastising Zhao Yuanying. "Enough!" Yi Feng's sudden interjection halted Yi Shuang in her tracks. Madame Shun turned to look, her expression still bearing traces of lingering rage. Yi Feng, however, had shed his earlier dejection, his demeanor transforming back to its usual clarity and gentleness, infused with an undercurrent of resolve. "Please, mother, grant me permission to take Zhao Yuanying as a concubine." Yi Feng spoke respectfully, articulating each word with solemnity. Madame Shun's countenance stiffened, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Yuanying before donning a maternal facade, approaching Yi Feng. "It is this wretched girl who has used deceit to ensnare you. Even if we refuse to acknowledge her, she cannot harm our noble house. My son need not suffer indignities." Furthermore, Yi Feng had been preoccupied with his studies and had yet to marry a legitimate wife. Should he take a concubine first? No noble lady would consider entering our household thereafter. Yi Ting, standing nearby, wore a cold expression, refraining from contradicting Madame Shun. Though taking a concubine was not a grave matter, he would not permit anyone to sully the honor of their house with underhanded tactics. The matter of taking a concubine can wait. First, bind Qi's mother and child. Today they shall learn the grave consequences of tarnishing our noble house. Yi Ting commandit Koldi. The guards, fearing delay, swiftly went to capture Qi's mother and child with fierce intent. The physician had already been invited into Songzhu courtyard, and upon witnessing such a formidable scene, he lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. Yi Feng glanced at the still unconscious Zhao Yuanying and chose not to linger on the matter, gesturing to the physician, "Attend her first." Xylin and Susu assisted Zhao Yuanying into the side room of Songzhu courtyard, following the physician inside. Under Madame Shun's concerned persuasion, Yi Feng returned to his chamber to change. As night deepened, the moon shone brightly amid sparse stars, and the courtyard illuminated with flickering candles, casting a daylight-like glow. It would be a sleepless night for the noble house. When Qi's mother and child were brought before them, both appeared ashen and trembling. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Duke Yi Ting seated in the courtyard, they collapsed to their knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Yi Ting's grim expression showed no sign of softening as he raised his hand, coldly commanding, "Strike them." The sound of the wooden board striking flesh echoed through Songzhu courtyard, accompanied by the wretched cries of Qi's mother and child. Amidst the cacophony of their lamentations, Zhao Yuanying gradually regained consciousness, gazing at the azure canopy above, a solitary tear tracing down her cheek. Xilan, watching over her bedside, hastily called for Mian upon noticing Zhao Yuanying had awakened. As she approached, Mian saw Zhao Yuanying staring blankly at the tent's ceiling, tears streaming down her face. With a deep sigh, Mian recalled how Xilan and Susu had assisted Zhao Yuanying in changing her clothes earlier, discovering numerous ambiguous red marks on her body, which they had reported to Mian. Reflecting on the previous day, when Zhao Yuanying had wept by the poolside, Mian pieced together fragments of the truth. "Did your mother and brother compel you to do this?" she gently inquired, sitting beside the bed. Zhao Yuanying closed her eyes and turned her head away, unwilling to speak. Mian chose not to press further, instead adjusting the quilt around her and slowly retreating to the side. Outside, the sounds of anguish continued to rise and fall, and after approximately half an hour, the cries gradually subsided. Zhao Yuanying opened her eyes and turned her head, her eyes reddened as she asked, "Does the Marquis intend to kill them?" Mian gazed quietly into Zhao Yuanying's eyes, as if seeking to glimpse the inner turmoil of this unfortunate girl. "Do you not wish for their death?" I do not know," Zhao Yuanying replied, lowering her lashes and avoiding Mian's gaze. "I despise them, yet I cannot bear to watch them perish before me." Her expression was filled with melancholy, and after much hesitation, she bit her lip and said, "Could the second young lady plead with the Marquis on my behalf?" Mian frowned slightly, casting a deep glance at Zhao Yuanying before standing up and walking toward the door. She did not intend to advocate for Zhao Yuanying. Rather, her curiosity lay in discerning how her father would handle the two individuals. Mian believed that her father would not truly kill them. On the stone slab floor of Songzhu courtyard, two benches stood side by side, upon which Qi's mother and son lay, their faces pale and barely alive. Their clothing was tattered, bloodied, and the ground beneath them was stained crimson, an alarming sight. "Father," Mian called softly as she approached Yiting. He turned his head, and his fearsome expression softened slightly. "Mianer, why are you here? This bloody and vile place is not for you." Mian smiled faintly and directly asked, "Is it true that you intend to kill these two?" Yiting pondered for a moment, then waved off the two guards who had been beating them. "To kill them here would only sully our Marquis. I will not allow them to die, but they shall not live comfortably either. Everyone must pay the price for their actions." His words resonated with Mian's thoughts, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her father. "I support your decision, father," she declared. The brief affirmation caused Yiting to momentarily pause, followed by a look of gratification. "It is good that you understand your father." He then gestured for the unconscious Qi mother and son to be taken away and led Mian into the main room of Songzhu courtyard. Inside, Shun Yishuang and Yifeng were present. Upon seeing Yiting enter with Mian, Yishuang couldn't suppress a roll of her eyes at Mian. However, when Mian shot her a cold glance, Yishuang quickly retracted her expression, inexplicably feeling a twinge of fear at Mian's gaze. "Master, are the Qi mother and son dead?" Shen inquired anxiously, concerned as they were relatives she had invited. If they were to be killed, it would be challenging to explain to her family. Yiting replied with a hint of impatience, "They're not dead. Tomorrow, a carriage will be dispatched to send them back to Qingchen." Shun sighed in relief, then glanced towards the side room and inquired, "What do you plan to do with Zhao Yuanying, my lord?" Yiting turned to Yifeng. "That depends on Fenger. Do you truly wish for her to become your concubine?" Yifeng nodded decisively, bowing respectfully to his father, hoping for his support. "No, Fenger cannot take a concubine before marrying a legitimate wife," Shun hastily retorted, emphasizing that her son's marriage was a matter of great significance for the Hou residence and should not be taken lightly. Yiting greatly valued the reputation of the Hou residence, thus he found Shun's words quite reasonable. After a long contemplation, he finally spoke, "Madam, please expedite Fenger's marriage arrangements. He is no longer a child, and it would be beneficial for him to marry soon." Shun was taken aback. "Did we not agree to wait until Fenger has passed the imperial examination before discussing marriage? Let us at least start looking. If a suitable match presents itself, let them marry promptly. Zhao Yuanying may stay at the Hou residence for now and be referred to as Miss Zhao. After Fenger marries and has a son, she can then be elevated to the status of a concubine. Yi Ting frowned, having settled the matter in just a few sentences, then turned to Yi Feng. Do you have any objections, Feng? Yi Feng, with his head bowed in silence, pondered for a moment before slowly agreeing to his father's words. Chapter 31. A childless fate as dawn broke. The Qi mother and son were unceremoniously tossed into a shabby carriage, escorted by 2 guards from the Hou residence. Departing from the capital, after several days of turmoil, the Hou residence finally returned to its usual tranquility. Last night, at the tail end of the night watch, Mian had just returned to Jilan courtyard to rest, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. As she lay on her bed, she instructed her servants not to prepare breakfast for her, yearning for a good sleep to recover her lost rest. After drifting into slumber, she did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky, groggily gazing at the canopy above, struggling to recall the current year. In a hoarse voice, she summoned Su Su, and after sipping the warm tea brought by her, she felt somewhat revitalized. What time is it? Yi Mian inquired, propping herself up. Miss, it is nearly the hour of tea. Are you hungry? Would you like some snacks? Su Su asked with genuine concern. Let's wash up first, Yi Mian replied, throwing off the thin blanket and getting out of bed. Su Su hurriedly called in Yin Xia and Zilan. As soon as Zilan entered, she could hardly contain her words, eagerly recounting the events of the morning while assisting Yi Mian with her attire. That cousin has moved into the adjacent Qiushui courtyard, accompanied by a maidservant. It is truly unfortunate. Zilan sighed, then suddenly lowered her voice, leaning in closer with a mysterious expression. This morning, the madam stormed into Qiushui courtyard with the doctor, and according to the maidservant Qin Yu there, the madam gave the cousin a potion to prevent pregnancy. Good heavens! How terrifying! Su Su, already timid, felt her heart race upon hearing this. Yin Xia, ever composed, did not change her expression but admonished Zilan. How can you speak of such things in front of Miss? She is still an unmarried young lady. Zilan, caught off guard, stuck out her tongue, daring not to speak further. Yi Mian furrowed her brow and sighed, unable to suppress her inner feelings of melancholy. Zhao Yuaning is indeed a pitiable soul, burdened by a foolish and malevolent mother and brother. Despite their machinations, aimed to sacrifice her for the sake of the Marquis. Although she remains due to her mother's cunning, her days within the Marquis are unlikely to be any less arduous. First, gather some items. We shall visit the neighboring courtyard shortly, Yi Mian instructed softly. Once she was dressed, the table was set with warm congee, small dishes, and a few savory pastries, seemingly prepared especially for her breakfast. This was left by Mother Feng for the young lady, Su Su remarked casually while serving the congee. Yi Mian smiled gently, feeling a warmth in her heart. Though life in the Marquis lacks freedom, the few individuals in the Jilan courtyard treat her with great care. The congee was still warm, and the pastries were crisp and delectable, prompting Yi Mian to eat with a hearty appetite. After refreshing herself, she accompanied Su Su and Zilan to the adjacent Qiushui courtyard. Though Qiushui courtyard lay adjacent to Jilan courtyard, its interior was a stark contrast. It was only half the size of Jilan, featuring a main room and 3 servant quarters, alongside a nearly dried-up, foul-smelling pond. There were neither flowers nor trees, rendering the entire courtyard barren and desolate. A maid of about 15 or 16 languidly leaned against the door of the main room, sighing intermittently, oblivious to anyone entering the courtyard. Qin Yu, what are you pondering there? You didn't even notice the second miss has arrived. Zilan could not help but call out to the maid. Startled, Qin Yu quickly turned her head, hastily brushing off the dust from her clothes as she stood up. Bowing to Yi Mian, Qin Yu pays her respects to the second miss. There's no need for excessive formality. Rise, Yi Mian replied. How's my cousin? She gazed at the tightly shut door of the main room, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Zhao Yuaning seemed even younger than her. Having endured so much in just a few days, Yi Mian could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for her, as they were both women. She has taken her medicine and is resting, Qin Yu replied in a dispirited tone, her demeanor suggesting her reluctance to serve in this courtyard. Yi Mian chose not to dwell on her attitude, bypassing the maid and pushing open the tightly shut door. As the door creaked open, A pungent odor of medicine mixed with the stench of blood assailed Mian's senses, causing her complexion to change. She hastily stepped inside, making her way to the bed. Behind her, Su and Zilan, overwhelmed by the acrid scent of blood, struggled to suppress their nausea, reluctantly following Mian into the room. On the bed, Zhao Yuanying lay pale, her eyes tightly shut, a strong smell of blood emanating from beneath the thin blanket. Holding her breath, Mian swiftly pulled back the blanket, revealing the bed soaked in a pool of blood. Ah, so much blood! Su gasped, unable to contain her shock as she stepped closer. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yu rushed in, and upon seeing the blood on the bed, she collapsed to the ground, crying out, "I had nothing to do with this. I know nothing." "Silence!" Mian shouted, her voice resonating with authority, instantly quieting the room. Su, go fetch the medicine box from my room. Zilan, bring paper and ink to the table." Mian, speaking with remarkable rapidity, gravely grasped Zhao Yuanying's arm to take her pulse. The pulse was faint and erratic, and the chill within her body was severe. Noticing the blood that soaked the bed, it seemed that the medicine given by the Shun family was not a contraceptive, but rather a means to ensure sterility. How ruthless the Shun family truly was. A flicker of anger surfaced on Mian's face, her cold eyes resembling a bottomless, frigid pool. Su, carrying the medicine box, stumbled back in haste. Mian concealed her fury, quickly accepting the box, opening it to extract 2 silver needles. She swiftly inserted one needle into the inner side of Zhao Yuanying's calf and another into the inner side of her big toe to halt the bleeding. Then, she turned to the table, grasped the paper and pen that Zilan had procured, and rapidly scribbled a prescription. "Zilan, take this prescription and fetch the necessary herbs," she instructed. Zilan hurriedly accepted the prescription and dashed out. Mian returned to the bedside, frowning as she gazed at Zhao Yuanying's pallid face, acutely aware that her life was ebbing away. This passive waiting could not continue. Zhao Yuanying had lost too much blood. Only the potent nourishment of a century-old ginseng could replenish her vital energy swiftly enough to sustain her life. In such a wealthy household as it was likely that century-old ginseng was available. However, whether she could acquire it was uncertain. After some contemplation, she decided to inform the heir, Yi Feng, of the situation, partly to ascertain his concern for Zhao Yuanying's fate. Stealing her resolve, she gathered her thoughts and calmly instructed Su, "Seek out Mama Feng and have her guide you to the heir. Inform him that Zhao Yuanying is on the brink of death. If it possesses any century-old ginseng, he must bring it at once. There may still be a chance to save her." Su, hearing this, turned pale, her legs trembling. Yet she suppressed her rising panic and hurriedly exited. In the Song Bamboo courtyard, the heir Yi Feng had sequestered himself in his study after having breakfast, and he had yet to make an appearance. The young attendant stood vigil at the courtyard entrance, his gaze occasionally darting toward the study. After the incident yesterday, he had been summoned by the lady for questioning, and he had relayed the events that transpired between the heir and his cousin within the study. The attendant could still vividly recall the lady's fierce glare and gritted teeth. Though she had not punished him, she had issued a stern warning. Should he fail to keep a watchful eye on the heir again, he would be sold off. Fearful, he was now eager to keep his eyes glued to the heir. Suddenly, footsteps approached, growing louder. The attendant shook off his thoughts and, intrigued, opened the courtyard door, only to find Mama Feng from the Jilan courtyard and a young maid rushing toward him, both appearing frantic. Seeing their urgent demeanor, the attendant hurriedly inquired, "Mama Feng, is there something urgent?" Without breaking her stride, Mama Feng, accompanied by Su, rushed into the Song Bamboo courtyard. After catching her breath, she urgently asked, "Where's the heir?" Realizing Mama Feng's anxiety indicated a significant matter, the attendant wasted no time and led them toward the study. He knocked several times on the door, but there was no response. In her impatience, Su disregarded all etiquette and shouted toward the study. "Cousin is bleeding profusely and near death. Heir, please save her." A sudden thud echoed from within the room, reminiscent of an object being knocked over. The door burst open, and Yi Feng appeared, his face etched with anxiety and panic. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "What has happened to my cousin? Is she bleeding profusely? What is going on?" Su sniffled, her voice trembling with tears as she replied, "The lady administered a contraceptive to the young miss, but for some reason, she is losing a significant amount of blood. I am unaware that the contraceptive was replaced with an abortifacient. I can only recount what I witnessed. My young lady mentioned that only a century-old ginseng can temporarily preserve her life. Young master, you must think of a solution quickly." Yifeng stood dazed, his heart in turmoil upon hearing that his mother was responsible for Zhao Yuanying's severe bleeding. It was a moment of disbelief. But when he heard Su mention the century-old ginseng, he suddenly regained his composure, murmuring, "Century-old ginseng, century-old ginseng." He then forcefully pushed aside the three individuals blocking the doorway and hurriedly rushed out of Songzhu courtyard. Su and Mama Feng dared not linger and quickly followed suit. The scholar, seeing that the young master had fled, realized his presence was futile and joined the hurried escape. Yifeng ran breathlessly to Fenghua courtyard, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on anything but the urgency of acquiring the ginseng. Just then, Mama Wu emerged from the Shun residence. Upon spotting the young master, she approached with a beaming smile, only to be abruptly pushed aside by Yifeng, her expression shifting from joy to alarm as she stumbled backward, witnessing him dash into the room. "Mother, mother!" Yifeng cried as he entered. Shun, who had just reclined on the favored couch to rest, quickly donned her shoes and emerged upon hearing her son's frantic calls. "Feng, or why are you shouting so?" she asked, her heart slightly perturbed at the sight of her son's disheveled demeanor. This son had always been her pride, yet she had not anticipated that he would be entangled with that wretched daughter of her cousin's family. Had it not been for the subsequent questioning of his attendant, she would still be in the dark. "Mother, is there any century-old ginseng in the storeroom?" Yifeng grasped his mother's arm tightly, his eyes fixed intently on hers. Shin was taken aback, attempting to free herself, but realizing she could not. She responded, somewhat dazed, "Yes, there is." "Quick, bring it out," Yifeng urged, his anxiety palpable. He disregarded any notions of propriety, focused solely on obtaining the ginseng to save his cousin's life. Everything else could be addressed later. At that moment, Mama Wu entered the room and, startled by the sight of the young master gripping the lady, pondered silently whether the young master had discovered that the lady had given the young miss an abortifacient. "What do you need the century-old ginseng for?" Shin asked, puzzled, not yet connecting the situation to Zhao Yuanying's plight, but sensing her son's urgency. "Mother, just bring it to me first. I will explain everything later." Yifeng insisted, striving to suppress his agitation, his tone softening slightly. He longed to question his mother about what she had done to his cousin. Yet he understood that now was not the time. Provoking her could risk losing the ginseng. Seeing her son's demeanor, Shin assumed he was entangled in some troublesome matter he could not disclose. Thus, she beckoned Mama Wu to step forward, retrieve the century-old ginseng from the storeroom. Madame Wu stepped forward, intending to remind the Shun family, but was suddenly met with the piercing gaze of the heir, causing her to instinctively retreat, afraid to speak further, and hurriedly left to fetch the ginseng. In a short while, Madame Wu returned, cradling a brocade box containing the precious ginseng. Yifeng strode forward, seized the box, and dashed out of the room without a backward glance. Watching her son's hasty departure, Shun felt an inexplicable panic rise within her. Before she could ponder the cause, she heard Madame Wu approach and say, "Could it be that the heir seeks this century-old ginseng for the young lady?" Shun's breath caught, and her expression instantly transformed. "Quick, follow him," she urged, pulling Madame Wu along in a flurry. Yifeng clutched the brocade box, sprinting with urgency. Su and Madame Feng, unable to keep pace with the heir, could only shout that the young lady resided in the autumn water courtyard, urging him to head there first. Yifeng, not daring to delay, pressed on to the autumn water courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he was struck by its stark desolation. Without a moment to contemplate, he rushed into the room, where the acrid stench of blood assaulted his senses. He halted abruptly, his knees weakening as he nearly collapsed, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Suddenly, the brocade box was snatched from his grasp. He looked up in bewilderment, catching sight of a woman's retreating figure. "Is it my second sister?" Yifeng gasped. Mian turned back, casting a cold glance at him without answering, and with one hand took the century-old ginseng, slicing off a piece and placing it in Zhao Yuanying's mouth. She cut a few more slices, handing them to the maid, Qin Yu, instructing her to prepare a broth. Staggering to the bedside, Yifeng beheld Zhao Yuanying's pale face devoid of color and could no longer bear it. His knees buckled, and he knelt beside the bed, trembling as he lifted the brocade quilt, the shocking sight of blood immediately staining his vision crimson. "Cousin," Yifeng's voice quivered, his hands gripping the quilt tightly. "She has been administered the contraceptive poison. Henceforth, she will be unable to bear children," Mian spoke in a flat tone, her earlier urgency and anger replaced with a profound sense of melancholy. Chapter 33. Disappointment. Yifeng stood as if struck by lightning, momentarily dazed. Before mumbling in a state of panic, "Isn't this a contraceptive?" Mian sighed softly, her fingers trembling as she pointed to the pool of blood. "How could a contraceptive cause such bloodshed? If my elder brother does not believe me, he may summon another physician. How could this be? How could this be? Why must mother?" "Fengya!" As Yifeng's anguished murmurs filled the air, Shun rushed into the room, the metallic scent of blood causing her complexion to pale further. She dared not look at the figure lying on the bed, fixating instead on her son's face. The decision to administer the contraceptive to Zhao Yuanying had been a moment of impulsive anger. Now, in the aftermath, she felt a pang of panic, realizing the cruelty of her actions and fearing reproach from her son. As her mother's gentle call reached Shun's ears, she snapped back to reality, only to see Yifeng staggering toward her, his eyes red, brimming with profound confusion and disappointment. "Why did you do this?" Confronted by her son's inquiries, Mrs. Shun took a step back, her face paling as she stammered. "Fengya, what are you saying?" "Mother has done nothing." The disappointment in her son's eyes filled her with trepidation. She instinctively deflected responsibility for her actions, terrified of facing his disappointment and anger. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Mian sitting by the couch, and, as if finding an outlet for her frustration, she pointed an accusatory finger at Mian, exclaiming, "Did she say something to you? You choose to believe her words over your own mother?" Mian cast a cold gaze in her direction, rising to approach, her eyes locking onto Mrs. Shun's. The latter, flustered, averted her gaze. "Madam, have you truly done nothing?" Mian no longer wished to address her as mother, feeling that Mrs. Shun was unworthy of such a title. "Shouldn't you go check on your cousin Yuanying? After all, she should call you aunt. She is currently in a precarious state, unaware of her surroundings. As an aunt, shouldn't you care for her? How dare you speak to your biological mother in such a manner?" Mrs. Shun, unable to approach the situation, seized upon Mian's perceived disrespect as a means to challenge her. At that moment, Zilan, who had gone out to fetch medicine, hurriedly rushed in, delivering the remedy to Mian. With no time to linger on Mrs. Shun's provocations, Mian took the medicine, inspected it for accuracy, and instructed Zilan, "Prepare it well and bring it back." Qin Yu entered with the prepared ginseng soup, her head bowed in fear upon seeing Mrs. Shun, trembling as she offered the soup to Mian. Accepting it with one hand, Mian approached the bed, allowing the soup to cool before gently feeding it to Zhao Yuanying. Noticing a slight improvement in her complexion, Mian felt a measure of relief. She then checked Zhao Yuanying's pulse, noting that it had stabilized compared to before, allowing her to fully relax. "How's my cousin?" Yifeng inquired urgently. Though puzzled by Mian's medical knowledge, he deemed it inappropriate to dwell on that now. "The pulse is stable for the moment, but she is severely weakened and will not awaken soon. She requires further medicinal care for her recovery," Mian replied calmly, her tone reassuring. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shin also breathed a sigh of relief. She had some trust in Mian's medical skills, though she was taken aback that a simple abortifacient could nearly claim Zhao Yuanying's life. She dared not ponder the implications of excessive dosage. The bed was soaked in blood, and leaving Yuanying in such a state was untenable. "Madam, We should first send someone to replace the bedding, Mian spoke up, snapping Mrs. Shun back to reality. She needed to face the consequences of her actions. Mrs. Shun shrank back, her gaze darting around until it landed on Mama Wu, who had followed her. Mama Wu, please take someone to change the bedding. Though reluctant, Mama Wu had no choice but to comply with the madam's orders. Accompanied by the maid Qin Yu from Xiushui courtyard, they approached the bed, lifting the silken quilt to reveal the shocking sight of blood, causing both to falter in shock. Madam, there's so much blood, so much blood, Mama Wu exclaimed, alarmed as she turned to Mrs. Shun. The contraceptive drug was handed to Zhao Yuanying by her, under the orders of the Shun family. At that moment, she deceitfully claimed it was a remedy for avoiding pregnancy, and without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Yuanying consumed it. Now, witnessing the copious amount of blood Zhao Yuanying had lost, she felt a surge of panic. If Zhao Yuanying were to die due to her carelessness, would she be held accountable for it? Shen also noticed the large stains of blood on the bed, and though fear gripped her heart, she forced herself to speak defiantly, urging, "What is there to fear? Hurry and change her." Mama Wu hesitated and suggested, "We must move the young lady, or else we cannot change her here. Let us move her to the Jilan courtyard," Yi Mian suggested coolly. The Jilan courtyard was the closest, and Zhao Yuanying was still weak, so she cannot be jostled too much. With that, her gaze shifted to Yifeng. Yifeng understood her unspoken command and approached the bed, lifting the frail Zhao Yuanying into his arms. The warm blood instantly soaked through his sleeves and front. Shen was taken aback, exclaiming, such filthy tasks should be left to the servants. As the heir, why must you dirty your hands?" Yifeng turned, cradling Zhao Yuanying, both of them drenched in blood. The shocking sight rendered Shen speechless. Her lips parted as she stumbled backwards and fell to the ground. "Mother, are you afraid?" Yifeng's expression was cold and stern as he stepped closer to Shen, each step causing droplets of blood to fall before her. "No, Mother is not afraid. It has nothing to do with me," Shen stammered, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. Seeing his mother still evading responsibility, Yifeng let out a disappointed laugh and turned away, carrying Zhao Yuanying with him. "Madam, as you wished, your cousin will no longer be able to bear children," Yi Mian said coldly to Shen before departing. Those few words struck Shen like a heavy hammer, shattering her hardened heart, and guilt and regret surged within her, causing warm tears to cascade down her cheeks. Yi Mian did not look back, resolutely turning to leave. To her, Shen's belated remorse seemed insignificant. Had she possessed even a sliver of compassion before her actions, such a heinous act would never have been committed. A young girl, barely past her coming of age, had her life irrevocably altered. Yi Mian sighed mournfully as she exited the desolate and humble Xiushui courtyard. Zhao Yuanying had been settled in the Jilan courtyard. Upon Yi Mian's return, she found Yifeng standing in the courtyard, his body stained with blood, as if he had lost his soul. "Elder brother, please go wash up." Yi Mian approached him calmly, her tone imbued with gentle concern. Yifeng regained some composure and offered Yi Mian a mournful smile, asking, "Is it true that my cousin will never be able to bear children again? Are you very concerned about this?" Yi Mian looked directly into Yifeng's eyes, as if seeking to glimpse the truth within his heart. Yifeng did not shy away, his gaze revealing profound sorrow. "I merely fear she will be heartbroken." Yi Mian averted her gaze towards the room where Zhao Yuanying lay and said, "Elder brother, please take care of her more in the future. Do not let her suffer any longer." "I will," Yifeng replied solemnly, lowering his gaze, lost in thought once more. "I will take care of cousin Yuanying. You need not worry, just go wash up." The bloodstains were indeed too conspicuous, prompting Yi Mian to interrupt Yifeng's contemplation, urging him once again. Yifeng steadied himself, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Then I shall trouble you, second sister." After offering a courteous bow, he turned and departed from the Jilan courtyard. Chapter 34. Dreamscape. As evening descended and the last rays of the setting sun faded, Zhao Yuanying stirred from a hazy slumber. Having consumed 2 doses of medicine, she awoke in a state of profound weakness, unable to utter a sound. Under the tender care of Zhu Qing, she managed to drink a bowl of ginseng soup and nibble on a few spoonfuls of porridge, which gradually restored some semblance of strength. Where am I? Zhao Yuaning gazed around, her eyes clouded in confusion. The maid attending her was not Qin Yu from Qiushui courtyard, and she had never encountered Zhu Qing before, leaving her momentarily disoriented. This is Zhilan courtyard, the residence of the second miss, Zhu Qing said with a warm smile as she set down the bowl of porridge and gently wiped the soup stains from Zhao Yuaning's lips, tucking her in with the blanket. How did I end up in Zhilan courtyard? Zhao Yuaning furrowed her brow, straining to recall the events. The last memory that surfaced was the lady of the house delivering her contraceptive medicine. After consuming it, she began to experience abdominal pain, followed by a flow of blood. She had assumed such symptoms were normal after taking the medicine and did not call for anyone. As the blood continued to flow and her body grew colder, she eventually lost consciousness. Zhu Qing's smile faltered briefly before she hastily picked up the bowl, saying, I shall take this leftover porridge away for now. The second miss will explain everything to you shortly. Watching Zhu Qing hurriedly exit, Zhao Yuaning closed her eyes in fatigue. The weakness that enveloped her rendered her immobile, leaving her to lie in silence, awaiting her cousin's arrival. The door creaked open, and Mian entered with slow, measured steps, unaccompanied by any maids. Zhao Yuaning, feebly opening her eyes, fixed her gaze upon her approaching cousin, captivated by Mian's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the moonlit palace. If only she could possess such beauty, perhaps her mother would not scold her so often, and her brother would treat her with more kindness, Zhao Yuaning mused. Suddenly, a cool, gentle hand touched her forehead, and Zhao Yuaning regained her composure, gazing dreamily at the tender face of her cousin, now so near. Are you feeling any better? Mian inquired softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Noticing Zhao Yuaning's dazed expression, she gently tapped her forehead with a finger. Zhao Yuaning snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze, stammering, Second cousin, you are so beautiful. I truly envy you. Mian smiled knowingly, her crescent-shaped eyes filled with warmth. Dear sister Yuaning, you are not lacking in beauty. It is merely that you have not taken the time to adorn yourself. Once you regain your strength, I shall have Zhu Qing and Yin Xia from my courtyard give you a proper makeover, and you will surely dazzle everyone. Hearing Mian's words, Zhao Yuaning's cheeks grew even warmer as she averted her gaze. Please, second cousin, do not jest with me. I'm not jesting. Once you are well again and properly adorned, you will see that I speak the truth, Mian replied, her expression turning earnest. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, Zhao Yuaning suddenly remembered the question she had intended to ask. May I inquire, dear cousin, how is it that you found yourself in my courtyard? Mian steadied her thoughts, her gaze flickering slightly as she responded, upon learning that my cousin had taken residence in the adjacent Qiushui courtyard. I ventured over to engage in conversation. However, to my shock, I discovered you lying on the bed covered in blood. Fortunately, I possess some knowledge of medicine, so I arranged for you to be moved to my courtyard, making it easier for me to care for you and assist in your swift recovery. This half-truth left Zhao Yuaning feeling somewhat awkward, her eyes downcast in shyness, unable to meet Mian's gaze. She feared that her cousin might discern her use of contraceptive medicine, which would inevitably reveal the secret of her relationship with the heir. Little did she know, this matter was already an open secret within the Marquis' residence. Observing Zhao Yuaning's bashfulness and reluctance to speak or look up, Mian felt a sense of relief. Had Zhao Yuaning pressed her for details regarding the source of her blood loss, she would have been uncertain about how to respond honestly, as Zhao Yuaning's health was only just beginning to improve, and she feared the shock of such devastating news might be too much for her to bear. Dear cousin, you should rest now, as your body is still weak and it wouldn't be wise to exert yourself further. I shall visit you again tomorrow, Mian said gently, rising from the bedside with a soft smile. Zhao Yuaning nodded slightly, her eyes filled with remorse as she murmured, I apologize for causing you trouble, dear cousin. To avoid being a burden, you must recuperate swiftly and return to Qiushui courtyard, Mian teased lightly, raising an eyebrow in mock irritation. This banter elicited a faint smile from Zhao Yuaning, though her weakness rendered the expression somewhat strained. As Mian departed the room, Zhao Yuanying allowed her forced smile to fade, fatigue overtaking her as she closed her eyes, softly whispering to herself about her kind cousin, wishing to recover quickly to avoid causing any more inconvenience. Miss Su, who had been waiting at the door, rushed forward to assist Mian as she emerged. The night air was chilly, and as Mian stepped outside, she could not suppress a few light coughs. Su immediately looked alarmed, urging, "Miss, please return to your room. You mustn't catch a chill. I'm not so delicate. Merely a gust of cool air brushed against me." Mian replied with a gentle laugh, adjusting her clothing as she descended the stone steps. The moonlight, clear and bright, bathed the courtyard in a silvery glow, casting dappled shadows of trees along the cobblestone path before them. The pair, illuminated by the moon's radiance, traversed the path, turning a corner and passing beneath a trellis adorned with wisteria, before finally arriving at the main hall of Jilan Courtyard. Once back at her room, Mian sipped a cup of calming tea, performed a simple ablution, and laid upon her bed after instructing her maid on how to care for Zhao Yuanying. With all matters settled, she pulled the silk quilt close and surrendered to a peaceful slumber. That night, Mian dreamt of Qingxin Temple, finding herself alone amidst countless masked figures wielding swords, encircling her menacingly. Just as panic began to swell within her, a warm hand grasped hers, pulling her from the encroaching throng. Though she could not discern the man's features, his broad shoulders and upright posture instilled a profound sense of security. Hand in hand, they fled to the base of the fateful tree in the temple's rear courtyard, where red prayer tablets clattered ominously, as if on the verge of falling. "Is this your prayer tablet?" The man holding her turned back, clutching a wooden plaque inscribed with the words, "May you soon find a worthy partner." Mian nodded in response, saying, "It is my wishing plaque." As she gazed up at the man's face, it remained obscured, shrouded in a mist that veiled his features. "Have you found your worthy partner?" His cold, distant voice emerged from the haze. Mian shook her head in confusion, pondering why this enigmatic figure posed such questions to her. Suddenly, she noticed the mist surrounding his visage thinning, allowing her a fleeting glimpse of his straight nose and tightly pressed lips. Mian blinked, yearning to see more clearly when, abruptly, a voice called out to her. "Second miss, wake up. It is time for breakfast." Chapter 35, Concealment with a Hazy Awakening. Her eyes fluttered open, still aching and blurred. The morning light had already streamed through the window, illuminating the pale green canopy above her bed. "So the day has dawned." Mian sighed softly within, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, only to hear Su's joyful voice beside her. "Second miss, you have finally awakened. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready." Mian rose from her bed, attended to by Su and Xilan, who helped her dress neatly. After partaking in a modest breakfast at the table, she stood and strolled out of the main room. As she took a few steps, her elder brother, Yifeng, hurriedly entered the Jilan courtyard. "Has the second sister had her breakfast?" Yifeng greeted her with a gentle smile, his complexion no longer as haggard as the previous day. "I have already eaten. Are you here to see Cousin Yuanying?" Mian inquired. However, Yifeng cleared his throat, and his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of unease. Understanding his hint, Mian smiled knowingly and added, "I wonder if Cousin Yuanying has awakened? I shall check on her first. Please wait a moment, brother." With that, Mian turned and proceeded to the chamber where Zhao Yuanying resided. Pushing open the door, she found Zhao Yuanying half reclined on her bed, attended by her maid, Qingyu, who was carefully feeding her medicine with a spoon. Upon hearing the door open, both women turned their gazes toward Mian, and Zhao Yuanying's face broke into a faint, pale smile. "Cousin Yuanying, you are awake," Mian said softly, approaching the bedside step by step. "Second cousin," Zhao Yuanying called weakly. After Qingyu had finished administering the medicine and stepped aside, Mian approached to check Zhao Yuanying's pulse. It remained weak, indicating that she would require several days of meticulous nurturing. "I am sorry for troubling you, second cousin," Zhao Yuanying said with a frown as she noticed Mian's concern while checking her pulse, unable to suppress her feelings of guilt. "There is no need for such formality, Cousin Yuanying. My brother has come to see you. Would you like to meet him? Mian gently placed Zhao Yuanying's arm back beneath the brocade quilt, inquiring with warmth. Zhao Yuanying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, "Has the young master come?" "Yes, would you like to see him?" Mian observed Zhao Yuanying's rosy face, finding her cousin adorably bashful, her emotions readily displayed on her countenance. Truly a naive soul. "Then let us meet." Zhao Yuanying's heart raced, for she indeed wished to see the young master. Since that day, they had not crossed paths again, and she longed to ask if he bore any resentment toward her. "I shall go fetch him," Mian declared. Mian turned and exited the room, summoning Yifeng inside before she departed, leaving the affairs of the two in her wake. Returning to her chamber, she perused some medical texts and rummaged through the dwindling supplies in her medicinal cabinet. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. She used to accompany her mother to gather herbs on the southern peak of Nanlu Mountain. It was a secluded area, known only to the two of them, where a plethora of rare herbs flourished. Those herbs had saved them a considerable amount of silver in the past. Now, residing in the Marquis' residence, Mian seldom had the chance to venture outside, and she pondered the fate of those herbs. It would indeed be a pity to let them decay on the mountain. It would be far more prudent to harvest them for practical use. After much contemplation, Mian resolved to visit Nanlu Mountain the following day, seeking both herbs and a respite from the stifling confines of the Marquis' estate. Upon learning of Mian's plans, Su beamed with delight, recalling her own visits to that picturesque locale. The two were engrossed in cheerful reminiscence when Zilan entered, announcing, "Second miss. The young master has emerged from his chamber and wishes to speak with you. He awaits outside." Mian composed herself, smoothing her dress as she stepped out into the courtyard. Beneath the cool pavilion, Yifeng sat upright, his gaze contemplative as if lost in deep thought. Upon noticing Mian's approach, he swiftly masked his musings with a gentle smile. "I am grateful for your care towards cousin Yuanying," Yifeng stated, rising to perform a respectful bow. Mian graciously accepted the gesture without further hesitation. "Did you summon me solely to express your gratitude?" she inquired. "Actually, there is another matter I wish to entrust to you," Yifeng replied solemnly. "Please go on. It concerns Yuanying's inability to bear children. I implore you to keep this from her," he said, his voice low and heavy with concern. Mian nodded in understanding. Revealing such distressing news could hinder her recovery, and it was indeed wise to withhold it for the time being. It is not merely a temporary concealment. It shall be kept from her indefinitely. When the moment is right, I will personally inform her, Mian responded, a flicker of shock crossing her features as she gazed into Yifeng's increasingly grave expression. For a moment, she struggled to comprehend his motives. Would prolonging the truth truly lessen her heartache when she would inevitably discover it? Noticing her silence, Yifeng's eyes glimmered with a hint of pleading. "Cousin Yuanying has suffered due to my mother. I fear that upon learning the truth, she may feel despondent and wish to leave the Marquis' residence, or worse, contemplate ending her life. She has already attempted that once, and I am genuinely terrified," he confessed, his voice thickening with emotion. Mian sighed softly, responding, "I shall heed your wishes." "Thank you, dear sister," he exclaimed, his stature bending slightly in gratitude, the jade crown atop his head radiating a gentle luminescence. "Indeed, cousin Yuanying has encountered someone who holds her dear," Mian mused with a smile. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier thoughts of enlisting Yifeng's assistance in arranging her own marriage, a perfect opportunity to broach the subject. With a tinge of sorrow in her eyes, she spoke in a wistful tone, "There is also a matter I wish to entrust to you, dear brother. Please do tell." Upon noticing Mian's suddenly sorrowful expression, Yifeng was filled with curiosity about the cause of her distress. The elder brother was aware that their matriarch and half-sister harbored great disdain for his existence. Mian wished to swiftly secure a favorable marriage, thus leaving thee and living a tranquil life, free from the scrutiny of the matriarch and half-sister. This matter was not one to trouble the matriarch with. Therefore, she hoped to entrust her elder brother with the task of keeping an eye out for suitable marriage prospects, even if they were of slightly lower status than the provided they possessed good character and a gentle disposition. She did not wish to be overly demanding, uncertain if her brother would acquiesce. After articulating her thoughts, Mian lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, appearing somewhat bashful and awkward. As a woman, it was indeed difficult for her to advocate for her own marriage, yet she felt compelled to do so, with no one else caring for her matrimonial prospects. If she did not take the initiative, she would merely become like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Yifeng stared wide-eyed, astonished that such a young woman felt the need to plan her own marriage, a notion entirely unheard of. This insight illuminated the precarious nature of her existence within the. Reflecting on their mother's cruelty and disdain towards his younger sister, Yifeng understood that she must have felt utterly compelled to seek his assistance, and he was overwhelmed with a mixture of sorrow and compassion. Rest assured, dear sister, with your elder brother by your side, no one shall trifle with your marriage. I shall exert every effort to help you find a worthy husband as soon as possible. His heartfelt words and sincere demeanor greatly assuaged Mian's anxious heart, dissipating her shyness as she performed a respectful bow, expressing her gratitude to her elder brother. Chapter 36. Leaving the city the following morning, after breakfast, Mian instructed Su to gather the necessary items for her outing to collect medicinal herbs. She intended to visit her father's study to inform him of her plans. However, before she could reach the study, she unexpectedly encountered the matriarch, Madame Shun, by the small pond in the garden. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further detours. Informing Madame Shun would suffice to avoid giving others any fodder for gossip. Should she face any difficulties with her, she could still seek her father later. With this thought, Mian approached at a measured pace. Madame Shun, standing by the pond and feeding the koi fish, turned slowly upon hearing footsteps behind her. Upon recognizing the daughter of the concubine she despised, her expression instantly turned frigid. I wish to go out for a brief errand, and I seek your permission, madam. Mian bowed respectfully, her gaze lowered, deliberately avoiding the cold countenance of Madame Shun. Upon hearing that Mian sought permission to leave, Madame Shun could not help but recall the last time Mian had departed without informing her, which had caused a rift with the Marquis. Displeasure flickered across her face as she harshly retorted, "What kind of young lady constantly goes out? If you cause any trouble outside that tarnishes this reputation, how shall I explain it to the Marquis?" Mian, already anticipating Madame Shun's unyielding nature, sighed inwardly but maintained her composure as she replied, "Since you feel this way, I shall inform my father instead." With that, she turned to head towards her father's study. Madame Shun's expression changed in alarm, quickly blocking her path. "Such a trivial matter, and you would disturb your father? Go on, go on. Just be cautious while you are out. If you cause any trouble, you will not be spared upon your return." Shun's sharp words hung in the air, yet Mian chose not to engage further, turning on her heel to leave. After her departure, Yishuang emerged from behind the rockery, flanked by her servants, her gaze filled with venomous resentment directed at Mian's retreating figure. "Mother, where is she going?" Yishuang inquired coldly. Upon seeing her daughter, Shun's face instantly softened with maternal affection as she cast aside the fish food and approached Yishuang. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, "Let her go wherever she pleases. It would be best if she perished outside and never returned." "Mother is right. Dying outside and never returning would indeed be for the best," Yishuang murmured ominously, her eyes radiating malevolence that sent a shiver down Shun's spine. "Frost, what are you planning?" Shun stepped forward, a hint of fear mingling with anticipation as she tightly grasped Yishuang's arm. Yishuang dismissed all the servants, leaving only her mother and Wu Mama at her side. Once they were alone, she spoke through gritted teeth. "Send 2 capable young men to follow her as she leaves the estate. If the opportunity arises, eliminate her directly." Shin inhaled sharply, her lips trembling as she gazed at her daughter. Though the suggestion terrified her, the prospect of ridding herself of that illegitimate daughter was an enticing one. Remembering the grievances and scorn she had endured because of that girl, Shun's resolve hardened, and with a furrowed brow, she commanded Wu Mama coldly, "Do as the young lady says." At the rear gate of the Hou residence, as Mian departed in her carriage, Two young servants dispatched by Wu Mama mounted their horses and followed closely behind. The carriage sped through Xuanwu Alley, eventually slowing as it reached the bustling main street. Alive with throngs of people and vibrant shops, where vendors called out their wares in a cacophony of sounds. Mian lifted the curtain of the carriage, her eyes sweeping across the array of delectable street foods, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her, stirring her heart. She instructed the driver to halt, and along with Su, she alighted from the carriage, eager to stroll through the lively streets. The two donned their veils, meandering and marveling at their surroundings. Passing by a snack stall, they purchased a few treats, and, at a jewelry stand, Mian felt compelled to touch and admire the trinkets. Everything in the street seemed fresh and fascinating, even though these were sights she had often encountered before. Was it truly worth sacrificing freedom for such precarious opulence? Mian pondered silently. After wandering for the better part of half an hour, they reluctantly returned to the carriage, laden with bags of various purchases. "Miss, are we really gathering herbs on the mountain, or are we just out shopping?" Su asked with a playful smile as she organized their items. Mian removed her veil, unable to hide her own smile. "We're collecting herbs while enjoying a stroll." Their laughter filled the air, a rare sound since the passing of her mother, and this outing had undeniably lifted her spirits. As the carriage sped past the lively main street, dust swirled around the wheels, propelling them swiftly towards the outskirts of the city. Adjacent to the main street, Yinshui Alley was lined with exquisite pavilions, frequented by the nobility seeking leisure and entertainment. Within the renowned tea house, Wangyan Tower, a young gentleman clad in dark robes was seated gracefully by the intricately carved redwood windows on the third floor, delicately sipping tea from a jade cup. "My lord, do look. That appears to be a carriage from the Wu Zhao Marquis residence," Chun Shuo exclaimed, one hand clutching his sword while the other pointed towards the window. As a guard, Chun Shuo possessed keen eyesight. Though he had merely caught a distant glimpse from the upper floor, he was confident in his assessment. Prince Ning cast a sidelong glance outside, his gaze landing on the carriage making its way towards the city gate, his expression remaining composed. "The dark guard from the Marquis' residence are monitoring the situation. We should soon receive a report," Chen Shuo continued. Just as he finished speaking, a knock resounded on the door. With a confident smile, Chen Shuo stepped forward and opened it. A cloaked guard entered, reporting, "There is news from the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence. The second young lady, Mian, has left with her maidservant, followed by two young attendants from the Marquis' household." "Following?" Chen Shuo furrowed his brows, turning to look at the prince. He noticed Prince Ning's hand, which held the cup, frozen in place, and he had not taken another sip of tea. "Send someone to follow them," Prince Ning instructed, placing the cup down, his tone indifferent yet revealing a hint of contemplation. "Is the prince concerned for the second young lady's safety?" Chun Shuo blurted out without thinking, only to see Prince Ning's eyes flicker coldly, reminiscent of a dagger glinting in the light, slicing through the air with an unspoken threat. A shiver ran down Chun Shuo's spine. He regretted his words, offering an awkward smile as he excused himself and exited the room. He summoned two guards, whispering his orders. "The Marquis' carriage has just left the city. Follow closely and keep watch." The two guards complied and swiftly departed. Nanlu Mountain lies to the south of the capital, and it takes approximately half an hour by carriage to reach its base. The mountain, lush with vegetation and shrouded in mist, is seldom traversed by anyone other than hunters and herbalists. As the Marquis' carriage reached the foot of the mountain, the driver tightened the reins, bringing the horses to a steady halt amidst their whinnies. Two young boys clad in short brown garments jumped off the carriage, carrying baskets of herbs and small shovels, appearing to be two young herbalists ascending the mountain. "Miss, you look quite handsome dressed as a man," Su whispered with a giggle. Mian raised an eyebrow, lifting Su's chin with her finger and teasingly remarked, "Would this young lady care to marry me?" "You're jesting again, miss." Su's cheeks flushed, hastily brushing Mian's hand away, and the two burst into laughter. Navigating the mountain as a woman is fraught with peril. In previous outings with her mother to gather herbs, Mian would disguise herself as an inconspicuous young man. This time, She had instructed Su Su to prepare a short brown outfit in advance, and they had changed into them while in the carriage. Without further delay, they walked together into Hou Mountain, sharing laughter. Once they entered the mountain, the two attendants of the Marquis' household trailed them from a distance, following closely behind. Chapter 37. Encountering danger within Hou Mountain, a narrow path led directly to the summit, where the master and servant strolled along, their laughter echoing in the air. The atmosphere was refreshing, with birds chirping melodiously, creating a scene of vibrant vitality that gradually lifted their spirits. As they ventured halfway up the mountain, the two individuals veered into an inconspicuous path, obscured by dense underbrush at its entrance, making it difficult to discern without close inspection. Continuing along this trail, as they neared the summit, the expanse of medicinal herbs came into view. The two attendants trailing behind soon realized that their companions had vanished. The mountain air was already thick with mist, obscuring their vision. In a state of panic, one of the darker-skinned attendants exclaimed, "This is bad. We've lost them." The other, a tall and sturdy fellow, clenched his teeth, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a menacing glare. "Don't panic. Let us search thoroughly. They might be hiding nearby." The two began to scour the underbrush inch by inch. After about 15 minutes, the darker-skinned attendant's eyes lit up as he pointed into the thicket. "Then come see. There's a path here." The robust attendant turned back, approaching the concealed trail with a wicked grin. "Let us follow this route and find them." Meanwhile, the master and servant remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Carrying their basket of herbs, they supported each other, proceeding cautiously. As they ascended, the mist thickened, making the path increasingly treacherous. As they walked, they attentively examined the tree trunks beside them, searching for the crescent moon mark left by Mian's mother. Panting slightly, Mian leaned against a nearby tree, a light sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Wiping her brow with her sleeve, she advanced a few more steps and discovered the crescent mark on a sturdy trunk. Gently brushing her fingers over the crescent, a profound sense of nostalgia welled up within her. "Miss, is this the place?" Su Su, with wide eyes, inquired breathlessly. "Yes, this is it." Mian looked around and noticed several rare herbs, her heart swelling with joy. "Let us dig quickly. Once we're done, we must ascend the mountain." She removed the basket from her back, grasping it with one hand as she approached a flowering herb with purple blossoms. The two knelt down, swiftly identifying the plants and digging with their small shovels. The dense mist at the mountain's peak could evoke a sense of oppression if one lingered too long, so they aimed to finish their task quickly and return to safety. After excavating a few plants, Mian stood to change locations. Suddenly, she heard heavy breathing behind her, sending a chill of dread through her. Without a moment to glance back, she hastily retrieved a pouch of powder from her waist, holding her breath as she spun around and scattered it. A startled cry pierced the air, followed by the sight of a dark-skinned man collapsing onto the ground. Mian didn't pause to assess the situation. She covered her mouth and nose with one hand while grasping Su Su's arm with the other. Fleeing into the forest, Su Su, still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, was about to turn back when a furious shout resonated behind them. "Stop. Don't run. You must die here today." At the sound of that roar, Su Su's knees buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Mian gripped her arm tightly, urging her to stumble forward. Hearing the footsteps of the pursuing man behind them, Mian clenched her teeth, dragging Su Su along as her mind raced to devise an escape plan. A packet of sedative remained at her waist, yet the pursuer behind them was undoubtedly on guard. Recklessly scattering it was not an option. She must wait for the opportune moment when he was unprepared to act. The footsteps behind them grew ever closer, and two frail women could not hope to outpace a robust man. Exhaustion and fear rendered their steps increasingly weak and unsteady. The man's furious voice echoed once more. "Let's see how far you can run." "Miss, I can't run any longer. Please let me go," Su Su gasped, her face pale. She did not wish to burden her mistress any further, even if the man intended to kill. She would rather sacrifice herself to provide her mistress with a chance to escape. "If we must die, let us die together. I will not abandon you." It was not only Su Su who had reached her limit. The The weight of despair was too great for Mian as well. If death was inevitable, then let them face it together on this mountain, and she would no longer fear solitude. Mian halted, gripping the sedative tightly, her expression resolute as she turned to face the threat. She wished to make one final stand. If she failed, she would resign herself to fate. The man chasing them was now merely 3 steps away. Observing their halt, the burly man swiftly paused, retreating a step with a wary demeanor, quickly tearing a piece of coarse cloth from his garment to cover his mouth and nose. Mian noticed his brown servant attire, and her pupils constricted as understanding dawned upon her. With a cold laugh, she spoke with indifference. "So, you were sent by the Marquis of Wuzhou, who is so eager to take my life. Is it Shun?" I had merely informed her of my outing today, yet did not anticipate such cruelty. The stocky servant drew a dagger from his bosom, advancing step by step towards the 2 women, his voice laced with malice. "You, an unacknowledged mistress, do not belong in the Marquis' residence. It is best for my brother to send you off to your next life soon." With that, he lunged forward with the dagger. But Mian swiftly pushed Su aside and evaded the attack. The servant, astonished that his fierce strike had been dodged by 2 vulnerable women, was momentarily overtaken by shame and anger. He stepped closer to the trembling Su, who lay gasping in fear, seizing her by the arm and pressing the sharp blade against her delicate throat. Su's complexion turned ashen, her body quaking, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stammered. "Miss, run! You must run! Run! If you dare to flee, I will slit her throat immediately." The servant threatened viciously, pressing the dagger closer to Su's neck. Fury flooded Mian's clear eyes, her gaze reddening with suppressed emotion. She feared not for her own life, but could not bear the thought of Su's suffering due to her. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumult within her mind, she steadied herself, stating firmly, "You seek to kill me. Let her go and come to me directly. I will not flee." The servant sneered, his gaze lecherously appraising Mian. "Ah, such beauty in the second young lady. It would be a pity to kill you outright. Besides, no one will come here. I shall have some fun with you both." Mian's face suddenly drained of color, a fleeting panic flickering in her eyes before she regained her composure. Clenching her hands tightly, the pain of her nails digging into her palms sharpened her focus. She stifled the rage and loathing within her, a faint smile gracing her lips as she deftly removed the silk ribbon binding her hair, allowing her tresses to cascade down like a waterfall. The gentle breeze caressed her, causing a few strands to cling to her rosy lips, revealing a captivating blend of chill and allure upon her porcelain visage, instantly bewitching all who beheld her. Chapter 38. The leap from the cliff just moments ago. The lecherous servant, now wide-eyed and transfixed, gazed at Mian, his expression brimming with ecstasy and astonishment. "Release her, and I shall remain here, awaiting your approach," Mian said softly, her laughter akin to the fragrance of orchids. The servant cast a disdainful glance at the maid, who was pressed against him with a dagger at her throat, her tear-streaked face compelling him to avert his gaze. He dismissively shoved Su aside and approached Mian with an insidious grin. "Su, run. Head down the mountain," Mian urgently called to the sobbing maid. Su shook her head, unwilling to abandon her mistress, trembling with tears as she clutched the advancing servant's arm, pleading, "Please do not harm my lady. I beg you. Get away." The servant snapped, not sparing a backward glance as he continued toward Mian, impatience evident in his gaze. "Su, hurry." Mian's voice was tinged with desperation. Seeing the fierce determination in her mistress's eyes, Su bit her lip, stepped back, wiped away her tears, and ultimately turned to flee down the mountain. Su's departure allowed Mian to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, she could focus entirely on the threat before her. She glided closer to the servant, feigning a seductive smile, which ensnared his attention, rendering him entranced. With deliberate grace, she extended her pale fingers to caress his cheek, her fingertips curling as she swiftly removed the cloth obscuring his face. In a swift motion, she cast the sedative towards him. As he raised his hands to shield himself, she turned and sprinted toward the mountain peak. She could not flee in the same direction as Su. She needed to create an opportunity for her to escape. As for herself, Mian had already resigned to her fate, the bitterness of betrayal lingering in her heart. Though she knew this vendetta would have to be avenged in another life. "You wretched girl, dare to scheme against me? Stop right there." The furious shout from behind startled Mian, as she glanced back to see the servant pursuing her with fervor, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. In that fleeting moment, when Mian scattered the powder, the servant had held his breath and quickly shielded his face, resulting in minimal exposure to the drug. Yet, this treachery ignited his fury, propelling him to chase her with unwavering determination, vowing to make the enchanting maiden before him suffer in her pursuit of survival. Mian understood all too well the dire consequences of falling into his clutches, and thus she gritted her teeth, desperately racing toward the mountain summit. At the peak lay a precipice, and she resolved to leap from it. Even death would be preferable to succumbing to the clutches of a villain. The cold wind howled past her ears, lifting her flowing hair, which danced behind her like a breathtaking ink painting. The footsteps pursuing her grew increasingly nearer, and she could hear the abhorrent sound of heavy breathing. As she approached the summit, Mian gritted her teeth and quickened her pace. 10 steps, 5 steps, 1 step. Finally, she reached the edge of the cliff. The stones kicked up by her toes tumbled down silently into the abyss below. The wind at the mountaintop intensified, whipping her hair wildly and fluttering her garments. With calm determination in her eyes, Mian gazed down into the depths and leapt, resembling a bird with broken wings, plummeting straight towards the chasm below. The attendant who had been chasing her abruptly halted, extending his hand just shy of grasping Mian. What a pity! He clenched his teeth in frustration, unwillingly glancing down into the abyss, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Not daring to look any longer, he sheathed his dagger and hurriedly turned back down the mountain, although he had not been able to slay the mistress with his own hands. Witnessing her leap from the cliff would suffice to fulfill the young lady's orders, allowing him to return and report back. On the winding path halfway up the mountain, Su ran with tears streaming down her face, her vision blurred and unable to discern the trail. She stumbled repeatedly, her condition disheveled and desperate. She did not wish to cry, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably as she wiped her eyes and pressed on, her mind racing with concerns for her mistress and how to save her. Amidst her blurred vision, she spotted 2 figures ascending the mountain ahead, and with a surge of emotion, she cried out, "Help! Please save my mistress!" The 2 royal guards, startled by the shout, hastened toward the stumbling figure. They had been dispatched to follow the carriage from the Marquis' residence, having pursued it closely to this point, only to find the carriage empty at the foot of Nanlu Mountain. Upon questioning the driver, they learned that the passengers had ventured up the mountain. Without pause, they pressed onward into the woods, searching for signs of the individuals amidst the mist and foliage that obscured their view, making their quest increasingly arduous. Just as they felt at a loss, they suddenly heard a cry for help. Their hearts tightened in unison, and they quickened their pace toward the source of the plea, inquiring urgently about the situation. Before them stood a young girl in a short brown outfit, her face streaked with tears and her expression one of sheer terror. Seeing the 2 men approach, she instinctively took a step back in fear. The recent harrowing experience on the mountain made Su wary of men, especially upon noticing the daggers they carried, intensifying her dread of encountering further malefactors. Stepping back in alarm, she observed that the men did not advance, which offered her a modicum of reassurance. With trembling lips, she beseeched, "There are villains with daggers trying to kill my mistress. You must save her. Where are they?" The guards urgently inquired. Chen Shua had instructed them to follow the carriage, though he had not explicitly stated it was for protection. Yet, with their years of experience, they knew that if the occupants of the carriage were in peril, they were compelled to intervene. "I will lead you." Su quickly dried her tears, her demeanor revitalized. She turned and guided the 2 men along the path she had taken, ascending with haste. They soon arrived at the location where she had been gathering herbs, only to find the very assailant with the dagger crouched on the ground, attempting to rouse another young attendant who had been rendered unconscious. Su, her eyes ablaze with fury, pointed ahead and exclaimed, "It is they." In a swift motion, 2 guards unsheathed their swords. their figures flashing as they positioned their blades against the throat of the young servant before he could even react. "Where's she?" demanded a guard, his voice cold as ice, revealing a scar that marred his brow. The robust young servant trembled under the chilling threat, casting a furtive glance towards the fleeing maid who had just escaped down the mountain, his expression a mixture of reluctance and defiance as he remained silent. "Speak," the guard barked, the sharp edge of the blade carving a crimson line across the servant's neck. The pain ignited a sense of impending doom within him, and in a flurry of fear, he stammered, She jumped off the cliff." "What did you say?" Susu questioned in disbelief, her eyes welling with tears that threatened to spill over. With a heart-wrenching wail, she dashed towards the mountain's summit. The other guard, with a fair complexion, followed her to the top and soon discovered a pair of female footprints at the cliff's edge, thus confirming the young servant's words. She had indeed leapt into the abyss. Susu, collapsing at the cliff's edge, wept inconsolably, her heart shattered. As she steadied herself to pursue her mistress, the fair guard, quick of reflex, seized her and prevented her from moving further. Ignoring her cries and struggles, he struck her on the nape of the neck, rendering her unconscious, and hoisted her over his shoulder, descending the mountain with her in tow. Chapter 39. The search just past the hour of the dog. A fair guard hastened on horseback to the rear entrance of the Ning Mansion. Disembarking with agility, he hurriedly approached the door and knocked assertively. The door swung open, and without hesitation, the guard strode inside, making his way swiftly to the prince's study. Chen Shuo, stationed at the door, stifled a yawn, eagerly awaiting the next hour when someone would come to relieve him, allowing him the chance to return to his quarters for a much-needed nap. As he lifted his gaze, he was startled to see Lu Ming approaching with hurried steps. A wave of concern washed over him as he recalled that Lu Ming had been dispatched to accompany the carriage from the Wu Zhao Marquis. The urgency of his return hinted at something amiss. "Lu Ming, is there trouble?" Chen Shuo inquired, a note of anxiety creeping into his voice. "Indeed, it is grave," Lu Ming replied, hastening towards Chen Shuo. After catching his breath, he continued, "The second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis has jumped off a cliff." "What? How could this be?" Chen Shuo gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. "It's a long story. I must first report to the prince. He must decide how to proceed," Lu Ming, his complexion pale, declared as he prepared to knock on the study door. Before his hand could make contact, the door swung open from within. The Ning Wang stood before them, idly twirling a prayer bead made of rosewood, his demeanor calm and composed. Chen Shuo and Lu Ming quickly bowed their heads, their hearts racing. They had yet to fulfill the duties assigned by the prince, and the fear of impending punishment loomed over them. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads as Lu Ming swallowed hard, steeling himself to deliver the news. The second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis was pursued by a servant and leapt from the summit of Nanlu Mountain. Once the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the wind seemed to pause. Lu Ming dared not lift his gaze, mentally preparing his final words. The Ning Wang remained silent, his expression inscrutable, as he methodically threaded the prayer beads through his fingers. After a moment, he abruptly halted, applying pressure with his fingertip, reducing one of the beads to mere dust. "You two shall lead 100 guards to the base of the cliff to search, if she is alive. We must see her. If she is dead, we must see her corpse," Prince Ning declared, each word dripping with a chilling solemnity. "Yes." Upon hearing the prince's command, Chen Shuo dared not linger for even a moment and hurriedly set off. Lu Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him, instantly casting aside the farewell speech he had prepared, and swiftly followed Chen Shuo to gather personnel. After assembling over 100 guards, the two set off without delay towards Nanlu Mountain. Along the way, Chen Shuo gleaned information from Lu Ming, learning that the servant who had pursued the second miss of the Hou family had been escorted by another guard, Ding Zhao, to a manor under the prince's name outside the city. There was also a surviving maid and a coachman who had been taken to the same estate. Without further ado, they galloped with their contingent of guards. By the time they reached the base of Nanlu Mountain, dusk was approaching, and the sky was painted in hues of crimson. Standing at the cliff's foot, Chen Shuo surveyed the area and saw towering trees and dense underbrush. His brow furrowed as he mused how the exquisite second miss of the Hou family might have fared upon her fall from the cliff's edge. With a sigh, he ordered the guards to disperse and search meticulously. He himself dared not waste a moment, drawing his sword to clear a path through the withered branches and brambles while scanning the surroundings. The sounds of birds and beasts echoed in the mountains, and amidst the vigilance for danger, the search continued. The area at the cliff's base was not extensive, and in less than half an hour, a voice called out, "Found her! Found her!" Chen Shuo's expression sharpened. He performed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it and hurried toward the source of the voice. As he approached, he beheld a young woman in a man's short brown attire, lying still on the grass. It was Mian, the second miss of the Wu Zhaohou family. Strands of her dark hair fell across her pallid cheeks, subtly revealing several abrasions marked by dried blood. Her fair arms bore similar injuries, with blood oozing from the wounds. Yet there was no sign of bleeding from her ears, nose, or mouth. A flicker of hope ignited in Chen Shuo's eyes as he crouched down to check for breath. Indeed, a faint sign of life remained. At that moment, disregarding any notions of propriety, he solemnly bent down and carefully lifted the injured second miss from the ground, rising slowly and hastening toward the edge of the forest. The weight in his arms felt as soft as cotton, her complexion as pale as paper, as if she might breathe her last at any moment. Chen Shuo's heart raced with trepidation, cold sweat soaking his back. Once he placed her in the carriage they had brought, he shook his numbed arms and let out a long sigh of relief. He instructed Lu Ming to return to the prince and report, while he himself took the reins of the carriage and led the guards toward the estate on the outskirts of the city. There was a physician at the manor who could provide prompt treatment for the wounded second miss of the Hou family. Though he had only met her once, he could not bear to witness such a gentle and kind young woman perish. Moreover, should she truly pass away, he would have to answer to the prince, who he sensed regarded her with a unique fondness. Never had he seen the usually cold-hearted prince care for anyone's life as he did now, dispatching a multitude of guards to search for her, a most unprecedented act, fearing that the bumpy carriage ride might further distress the frail second miss. Chen Shuo dared not hasten the pace of the horse. After a careful journey, they arrived at the manor's entrance, where the prince and Lu Ming awaited. Chen Shuo brought the carriage to a steady halt, dismounted gracefully, and knelt on one knee to report, "I have returned with the second miss of the Marquis' residence." No call from the prince reached his ears. Instead, he witnessed the prince's dragon-embroidered robes flutter as he approached the carriage. Lifting the curtain, he beheld the seemingly lifeless figure within, the prince's expression betraying no emotion, yet an inexplicable sense of anxiety gripped his heart, causing him to clench his fist. He ascended into the carriage, his fingertips brushing against her delicate, upturned nose. A faint warmth brushed his fingers, causing them to tremble slightly. Without further hesitation, he bent down and lifted her carefully, descending from the carriage with urgency and proceeding into the manor. Inside the chamber, a physician awaited, and upon seeing the prince personally carrying the gravely injured lady, he could not help but feel a mix of astonishment and apprehension. Once the patient was settled, the physician approached to take her pulse. As his fingers touched her wrist, a frown formed on his brow, prompting the prince to feel a surge of concern. Yet, he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the motionless figure on the bed. His eyes traversed her face and the wounds upon her arms, narrowing slightly as a chilling coldness flickered in his pupils. The physician, stroking his beard with one hand while contemplating her pulse with the other, eventually relaxed his brow and sighed, "Though the pulse is weak, it is not fatal. With proper medication and acupuncture to stimulate her meridians, she will awaken in due time." After delivering this assessment, he rose to prepare the prescription, first presenting it to the prince for review, before retrieving silver needles from his medicinal box to commence treatment. The prince glanced at the prescription, then exited the chamber, handing the document to Chen Shuo as he instructed, "Summon Miss Ye's personal maid to attend her." "Yes," Chen Shuo acknowledged and departed. Chapter 40. Schemes. The manor housed a pharmacy, eliminating the need to venture far into the city for medicine. After delivering the prescription to the steward, Chen Shuo set out to find the maidservant who accompanied Mian. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Lu Ming, looking well-fed and content, emerging from the kitchen, and called him over. You, take the maid we brought back from the mountain to the chamber. Understood, Lu Ming replied, wiping remnants of food from his mouth before turning away. Ding Zhao, lacking in compassion, had unfortunately locked the returned maid in the woodshed. As Lu Ming approached, he heard the sound of weeping emanating from within. He gestured to the guard at the door to open it and leaned lazily against the frame. Stop crying, stop crying. Your young lady has been rescued. Hurry and tend to her. Upon hearing this, Su ceased her sobbing, her swollen eyes lifting to reveal a face filled with disbelief and joy. Shaking off the dust, she sprang to her feet and rushed to Lu Ming, grasping his clothing tightly. Is what you say true? Is it truly true? Su, with tears and laughter, pressed for answers. Lu Ming was taken aback, quickly straightened his posture, and glanced at the hands clutching his collar. Furrowing his brow, he replied with a hint of discomfort. Of course it's true. What would I gain by deceiving you? Please stop crying. It's quite unbecoming. In an instant, Su ceased her tears and broke into a smile, wiping her face with her sleeve as she urged. Hurry and take me to see my lady. We must go at once. At the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence, Shun and Yi Shuang sat at the dining table, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they stared at the untouched dishes before them. Mother, it's already this late. Why isn't he the person we sent returned? Could something have gone awry? Yi Shuang twisted her handkerchief, her eyes filled with urgency and concern. Initially, she believed sending 2 young servants to take the life of that frail concubine's daughter would be a sure success. However, as darkness fell and their absence lingered, her heart grew increasingly restless. Shun let out a long sigh, a trace of regret seeping through her anxious demeanor. It is indeed my fault for acting impulsively today without careful planning. If we fail to eliminate her and she discovers our scheme, what will we tell the Marquis? We could face his wrath. Yi Shuang scoffed, holding her head high with an air of disdain. She is merely the daughter of a concubine. How could she possibly compare to me, the legitimate daughter? Even if father finds out, he will only scold me a little. He would never punish me severely. You do not understand your father, Shun began, but swallowed her words. Now is not the time for such discussions. She needed to consider how to explain this predicament to the Marquis if he were to learn of it. Wu Mama, please send someone out to inquire whether anyone has seen the Marquis' carriage today. Shun's brow was knitted tightly, her mind restless as she could not focus properly, and thus she resolved to send someone else to gather more information. Wu Mama was equally troubled. The 2 she had dispatched were both trusted servants of the household. One was the son of Mama's son, who handled purchases, and the other was the son of Mama Zhou, who served the eldest young lady. She had thought that sending these loyal servants would ensure discretion, yet they had still not returned. Mama's son and Mama Zhou had anxiously sought her out multiple times, their words laced with reproach. Wu Mama felt a burden of unspoken troubles, but could only muster the resolve to follow her mistress's orders and continue sending out inquiries. Once Wu Mama departed, Yi Shuang glanced out at the darkening sky, and an idea sparked in her mind. Leaning closer to her mother, she spoke with a wicked glint in her eye. Mother, it's so late, and still no sign of that concubine's daughter. If she does not return tonight, it would mean she has spent the night away. What do you think father would do if he found out? Shuang, Shun said, sensing the implication in her daughter's words, her anxious expression softening slightly. If she spends a night away, it would be tantamount to losing her virtue. Would a daughter, stripped of her honor and shameless, still receive father as protection? Yi Shuang's lips curled into a smirk, her demeanor radiating confidence as she reveled in her perceived triumph. Fra spoke with reason. I shall instruct someone to lock the gates of the manor. Even if she returns, she shall not be permitted entry, and we must ensure she is kept outside. Tomorrow morning, I shall report to your father, and her absence from home will become a reality. Shun's almond eyes narrowed slightly, her every word dripping with malice towards Mian. This daughter of a concubine was utterly detestable to her. Given the slightest opportunity, she yearned to obliterate her entirely, to make her vanish without a trace. Upon hearing her mother's scheme, Yi Shuang nodded in vigorous agreement, and the 2 exchanged a knowing smile, as if they could already envision Yi Mian's dismal fate. their hearts inexplicably lightened. In the Jilin courtyard, as dusk descended and the second young lady, Mian, had yet to return, Mama Feng could no longer sit still. She had already peered out through the back gate of the Hou residence thrice, internally berating herself for not insisting on accompanying the second young lady. With only Susu, a mere maid, by her side, what would she say to the Marquis if something were to go awry? During her fourth trip to the back gate, Mama Feng discovered, to her astonishment, that it had been locked. Typically, the gate would not close until the hour of high, yet today it was locked much earlier, at the hour of Su. What would happen if the second young lady returned and found herself unable to enter? Mama Feng, frantic as an ant on a hot stove, could not make a decision and thus returned to the Jilin courtyard, intending to confer with Xylin and the others. Xylin, who was currently entertaining her cousin in the inner chamber, had been recuperating in the Jilin courtyard for 3 days, her complexion visibly improved, allowing her to engage in light-hearted banter. Just as their conversation reached a delightful peak, Mama Feng entered, her anxiety palpable. Xylin, noticing the distress on her face, quickly suppressed her mirth and asked with concern, "Has the second young lady not returned yet?" Nearby, Zhao Yuaning expressed her surprise for a moment. Glancing out at the darkening sky, her eyes filled with worry as she inquired, where could she have gone? She merely mentioned taking a stroll, but did not specify a destination. The old servant lamented internally, feeling immense regret. Raising her head, her expression frantic, she exclaimed, "But the gates are already locked, and the second young lady has yet to return. How shall we explain this to the Marquis? Wasn't he supposed to lock at the hour of high? Why is it closed so early today?" Xylin furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. After pondering for a moment, she steeled herself and declared, "Mama Feng, we cannot keep this from him. If something has happened to the young lady while she is out, our silence will only jeopardize her safety. We must promptly report this to the Marquis." As night deepened, the back courtyard of the Hou residence was particularly quiet. Xylin and Mama Feng hurriedly made their way toward the Marquis' study, lanterns in hand, for he typically spent his evenings there studying military texts, a fact well known to everyone in the household. The study was located in the Isho courtyard, adjacent to the Fanghua courtyard. Thus, to reach the Marquis, they must pass through Fanghua courtyard. Before reaching the entrance of the Fanghua courtyard, several figures holding lanterns could be seen standing guard at the gate from a distance. As they approached, the faces became clear. It was Aunt Wu, accompanied by 2 young maidservants, standing there like sentinels. A sense of foreboding crept into Mother Feng's heart. Clearing her throat, she forced a smile and greeted Aunt Wu. "Aunt Wu, what brings you here so late? It's quite chilly at this hour. Do take care not to catch a cold." Aunt Wu, noticing the two approaching, shifted the lantern into the middle of the path, and, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, inquired, "And where might you be headed at such an hour, Mother Feng?" "Miss Second has a few words to convey to the Marquis, and we have come to relay the message," Mother Feng replied, striving to maintain her smile. Suppressing any hint of anxiety, she dared not disclose to those close to the matriarch that Miss Second had yet to return to the manor, for the matriarch had never held her in high regard. Should this information come to light, it would undoubtedly be twisted against them. Oh dear, how unfortunate! The Marquis is already retired in the Fanghua courtyard and has instructed that he not be disturbed. If Miss Second has something to say, it would be best to wait until tomorrow. Aunt Wu feigned ignorance, regretfully dismissing the two, while inwardly mocking them. She was well aware of the situation regarding Miss Second, and it was laughable that these 2 maidservants thought they could shield that outsider from the truth. She resolved to report them to the matriarch later, ensuring they faced the appropriate consequences for their folly. Xylin stood behind Mother Feng, her head bowed, stealing glances towards the entrance of the Isho courtyard. The gate was tightly shut, and the lanterns in front were unlit, suggesting that the Marquis was indeed not inside. Both Mother Feng and Xylin felt their hearts plummet. After a moment's hesitation, Mother Feng, anxious for Miss Second's safety, implored Aunt Wu to relay a message to the Marquis. Aunt Wu, instantly incensed, reprimanded, "You insolent servant. Are you deaf? I've already said the Marquis has retired. No matter how grave the matter, it must wait until morning." Xylan tugged at the hem of Mother Feng's garment from behind, shaking her head. Mother Feng swallowed her anger, refrained from further protest, and, after bowing to take her leave, turned with Xylan to depart. Aunt Wu watched their retreating figures, spitting disdainfully on the ground, her thoughts racing. Thankfully, the matriarch was astute enough to have summoned the Marquis to rest in the Fenghua courtyard early. Otherwise, these two foolish servants would have surely found a way to exploit the situation. On their way back, Mother Feng felt unsettled, stumbling slightly, nearly falling to the ground. But Xylan's quick reflexes saved her. Regaining her balance, Mother Feng placed a hand on her chest, catching her breath. "Thank you, Xylan. My mind is so troubled that I scarcely paid attention to where I was stepping." "Do not fret, Mother Feng. We still have other options," Xylan said, supporting Mother Feng's arm as they continued forward. "What other options? Speak quickly, Xylan." Mother Feng's anxious expression softened slightly with a glimmer of hope. She had always known Xylan to be resourceful. "We shall seek the young master." "Seek the young master?" Mother Feng pondered, recalling that in recent days, due to the matter concerning her cousin, the young master had visited the Jilin courtyard several times and had developed a certain sibling-like bond with Miss Second. The young lord is known for his gentle and benevolent nature, which starkly contrasts with that of the lady and the eldest daughter. Faced with no other options, he resolved to give it a try. With her decision made, Mama Feng dared not delay further and hurriedly took Xylan towards the pine bamboo pavilion. Due to preparations for the upcoming spring examination, Yifeng diligently studied in his study until the hour of high each day. His passion for reading was matched by his father's respect for his choices, who did not force him down the path of a military career. Yifeng was determined to strive for academic success, so as not to disappoint his father's hopes. As the hour of high approached, he set aside his scroll, called for the book boy to tidy the desk, and rose to stretch his stiff back. Just after stepping out of the study, he heard a series of urgent knocks at the courtyard door. The servant stationed at the entrance inquired who was there, and upon learning it was someone from Jilin courtyard, hurried to inform Yifeng. His expression darkened as he quickly made his way to the door, troubled by the thought that something might be amiss with his cousin's health. Opening the door with apprehension, he found Mama Feng and a young maid by his second sister's side. He promptly asked, "What has happened?" "Your Excellency," Mama Feng replied, "the second young lady went out today with a maid and has yet to return. The two of us intended to report this to the Marquis, but he was already resting in the Fenghua courtyard and instructed us not to disturb him. Given the gravity of the situation, we were uncertain and thus came to seek your guidance." Mama Feng spoke in one breath, anxiously awaiting his response. "Why are you only reporting such an important matter now?" Yifeng's voice was laced with urgency and a hint of anger. Startled, both Mama Feng and Xylan hastily apologized. "It is the fault of this old servant. Had I accompanied the young lady, such a situation would not have occurred." Mama Feng lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Yifeng softened his tone. "But do you know where my sister has gone?" "The second young lady merely mentioned she was going out for a stroll," Mama Feng replied, her voice choked with emotion. Yifeng's expression darkened. Not knowing her whereabouts rendered the search all the more daunting. "She did inform the madam before leaving. Perhaps she knows," Xylan interjected hurriedly. Mama Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the second young lady did report to the madam, but she did not disclose her destination. And it is likely she would not have informed the madam either. "Monfu, Jinan, come here," Yifeng called out loudly. Two guards, swords in hand, swiftly approached. "You two go and gather the household servants and guards in the front courtyard, on standby," Yifeng commanded, his demeanor exuding the authority of a marquis. The guards obeyed and hurried away. Yifeng glanced at the darkening sky, his gaze deeper than the night itself. Though anxiety gripped his heart, he knew he must remain composed and not lose his composure. "You two accompany me to see father." Casting a fleeting glance at Mama Feng and Xylan, he wasted no time and departed hastily. Mama Feng and Xylan hurriedly followed in his wake. Chapter 42. Madness after dismissing the two maids from Jilin courtyard. Mama Wu instructed the gatekeeper maid to lock the entrance to Fenghua courtyard. Weary from a long day, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Once the gate was secured, she did not linger any longer, yawning as she returned to the servants' quarters. not long after lying down, with her eyes scarcely closed. She was startled by a loud knocking at the gate. Sitting up abruptly, her face instantly contorted with anger. She was determined to discover who possessed the audacity to disturb the rest of the Marquis and his wife at such a late hour. After hastily dressing, she strode towards the gate in a fury. Before she could approach, she saw the gatekeeper maid opening the door, and in an instant, her blood boiled over. She exclaimed, "You insolent girl, who gave you permission to open the door? Do you wish for death?" The gatekeeper maid cowered, lowering her head, her eyes darting towards the entrance. The young master, Yi Feng, strode in with a cold gaze, casting a scornful look at Mama Wu. "What? Am I not worthy of being let in?" Mama Wu trembled in fear, hastily kneeling and bowing her head. "This old servant deserves punishment. I did not realize it was the young master, and thus spoke foolishly. I beg for your forgiveness." However, Yi Feng had more pressing matters at hand and was not inclined to engage with her further. He commanded sternly, "Go and summon the Marquis and his wife." At this pronouncement, Mama Wu's heart quaked, and she hesitated to rise. Upon noticing the two maids from Jilan courtyard following Yi Feng, realization dawned upon her. So it was these two wretched servants who had summoned the young master. How brazen of them! Clenching her fists in anger, she gritted her teeth and bowed her head, remaining immobile. Seeing her reluctance to move, Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, his expression dark as night. "Has this young master become incapable of commanding you? Very well. You need not remain in the Marquis residence any longer. Prepare yourself to be sold off tomorrow." Hearing the young master's threat of selling her, Mama Wu's knees buckled, and she fell prostrate on the ground, pleading, "Please, young master, do not sell this old servant. I understand my mistake. I shall go summon the Marquis and his wife at once." With that, she scrambled towards the main residence. Yi Feng stood in the courtyard, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the tightly shut door of Fanghua courtyard, his heart heavy with concern. Although he had not spent much time with his second sister, he could discern her composed and reserved nature. She would never vanish without reason. She must have encountered a perilous situation that prevented her return, and he needed to inform their father without delay. Marquis Wu Zhao, Yi Ting, and his wife, Madame Shen, had retired at the hour of the dog. Yi Ting, a deep sleeper, succumbed to slumber almost immediately, while Madame Shen tossed and turned, unable to find rest. It was not until the hour of the pig that she finally drifted into a restless sleep. Just as she began to settle, the sound of knocking at the courtyard gate jolted her awake, her heart racing in alarm. Sitting up, she hastily draped an outer robe over her shoulders and, feeling her way in the dark, approached the door to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Through the paper window, she glimpsed her son, Yi Feng, standing in the courtyard, which filled her with confusion. Why was he here at such a late hour? As she prepared to open the door, she saw Mama Wu rushing towards her, nearly tumbling over. "Madam, madam!" Mama Wu cried out, pressing against the door, her tone laced with urgency and panic. Madame Shen's expression changed. Fearing something had happened to her son, she tightened her robe around her shoulders and opened the door. "What has occurred?" As soon as the door was pulled open, Mrs. Shen eagerly inquired. It was the young master who had arrived accompanied by two maidservants from the Jilan courtyard. In response, Mama Wu subtly exchanged glances with Mrs. Shen. In an instant, Mrs. Shen comprehended the reason behind her son's visit, yet she dared not reveal a hint of her understanding. Adopting a facade of calmness, she allowed a gentle smile to bloom at the corners of her eyes and walked slowly towards Yi Feng. "Feng, what brings you here this late hour?" Upon noticing that only his mother had come out and not his father, Yi Feng could not suppress his growing anxiety and asked, "Mother, why I sent father here? Your father is exceedingly tired and has fallen into a deep sleep. Whatever the matter, just discuss it with me," Mrs. Shen replied softly, her face adorned with a mild smile. An uninformed observer might have even commended her as a virtuous wife and mother. Yi Feng momentarily suppressed his unease and gazed intently at his mother, asking, "Did my second sister inform you of her outing today?" Upon hearing her son broach the subject of that illegitimate daughter, Mrs. Shen's smile nearly faltered, her expression stiffening for a brief moment before she responded, "Yes. She did inform me. Did she mention where she was going?" "She merely said she was going out for a stroll." I did not inquire further, as you know. Your second sister has never been particularly close to me, so I refrained from asking too many questions to avoid inciting her disdain. Mrs. Shun continued, feigning a sense of grievance. Witnessing his mother's demeanor, Yi Feng refrained from pressing further, stating directly, "Then please, mother, wake father. My second sister has not returned home since she left today, and I fear something grave has occurred. It is imperative to inform father and seek his judgment." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shun hesitated, her face stiffening as she grasped Yi Feng's arm and began to persuade him. "Your father has been preoccupied with court affairs all day and is quite fatigued. He has only just fallen asleep. It would be better not to disturb him. Perhaps we could first send a servant or guard to search for her. Searching is indeed necessary, but informing father of this matter cannot be delayed. Mother, you must call father." Mrs. Shun, realizing she could not sway her son, felt a surge of frustration and reproached him. "Are you ignoring your mother's words? You have grown up, spread your wings, and no longer regard your mother as you once did, have you?" Seeing his mother's sudden irrationality, Yi Feng frowned. "Mother, the matter concerning my second sister is far too urgent to overlook. Would you still be hindering me if it were Schwanger who had not returned today?" Second sister. She scoffed. "You speak of her as if she were your own flesh and blood. I have no son who turns his back on his mother." As she witnessed her son, whom she had raised with such care, defending the daughter of an extramarital affair, Mrs. Shun could no longer contain her emotions. In a fit of rage, she forcefully shoved Yi Feng aside, unleashing her pent-up frustrations. Yi Feng stumbled back, his heart heavy as he gazed sorrowfully at his mother, unable to fathom why she had transformed into such a person. Where had the affectionate and forgiving mother gone? Each of her actions, from addressing him as cousin to second sister, had left him increasingly disillusioned. Not wishing to engage in further argument or witness her unraveling, he resolutely turned and departed from the Fanghua courtyard. Mama Feng and Xylin exchanged a glance, hastily following the young master as he left, fearing that the mistress would unleash her wrath upon them if they lingered too long. As Shun gazed at her son's departing figure, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears, and a tinge of regret washed over her countenance. Her son's heart had drifted further away from her, and it seemed unlikely that they would ever bridge the gap again. Shortly after Yi Feng and his companions had left, Duke Wu Zhao, Yi Ting, emerged from the main hall, yawning. What could possibly have transpired at such an hour? Upon hearing the Duke's voice, Shun trembled slightly, hastily concealing her regret and turning to adopt a gentle demeanor. "It is merely a trivial matter, which I have already entrusted to the servants. Your Grace, please retire to rest. You have court duties to attend to in the morning." As she spoke, she approached the door, affectionately linking her arm with Yi Ting's and coaxing him back inside. Mama Wu, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, breathed a sigh of relief and promptly instructed the maid on duty to lock the courtyard gate once more, forbidding anyone from entering. After Yi Feng left Fanghua courtyard, he did not pause for a moment and hurriedly made his way to the front yard. Wan Fu and Jean had already gathered all the household servants and guards as per his instructions. Aware that time was of the essence, Yi Feng adopted a serious expression and, with a commanding tone, instructed the servants. "The second young lady has left the residence today and has yet to return. You are to go forth and investigate her whereabouts. Those who discover her location will receive a month's wage, and those who bring her back will be rewarded with 3 months' pay. Do you all understand?" Upon hearing the heir's words, the servants were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces lit up with excitement as they collectively responded, "We understand." Chapter 43. Gumei in the dim, cloud-strewn night. The stars were obscured by the misty waters. On the outskirts of the southern city, at a secluded estate, vigilant guards stood watch, maintaining a strict perimeter. Su Su followed closely behind Lu Ming, arriving at the western wing of the estate's rear courtyard. Upon entering, she beheld a figure lying quietly on the bed, attended by a physician who was skillfully inserting silver needles at specific acupoints. Su Su bit her lip and slowly approached the bed, upon recognizing the person lying there. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her heart aching profoundly. Fearing that her sorrow might disrupt the physician's work, she stifled her cries. allowing only silent tears to stream down her reddened face. Lu Ming stood at the door, casting a glance inside and observing the young maid trembling with sobs. With a weary sigh, he took his stance, knife in hand, guarding the entrance. After the physician completed the acupuncture, he exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning around, he was startled to see the young maid's tear-streaked visage. "Are you here to care for her?" the physician inquired. Su quickly wiped her tears and nodded. The physician then retrieved a jar of ointment from his medical box and handed it to Su, advising, "This salve is for treating external injuries. Apply it 3 times a day, and within approximately half a month, the bruises on her face and body will heal without leaving scars. Be sure to apply it punctually." Su accepted the jar, bowing respectfully to the physician and expressing her gratitude. She then inquired, "May I ask, Doctor, when will my lady awaken?" "It will take at least 3 days. I shall come daily to administer acupuncture, and you must remember to give the patient the medicine as prescribed," the physician replied. Su committed his instructions to memory, thanking him for his efforts. After the physician had finished imparting his guidance, he shouldered his medical box and made his way out. Su, with a respectful demeanor, escorted him to the door before swiftly returning to the bedside to tend to her lady. Observing the pale complexion of her mistress, coupled with the multitude of bruises adorning her body, Su could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Such a virtuous lady had been subjected to such cruelty. If given the opportunity, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her mistress. Within the apothecary of the front courtyard, Manager Gu sat patiently, awaiting the assistant to prepare the medicine. Suddenly, a sprightly young woman, clad in a dark red guard uniform, barged in. Upon spotting Manager Gu, she flashed a charming smile and approached him. "Father, what brings you here? I've been searching everywhere for you." "Mayor, what do you require of your father?" Manager Gu inquired, stroking his beard and gazing affectionately at his daughter. Gu Mei. Since childhood, she had been enamored with sword play and had grown up favoring male attire, mingling among the guards and emulating their demeanor, resembling a tomboy. Much to his chagrin, Gu Mei pouted, her expression suddenly darkening. "I heard that Prince Ning has arrived, bringing with him an injured girl." "Indeed, that is true," Manager Gu replied candidly. "Is she beautiful?" Gu Mei pressed on, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Manager Gu regarded his daughter with puzzlement, unsure of her motives for such inquiries. "Father, please tell me," Gu Mei urged, adopting a playful tone as her father remained silent. Reluctantly, Manager Gu responded, "The girl was unconscious. The prince carried her from the carriage to the west chamber. I did not catch a proper glimpse of her face." "Ah, the prince carried her?" Gu Mei exclaimed, her irritation manifesting as she stamped her foot, waves of jealousy surging within her. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Manager Gu began to comprehend her feelings and, with a stern expression, admonished her, "What the prince does is beyond the purview of us servants. Do not meddle." "Father, Gu Mei began to retort, but her words were interrupted by the assistant's voice. "Manager Gu, I have prepared the medicine as per the prescription." The assistant approached with the medicine bag, bowing respectfully before Manager Gu, and upon noticing Gu Mei, he greeted her as Mississippi. A flicker of pride crossed Gu Mei's eyes as she snatched the medicine bag, bringing it to her nose for sniff. "Father, are you unwell?" "I am in good health. This is for that young lady," Manager Gu replied, attempting to reclaim the bag. Gu Mei deftly evaded her father's reach, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "I shall deliver the medicine to her." Manager Gu, rising in alarm, chastised his daughter. "Do not be foolish." Before he could finish his admonition, Gu Mei had already dashed out of the apothecary with the medicine bag in hand. Frustrated, Manager Gu gazed after her retreating figure, contemplating the trouble this audacious daughter might cause him, and decided to follow her. As Gu Mei ran ahead, Manager Gu pursued her, and the household servants, accustomed to such antics, merely chuckled and paid little heed. Manager Gu halted, breathless, as he witnessed his daughter enter the west chamber. Since the young lady, whom the prince had brought back, lay within, he felt it inappropriate to enter. Thus he stood at the door, awaiting his daughter's return. Inside the chamber, Su had already cleaned Mian's body, dressed her in night clothes, and treated her wounds with salve. holding a comb in hand. She was about to tend to Mian's hair when she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Susu turned back in confusion and was surprised to find that the newcomer was a girl clad in a guard's uniform. With widened eyes, she curiously inquired, "Who are you, miss?" Gume cast a haughty glance at Susu, but chose not to respond. Instead, she strode over to the edge of the bed, her gaze sweeping across Mian's face. Observing the girl lying unconscious on the bed, her cheeks marred by numerous abrasions and bruises, Gume finally breathed a sigh of relief and disdainfully remarked, "I expected her to be some celestial beauty. Turns out she is nothing extraordinary." Susu, standing nearby, caught every word of Gume's disparaging comment, and her blood surged with indignation. "What do you mean by that? My lady is gravely injured, and yet you choose to mock her? I merely speak the truth." "What? You would rather hear flattery about your lady's beauty than honest words?" Gume retorted defiantly, her neck rigid. With her eyes burning with fury, Susu stood up, fists clenched, glaring at Gume. "My lady is merely injured. Once she recovers, she will outshine you 1,000 times over. You are not even worthy to compare with her toes." Having grown up in this estate, Gume, though the daughter of the steward, considered herself a lady. Surrounded by servants who treated her with deference, she had never endured such humiliation. Infuriated in an instant, she clenched her jaw and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap across Susu's face. The resounding crack echoed through the room, leaving 5 red marks blossoming on Susu's cheek. Lu Ming, stationed at the door, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing the sound. Moments earlier, Gume had entered with medicine, since they were all acquainted. He had not intervened. However, the sudden slap left him utterly astonished, and after a brief moment of shock, he sprang into action. Chapter 44. The slap without regard for decorum. He pushed open the door and peered inside. He saw the maid from the Hou residence, covering her face, glaring furiously at Gume, who was poised to strike again, only to have her arms seized by Gume. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, Gume possessed strength that surpassed that of ordinary women. Despite Susu's desperate struggles, she could not break free, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "Gume, let go!" Lu Ming interjected, his voice firm. Gume glanced at him, snorted derisively, and reluctantly released her grip. "For your sake, Lu Ming, I shall not hold this slave accountable today." With that, Gume tossed the medicine package onto the bed, held her head high, and prepared to leave. Susu bit her lip, stifling her tears, unwilling to disrupt her lady's peace in her current state of unconsciousness, and resigned herself to endure the indignity for the time being. As Gume stepped out of the room, she looked up to see Prince Ning, clad in a robe adorned with dragon motifs. Standing at the foot of the stone steps, his gaze coldly fixed upon her. Gume's cheeks flushed. Her heart raced as she lowered her head and approached him with delicate steps to offer her respects. Prince Ning did not acknowledge her, appearing as though he had not heard her at all. His eyes narrowed, dark orbs piercingly focused on the guard Lu Ming, an icy chill emanating from his very being. Lu Ming shuddered, hastily dropping his weapon and kneeling on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor, cold sweat trickling down his back. "Lu Ming, today you are assigned to follow the carriage of the Hou family. You have failed to protect the individual, and now you cannot even guard a door. What use are you to me?" The voice of Prince Ning was cold and devoid of warmth, filled with a chilling authority that sent shivers down the spine. Gume, still half kneeling in respect, felt her legs tremble slightly, her knees weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lu Ming forcefully knocked his head 3 times against the ground, blood seeping from his forehead and staining the blue stone floor. He seemed impervious to the pain, loudly pleading for forgiveness. "I have not fulfilled my duties. Please punish me." "Your Highness." Chen Shaw, standing behind Prince Ning, observed Lu Ming with a complex expression, unable to intercede on his behalf. Today's incident was indeed a result of Lu Ming's negligence, inciting the prince's ire. The prince seldom punished his subordinates, and when he did, the punishment was severe. Lu Ming understood that there was no escaping this fate. Susu, seeing the pale-faced guard who had rescued her bowing at the entrance, was alarmed to find him bloodied. She hurried towards the door and noticed that many others were present, among whom were 2 individuals she had encountered at Qingxin Temple. Young master, what brings you here? Su Su inquired, her face brightening with joy. Encountering familiar faces in an unfamiliar place instantly eased her heart, filling her with uncontainable happiness. Prince Ning remained silent, his gaze landing on a clear five-fingered imprint on Su Su's cheek. Chun Shuo stepped forward, scratching his nose and replying, "This estate belongs to my young master. Did your young master send someone to rescue me and my lady?" Su Su's excitement grew, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chun Shuo. Indeed, Chun Shuo nodded affirmatively. "Who struck you on the face?" Prince Ning's lips parted slightly, his tone frigid, devoid of discernible emotion, yet thickening the atmosphere with tension. Su Su was taken aback, not expecting this aloof young master to address her. After a moment, she regained her composure, her eyes filling with indignation as she pointed at the trembling Gu Mei. It was her. Prince Ning cast a sidelong glance at Gu Mei, while Steward Gu, witnessing the dark expression on the prince's face, broke into a cold sweat. His greatest fear had come to pass. This audacious daughter had truly stirred up trouble. "Your Highness, it is my failure to manage her properly. Please punish me." Steward Gu knelt in supplication, his mind racing through the possible consequences, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her father groveling on the ground, Gu Mei felt a mix of pain and anger. Ignoring her surroundings, she stood tall and glared at Su Su. "She insulted me first, which provoked my response. I implore your Highness to see the truth." Prince Ning, with an air of authority, watched Su Su, who stood frozen in shock, forgetting to argue. The dignified young master before her was, in fact, the prince. Regaining her senses, Su Su hurriedly knelt in respect, too intimidated to meet his gaze. "Did I permit you to speak?" Prince Ning's brow furrowed, a frigid aura emanating from him, his piercing gaze like an ice blade slicing through Gu Mei's very being. Gu Mei's complexion turned pale, her lips quivering, too frightened to utter another word. Seeing the prince's fierce expression, Steward Gu steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he approached his daughter, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap across her face. "Insolent behavior. How dare you act so audaciously before the prince? Kneel immediately." Gu Mei clutched her stinging cheek, staring at her father in disbelief. From childhood to adulthood, her father had never laid a finger on her, yet today he strikingly struck her before the prince. In that fleeting moment, Gu Mei felt a tumult of shame and anger surge within her, forcing back her tears as she covered her cheeks and fled. This left the Steward Gu in a state of frantic distress, stamping his feet anxiously. He longed to pursue her, but was unable, so he knelt and repeatedly apologized, imploring, "Your Highness, please temper your wrath. My daughter is still young and ignorant of propriety. I shall ensure she is rigorously disciplined henceforth." The prince retorted, "I have taken note of your words. Should you fail in your governance, neither you nor your daughter shall remain here." "Yes, I am grateful for your mercy, your Highness," the steward replied, feeling a slight relief wash over him. The trouble caused by his daughter seemed to be resolved, and he was immensely thankful for this opportunity granted by the prince. While Gu Mei's matter was settled, the situation regarding Lu Ming loomed ominously. The gaze of Prince Ning shifted once more to Lu Ming, who knelt on the ground, holding his breath as he sensed the prince's attention upon him. Upon returning to the royal residence, Lu Ming was condemned to labor in the laundry room for a month as a lesson. The prince coldly uttered these words before striding into the west chamber. Lu Ming watched as the prince's garment brushed past him, suppressing the urge to weep. Being tasked with washing the foul clothes of the hundreds of guards for a month felt more unbearable than death itself. Su Su, glancing at Lu Ming's expression of despair, thought to herself that this punishment was not so severe after all, and found his demeanor excessive. She could not help but lower her voice, saying, "It's merely a month of washing clothes. Just use your hands. It's not like it's taking your life." Lu Ming, with a face of misery, replied, "You do not understand. This is worse than death itself." Sighing, Su Su concluded that this guard might not be quite right in the head, and chose not to engage further. Turning around, she noticed the prince standing with his back to her, quietly beside the young lady's bed. Not daring to gaze too long, Su Su lowered her head and approached. retrieving the medicine pouch that Gu Mei had discarded before respectfully exiting the room. With Lu Ming gone, Chun Sha now stood guard at the door. Su Su did not close the door, reasoning that it was inappropriate for a young lady to be alone in a room with a man. After clarifying with Qin Shuo where to prepare the medicine, she proceeded to the small kitchen in the side courtyard, following his directions. In Chapter 45, titled Combing. Within the chamber, Prince Ning slowly seated himself by the bedside, his gaze fixed serenely upon Yi Mian's slumbering visage. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against a comb resting on the bed's edge, causing a momentary pause in his expression. As he grasped the comb, his eyes lingered on Yi Mian's slightly disheveled, lustrous black hair. Lost in thought, his hand, clutching the comb, involuntarily reached out. The teeth of the comb glided gently through the dark strands, slowly working their way to the ends, as the soft, fine locks swiftly aligned, emanating a satin-like sheen. Standing guard at the door, Chan Shuo caught a glimpse inside, his eyes widening in disbelief, almost dropping his eyeballs in shock. He quickly covered his mouth to stifle a gasp, shutting his eyes and turning his head away. Surely, it must have been an illusion, Chun Shuo mentally reassured himself, unable to fathom that the prince, usually as cold as ice, would actually comb a woman's hair. It had to be a figment of his imagination. It simply couldn't be real. Ning Wang remained oblivious to Qin Shuo's watchful gaze. At that moment, he was entirely absorbed, methodically running a comb through Yi Mian's long hair, repeating the motion until each strand was perfectly arranged. Only then did he cease, his eyes momentarily glazing over, a hint of self-deprecating amusement gracing his lips. What was he doing? Acting like a lecher. As reason gradually returned, he silently mocked himself. He loosened his fingers, intending to set the comb aside. Yet for some inexplicable reason, his fingertips tightened unconsciously once more. With a soft sigh, he turned his hand, concealing the comb within the ample folds of his sleeve, and rose to cast one last glance at the figure upon the bed, emotions surging within him. Daring not to linger any longer, he resolutely turned away and stepped out of the room. Within the capital, the household of the Marquis Wu dispatched servants and guards to search for the second young lady, Yi Mian, scouring the streets and alleys for any news. In less than an hour, the tale of Yi Mian's disappearance had spread throughout the city, becoming the topic of conversation among both the affluent and the common folk. Jests were made, proclaiming that the second young lady was a figure of intrigue. In less than a month since her arrival at the Marquis Wu's residence as a concubine, her name had already become widely known. Speculations abounded, with some claiming she had eloped with a penniless scholar, while others suggested she had fallen prey to bandits and was being held captive as a mountain chief's wife. In any case, the rumors were far from flattering. After all, the sudden disappearance of a woman seldom inspired hopeful thoughts. Yi Feng anxiously awaited news in the main hall of the Marquis's residence, fully aware that this search might tarnish his younger sister's reputation. Yet, he believed her life was far more precious than any hollow semblance of honor. Should she truly be in peril? How disappointed would she feel towards the household for not sending aid? How disheartened would she be by her blood relatives? Reporting to the young master, guards have learned from the city officials that our carriage left the city today. Heading south, Jinan announced, striding swiftly into the hall, his words tumbling out before he had even fully steadied himself. Yifeng instantly leaped to his feet, muttering, "What lies to the south? What could there be?" Jinan furrowed his brow in contemplation, replying, "To the south, there are primarily estates owned by wealthy families. I've heard there is a mountain, perhaps called Nanan Mountain. What business does my sister have in the south?" Yifeng mused aloud, unable to fathom the reasoning, and decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment. He quickly commanded, "Jinan, take a dozen guards and head south to search for her." Jinan hesitated. "Young master, the city gates have already closed. We cannot exit." Yifeng slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing how muddled his thoughts had become. The gates closed each evening at dusk and reopened at dawn. It was possible that his sister had merely returned late and was now locked out. Frowning, he could only hope for a favorable outcome. "Let us gather everyone back. Once the gates open tomorrow morning, we shall dispatch men to search immediately." "Understood. I shall remember," Jinan replied, bowing before taking his leave. Yifeng rubbed his temples, Sighing heavily, he lifted the cool tea from the table and drank deeply, feeling somewhat calm within. He did not immediately return to the courtyard to rest. Instead, he first went to the Jilan courtyard to share the information he had gathered with Zhao Yuanying and Mama Feng, soothing their anxious spirits before he returned to the Songzhu courtyard to wash up and retire for the night. However, his slumber was not particularly restful. He awoke at the break of dawn, calculating that the city gates would soon open, and he rose to head to the front courtyard. Just then he spotted Wanfu, with Jin and his entourage preparing to depart. After a moment's contemplation, Yifeng summoned a horse for himself, intending to accompany them on their search. Your Grace, we can manage without you. The morning chill makes riding a horse rather risky. Wanfu hesitated, stepping forward to advise. Though my lord is a scholar, he is still a man of valor. Can he not withstand a mere breath of cold wind? Let us set forth without delay, Yifeng declared with resolute brows, nimbly mounting his steed and leading the way out of the estate. Wanfu and Jinin, seeing that their lord had already ridden far, dared not linger and hurriedly followed with dozens of guards. During the morning court, Marquis Yiting felt the persistent gaze of his colleagues upon him, making him uneasy. He could not help but wonder if perhaps he had neglected decorum in his hasty departure that morning. Cautiously, he surveyed his attire, but found nothing amiss. So he adjusted his sleeves and stood resolutely, planning to inquire further after the audience. In the great hall, Emperor Xuanda perused the memorials before him, noting that they concerned trivial matters, which soon led to his visible impatience. He signaled to the eunuch in attendance, who promptly waved his feather duster, announcing, "Court dismissed." The civil and military officials knelt in unison to bid farewell, only rising after the emperor had exited the hall. As Yiting followed his colleagues to leave, the Minister of War, Yang Hong, approached with a concerned expression, inquiring whether the Marquis's second daughter had been found. Yiting was taken aback, exclaiming, "My second daughter has been in the estate. What is there to look for?" Other colleagues passing by pricked their ears at his denial, exchanging knowing glances, realizing that the Marquis likely wished to keep the family's troubles concealed. Thus, they chose to feign ignorance. The scrutinizing gazes of his peers stirred a sense of unease within Yiting, prompting him to exit the palace in haste, urgently instructing the coachman to return to the estate swiftly. The morning streets were sparsely populated, exuding an eerie stillness, as the coachman drove the carriage at a brisk pace. Reaching the Marquis's residence in about a quarter of an hour, Yiting alighted from the carriage and made his way into the estate, striding towards the rear courtyard with an ever-growing sense of unease. Indeed, he had not seen Mian for 2 days. Could something truly have befallen her? Chapter 46. Rumors at the entrance of the rear courtyard. Mama Wu, following the lady's instructions, had been waiting there with the maidservants for quite some time. Upon seeing the Marquis approach, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward to pay her respects. "Marquis, the lady requests your presence." Yiting furrowed his brow slightly and replied casually, "I shall attend to her shortly." With that, he made to depart. Mama Wu's expression turned anxious, and she quickly stepped forward. "The lady has important matters to discuss. It is imperative that you see her." Hearing this, Yiting hesitated for a moment, his expression darkening as he turned his steps towards the Fanghua courtyard. He was eager to discover the urgent reason behind the lady's summons. In the main hall of the Fanghua courtyard, Madame Shun and her daughter Yi Shuang were seated together, occasionally stretching their necks to peer outside. "Mother, why haven't father arrived yet?" Yi Shuang's eyes flickered with irritation, her expression revealing considerable impatience. Madame Shun tenderly patted her daughter's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Yet inwardly, she too was beset by unease, her thoughts racing at the prospect of how the Lord would react upon learning that the daughter from the concubine had not returned home overnight. It would be ideal if he were to unleash his fury and sever ties with that daughter, thus preserving the family's reputation. Yet she feared he might still hold onto that fragment of kinship. "What urgent matter does the lady have?" The Lord's voice suddenly reached their ears, startling Madame Shun from her contemplative reverie. She lifted her gaze anxiously to see the Lord striding into the room. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, and Madame Shun quickly adopted an anxious demeanor, stepping forward to grasp the Lord's sleeve as she began to lament, "My lord, a grave situation has arisen. Mian left the house yesterday and has yet to return. What shall we do?" "What?" The words struck Yi Ting like thunder, and he stared wide-eyed at Madame Shun, his mind racing back to the Secretary of War's earlier inquiries. How could the Secretary possibly know that Mian was absent from the residence? A wave of anxiety washed over Yi Ting as he recalled the knowing glances of his colleagues. Did they, too, have knowledge of this situation? How could he, the father, be the last to learn of it? He dared not dwell on the thought and urgently pressed, "When did Mian leave yesterday? Where did she go?" Madame Shun pretended to dab at non-existent tears with her handkerchief before she choked out. "Yesterday, after the hour of Chun, I was in the garden feeding the fish when Mian expressed a desire to go out for a stroll, fearing she might feel stifled within the confines of the estate. I consented. Little did I know that she would not return all night." Her heartfelt lamentations were met with a furrowed brow from Yi Ting, whose countenance darkened ominously. "How did outsiders come to know of this matter?" he inquired in a low voice. Madame Shun's expression froze momentarily, and after a pause, she replied, "It was Fenger who sent servants and guards last night to search for her, causing quite the uproar throughout the city." She quickly added a defense for Feng. "He was merely concerned for Mian's safety. You must not blame him." She feared that the Lord might be angered by the incident and direct his wrath towards her son. Despite Fenger's occasional disobedience, he remained her cherished child, and as a mother, she would never allow him to bear any reproach. Fenger did right. If Mian is missing, it is only natural to search for her. I cannot hold him accountable. Yi Ting's expression softened slightly, clearly approving of his son's actions. Where's Fenger now? Has he uncovered any news of Mian's whereabouts? He set out early this morning on horseback with several guards to search outside the city. It seems he has learned that Mian left the city yesterday. As she spoke, Madame Shun's expression grew increasingly somber. Recalling her son's dedication to that daughter from the concubine filled her with a sense of dread. Yi Shuang, wearing a cold expression, remarked sarcastically, "Brother truly cares for our second sister." Yi Ting, preoccupied with worry for Mian's safety, failed to notice the changing expressions of the mother and daughter. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, the father could not remain idle. He promptly rose and headed outside, intending to gather more people to search. Upon witnessing Yi Ting's silence as he prepared to leave, both Shun and Yi Shuang grew anxious. Quick to react, Yi Shuang exclaimed, "Father, where are you going?" "I'm going out to look for your second sister," Yi Ting replied, not turning back, his tone laced with urgency. "Father, you must not go." Yi Shuang ran a few steps towards the door, blocking his path in anger. "Why must I not go?" Yi Ting furrowed his brow at his daughter's obstruction. "Do you know what people are saying about our second sister outside?" "What are they saying?" "Everyone claims she has eloped with someone, mocking our Wu Zhao Ho residence. She has brought such disgrace upon us, and you still wish to search for her?" Yi Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears, her face reflecting a deep sense of injustice. In her heart, she repeatedly cursed Yi Mian, wishing for her demise outside, while Yi Ting anticipated that this matter would lead to rumors. He knew his daughter Yi Mian to be composed and wise, certainly not a wayward girl prone to elopement. How others perceived them was beyond their control. But Mian was a member of their household. Regardless of her whereabouts, they must find her first. If she truly had eloped, they could address the matter then. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Shuang's eyes turned red with fury as she clenched her teeth, indignantly stating, "In your eyes, she is the only one that matters. Have you ever considered your own daughter? My reputation is tarnished because of her. Who would dare come to propose for me now? Do you wish for me to remain unmarried for life?" Faced with his daughter's accusatory tone, Yi Ting felt a surge of anxiety. "Shuang, the rumor of elopement is unfounded. We must find Mian and uncover the truth to dispel these slanders, thereby protecting your reputation as well." Yi Ting spoke earnestly, understanding well that this situation could indeed affect Shuang's standing, and her anger was justified. "No, you must not seek her. I want you to publicly sever our father-daughter ties with her, forbidding her ever to set foot in the Hou residence again. Only in this manner can we swiftly safeguard our family's honor." Yi Shuang grasped her father's arm tightly, tears brimming in her eyes. A plea for understanding mixed with a deep-seated resentment flickering beneath the surface. Indeed, Lord, this is the best solution to preserve the reputation of the Hou family. Shen interjected, waving her handkerchief as she stepped forward to persuade him. If we go searching for her, we do not know when we might find her. As rumors escalate, it may become impossible to contain them. The mother and daughter exchanged words, stirring a sense of turmoil within Yiting. Noticing the conflict etched on Yiting's face, Shen squeezed out a few tears, continuing her lament. Feng Shuang are the legitimate children of the Hou family. Their marriages are intricately tied to the family's future honor or disgrace. If this one daughter jeopardizes their prospects, how shall you explain this to the ancestors of the Yi family? Chapter 47. Heartbeat suddenly, a torrential downpour descended, the rain pattering against the eaves, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning that rendered the three occupants of the room momentarily silent. Through the half-open vermilion window, Yiting gazed absently at the fierce rain outside. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke. If we have not discovered the whereabouts of Mian in 3 days, we shall proceed as you and your mother have suggested. Yi Shuang, clearly dissatisfied with her father's response, furrowed her brows and was about to plead further when Shun, her mother, firmly grasped her arm to restrain her. After shaking her head at her daughter, Shun's eyes, filled with sorrow, were fixed on Yi Ting as she spoke with a heavy heart. Then it is settled. My lord, please do keep in mind our 2 children. Rest assured, my lady, Yi Ting replied, managing a reassuring smile amidst his grave demeanor. With that, he turned and exited the room. At the doorway, a servant hastily opened an umbrella, shielding the Marquis as he departed the Fanghua courtyard. Inside, only Shun and her daughter remained. Yi Shuang stamped her foot and exclaimed in anger, Mother, why did you acquiesce to Father's words? What shall we do if that concubine's daughter returns in 3 days? Shun sighed deeply, her gaze heavy. Your father has already made a concession. If we, as mother and daughter, press him too hard, it may only lead him to question our intentions. I see it as clear favoritism towards that concubine's daughter. He pays no heed to me at all, Yi Shuang retorted with a huff, her temper flaring as she stormed out of the room. The rain intensified, creating ripples on the bluestone ground of the courtyard. Shen watched the relentless downpour with a heavy heart, murmuring, I wonder if Feng has returned. I hope she doesn't catch a chill in the rain. Early in the morning, Yi Feng had set out with a group, heading south towards the foot of Nanlu Mountain. Glancing up at the desolate heights, he mused, surely my younger sister would not be so reckless as to venture into the mountains. Jean rode ahead, loosening his water pouch and offering it to him. My lord, have a drink. Yi Feng accepted the pouch and took several gulps, regaining his composure as he gazed thoughtfully at the mountain. Shall we venture into the mountain to search? Jean asked, following the lord's gaze with a furrowed brow. Searching for someone in such a vast mountain would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. We shall not enter the mountain today. Our numbers are insufficient. Let us inquire at the surrounding villages first. If we uncover no leads, we shall return tomorrow with a larger group to search the mountains. Hearing the Lord's decision not to enter the mountain, Wan Fu and Jean both breathed a small sigh of relief. The darkening sky and the thick mist enveloping the mountain indeed signified that it was not a favorable time to venture inside. Yi Feng withdrew his gaze, tightened the reins, and urged his steed onward, directing his party towards the nearby villages. After inquiring at 4 or 5 villages, they learned there had been no sightings of the Marquis' carriage, leading to a sense of despondency among the guards. However, Yi Feng insisted on canvassing every village within several miles, and they had no choice but to comply. Continuing their ride towards the next village, not far from where they had just walked, a luxurious carriage approached gracefully along the road, accompanied by a throng of servants and attendants, a sight that left no doubt as to the identity of its occupants, the master of a grand estate. With keen eyes, Wan Fu leaned forward and discerned the truth, whispering to the young lord beside him, "It is the carriage of the Duke of Yongchang." The Duke of Yongchang? Yi Feng murmured, a flicker of memory surfacing as he recalled that Shuang was close friends with the Duke's second daughter. He promptly tightened the reins and signaled for the guards to yield the path, clearing the way. As the sound of hooves drew nearer, the noble lady seated within the carriage, unable to contain her curiosity, lifted the curtains slightly, peering out through a narrow opening. Despite the overcast sky, the young gentleman riding on horseback was a striking figure, clad in a pale moon-white silk robe. He possessed an elegant stature, his hair tied with a jade crown, and his features radiated warmth and charm, embodying both the grace of a refined gentleman and the vigor of youth. The lady gazed intently, feeling a sense of familiarity with the youth. As they drew closer, her eyes suddenly brightened, and she fully pulled aside the curtain, shyly inquiring, "Are you not Lord Yi from the house of Wu Zhao?" The sound of her voice caught Yi Feng by surprise. Lowering his gaze, he looked towards the carriage and recognized the noble lady's visage. After a brief moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. "You must be the second daughter of the Duke of Yongchang." "Indeed," Fu Jinju replied, a bashful smile gracing her lips, a hint of pride flitting across her eyes. She had not anticipated that Lord Yi would remember her. "You used to visit my sister Shuanger at the Marquis' residence," Yi Feng remarked kindly, recalling their previous encounters. Fu Jinju's ears tinged with a faint blush as she sweetly smiled, playfully responding, "You may simply call me Jinju, Lord Yi." To Yi Feng, she resembled a younger sister, and there was nothing inappropriate in addressing her by her given name. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden downpour of large raindrops cascaded from the sky, drenching everyone present, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The thunderclaps were deafening, and Fu Jinju, startled, covered her ears and cried out in fear. Yi Feng, shielding himself from the rain, soothingly urged, "Do not be afraid, Sister Jinju. Cover your ears tightly." The two handmaidens attending to her, seeing their mistress in distress, quickly extended their hands to shield her. Once her fright subsided, Fu Jinju glanced up to see that Lord Yi and his companions were still exposed to the rain, their clothing and hair nearly soaked through. Anxiously, she suggested, "Lord Yi, the Duke's estate is nearby. We should seek shelter there from the rain." Acknowledging the ferocity of the storm, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. After expressing his gratitude, he instructed his guards to follow the Duke's carriage towards the estate of Yongchang. The estate lay to the west, a location yet to be discovered by Yi Feng and his companions, situated among 3 estates, with Yongchang's being the furthest out. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the steward of the estate was already waiting to receive them. As the carriage came to a halt, the steward noticed the few riders trailing behind, their attire unfamiliar, yet not daring to show any sign of neglect, promptly directing the servants to take the horses and raise umbrellas, ushering everyone into the estate. "Steward Liu, is hot water prepared?" Upon entering the hall, Fu Jinju immediately inquired, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yi Feng. The steward responded warmly, "Miss, everything has been prepared." Satisfied, Fu Jinju nodded and turned to face Yi Feng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his eyes. "Please, young Master Yi, go change and freshen up to avoid catching a chill." Having arrived on horseback, Yi Feng's garments were thoroughly soaked by the rain, weighing heavily upon his shoulders. Thus he refrained from further reluctance and with a respectful gesture, expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, Jinju. There is no need for such formality, young Master Yi. I am good friends with Shuanger, so this is but a trifling matter." "No, it is not a trifling matter. Upon my return, I shall come bearing gifts to express my gratitude." Yi Feng spoke earnestly, not regarding the matter lightly, believing it essential to thank those who have rendered him assistance. Hearing Yi Feng's intention to visit and express his gratitude, Fu Jinju's cheeks reddened further, her shyness preventing her from raising her head. "Quickly, young Master Yi, do go." Yi Feng smiled gently, choosing not to say more as he followed the steward out of the hall. Watching Yi Feng's broad back recede into the distance, Fu Jinju's eyes sparkled with excitement. She grasped her maid Yin Shui's arm, her voice filled with eagerness. "Yin Shui, what do you think of young Master Yi?" Having accompanied Fu Jinju since childhood, Yin Shui was well aware of her mistress's feelings. Observing the blossoming emotions on her face, she responded in alignment with her sentiments. "Young Master Yi is cultured and refined, truly a remarkable gentleman." "A remarkable gentleman," Fu Jinju mused, a hint of dreaminess glimmering in her gaze. Chapter 48. An apology. The sudden downpour persisted until evening. Emerging from the guest room, Yifeng donned the fresh attire provided by the steward. Noticing that the hour was late, he resolved to take his leave and return to the... He instructed the steward to guide him to the back courtyard where Fu Jinju resided, standing outside the door while waiting for the maid to announce his presence. Upon hearing that young Master Yi had come to bid her farewell, Fu Jinju's expression instantly shifted to one of disappointment. As she approached the door, she donned a gentle smile. "Young Master Yi, why are you in such haste to depart? Have I perhaps not hosted you well?" Fu Jinju inquired cautiously, her reluctance barely concealed in her eyes. Yifeng, with a serene countenance, smiled warmly. "There has been no shortcoming in hospitality. It is merely that night has fallen, and it is inappropriate for me to linger further. Then I wish you a safe journey, young Master Yi." Fu Jinju clutched the hem of her garment. Her heart conflicted as she spoke, not daring to press for his stay, fearing it might render her frivolous in his eyes and evoke disdain. "Thank you, Jinju. I take my leave." Yifeng, preoccupied with concerns over Yi Mian's whereabouts, did not notice Fu Jinju's emotions, instead performing a courteous bow and departing hastily. Fu Jinju watched with lingering affection until he vanished from sight, then finally withdrew her gaze. "Miss, it is chilly outside. Let's go inside," her maid Yin Shui gently urged, linking arms with Fu Jinju. "What do you think young Master Yi has come here for? I have not heard of the having a property in this vicinity." Fu Jinju pondered, her brow furrowed in thought. Her interest in all matters concerning Yifeng had intensified, prompting her desire to investigate. Yin Shui, quick-witted, readily announced, "It must be related to the disappearance of the second daughter, Yi Mian." "Second daughter? That illegitimate child!" Fu Jinju exclaimed in astonishment. "The young master of the Yi family is the legitimate son of the Marquis' wife. How could he possibly concern himself with the life and death of a concubine's daughter?" She found Yin Sui's words utterly unbelievable. In their noble residence, the children born of concubines and outside women were regarded as mere servants, and she had no interest in their well-being, wishing instead for their quiet demise. Seeing that the young lady was skeptical of her words, Yin Sui continued to explain. "Last night, the servants of the Marquis' household had been in the city, inquiring if anyone had seen the Marquis' carriage. It was said that this was instructed by the young Master Yi himself. Today he rode here on horseback, likely having gathered some news that prompted him to come with his entourage. Could it truly be so?" Fu Jinju's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. It was only after entering the room and settling onto the soft couch that she managed to regain her composure. "Second, miss, do not dwell on it. These matters are ultimately unrelated to us. Why concern ourselves with her?" Yin Sui offered a cup of hot tea and tried to persuade her. "How could this be unrelated to us? You must send someone to discreetly inquire about the whereabouts of that concubine's daughter. If I help your lady find her, how do you suppose the young Master Yi would express his gratitude to me?" Fu Jinju's gaze flickered, her eyes gleaming with hidden delight, as if she could already envision the young Master Yi showering her with thanks. Since the young lady had spoken, Yin Sui knew she could not oppose her wishes. As she left, she discreetly observed the young lady's expression, letting out a silent sigh, hoping that the young lady's intentions would not be in vain. Yin Sui exited, seeking out Steward Liu, instructing him to arrange for a few clever and capable young servants to investigate the nearby villages for sightings of the Wu Zhao Marquis' carriage. Steward Liu hurriedly agreed, turning to make arrangements, but hesitated as he glanced at the darkening sky. "Miss Yin Sui, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow to send someone?" he suggested tentatively. "Absolutely not." The young lady commanded that it be done now. "You know her temperament," Yin Sui asserted firmly. It was not her intention to make things difficult for Steward Liu, but the consequences of incurring the young lady's wrath were too dire to contemplate. She was merciless when it came to punishing her servants. Liu's expression changed, and he dared not speak further, hastily departing to organize the necessary personnel. As night deepened, the moon hung cold and distant. Dozens of young servants emerged from the Marquis' estate, lanterns in hand, dispersing to the surrounding villages to gather information. A night passed. In the morning, as Fu Jinju sat before the bronze mirror to groom herself, a sudden frown creased her brow, and she let out a sharp hiss. The maidservant, who was combing her hair, was so startled that she fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading for forgiveness. It's all my fault for being clumsy. I hurt the second Mississippi. Please forgive me this once. Fu Jinju held 2 broken strands of hair in her hand, staring at them, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Forgive you? Certainly. Just sacrifice 2 of your fingers as an apology for my hair. The maidservant turned pale with fear, trembling and too frightened to utter another word, terrified that another remark might cost her life. Ing Sue stepped forward, pulling the trembling maid out of the room. Once outside, the maid, overwhelmed by fright, finally began to weep. Steward Liu happened to be approaching with business to report, and upon witnessing this scene, he merely sighed. Choosing not to inquire further, Miss Gu from Gu Family Manor has arrived, inquiring whether the second Miss wishes to meet. Upon hearing this, Ing Chui handed the weeping maid over to Steward Liu, and with a blank expression stated, "The second Miss has commanded that 2 of her fingers be severed." She then turned and returned to the room to report. Gu Family Manor is the largest estate within several miles, yet no one knows to which noble family it belongs. The inhabitants of Gu Family Manor are tight-lipped, revealing not a word about their master. All that the public knows is that the stewardess' surname is Gu. Hence the estate is referred to as Gu Family Manor. Fu Jinju had already styled her hair and was seated before a bronze mirror, admiring the ruby ornament atop her head. Upon receiving Ing Chui's report, she smiled haughtily, raising her chin and declared, "Then let us go meet." She had been lamenting the absence of an audience to appreciate her splendid attire, and now she seized the opportunity to flaunt herself before Gu Mei. However, given that Gu Mei was always clad in a guard's uniform, Fu Jinju mused disdainfully that she likely lacked discernment. The 2 ladies exited their chamber and made their way to the front hall. On the way, Fu Jinju suddenly recalled the matter she had commanded the day prior and inquired, "Ing Chui, did the individuals I sent out yesterday uncover any news?" Ing Chui shook her head, her expression troubled. If there were any news, she would certainly inform the miss at once. What a useless bunch. Fu Jinju snorted coldly, her displeasure evident as she entered the front hall. Upon stepping inside, Fu Jinju was taken aback. The usually guard-clad Gu Mei was unexpectedly adorned in feminine attire, clearly having put effort into her appearance. However, compared to Fu Jinju, the second miss of the Marquis' residence, she still paled in comparison. Fu Jinju smugly brushed her hair aside, regarding Gu Mei with contempt while maintaining a facade of cordiality. "Miss Gu, you have come to seek me so early. What urgent matter brings you here?" Gu Mei, who had been lost in thought, quickly turned her head upon hearing the address, standing and approaching with a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Second Miss Fu, last night you dispatched someone to various estates to inquire about the carriage of the Marquis of Wu. Do you happen to know anyone from the Marquis' residence?" Noticing Gu Mei's eager expression, Fu Jinju contemplated before responding, "Of course, I know people from the Marquis of Wu's household. What about you? Have you ever seen their carriage?" Gu Mei bit her lip, hesitating over whether to respond. The prince had forbidden the estate's inhabitants from disclosing information. If she revealed anything, it would be tantamount to betraying his orders. Yet, her curiosity about the identity of the woman the prince had brought back was overwhelming. Seeing Gu Mei's silence, Fu Jinju's demeanor grew colder, her suspicion towards Gu Mei intensifying. "My lady is inquiring." Ing Chui, noticing her mistress's displeasure, urged Gu Mei for an answer. Gu Mei clenched her jaw, resolved to admit, "I have seen the Marquis of Wu's carriage, but first Miss must first reveal why she is seeking it." Upon hearing Gu Mei's acknowledgement, Fu Jinju was nearly propelled to her feet in excitement, gripping the armrest of her chair tightly. Regaining her composure, she began to fabricate a story under the pretext of Yi Shuang. "I am akin to sisters with the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Wu, Yi Shuang. Her younger sister has gone missing, and naturally, I must assist in the inquiry." She then gazed at Gu Mei with eager anticipation. Was she originally a miss of the Wu Zhao Marquis? Gu Mei murmured to herself, her head bowed. She was hardly a legitimate young lady, merely a child born of an extramarital affair. Fu Jinju had always looked down upon those not born of the main lineage, and she merely spoke her mind. Previously, it was she who had spread rumors about Yi Mian's identity, incurring Yi Shuang's ire and creating a rift between them. Gume could not comprehend why a daughter of a concubine warranted any protection from the Marquis, nor could she fathom the audacity of this lowly girl to aspire to contend for the position of the Ning Wangfei alongside the esteemed daughters of noble birth. It was truly a folly of delusions. A daughter born of an extramarital affair? Gume's eyes reflected deep contempt, and she instantly adopted an air of superiority. Such a disgraceful identity hardly merited a mention in the same breath as Yanji. Gume swiftly silenced herself, nearly revealing the prince's identity. What a precarious situation. With trepidation, she sealed her lips, refraining from further comments. However, Fu Jinju was displeased, slamming her palm on the table. Where have you ever seen the Wu Zhao Marquis's carriage? And the person within? Speak up. Gume stammered, uncertain of how to respond. She longed for that concubine-born girl to depart the estate and distance herself from the prince. Yet she feared that revealing such information might provoke the prince's wrath, leaving her in a quandary. If you do not clarify, I shall report this to the authorities. Let them come and take you away for a thorough interrogation. Fu Jinju threatened without hesitation. She was the sort who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. And as she had no particular bond with Gume, merely neighbors due to the proximity of their estates, there was no need for her to feign kindness. Seeing Fu Jinju turn hostile, Gume felt a surge of panic and urgently pleaded, I can tell you, but you must not reveal that it was I who said it. Very well, I promise. Fu Jinju readily agreed. With some relief, Gume took a sip of tea to soothe her throat and, under Fu Jinju's impatient gaze, began. The missing second miss of the Wu Zhao Marquis is here in our estate. Is that truly the case? Fu Jinju exclaimed, slamming the table and leaping to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she fixed her stare on Gume. Startled, Gume choked on her tea, her eyes reddening from coughing. Once she regained her composure, she hastily explained, Indeed, it is true. She fell from the cliff on Nanlu Mountain, and our master rescued her. Fu Jinju's eyes darted as she pondered, concluding that Gume had no reason to deceive her, though seeing the girl in person would provide greater assurance. May I visit your estate to see her? Absolutely not. My master does not permit outsiders to enter freely. Then how about I disguise myself as a servant of your estate? I just want a glimpse. Please, do not complicate matters for me. Gume dared not linger, rising to take her leave, hastily departing. Fu Jinju rolled her eyes in frustration and, once she regained her composure, asked Yin Shui, Do you believe her words hold any truth? I believe she is not lying about this matter. Besides, saving a life is commendable, and there is no need for concealment. I too believe it to be true. Fu Jinju mused for a moment, then hastened toward the study. Yin Shui, prepare the ink and paper. I must write a letter to young Master Yi. Last evening, upon returning to the Yi Feng hurried to seek out his father. His second sister's whereabouts remained unknown, and he feared for her safety. It was imperative to inform his father without further delay. Upon meeting his father, he learned that his father had already acquiesced to his mother and sister's demand. Should they fail to locate the second sister within 3 days, they would publicly sever ties with her. While he was not surprised by his mother's and Shuang'er's sentiments, he was taken aback by his father's readiness to comply. Yi Feng, the rumors are overwhelming. They can bear no more. Your father must consider both you and Shuang'er, as well as the future of the. We cannot allow the reputation of the to be irreparably tarnished due to a single individual. To forsake his second sister for the sake of an ephemeral reputation raised a troubling thought. If he and Shuang'er were to act in a manner that brought disgrace upon the, would his father cast them aside without hesitation? Yi Feng questioned, anguish etched upon his face. Yi Ting remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Yet, Yi Feng understood the unspoken truth. In his father's eyes, the interests of the outweighed all else far more than the bonds of kinship. He simply refused to accept this reality. The dialogue between father and son concluded on a disheartening note. Yi Feng returned to the Songzhu courtyard, where he spent a sleepless night in his study. The young attendant, worried for the heir's health, mustered the courage to urge him to eat several times, but was rebuffed and ultimately dismissed from the study. As dawn broke, signaling the time for breakfast, the attendant, balancing a tray of food, hesitated before knocking on the door. Your Highness, please partake in some breakfast. The door creaked open, revealing Yi Feng, his eyes shadowed and his demeanor weary. "Bring in the breakfast," he instructed. Relieved that the heir was willing to eat, the attendant entered the study with enthusiasm, carefully placing the dishes upon the round table. After freshening up and donning a sky-blue robe, Yi Feng joined for the meal. The attendant stood by, noticing the heir's hurried consumption, and, concerned that there was not enough food, approached with an offer. "Your Highness, would you like some more? I can fetch more." "That will not be necessary," Yi Feng replied in a subdued tone, rising to exit the study. He then summoned Wan, Fu, and Jinan, instructing them to gather additional manpower for a search on Nanlu Mountain. Following their departure, Yi Feng awaited in the main hall when his elder sister, Yi Shuang, stormed in, her skirts in hand. "Brother, why do you still insist on searching for that mistress?" This morning, she had intended to persuade him against seeking the whereabouts of the mistress. But upon learning of his plans to rally others for a search, her irritation surged. She rushed to the front hall, determined to prevent her brother from leaving. Yi Feng regarded his sister's furious glare with a weary sigh, his typically gentle eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Before he could respond, Yi Shuang's tirade cut through the air. "Brother, I forbid you from searching for her. We are family. Isn't it better that she is gone? Why must you seek her out?" Faced with Yi Shuang's frantic interrogation, Yi Feng felt as though all strength had drained from him. He leaned back in his chair, unwilling to engage further. "Brother, please speak." Seeing Yi Feng fall into silence, Yi Shuang felt both anger and grievance, her eyes reddening with tears threatening to spill. It seemed that what her elder brother wished to convey was not something she would welcome. Yi Feng remained composed, his tone tinged with a hint of aloofness. Was that half-sister truly so important to him, more so than their mother and herself? Yi Shuang choked on her words as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yi Feng lifted his gaze, looking sternly at Yi Shuang, articulating each word with emphasis. "A life cannot be a matter of comparison. With our second sister missing and her fate unknown, malicious rumors abound outside. If we can ascertain her whereabouts and dispel these falsehoods, we may yet salvage the reputation of the Marquis. Shuanger, why do you insist on obstructing this?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Yi Shuang retreated a couple of steps, unable to meet Yi Feng's eyes. Her interference stemmed from the fear that Yi Mian might be found, and that news of her attempts to take Yi Mian's life would spread, bringing her scorn. She dreaded the thought of becoming the subject of slander. Labeled as a wicked sister and a malicious daughter of the Marquis, she wished to escape any such accusations. Just as Yi Shuang contemplated further opposition to her brother's departure, a servant hurriedly entered, bearing a letter. "Young master, a letter from the second miss of the Yongchang Marquis' residence, specifically for you." Yi Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why the second miss would suddenly pen a letter to him. Although they had become somewhat acquainted during their time sheltering from the rain at the Marquis' estate, they were not yet close enough to exchange letters. "Can you read? Why would Fu Jinju write to you? If anything, it should be addressed to me." Yi Shuang scoffed, stepping forward to snatch the letter, examining the handwriting on the envelope, which read to the esteemed young master Yi. Yi Shuang's eyes widened, her gaze darting between the envelope and her brother's face, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. "Brother, you mustn't be harboring thoughts about Fu Jinju." Yi Feng interrupted her, reclaiming the letter from her grasp. As he unfolded the paper and read it carefully, a flicker of excitement crossed his features, and he clutched the letter tightly before hastening out of the hall. By the time Yi Shuang realized what had transpired and rushed after him, Yi Feng had already ridden several paces ahead, leaving her behind in a flurry of frustration. Following the contents of the letter, Yi Feng pressed on relentlessly, accompanied by Wan Fu and Jinan, hastening towards the Gu family estate. Upon arrival, they found the estate gate firmly shut, the walls towering at nearly 2 meters, enveloped in an eerie silence that offered no indication of activity. Although he was uncertain how Fu Jinju had discovered Yi Mian's whereabouts, he was resolute. Any lead, however faint, warranted investigation. Dismounting, Jinan approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, the sound of the latch being drawn back echoed from within, and a guard peered out, his gaze cautious as it scrutinized the three. Yi Feng maintained a serene demeanor, politely introducing himself. "I am Yi Feng, the son of Marquis Wu Zhao," Here to pay my respects to the master of the estate." The guard appraised him coolly before responding, "Please wait a moment." The door was shut again, and they remained in silence. After about 15 minutes, a steward emerged, wearing a courteous smile. "So it is the esteemed son of Marquis Wu Zhao gracing us with his presence. Please, come in." Yi Feng's thoughts were occupied with concern for Yi Mian's whereabouts, and he did not engage in idle chatter with the steward as he stepped into the estate. Inside, the atmosphere was similarly desolate. One could occasionally spot a servant or two, heads bowed and engrossed in their tasks, evidently well-trained and remarkably disciplined. The steward, upon welcoming Yi Feng into the reception room, instructed the servants to serve tea and snacks. Once everything was in order, he bowed and departed. Yi Feng lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, the fragrance of premium snow-tipped tea wafting towards him. Though it was fine tea, he lacked the inclination to savor it, placing the cup back onto the table as he awaited the arrival of the estate's master in silence. Wanfeng and Jinan stood guard at the door, their eyes scanning the surroundings, acutely aware of a piercing gaze resting upon them from multiple directions. They exchanged a knowing glance, heightening their vigilance. In the distance, someone approached the reception room at a leisurely pace. With just a glance, the two were certain it was the master of the estate. Having spent years in the company of the young lord, they had developed a keen eye. The newcomer donned a robe of black satin, adorned with a gilded crown, and even from afar, an air of authority emanated from him. Instantly, they lowered their hands and averted their gaze, standing upright and refraining from any further scrutiny. A soft sound signaled the opening of the door. Yi Feng turned his head toward the entrance, and upon recognizing the guest, his pupils constricted. He promptly rose, bending his knee in a deep bow, proclaiming, "Your Highness, Prince Ning." Prince Ning paused momentarily, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. After a brief silence, he spoke softly, "There is no need for such formality, young master Yi." Yi Feng stood upright, watching as Prince Ning made his way to the head seat, before retreating a few steps to resume his own position. It had been many years since they last met. How had young Master Yi recognized him? Prince Ning, seated with an air of elegance, bore a demeanor of coldness intermixed with a hint of curiosity. Hearing the inquiry, Yi Feng offered a gentle smile, his thoughts drifting back to when he was 10 years old. In that year, his father achieved numerous victories on the battlefield in Annan, earning immense renown. To appease his father, who was stationed far on the frontier, the emperor conferred upon the still juvenile Yi Feng the title of heir and summoned him to the palace to accompany the crown prince in his studies. The young crown prince was mischievous by nature and often took delight in teasing him, whether it was placing insects in his clothing or slipping crickets, torn and tattered, into his books to frighten him. One day, the crown prince whimsically decided to paint on Yi Feng's white robe with ink. Summoning his courage, Yi Feng fled, thwarting the prince's intentions, which incited the crown prince's fury. He seized an inkstone from the table and hurled it towards Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng, bracing for impact, covered his head with his hands and closed his eyes, preparing for the pain of a likely injury. However, the anticipated pain did not come, and it was only when he heard the sound of the inkstone striking the ground that he trembled and opened his eyes. Before him stood a pale and slender hand, shielding his face with crimson drops cascading from the back of the hand, splattering onto the floor. As his thoughts returned to the present, Yi Feng's warm gaze lingered on the back of Prince Ning's hand, which appeared as pale as it once did, accentuating the vivid red mark that stood out starkly against the skin. Following Yi Feng's gaze, Prince Ning glanced at the red mark on his hand and instantly understood. He had not anticipated that after all this time, young Master Yi would remember such a detail so vividly, prompting him to exclaim in admiration, "Your memory is truly remarkable." Young Master Yi, in those years, His Highness the Prince of Ning sustained injuries while shielding me from a falling inkstone, an incident I have never forgotten. Yi Feng humbly responded, his demeanor suffused with reverence. Following this event, the Prince of Ning retreated to Qingxin Temple, never to grace the palace with his presence again. He often pondered whether the prince's act of assistance had incited the wrath of the crown prince, leading to his seclusion in the temple. Yet he dismissed the notion, believing such a trivial matter could not warrant such consequences. 3 years prior, He had visited Qingxin Temple and had caught a distant glimpse of His Highness, surrounded by guards, prompting him to refrain from intruding further. It was merely a gesture. There was no need for such lingering concern. The Prince of Ning, too, recalled the events of that year, understanding that his visit to Qingxin Temple was somewhat intertwined with this incident. His relationship with the Crown Prince had always been fraught, and the Crown Prince, being vindictive by nature, was displeased when the prince intervened, leading him to complain to the Empress, beseeching her to banish the unfavored second prince from the palace. The Empress, who favored the Crown Prince, exerted every effort to fulfill his wishes. Somehow, she learned of the abbot's unparalleled medical skills at Qingxin Temple and persuaded the Empress Dowager to send a frail second prince there for recuperation. The Empress Dowager, reluctant to send him to a place of suffering, intended to summon the abbot to the palace for his treatment. However, he himself was unwilling to remain in the most esteemed place in the world, a location filled with childhood traumas. These past years at Qingxin Temple had been serene and liberating, restoring his health long ago, yet he still harbored no desire to return to the palace. Were it not for the Empress Dowager, who had nurtured him, he would never wish to set foot in that place again. His Highness the Prince of Ning had once extended a helping hand during my helpless youth, and I have yet to repay this kindness, which fills me with deep remorse. Henceforth, should His Highness require my service, I would willingly lay down my life. Yifeng's expression turned solemn as he once again bowed deeply in respect. The Prince of Ning, regaining his composure, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, finding that this heir, with his scholarly demeanor, was unexpectedly a man of character. The prince noted Yifeng's words, yet sensed that the young heir had other pressing matters to discuss today. Yifeng, caught off guard by this observation, mused whether his younger sister might truly be present. He then spoke in a hushed tone. Indeed, my sister Mian has been missing for 2 days. I have received word that she is here in this estate, though I cannot ascertain the truth of it. Upon speaking, Yifeng felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that if the information were false, not only would he fail to find his sister, but he might also inadvertently offend His Highness, leaving him at a loss for explanation should his sister indeed be present. The Prince of Ning's succinct reply, like a refreshing breeze, instantly dispelled Yifeng's unease, prompting him to eagerly request, "Please allow me to meet with my sister." "Follow me," the Prince of Ning commanded as he rose and strode towards the exit, his figure tall and imposing, no longer resembling the frail youth of yore. Yifeng trailed behind, watching the prince's back, feeling as though everything was reminiscent of yesterday. They proceeded to the west wing, where 2 guards stood sentinel at the door. The Prince of Ning approached and knocked gently. Moments later, the door swung open, releasing a wave of bitter herbal scents. Yifeng's countenance shifted slightly, his previously eased heart now tightening again. The door was answered by Su. Upon recognizing the air of the, was immediately filled with fury, her eyes reddening as she glared at him. She was acutely aware that the 2 assailants pursuing her and the young lady were dispatched by the Marquis of Wuzhou's residence, which fueled her intense hatred for everyone associated with the Marquis, irrespective of their identity. She longed to shut the door firmly, leaving the Marquis's heir outside. But with Prince Ning also present, she could not act too rashly. Instead, she suppressed her resentment and stepped aside, allowing the 2 men to enter. Upon seeing Su, Yifeng's eyes brightened, but as he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with Su's glare, filled with resentment. Confused, he followed Prince Ning into the room, and upon spotting Mian, who lay on the couch, her body marred by bruises, all his bewilderment transformed into alarm. What on earth had transpired? As he stepped closer, observing the crimson, scabbed wounds on Mian's face and arms, a tumult of emotions surged within him. How could his second sister, merely having stepped outside, return in such a battered state? Did the heir truly remain unaware of this? Su's eyes were reddened, her voice trembling. "Su, please explain what has happened." Yifeng pressed urgently, his chaotic thoughts mingled with a tinge of fear. He harbored a growing suspicion that this incident was inextricably linked to the Marquis's residence. Were they indeed responsible for the young lady's attempted murder, forcing her to leap off a cliff? Did the heir truly know nothing of this? With her tears barely contained, Susu questioned through gritted teeth. Her words struck Yi Feng like thunder, reverberating in his ears. After a moment of stunned silence, his thoughts began to coalesce. So it was indeed the Marquis' doing. He murmured in despair, unable to voice his thoughts any further. Deep down, he understood who was behind this, though disbelief mingled with the need to accept the truth. When will my second sister awaken? He asked, his voice quaking slightly after regaining some composure. She should awaken by tomorrow, Prince Ning replied in a low tone, his gaze fixed on Yi Mian's unconscious face, concealing a subtle warmth within his otherwise impassive eyes. That is a relief. Yi Feng exhaled, grateful that his second sister had not lost her life. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to resolve such a dire situation. Turning to Prince Ning, he bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my second sister's life. It was merely a trifling matter, Prince Ning replied, his expression unchanged, his dark, profound eyes devoid of any emotion. He had rescued Yi Mian simply out of personal inclination. He did not desire her death. Hence he acted on his own wishes without requiring thanks from anyone. Noticing that Prince Ning seemed displeased with the mention of gratitude, Yi Feng swiftly shifted the subject. I shall visit my second sister again tomorrow. I must return to inform my father of her whereabouts. He has been very concerned since she has been missing for several days. He refrained from mentioning his father's intention to sever ties, as he feared such news would distress Yi Mian, hampering her recovery. After offering some words of comfort to Susu and urging her to care for Yi Mian diligently, he hastily took his leave from the manor. Chapter 52. The Game of Chess on the way back to the Marquis' residence. Yi Feng first dispatched Wan Fu to the estate of the Duke of Yongchang to convey his gratitude to Jin Zhu and to inform her that he would visit personally on another day. Thanks to the timely correspondence from Fu Jinju, he was made aware of the situation. Otherwise, if the second sister remained untraceable for 3 days, their father would have irrevocably severed ties with her, leading to an irreparable outcome. However, the truth he gleaned from Susu left him in a tumultuous state of mind. Upon returning home, he pondered how to face both his mother and Shuang'er, knowing they had sent assassins after his second sister with the intent to take her life. Once she regained consciousness, would she ever be able to forgive them? Yi Feng's thoughts spiraled chaotically, prompting him to abandon his worries and focus on immediate matters. He hurried to his father's study. Due to the recent rumors, Yi Ting refrained from attending court, choosing instead to sit alone at the chessboard, engaged in a solitary game. With Mian missing, he had dispatched individuals to search for her. Finding her would be ideal, yet if she remained lost, he would have to resign himself to that fate. The black pieces clicked sharply against the board, cornering the white pieces into a position of hopelessness. Yi Ting furrowed his brow in contemplation, his hand gliding over the white pieces before another crisp sound echoed as a white piece fell, poised between life and death. Feng, Yi Ting exclaimed, lifting his gaze in surprise and admiration. His son's chess skills had surpassed his own. Yi Ting stroked his beard, a deep smile forming, etching lines of wisdom around his eyes. Father, I have discovered the whereabouts of my second sister, Yi Feng declared as he took his seat across from his father, his expression grave, devoid of any semblance of joy. Yi Ting was momentarily taken aback, swiftly inquiring, then where is she? She is gravely injured and unconscious, recuperating at a villa outside the city. How did Mian sustain such injuries? Yi Feng fell into silence, and after a prolonged pause, he sighed heavily under his father's perplexed gaze. Father, perhaps it is best to consult Mother. She may have a clearer understanding. Yi Ting's countenance changed dramatically as he pieced together the grim reality. It was Shun who had orchestrated this. She was resolute in her desire to eliminate Mian, unwilling to accept her existence. With such cruelty inflicted upon Mian, how could matters be easily forgotten upon her return? The household would surely descend into chaos. Yi Ting supported his head with his hand, feeling a dull ache at his temples. Moreover, should this incident become public knowledge, the Marquis would face utter ruin. According to the laws of the Song dynasty, a legitimate mother who harmed her illegitimate children would face imprisonment. If her actions resulted in the loss of life, she would even pay with her own. While many noble families might shield their own from such scandals, as long as the truth remained concealed, they would escape legal repercussions. Yet, with Mian absent from the estate, they would need to silence her before anything could be hidden. If she refused to let the matter rest, then the Marquis would be in peril. Yi Ting sighed deeply, his eyes clouded with despair. Immediately send someone to bring your second sister back to the estate. In his swirling thoughts, Yi Ting made his decision. He must preserve the honor he had fought so hard to uphold, ensuring no disgrace tarnished the reputation of the Marquis. Yi Feng gazed calmly at his father, a profound sorrow filling his heart. He understood his father's intentions all too well, yet he wished he could remain oblivious, untouched by the harsh realities that plagued his thoughts. For ignorance would shield him from the torment of disappointment and grief. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began to speak. My second sister remains in a coma and is not easily movable at present. You should inform father of where Mian is residing, so that he may personally go and bring her back. Yet Yi Ting stubbornly insisted on retrieving Yi Mian. In his view, it would be better if she remained unconscious. Should she awaken, the words she might utter were uncertain. Yi Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Father, you cannot bring her back. And why not? Mian belongs to the Marquis' household, and it is only natural for them to retrieve her. Who could possibly stop them? Yi Ting's anxiety flared, unable to suppress a surge of anger. Is my second sister at the estate of His Highness the Prince of Ning? Yi Ting stood frozen, the anger on his face gradually dissipating. How could Mian be in the hands of His Highness? He realized that the Prince of Ning was intimately aware of the circumstances surrounding his sister's injury. Father, it cannot be concealed. With a cold voice, Yi Feng rose with a heavy heart and departed the study. Yi Ting watched his son's retreating figure, lost in contemplation, and after a considerable time, his gaze slowly returned to the chessboard, picking up a black stone to continue his solitary game. As the sun rose and set, another day had swiftly passed. Su Su awoke early that morning, first tending to Yi Mian's wounds, applying medicine, and feeding her spoonfuls of thin porridge. Then she knelt beside the bed, eagerly watching over Yi Mian. The doctor had assured her that the young lady would awaken today, and thus her anticipation was unwavering. Having spent the previous night without sleep, dark circles had formed beneath her eyes. After gazing for a long while, without any sign of awakening from Yi Mian, she recalled that there was still medicinal soup to be administered. Perhaps after drinking it, the young lady would regain consciousness. With renewed excitement, she stood up and headed out to prepare the medicine. The door creaked shut, only to be quietly pushed open moments later, revealing Ning Wang Jingheng. He approached the bedside with gentle steps, his gaze lingering on Yi Mian's delicate features. Why is she not yet awakened? He murmured softly, settling down beside her and lightly brushing his fingers against her long eyelashes, his eyes reflecting a softness he himself was unaware of. After days of unconsciousness, the figure before him had grown noticeably frail, her face smaller than the size of his palm, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, evoking a sense of reluctance to touch her. Enveloped in a deep slumber, Yi Mian was ensconced in darkness, unable to perceive any light. Occasionally, she could hear faint sounds, sometimes Su Su's urgent calls, at other times the gentle whispers of a man. She distinctly remembered falling from a cliff, the whistling wind rushing past her ears, and the pain of branches grazing her face. These memories were vivid. She must have perished, despite having defied her mother's dying wishes. Yet, it felt like a release. It was just a pity she could not seek vengeance for herself, nor would anyone else avenge her. Shen was still the high and mighty matriarch of the Marquis' household, untouched by any consequences. This thought gnawed at her, filling her with a profound sense of injustice. Why is she not yet awakened? The gentle voice of the man echoed again, causing her eyelids to flutter. Yi Mian rubit herius, seeking the source of the sound amidst the darkness, and hurriedly moved towards it. A faint glimmer began to emerge in the distance, particularly alluring within the thick darkness. With determination, Yi Mian ran towards the light, eager to discover what lay beyond. The closer one approached the light, the more dazzling it became. She blinked her eyes, striving to open them wider. A sudden flash of white light enveloped her, rendering her surroundings hazy, as if shrouded in a delicate mist. Upon blinking again, the fog lifted slightly, and the scene before her gradually came into focus. Chapter 53. The touch. Was this a dream? Why did that gentleman, whom she had encountered only once at Qingshin Temple, repeatedly appear in her dreams? He stood before her, his deep-set eyes meeting hers with a gentle gaze that carried a hint of joy. Indeed, it must be a dream. How could that formerly aloof gentleman smile so warmly at her? As she pondered this, she extended her hand, slowly reaching out to touch him. Her fingers halted when they grazed the slight curve of his lips, which felt warm. A jolt coursed through Mian's heart. Her fingers felt as though they had brushed against fire, and she longed to retract them, yet found herself unable to do so. Her arm felt heavy, and she could only retreat gradually. In a fluster, she attempted to speak, but discovered her throat was sore and hoarse, making it difficult to produce a sound. Ultimately, she relented. The gentleman seated beside her suddenly rose, hastily walking to the table to pour a glass of water, then returning with it in hand. His broad palm swept through her hair, cradling her head as the cool rim of the cup edged closer to her lips. "Drink some water." His soothing voice echoed in Mian's ears. Her ears flushed slightly as she hesitated, then parted her lips. The warm tea flowed into her mouth, alleviating the pain in her throat somewhat. After finishing the glass, Mian felt she could produce some sound, and she gently cleared her throat, speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. "Thank you very much, sir. Would you like more?" Ning Wang gazed down at Mian, his fingers idly caressing her smooth hair. "No, that's enough." Feeling the warmth of his palm beneath her head, Mian's heart inexplicably quickened. She lowered her eyelashes, unable to meet his gaze. Ning Wang slowly withdrew his hand, allowing Mian to settle back against her cushion. After placing the cup back in its original position, he turned around, and their eyes met unexpectedly. Both were momentarily startled. Mian quickly averted her eyes, lowering her gaze. She recalled the moment her hand had brushed against the gentleman's lips, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her, making her wish she could vanish into the ground. "I beg your pardon for the earlier impertinence, sir," Mian spoke shyly. Ning Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, his dark pupils studying her intently, capturing the image of the bashful figure who dared not meet his gaze. "It is of no consequence." His calm words reached Mian's ears, easing her embarrassment somewhat. After a brief silence, she raised her eyes to survey her unfamiliar surroundings and inquired, "Did you rescue me, sir?" Ning Wang idly twirled a prayer bead with his fingertips, responding in a neutral tone, "Yes. But how did you find me at the foot of Nanlu Mountain?" A moment of silence enveloped them. In the midst of Mian's puzzled gaze, Ning Wang replied nonchalantly, "I happened to pass by." "Pass by?" Mian furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. "Is there a path at the foot of Nanlu Mountain? What has it led?" Yet, she merely contemplated it silently, refraining from further inquiries. Regardless, this young gentleman was her savior, deserving of deep consideration on how to reciprocate such kindness. Speaking of which, she had yet to learn his name, having been too preoccupied with other questions. Jing Hung. The name Jing? Mian's eyes widened in surprise. The Jing surname belonged to the imperial family of the Song Kingdom. Could it be that the person before her hailed from royalty? Suddenly recalling the multitude of guards surrounding him at Qingshin Temple, understanding dawned upon her. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and Susu entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal broth. Upon seeing the Prince of Ning present, she promptly bowed her head and knelt, greeting him respectfully. A familiar gentle call reached Susu's ears, causing her hand to tremble as she turned, tears welling in her eyes. Mian, having regained consciousness, lay on the couch with a soft gaze directed at her. "Miss." Susu hurriedly approached in a flurry, kneeling beside the couch and spilling some of the broth in her excitement. Setting the medicinal concoction aside, she grasped Mian's hand with fervor, and the two shared a heartfelt exchange. Not wishing to intrude upon their cherished moment, the Prince of Ning quietly exited the room. Outside, Chun Shaw stepped forward upon the prince's emergence, lowering his voice to inform him, The rumors circulating in the city have been investigated. What are they saying? The prince inquired, descending the stone steps with an indifferent tone. Chen Shua's countenance grew troubled as he furrowed his brow, hesitating before speaking. It is said that Miss Yi has eloped with someone, and there are claims that she was abducted by bandits to become their consort. These two rumors are the most prevalent. When Chen Shua sought to uncover the source of these rumors, his anger compelled him to confront and physically reprimand those who spread them. Such slander not only tarnished Miss Ye's reputation, but also cast aspersions on their esteemed prince, who had merely acted to rescue her. He is a noble savior, not a fugitive with Miss Yi, nor has he taken her as a hostage. Chen Shua silently protested within himself, cautiously glancing at the prince's expression, only to find that rather than anger, a hint of amusement graced the corners of his lips. The absurdity of these rumors had indeed elicited a rare smile from the usually stoic prince, a small victory for Chen Shua in his heart. What news from the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence? The prince inquired, his fingers playing with the prayer beads, his demeanor returning to its customary frostiness. The Wu Zhao Marquis' household has begun to send people to clarify the rumors, but few are willing to believe them. Most think it is merely an attempt by the Marquis' household to save face, Chen Shua relayed. The prince walked thoughtfully in the courtyard, his brows furrowing in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he asked, "What has become of the two young servants from the Marquis' residence who pursued Mian? Following your command, their tendons have been severed, and they have been tortured daily. Although they appear to have lost their former selves, they yet live," Chen Shua replied, gritting his teeth at the thought of the two who had hunted Mian. "Cease the torture for now. Have a physician restore their spirits. They may yet serve a significant purpose," the prince ordered. As their discussion concluded, Gu, the steward, hurriedly approached from a distance, bowing respectfully before addressing the prince. "Your Highness, the second daughter of the Yongchang Earl's residence has come to pay her respects and wishes to see Miss Yi." The voice of the Prince of Ning from the Yongchang Duke's residence was low and cold, his expression gradually darkening. "How did she come to know?" The steward, aware that the prince was inquiring about the second young lady of the Yongchang Duke's residence and her knowledge of Miss Ye's presence, was equally perplexed. Unless someone from the estate had leaked the information, the thought of which made the steward break into a cold sweat, should it truly be the case. He could not escape blame for his management. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hoarsely replied, "Please allow this old servant to investigate thoroughly." The prince's expression was as grim as water, recalling the unexpected visit from young Master Yi Feng of the Wu Zhao Marquis the day before, which undoubtedly indicated that someone at the estate had let slip the news. Those who cannot keep their lips sealed must not be spared. The prince's brows knitted in solemnity, his dark eyes glinting with menacing authority. The steward felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly vowed, "This old servant understands. Your Highness can rest assured. I shall personally ensure the leaker is severely punished." Chapter 54. Arrogance. After Fu Jinju sent a letter to Yi Feng yesterday, she anxiously awaited his personal visit to express gratitude. However, she was met only by a guard. Although the guard conveyed that young Master Yi would indeed come to thank her personally, her mood remained sour. His failure to come immediately indicated that, in Yi Feng's eyes, she was of little importance, perhaps even less significant than his concubine's sister. In a fit of anger, Fu Jinju twisted several handkerchiefs and reprimanded several servants, finally managing to vent her frustration. Early this morning, she had her attendants meticulously groom her and, riding in a soft sedan chair, arrived outside the Gu family estate. She was determined to see what made that lowly concubine girl superior enough to occupy Yi Feng's thoughts. After instructing her servants to knock and announce her arrival, Fu Jinju sat in her sedan chair waiting. Just as her impatience grew, a steward approached the door. Upon reaching the sedan, the steward stood firm and stated, "The second young lady of the Yongchang Duke's residence is requested to return. Miss Yi is currently unwell and cannot receive guests." Unseen, Fu Jinsu's brow furrowed, and her expression darkened immediately. A lowly concubine girl dared to put on airs before her. For a second young lady of the Duke's residence to come in person was already a considerable favor. How dare that concubine girl refuse her entry? This was utterly intolerable. With a swift motion, Fu Jinju flung aside the curtain and descended from the sedan, casting a cold glance at the steward. I am here to see Gu Mei. Bring her out. No matter what means it took, she was determined to enter the Gu family estate today. What business do you have with Mayor? The steward's expression shifted, his heart skipping a beat. He was preoccupied with thoughts of how Mayor knew this Duke's lady. If they were acquainted, could the leaker be? A cold sweat broke out on the stewardess' back, and he dared not dwell on the thought. Mayor, who is she to you? Fu Jinju asked curiously, noticing the steward's familiarity with Gu Mei. Gu Mei is the daughter of this humble servant, the steward replied, holding his breath, trembling in fear. Huh. Fu Jinju chuckled lightly, her disdain almost overflowing. She initially believed that Gu Mei was a young lady from the Gu family estate, but to her surprise, she turned out to be the daughter of a steward. How foolish of her to treat her with such courtesy for so long, only to discover that she was merely a lowly servant. Given this revelation, there was no longer any need for her to extend further politeness to Gu Mei. The steward, having informed her that the second young lady of the Wu Zhao Hou Mansion was present, had piqued her curiosity, as she had some acquaintance with the second young lady of the mansion and wished to pay a visit. If the steward refused to grant her this opportunity, she would not hesitate to be impolite. The steward was taken aback, yet he dared not raise his voice. If the prince were to discover that Gu Mei had leaked information, both he and his daughter would surely face dire consequences. With a forced smile, he lowered his voice in an attempt to appease her. Miss Fu, young lady, he is just awakened and is indeed too weak to receive guests. Once she has recovered, I shall personally escort you to the estate. Would that be acceptable? Absolutely not. I must enter today, Fu Jinju declared with an air of arrogance, striding toward the estate without a second thought. The steward, caught off guard by the boldness of this young lady from the mansion, hurriedly turned to block her path, nearly bowing in submission. However, as a steward of the royal household, he could not afford to lose face for the prince, so he remained standing, pleading pathetically. If you insist on barging in, my life will be forfeit. I implore you, please reconsider and return. Your life is of no concern to me, Fu Jinju replied coldly, dismissing the steward's pleas without a second glance. Should you attempt to obstruct me again, I shall raise my voice and inform your master that it was Gu Mei who divulged this information to me. Do you think your master would let Gu Mei off the hook? Fu Jinju was unwilling to show any mercy to the steward, eager to see whether he valued his own life more or the life of his daughter, Gu Mei. Please, do not shout. The steward was flustered, his face pale after several moments of hesitation and struggle. I am willing to escort you inside, but I beseech you not to disclose to anyone that it was Mei who revealed this information. In her desire to protect her daughter, the steward ultimately yielded. Very well, I accept, Fu Jinju replied, a triumphant smile gracing her lips, her earlier anger dissipating with the achievement of her goal. Upon receiving her agreement, the steward led her and her entourage around to the back entrance of the estate. Though initially reluctant, Fu Jinju was persuaded by the steward that the front entrance was heavily guarded, and even if she managed to enter, she would be apprehended and expelled. Thus, to gain entry into the Gu family estate, she swallowed her pride and followed the steward through the back door. Upon entering the back door, they were greeted by a lush garden, which, compared to the gardens of her own mansion, was rather unimpressive. Fu Jinju and her maid, Yin Sue, exchanged disdainful glances at the garden, choosing not to linger any longer. After passing through a moon gate and navigating a couple of corridors, the steward brought them to a guest room. Please wait here for a moment, Miss Fu. I shall make the necessary arrangements, he said before departing. Go ahead, Fu Jinju replied, her eyes surveying the room. Noticing that the furnishings were rather decent, she allowed Yin Sue to assist her as she reclined on the soft couch. The steward instructed the servants to bring tea and snacks, attending diligently to their duties before hastily departing. Upon reaching the entrance of the western chamber where Mian resided, he dismissed the guard stationed at the door and returned to escort Fu Jinju. The two chambers were not far apart, merely a dozen steps. Yet Fu Jinju walked with an unhurried grace, which made the anxious steward break into a sweat. Might I trouble Miss Fu to hasten a little? He gently urged. With a cold snort and a dismissive roll of her eyes, Fu Jinju quickened her pace slightly. At last, They arrived at the door of the western chamber, where the steward stood guard, allowing Fu Jinju and her maid to enter. Yin Shui pushed open the door, and the pungent aroma of medicinal soup assailed their senses, causing both women to wrinkle their noses and cover their mouths with handkerchiefs as they entered with evident distaste. Su had just finished assisting Mian with her medicine when she turned to see two unfamiliar women entering, immediately positioning herself protectively in front of them. "Who are you?" Seeing a maid pose the question, Yin Shui stepped forward and linked arms with Fu Jinju, responding, "The second miss of the Yongchang Marquis residence. Here to pay a visit." Chapter 55. Embarrassment upon hearing the unfamiliar voice of a woman, Mian opened her half-closed eyes and gazed outward. She could not recall who the second miss of the Yongchang Marquis residence was, but the elegantly dressed young lady before her struck a chord of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, she remembered having seen her at a palace banquet. Her name was indeed Fu Jinju. How did they come to know of her presence here? Although Mian was puzzled, now that they had arrived, she resolved to inquire about their intentions. Su, let them come closer." Upon hearing her command, Su assumed the visitors were acquaintances of the young miss and turned to assist Mian in sitting up from the bed, propping her against a soft pillow, and bringing forth a cushioned stool beside her. Fu Jinju's gaze had been fixed on Mian since she entered, observing her frail and weakened state, with faint traces of injury marking her cheeks, resembling a pitiful little kitten, hardly comparable to her own regal and delicate demeanor. With an air of haughtiness mingled with a hint of pity, she gracefully approached and took a seat on the stool placed by the bedside. "I heard that Sister Yi is severely injured and recuperating here, so I specially came to visit," Fu Jinju remarked with a smile, feigning intimacy, though her inherent pride was unmistakable. Mian coughed lightly and inquired weakly, "May I ask how Miss Fu came to know I was here?" "Of course. It was from those in this estate. I share a sisterly bond with Yi Shuang. You are her sister, and having heard your injury, I felt compelled to pay my respects," Fu Jinju replied, unaware of the circumstances surrounding Mian's injury. She continued to leverage Yi Shuang's name to establish rapport. Yet she noticed Mian's expression turn icy upon hearing Yi Shuang's name. "I do not share such a close sisterly relationship with Yi Shuang. What is it that you truly seek in coming here?" Mian's clear eyes seemed to frost over, and her words were as chilling as ice. Taken aback by Mian's sudden coldness, Fu Jinju's smile faltered for a moment, but her demeanor quickly reverted to its usual arrogance. "In truth, it is solely out of regard for Master Yi that I have come to visit you. The news of your grievous injury was also conveyed to Master Yi by me. Should you not express your gratitude towards me?" Upon hearing Fu Jinju mention Mian's expression softened somewhat. She had learned from Su that Yi Feng had visited the previous day, and according to Su, he had been searching for her since her disappearance, being the only one from the Hou residence who genuinely cared for her. Given this, it is indeed appropriate to extend thanks to Miss Fu. Fu Jinju's face brightened with a smile as she gently replied, "If you truly wish to thank me, speak well of me before your brother. It might inspire him to harbor a more favorable impression of me." As women, upon witnessing such a bashful demeanor, it became apparent that Miss Fu harbored feelings for her brother. Yet, was she not as close as sisters with Yi Shuang? Why would she come to discuss this matter with her? Mian furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a tinge of suspicion. Wasn't he, Miss Fu, supposed to be as close to Yi Shuang as sisters? Would it not be more prudent to appeal to Yi Shuang instead? Fu Jinju's expression momentarily faltered, and after a brief cough, she redirected the conversation back to Mian, asking, "Does my dear sister not wish to assist me?" Mian chuckled lightly, the corners of her lips curling upward, realizing that the relationship between Fu Jinju and Yi Shuang was not as harmonious as claimed. Continuing with Fu Jinju's line of thought, she replied with measured grace, "Miss Fu has overestimated my influence. How could my brother's affections be swayed by me?" His sister? Noticing Mian's reluctance to acquiesce, Fu Jinju's demeanor shifted to one of indignation, her contempt for Mian no longer concealed, and she retorted with a sharp tone, "Is it so difficult to utter a few kind words on my behalf? Truly ungrateful. Taken aback by Fu Jinju's sudden change in temperament, Mian's gaze turned frosty as she replied, each word laced with firmness. Miss Fu, I advise you to choose your words carefully. I shall repay the kindness you have shown me without involving my brother. Simultaneously, she felt grateful for not having readily accepted her request. Such a duplicitous individual was unworthy of her esteemed brother. Fu Jinju's face flushed with anger as she rose abruptly from the soft couch, gritting her teeth and declaring, I have my own means to achieve my goals. Just wait and see. With that, she stormed out without another word. Mian, weary, closed her eyes and chose to disregard the encounter. Once Fu Jinju exited the room, Su, still perplexed by the situation, thought to herself that the temperament of the second Miss Fu was indeed unpredictable, becoming irate after just a few words. While her own lady was gentle and easy to be around, quickly, she returned to assist Mian in lying down, covering her with a light blanket and tucking the corners tightly. Noticing the exhaustion etched across Mian's features, she spoke with concern, Miss, you must rest well. I shall ensure that no one disturbs you. Mian nodded slowly, clearing her mind of all thoughts, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, as Fu Jinju exited the door, shaking her handkerchief in frustration, the steward Gu, who had been waiting at the entrance, breathed a sigh of relief. His anxious heart finally at ease. Miss Fu, you have emerged. Please, this way. The steward, with a forced smile, led the way, eager to expedite the departure of this esteemed guest. How impatient they are to send me away. Now that I am here, I might as well explore a bit more. Fu Jinju, feeling displeased, deliberately dawdled, intending to intimidate the steward. The steward, drenched in cold sweat, felt his lips pale as he stammered, My lady, I cannot linger here any longer. If my master were to find me, my life would be forfeit. I implore your mercy. Who are you calling, my lady? You make me sound ancient. Fu Jinju rolled her eyes and chose not to waste her breath on the old steward. The group proceeded along the path they had come, and just as they turned a corner, they encountered Prince Ning, accompanied by Yi Feng, approaching leisurely. The steward, panicked, attempted to evade, only to find there was no escape as the prince's icy gaze fixed upon him. In an instant, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, forehead pressed against the cold floor, awaiting the prince's reprimand. Immersed in the delight of encountering Yi Feng, Fu Jinju was oblivious to the steward's kneeling form. A smile graced her lips as she glided toward Yi Feng. Young Master Yi, what a coincidence to meet you here. Upon reaching Yi Feng, she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks blushing with a hint of shyness. Yi Feng, equally surprised to see Fu Jinju, momentarily paused, then softly inquired, Miss Fu, what brings you here? Fu Jinju nervously fiddled with her clothing, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. I came to visit Miss Yi. Chapter 56. Reprimand who permitted your entry? A voice as frigid as ice pierced the air, sending a shiver down Fu Jinju's spine. She turned her head, her gaze locking onto a remarkably stern man, his eyes glimmering like cold stars, brows furrowed like a hawk in the night, exuding an air of aloofness yet undeniable authority. The steward, under the man's imposing stare, felt as though his tongue had been glued shut, stumbling over his words as he averted his gaze. Too intimidated to meet the man's eyes directly. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Fu Jinju finally managed to stammer. It was the steward who brought me in, unaware of the man's identity. Her instinctive fear prevented her from speaking recklessly. She could only respond truthfully. After her reply, she sensed the overwhelming pressure lift, allowing her to breathe a silent sigh of relief as she cautiously stepped aside, daring not to make a sound. Steward. Prince Ning's gaze remained calm as he addressed the kneeling figure, his voice devoid of warmth. This utterance made the steward tremble uncontrollably. Your Highness, I have disobeyed your orders. I deserve death. I deserve death. As he lamented, he repeatedly knocked his head against the stone floor, soon staining it with a vivid hue of crimson. Hearing the steward refer to the man as Your Highness, Fu Jinju was taken aback, her heart tightening in dread. She silently cursed the steward for not clarifying sooner. Had she offended this prince, it would surely bring calamity to the residence of the Earl of Yongchang. Yi Feng stood silently, his brow slightly furrowed. As he gleaned from the conversation among the few individuals that Steward Gu had defied the prince's orders and brought Fu Jinzhu into the estate. This steward was a person of the prince's domain. How could he possibly have the audacity to contravene the prince's commands? Or had Fu Jinzhu promised him some form of advantage? Yifeng glanced at Fu Jinzhu, who, with her pallid complexion, lowered her head, evidently startled by the unfolding scene. How did you persuade Steward Gu to bring you into the estate? Amid her terror, Fu Jinzhu was taken aback by the gentle voice that reached her ears. Turning to behold Yi Feng's refined countenance, her fear dissipated significantly. I merely wished to visit Sister Yi, and thus requested Steward Gu to escort me here. Fu Jinzhu stammered, her gaze evasive, concealing the threats she had made to the steward. She understood well that if young Master Yi learned of her coercions, he would surely distance himself from her, thwarting her desires. Seeing Fu Jinzhu unwilling to reveal the truth, Yifeng withdrew his gaze and refrained from further inquiry. It was implausible that the steward would defy the prince's command simply at her behest. There must be a deeper reason. If Fu Jinzhu was reticent, would the steward also conceal the truth? Chun Shaw and Ding Zhao stepped forward to support the steward, who appeared utterly limp, unable to stand. Blood trickled from his forehead down to his chin, dividing his ashen visage, creating a ghastly sight. Fu Jinzhu, upon catching a glimpse, instinctively shut her eyes, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Prince Ning's expression was as frigid as ice, and without uttering a word, he strode toward the front courtyard, followed by Chen Shuo and Ding Zhao, who were assisting the steward. Just as Yifeng was about to follow, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Looking down, he found Fu Jinzhu gazing at him in panic. Young Master Yi, I am frightened. Will you accompany me? Yifeng cast a glance at the maid standing behind Fu Jinzhu, then replied in a warm tone, If Sister Jinzhu is afraid, it would be best for the maid to escort you back. The estate is not far. Fu Jinzhu hesitated, wanted to say more, but Yifeng had already withdrawn his sleeve and turned away without hesitation. Fu Jinzhu bit her lip. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she stared at Yifeng's departing figure, and, as if enchanted, she could not help but follow. Miss, let's return. Yin Shui shouted anxiously from behind, but her pleas could not halt Fu Jinzhu's steps. The group arrived at the front courtyard, where a bench had been placed at the center. The steward was brought over and bound to the bench, flanked by guards wielding clubs. Speak. Why did you defy my orders? Prince Ning seated himself in a grand chair, his eyes narrowed, revealing no flicker of emotion. My lord, this old servant has defied your command, and I deserve 1,000 deaths. I implore you, for the sake of my years of service in managing the estate, spare my daughter and grant her a chance at life. The steward pleaded, his voice hoarse, his grayish face smeared with dirt and blood, portraying a truly pitiful sight. Prince Ning's expression betrayed no sign of compassion. His lips parted slightly as he uttered but a single word, execute. A series of muffled sounds echoed through the surroundings of the estate, accompanied by piercing wails of despair. The steward Gu cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain, with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins on his forehead. He fixed an intense gaze upon Fu Jinzhu, a look that conveyed resentment, threat, and perhaps a plea. Fu Jinzhu, unable to bear the intensity of his stare, stepped back in pallor, clutching tightly to Minte, burying her head on her shoulder. Yifeng's gaze flickered between the two, and he let out a barely perceptible sigh, astonished that Gu would prefer death over disclosing the reason for Fu Jinzhu's presence in the courtyard. In merely a quarter of an hour, blood began to seep from Gu's back. Prince Ning observed in silence, his penetrating gaze hinting at a brewing storm within. Betrayal and concealment were abhorrent to him. Having known Gu for many years, he was well aware of his temperament. If Gu had chosen to seek his own demise, then so be it. The beating continued, as the onlookers held their breath, not daring to exhale. The entire courtyard was silent, save for Gu's cries and the dull thud of the clubs striking flesh. Suddenly, a woman's sharp cry pierced the tension as Gume rushed in, panic-stricken, collapsing onto her father. Upon seeing the bloodied state of her father, her eyes turned crimson and her expression twisted in anguish. "Your Highness, why do you strike my father? He has managed this estate for years, not without toil. Yet what crime has he committed to deserve such punishment?" Tears welled in Gu Mei's eyes as she looked beseechingly at Prince Ning, her voice a lament, her lashes fluttering as tears streamed down her cheeks. The steward grasped his daughter's hand tightly, enduring his pain, and shook his head at Gu Mei. "Mayor, it is your father who has erred. I have defied the prince's orders and betrayed him. I deserve this fate. Do not question further. If the prince shows mercy and allows you to leave, live well." "No, I cannot believe it. Father, how could you betray the prince? You would never do such a thing. You must be deceiving your daughter." Gu Mei refused to accept her father's words, fully aware of his unwavering loyalty to Prince Ning. He could not have betrayed him. There must be some misunderstanding. Chapter 57. Expulsion. Gu Mei redirected her gaze towards Prince Ning, crawling on her knees towards him. The towering figure before her exuded an air of authority and indifference, as if the sorrows of the world could not penetrate his demeanor. Before she could reach him, Ding Zhao stepped forward, pulling her away. Gu Mei struggled and wept, her tears streaming down her face, evoking deep sympathy. Fu Jinju glanced furtively at Gu Mei, then quickly turned away, fearful of being discovered and entangled in the situation. Although Gu's dire fate stemmed from her threats, had Gu Mei not allowed her tongue to slip, Fu Jinju would not have been able to threaten him. Ultimately, it was Gu Mei's fault, and this outcome was her due. Oblivious to Fu Jinju's presence, Gu Mei's attention remained on her severely beaten father. She cried out hoarsely, desperately trying to reach him, yet unable to break free from Ding Zhao's grasp. Frustrated and enraged, she bit down on Ding Zhao's hand in a moment of desperation. With a sharp cry, Ding Zhao released his grip, allowing Gu Mei to seize the opportunity to escape. Stumbling forward, she fell before her father, weeping bitterly. Gu Guanshi had succumbed to unconsciousness, his lifeless visage betraying little semblance of life. Trembling, Gu Mei reached out to check for her father's breath, only to be seized by Ding Zhao, who had pursued her relentlessly. With a piercing scream, Gu Mei lashed out at Ding Zhao, clawing and scratching in a frantic display of desperation. "Enough! Release her!" A cold, low voice commanded, abruptly halting the chaotic scene. Ding Zhao stepped back, leaving Gu Mei alone in her helpless confusion, her gaze landing on Prince Ning, momentarily infused with a hint of infatuation. "Does the prince still care for me?" Gu Mei pondered internally, convincing herself that he must have softened upon witnessing her sorrow. Surely, the prince harbored feelings for her. She repeatedly reassured and deceived herself until she heard the prince's indifferent decree expel both of them from the estate. The web of lies she had spun shattered completely. "Your Highness, please, do not cast me away," Gu Mei murmured as she rose unsteadily, staggering towards Prince Ning, determined to plead for her stay. As Prince Ning rose from his chair and beheld Gu Mei's disheveled approach, his eyes flashed with icy disdain. He had already shown leniency towards the father and daughter. How dare Gu Mei presume to push her luck further? "Stop! Do not approach the prince," Chen Shuo interjected, blocking her path, while Prince Ning turned away, dismissing her with a wave of his sleeve. "Your Highness, do not leave. Your Highness!" Gu Mei cried out in desperation, only to be silenced by Chen Shuo, who dragged her away. The unconscious Gu Guanshi was also removed from the bench, supported by two men as they led him out of the estate. After expelling the father and daughter, Chen Shuo instructed someone to prepare a carriage for them, placing Gu Guanshi inside. After all, the father and daughter had resided in the estate for many years and were well acquainted with the surrounding villagers. Leaving them at the estate's entrance would surely invite gossip and suspicion. "Chen Shuo, I implore you, tell me what my father has done to deserve such a fate." Gu Mei pleaded, unwilling to relinquish hope. Even if she were to perish, she wished to understand the truth. Chen Shuo felt it necessary to enlighten her, lest she believe they were wronged by Prince Ning's household. He spoke with righteous gravity. "Gu Mei, your father defied the prince's orders, secretly bringing the second miss of the Yongchang Marquis' household into the estate, dismissing the guards at the west wing, and escorting her to Miss Ye's room. Do you not think your father deserves punishment for such actions? As the steward of the estate, disregarding the prince's commands and allowing unauthorized entry, Would it be unjust to chastise him, given your family's long-standing association with the estate? The prince has shown mercy and spared you both. Had it been any other servant, they would have faced execution and their body discarded in a mass grave. Impossible. My father does not even know the second miss of Yongchang Marquis' household. How could he betray the prince's orders for her? Gu Mei shook her head, wholly disbelieving Chen Shua's words. With a sense of futility, Chen Shua continued, "Ask your father. He refuses to speak, even under duress. Had he been able to explain a thing or two to the prince, he would not have been reduced to such a pitiful state." Gu Mei bit her lip, still unwilling to believe that her father would act in such a manner. The second young lady of the Yongchang Duke's residence was known only to her. Her father had never met her at all. How could he possibly defy the prince's orders for her sake? This matter required her to seek out Fu Jinju for clarification. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Gu Mei cast her gaze towards the estate of the Yongchang Duke. After bidding farewell to Chen Shua, she hastened her carriage in that direction. Chen Shua turned to summon 2 guards, instructing them to discreetly follow Gu Mei to ascertain the truth behind this affair, so he could report back to the prince. Obeying his orders, the guards departed, and Chen Shua turned back to the estate. As the grand gate closed, the estate returned to its previous tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. At the entrance of the Yongchang Duke's estate, Gu Mei brought her carriage to a halt, threw down the whip, and leaped from the vehicle, rushing to pound on the door. The wooden door reverberated loudly from the impact. The doorman, startled and trembling, unlatched the door, only to find it was a member of the Gu family seeking entry. Although displeased, he maintained his composure and politely inquired, "What business does Miss Gu have?" "Bring Fu Jinju out," Gu Mei shouted, pointing her finger accusatorily at the doorman. Upon realizing she was there to cause trouble, the doorman stepped back in fear and slammed the door shut. He knew he could not handle this alone and needed to summon Steward Liu. Frustration boiling within her, Gu Mei lifted her foot and began to kick the door. Though the door was sturdy and impervious to her blows, the thunderous noise was exceedingly bothersome. Fu Jinju, situated in the back courtyard, heard the commotion distinctly and, feeling vexed, called for Yin Shui to hurry outside and investigate the disturbance. As Yin Shui stepped out, she collided with the hurried Steward Liu. "Quickly report. Miss Gu from the Gu family estate is outside kicking the door, demanding to see the second young lady." Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly retreated indoors. "This is bad. Miss, there's trouble. Gu Mei has come looking for a confrontation." Earlier, the 2 of them had been at the Gu family estate, and Yin Shui was fully aware of the events that had unfolded, causing her to feel quite anxious at the prospect of Gu Mei arriving. What is there to fear? Have Steward Liu bring some enforcers to drive her away. What is a bereft dog to be afraid of? Fu Jinju, suppressing her rising panic, furrowed her brow and commanded. Though Yin Shui felt uneasy, she dared not defy her mistress's orders and left to relay the message to Steward Liu. Will this not offend the Gu family estate? Steward Liu hesitated to ask, still unaware of Gu Mei's expulsion from the Gu family estate. Chapter 58. Arrogance. The surrounding estates were predominantly the properties of nobility from the capital, and the inhabitants of each estate typically coexisted amicably, with no one wishing to offend others and provoke trouble for their masters. Now that Gu Mei was no longer associated with the Gu family estate, Steward Liu felt reassured in proceeding with the matter. Hearing Yin Shui's words, he no longer hesitated and turned to gather a dozen or so enforcers armed with clubs, striding angrily towards the estate's entrance. Gu Mei continued her relentless assault on the door, her legs numb from the impact, yet she remained unwilling to cease, eager to vent her pent-up frustrations. Hearing the latch rattle, she paused her kicking, staggering back a couple of steps, breathless as she awaited the outcome. As the door swung open, a dozen henchmen surged forth, encircling Gu Mei. Her complexion paled momentarily, but she quickly steeled herself, gritting her teeth and declaring, "What's this? Is Fu Jinju, that cowardly turtle, too afraid to show herself and has sent you instead? Don't think for a moment that your numbers intimidate me. If you dare, strike me down right here, and let everyone witness just how lawless the Yongchang Duke's residence truly is." You were the ones who caused a disturbance at the entrance of the estate. I have every right to retaliate, and no one can fault the Yongchang Duke's household. Manager Liu has been in charge of this estate for over a decade and will not be swayed by the threats of a mere girl. Very well. If you wish to fight, then kill me. If you fail, I shall make my way to the capital and stir up trouble at the Yongchang Duke's door. I want to see if you still have the gall to show your faces. Gu Mei, having reached a point of desperation, felt she had nothing left to fear. With her father barely clinging to life in the carriage and both of them cast out from the estate with nowhere to turn, she was resolute in seeking justice for her father, even if it meant risking her own life. Seeing Gu Mei's defiance, Manager Liu felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him. They genuinely could not afford to kill someone in broad daylight, as it would tarnish the Duke's reputation. Their intention was merely to intimidate her into leaving. However, if she truly went to the capital and created a scene at the Yongchang Duke's residence, it would bring significant trouble. After much contemplation, he decided it best to report back to the second young lady for her judgment. Meanwhile, Fu Jinju had just removed her hairpin and was reclining on a soft couch, allowing her maidservants to massage her shoulders and legs. When the commotion outside subsided, she assumed Gu Mei had been driven away. Little did she know that Manager Liu had come to inform her that Gu Mei intended to cause a ruckus at the Yongchang Duke's residence in the capital. Strike her. Kill her. Fu Jinju seethed, her face a mixture of green and white. Startled, Manager Liu exclaimed, "Second young lady, please temper your fury. To kill someone in broad daylight would ruin the Duke's reputation. I implore you to reconsider." Fu Jinju was well aware that killing was not an option, yet her anger led her to utter such words. Regaining her composure, she hastily left her quarters without even redoing her hair, determined to discover what Gu Mei truly intended. Amidst the throng of henchmen, Gu Mei stood resolutely, feigning calmness. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. She feared not death, but rather the pain that might accompany it. Her gaze fixated on the entrance of the estate, and she breathed a sigh of relief upon finally spotting Fu Jinju's figure approaching. "Speak. What do you want from me?" Fu Jinju drew closer, meeting Gu Mei's gaze, which inadvertently revealed a hint of her own insecurity. Gu Mei scoffed, countering, "Isn't the second young lady quite aware? I'm not sure what you are implying." Fu Jinju turned her face away, casting her eyes elsewhere, unwilling to meet Gu Mei's stare. Gu Mei, tired of the circular conversation, directly inquired, "Tell me how you convinced my father to allow you entry into the estate." Hearing the anticipated question, Fu Jinju promptly fabricated a lie. "I simply made a few requests and mentioned to your father that I was acquainted with you. That is how he agreed." "Impossible. My father would never contravene the prince's orders for mere words." Gu Mei retorted fiercely. "What exactly did you say to him?" Seeing that she could not deceive Gu Mei, Fu Jinju decided to lay bare the truth, for this matter was not solely her fault. "Do you realize that your father has been reduced to this state because of you?" Fu Jinju's words struck Gu Mei like a heavy blow, leaving her pallid and breathless. A hint of understanding flickered within her, but she was unwilling to accept it, vehemently denying, "You are lying. You are lying. Gu Mei, it is your own negligence that has led to this." Fu Jinju continued, "You disclosed Yi Mian's affairs at the Gu family's estate, leaking secrets from your own home. Your father, fearing that you would be punished by the prince, agreed to let me accompany him to the estate in order to protect you. Can you not comprehend your father's profound love for you?" After delivering this crushing statement, Fu Jinju began to shift the narrative, distorting the truth. Observing Gu Mei's vacant stare and the tears cascading down her cheeks, Fu Jinju added, "If you must place blame, direct it towards yourself or Yi Mian. Had it not been for her, none of this would have occurred, would it?" In moments of anguish, one often seeks reasons to alleviate their suffering, much like clinging to a piece of driftwood amidst turbulent waves, unwilling to let go. "Yes, blame Yi Mian. It is all her fault. The prince once held us in such high regard, but her arrival altered everything. Now, he only cares for her safety, while my father's life has become as insignificant as weeds in his eyes. I am filled with hatred, overwhelming hatred." Gu Mei collapsed to the ground in tears, expressing her sorrow. She and her father had revered and cherished the prince, only to be met with such a fate. She felt a deep sense of injustice, a burning desire for retribution. Wiping away her tears, Gume stood up resolutely. She could not allow herself to be defeated. She had to fight for both herself and her father, to seek justice for him. Fu Jinju, your role in my father's current plight is not without fault. Do not think that shifting all the blame to others will absolve you. I demand that you summon a doctor for my father immediately. Once he is healed, we can put this matter to rest. If you refuse, I shall take my father to the residence of the Yongchang Marquis myself. Why you dare? Fu Jinju exclaimed, her voice laced with alarm, her composure shattered. Should Gu Mei create a ruckus at the Yongchang Marquis' estate, her father would surely discover that she had brought calamity upon them, and given his temperament, he might never allow her to return to the estate again. Noticing Fu Jinju's fear, Gu Mei refrained from further discussion and promptly turned to leave in pursuit of the carriage. Stop! Don't go! I promise you! Fu Jinju shouted, rushing to block her path, then instructing Lu Guanshi quickly, have someone bring the carriage into the estate and find a doctor for Guanshi. Lu Guanshi hesitated momentarily before promptly sending a servant to fetch the carriage. Watching as the carriage was brought into the estate, a faint smile graced Gu Mei's lips. She had found a refuge for herself and her father, and this time she would not be easily cast aside. Chapter 59. Cause and Effect Within the Estate of the Ning Wang. Yifeng stood before the door of the west wing, gently rapping upon it. Today, he originally came to visit his second sister, but was unexpectedly delayed by the events occurring in the Wangfu Zhuangzi. After a brief moment, the door of the side room opened, and Su emerged, placing a finger on her lips to signal silence before stealthily shutting the door behind her. The young lady is fatigued and has already retired. The heir should return once she awakens. With deep concern, Yifeng inquired about the condition of his second sister. She is not unwell, just recently awakened and still quite weak. Speaking too much tires her easily. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded and was about to take his leave when he suddenly recalled the matter of Fu Jinju's presence here and asked, is the second miss of the Yongchang Duke's residence acquainted with my second sister? Su's brow furrowed at the mention of the capricious second miss of the Duke's household. That second miss has an unpredictable temperament. She barely exchanged a few words with the young lady before abruptly turning hostile. Had I known, I would not have allowed the young lady to meet her, as it unnecessarily disturbed her rest. Oh, how could that be? What did she say to the second sister? Why the sudden change? Ye feng questioned, perplexed. Fu Jinju had been quite helpful to him in recent days, especially in informing him of his second sister's whereabouts. And he had always thought her to be a kind-hearted girl. However, what he heard from Su seemed to portray a different character altogether. Su, deep in thought, slowly recounted. She spoke to the young lady about you, urging her to speak well of her in your presence. When the young lady did not immediately agree, she turned hostile. Is that so? Yifeng frowned, pondering deeply. He felt a vague understanding dawning upon him, yet he dared not jump to conclusions. So he chose to refrain from further speculation. Let my second sister rest well. I shall return shortly. After expressing this to Su, Yifeng turned and departed, heading towards the eastern courtyard where the prince was located, as he had matters to discuss with him. In the eastern study, Prince Ning sat before a table, perusing a yellowed Buddhist scripture. Whenever his mind was troubled, he found solace in these texts. Over the years of quiet contemplation at the Qingxin temple, he had cultivated a remarkably tranquil disposition, rarely allowing himself to be angered. However, today's events had taken him by surprise. A servant entered to announce Yi Shizi's arrival. Prince Ning closed the scripture and calmly fixed his gaze upon Yifeng as he entered. Your Highness, I pay my respects, Yifeng said solemnly, bowing. After rising, he glanced toward the chessboard nearby. Does your Highness wish to engage in a game of chess with your humble servant? Have you come to see me merely to play chess? Prince Ning's voice was low, carrying an undertone of chill. With a gentle smile, Yifeng replied, I initially intended to visit my second sister, but as she is resting, it would be impolite to disturb her, so I have come to intrude upon your Highness instead. Prince Ning's eyes flickered slightly before he responded indifferently. Then let us proceed. Exiting the room, he instructed a servant to bring the chessboard and set it up in the courtyard pavilion. The two took their seats across from one another and began their match. An hour later, the board was filled with pieces, the black and white stones fiercely contending, neither side yielding. Yifeng held a white chess piece in hand, his gaze fixed intently on the board, brows furrowed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he chuckled softly, letting the piece slip from his fingers, saying, once again, "Your Highness's chess skills surpass mine. I concede with utmost respect. It was merely a narrow victory," Ning Wang replied indifferently, gesturing for the board to be removed. Yifeng lifted a cup from the table and took a delicate sip of tea, pondering before speaking. "I have yet to inquire, Your Highness. How did you manage to rescue my second sister?" Ning Wang's hand, which was idly twirling a prayer bead, momentarily halted, his gaze drifting into the distance. "Is this truly of significance?" came his detached response, echoing in Yifeng's ears. Aware that the prince preferred not to elaborate, Yifeng refrained from pressing the matter further and shifted the conversation. "Might Your Highness allow me to meet those who pursued my second sister?" "Absolutely not." The prince's abrupt refusal took Yifeng by surprise, momentarily leaving him at a loss before he managed a soft laugh. "To have Your Highness's protection is indeed my sister's fortune." Ning Wang's expression remained largely unaffected, neither affirming nor denying Yifeng's words, as if silently conceding. After sharing several cups of tea, they noted that time was advancing. Yifeng rose and bowed, saying, "I shall visit my second sister once more. I beg your pardon for my departure." With a nod of consent from Ning Wang, Yifeng exited the pavilion and leisurely made his way towards the west wing. Mian had been awake for a while, reclining against a soft pillow as Su Su brought a comb to style her hair. As Su Su deftly arranged Mian's hair, she murmured, "It's quite strange. I intended to style your hair that day and distinctly remember placing the comb by the bed. Yet it vanished. This one was borrowed anew from the steward. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants your concern," Mian replied with a gentle smile, not letting Su Su's words weigh heavily on her mind. It was not so much concern as it was curiosity about Su Su's murmurs. Once her hair was styled, Su Su stood to fetch some hair ornaments, only to hear a gentle knock at the door. Upon opening it and seeing the young master, she welcomed him inside. Yifeng entered with a warm smile, his gaze pausing momentarily upon Mian before displaying evident joy. This was her first encounter with someone from the after-awakening, leaving her feelings somewhat complex. She parted her lips and softly called out, "Elder brother, little sister, you have finally awakened. How do you fare? Are you unwell?" Yifeng inquired with genuine concern. Mian's expression softened, and she smiled gently, replying, "I feel no discomfort. I have heard from Su Su that you have tirelessly sought after me since my disappearance, for which I am truly grateful. There is no need for thanks, dear sister. I ought to apologize on your behalf. Our mother, in her folly, sent people to harm you. Fortunately, you possess great fortune and resilience, escaping unscathed. I sincerely apologize to you for this," Yifeng said, bowing respectfully. "There is no need for such formality, elder brother. It is not you who has caused me harm, nor is it your place to apologize on their behalf." Mian responded with a calm demeanor, though resentment simmered within her, directed solely towards Shun Shi, without implicating anyone else. The elder brother, Yifeng, sought to apologize to his second sister not with the intention of seeking her forgiveness for their mother, but rather due to the guilt he felt for their mother's actions. His words were sincere, devoid of any personal motives. Mian gazed at him for long, while before her distant eyes turned toward the window. "If I, Mian, wish for this matter to be handled justly, would you resent me, elder brother?" The room fell into an unexpected silence, the rustling of leaves outside clearly audible. After a prolonged silence, Yifeng managed a faintly bitter smile. What resentment could there be? It is merely the consequence of one's actions. Yet, in the face of filial duty, I must implore you once more, dear sister, to show leniency towards our mother. Mian lowered her gaze, gently closed her eyes, and sighed softly. "I am weary. Elder brother, please take your leave." For a moment, Yifeng's eyes dimmed, only to return to their gentle warmth. Recognizing that his sister had only recently awakened and was still frail, he regretted having disturbed her rest. After casting one last deep look at Mian, he turned and exited the room. The following day, Marquis Wu Zhao, Yi Ting, arrived at the estate of Prince Ning, accompanied by several carts laden with treasures and supplements. Upon dismounting, he surveyed the perimeter of the estate with a solemn expression, then gestured for a servant to approach and knock on the door. The guard who answered glanced at the Marquis's carriage and instantly recognized the visitor's identity. Marquis Wu Zhao has come to pay his respects to His Highness, the Prince of Ning. Please inform him, Yi Ting stated, stepping forward to peer through the partially open door. Wait, the guard replied flatly before shutting the door firmly again. Yi Ting stood resolutely in place, not moving an inch. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the wooden door swung open again, and the somber expression in Yi Ting's eyes dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. Please, my lord, come in. Chen Shual welcomed him with courteous gestures, inviting him into the estate. Yi Ting did not move immediately, but turned back to regard the items he had brought, speaking respectfully. These are some modest gifts I have prepared for His Highness. I kindly ask you to accept them. The prince has stated that there is nothing lacking within the estate. It would be best for the Marquis to take these back, Chen Shuo replied, his face adorned with a polite smile, yet his words were a firm rejection. That cannot be. The prince has saved my daughter's life. He is a benefactor of our house. I have merely prepared this humble token to express my gratitude. I sincerely hope you will accept it on behalf of the prince. Yi Ting's face displayed a hint of anxiety as he earnestly pleaded. You should speak to the prince yourself. I cannot make this decision, Chen Shuo replied, his expression one of helplessness. It was the prince's refusal, and he dared not take it upon himself to override that. Should he do so, his fate would mirror that of the steward Gu. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Yi Ting had no choice but to relent. With a sigh, he followed Chen Shuo into the estate. Had it not been for Fenger's mention that this was the prince's estate, he would have been unaware of His Highness's presence here. He had never seen the prince, nor did he know what he looked like. Indeed, not only he, but nearly all court officials had never laid eyes on the prince, as it was well known that the prince resided in seclusion at Qingxin Temple, never participating in state affairs. In the imperial court, the crown prince and Prince Qi engaged in a fierce battle of wills, while Prince Ning, devoid of any influence, seemed as though he was a nonentity, unnoticed by all. Lord, we have arrived, Chen Shuo announced. Yi Ting refocused his thoughts, his gaze fixed upon the slowly opening door. Inside, at the head of the room, sat a young man of approximately 20, with deep-set eyes and sharply defined features, who returned his gaze with a stern expression. Upon a mere glance, Yi Ting instinctively lowered his head, silently lamenting that this prince's majestic presence was not in the slightest inferior to that of the crown prince. In an instant, any doubt regarding Prince Ning's identity evaporated, and he hastily knelt in respectful greeting, saying, Lord Wu Zhao, Yi Ting, pays his respects to His Highness, Prince Ning. Rise, came the crisp, deep voice that penetrated Yi Ting's ears. He gradually stood, bowing his head in deference as he expressed his gratitude for the prince saving his daughter's life. I have prepared a modest gift for your highness, and I hope you will graciously accept it. Unnecessary. Yi Ting had anticipated some polite exchange from Prince Ning, but was taken aback by the abruptness of this two-word refusal. Lacking any explanation, momentarily stunned, he could not help but chuckle inwardly at the prince's straightforward demeanor. Perhaps his detachment from courtly strife allowed him to avoid the duplicitous smiles of the crown prince and Prince Qi. That is agreeable, Yi Ting mused, then spoke again with cupped hands. I have heard that my daughter, Mian, has awakened. I have come today to take her back to our residence for her recuperation and shall not trouble your highness further. I ask for your permission. Prince Ning appeared to have anticipated Yi Ting's intention, showing no signs of surprise, his gaze growing increasingly frosty. As long as Miss Yi consents, this prince shall not obstruct her. Thank you, your highness. Yi Ting felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Prince Ning did not hinder him, the matter would be significantly easier to resolve. Once he brought Mian back home, everything would settle, and he need not fear unforeseen complications. Forgive my rudeness, your highness, as my heart longs for my daughter. I must take my leave now to see her. Having received Prince Ning's consent, Yi Ting was eager to depart. intent on swiftly retrieving Mian. "I shall escort you," Prince Ning replied coldly, rising first and walking out of the room. By the time Ting realized what had transpired and turned to look, he could only see the distant figure of Prince Ning. Momentarily dazed, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Did Prince Ning truly place such importance on Mian? Would he be able to successfully take her away today? Not daring to ponder further, Ting hurriedly followed behind. The estate of Prince Ning was vast, and after winding through its expanse for quite some time, Ting finally arrived at a guest room door, the guard stationed there underscoring Prince Ning's regard for Mian. Deep in thought, Ting heard the creak of the door opening and lifted his eyes, stepping inside. Even before Ting had reached the estate, the prince had already sent someone to inquire if Mian wished to meet. Naturally, she would want to see him. She was eager to discern his reaction to the harm inflicted upon her by the Shun family and to understand whether his concern for her was genuine or feigned. Through this event, she would soon grasp the truth. As the door swung open, Mian turned her head and was taken aback to see Prince Ning's arrival. After a brief smile, she glanced at Ting, who was stepping in behind him. Despite the mere few days of separation, Mian felt a sense of estrangement towards her affable father. After a moment of silence, she softly called out to him, "My child, you have suffered." Ting's eyes filled with concern as he gazed upon Mian's frail and emaciated face, the visible scars on her countenance igniting a surge of anger within him. Upon learning that the Shun family had covertly harmed Mian, he had already reprimanded them multiple times within the household. As the matriarch of the Marquis family, Shun had brought calamity upon her own offspring. Had it not been for the reputation of the Marquis and the future of their children, he would have long since expelled her from the residence. Seeing the genuine concern and fury on her father's face, Mian's defenses slightly eased. "Father, do you know how I ended up in this plight?" she asked, her expression filled with despair. Ting lowered his head, guilt etched on his face, and hoarsely replied, "Your elder brother has informed me." Since her father was already aware, Mian decided to forego any further circumlocution and directly inquired about his plans for dealing with her stepmother. "Rest assured, my child, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. I have come today to take you back. Once you return home, whatever you wish to do with Shun, I shall acquiesce." Ting vowed earnestly, his sincerity evident. "Father, will you consent to handle this matter according to the law?" Mian pressed on, unwilling to overlook the gravity of the situation despite her father's reassurances. Ting's demeanor shifted slightly as he averted his gaze from Prince Ning, awkwardly stating, "My child, such family matters are best discussed in detail once we return home. There is no need to rush." Upon hearing her father's response, Mian understood that he did not intend to pursue legal action. His reasoning was not difficult to grasp. It stemmed from a desire to safeguard the reputation of the Marquis. For the sake of this elusive honor, she, as an inconsequential daughter, was expected to yield, endure, and make sacrifices. "Please leave, father." Mian's expression hardened as her words became devoid of warmth. Ting's countenance tightened, and he opened his mouth to offer further counsel when Prince Ning's cold voice suddenly interjected, "Qinshua, see them out." Both father and daughter were startled, and Mian met Prince Ning's gaze directly for the first time, her eyes reflecting gratitude as a faint smile graced her lips. "Your Highness, please wait," Ting hurriedly implored. Before he could finish his sentence, Qinshua's clear voice rang out from outside. "Marquis, I shall escort you out." Ting opened his mouth but uttered no further words. With a bitter smile, he bid farewell to Mian, then bowed respectfully to Prince Ning, saying, "Your Highness, I take my leave." Once Ting departed, only Mian and Prince Ning remained in the room, the atmosphere suddenly turning still. They exchanged a glance before both averted their eyes. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your protection." Mian spoke softly, her gaze lowered, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, exuding an irresistible charm. The hand of Prince Ning, hidden within his sleeve, tightened unconsciously as he candidly stated, "There is no need for thanks. If you wish to remain here instead of returning home, no one can take you from me." Upon hearing these words, Mian's ears flushed with warmth, her cheeks blooming with a gentle blush. Prince Ning realized he had been too blunt, yet he refrained from retracting his words. They were indeed reflections of his innermost thoughts, and once uttered, they lingered in the air. Returning home was inevitable. The Shun family had wronged me so grievously, and I must personally seek retribution. Mian's blush faded as her resolute gaze turned toward the window. Days passed, and her injuries gradually healed, allowing her to rise from her bed and stroll in the courtyard. The marks on her face had faded to a delicate pink, easily concealed with a touch of powder. Mian paid little heed to these scars. Her thoughts were consumed with how to exact revenge on the Shun family. If only she could ensure that Shin faced the punishment she deserved, then her suffering would not have been in vain. Yifeng occasionally visited, deliberately avoiding mention of Shun, and their interactions were amicable. Despite his attempts to steer clear of the subject, Mian understood that Yifeng hoped she would show leniency toward Shun, for she was his biological mother. Who could bear to watch their mother imprisoned? Initially, upon awakening, she harbored an intense hatred for Shun, wishing for her immediate comeuppance. However, as she learned of Yifeng's relentless search for her and his concern for her safety, her emotions grew tumultuous, and her animosity toward Shun began to wane. Mian knew she could no longer delay. She must seek the truth without further hesitation. Su, where's the prince? Mian inquired, seated at a stone table in the courtyard, her eyes gazing at the dying sun on the horizon, reflecting a blood-red hue. Do you wish to see the prince, miss? I shall fetch him at once. Su draped a cloak over Mian's shoulders and turned to summon him. There's no need, Mian replied as she rose from the table, tightening the cloak around her. It is time for me to bid farewell to the prince. Are you returning to the Marquis' residence? Su exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of concern. The days spent at the Marquis had been fraught with anxiety, and the thought of returning filled her with an inexplicable dread. Yet, recalling that the treacherous Shun remained unharmed within the estate, her indignation flared. Upon our return, I shall ensure you receive your vengeance. Mian smiled knowingly, reaching out to stroke Su's head as the two companions made their way toward the eastern courtyard. In the study of the eastern courtyard, Prince Ning was engrossed in writing with a wolf hairbrush when Chen Shuo stealthily entered, lowering his voice to report, Your Highness. Missy has arrived. Prince Ning lifted his gaze, casting a sharp glance at Chen Shuo, and coldly retorted, Could you not report properly? Why the stealth? Chen Shuo, embarrassed, scratched his head and, feeling the weight of the prince's icy stare, quickly fell silent. Bring her in, Prince Ning commanded. Ning Wang issued his orders in a low voice. Rising to place the written documents into an envelope, he casually adjusted his collar and stepped out from behind the desk. As evening approached, the flickering candlelight illuminated the study. When Mian entered, she lowered her gaze and noticed the tall figure cast upon the floor, causing her heart to skip a beat. She had met His Highness Ning Wang before. With a slight bend of her knees, she performed a respectful bow, keeping her eyes cast downwards, never lifting them. Please, no need for formalities, Ning Wang said, taking a couple of steps forward, his imposing figure completely enveloping Mian. The young woman stood there, petite and respectfully with her gaze lowered, while the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow upon her fair cheek, creating a dazzling effect. Have you dined yet? His deep, husky voice reached her ears, and Mian suddenly realized it was time for dinner. She silently chided herself for arriving at such an hour, inadvertently disturbing the prince's meal. Blushing with embarrassment, she replied, I have not dined. Chen Shuo, prepare the meal. Ning Wang commanded toward the door, causing Mian to look up in surprise, meeting the depth of his gaze. Come with me. His gentle, magnetic voice lingered in her ears as Mian hesitated for a moment, only to see Ning Wang stride past her toward the door. She quickly followed in his wake, their shadows, one large, one small, moving in tandem. Upon entering the dining hall, they found a simple spread of 4 small dishes and a bowl of soup laid out on the table, appearing rather humble, not at all befitting that of royal lineage, but rather resembling a meal from a common household. Chen Shuo stood nearby, a broad smile on his face. My lord, I have prepared dinner for you. He had hoped his efficiency would please the prince, yet he sensed that Ning Wang's gaze upon him was growing colder. Lady Yi, please take a seat, Ning Wang said as he approached the dining table and settled down. Mian followed suit, gently sitting down beside him. Is there a dish you particularly enjoy, Lady Yi? I can have Chen Shuo prepare it. Ning Wang inquired with a softened tone. Suddenly, Chen Shuo realized his blunder. He had only prepared the meal for the prince and neglected to make arrangements for Lady Yi. He felt utterly foolish. Not only was the prince casting him a frosty glance, but he also wanted to slap himself in frustration. It is unnecessary to trouble yourselves. I have but a few words to convey to His Highness, and then I shall take my leave. I do not wish to interrupt your meal, Mian stated, aware that the dishes were solely prepared for Ning Wang. It was her misfortune to arrive at such an inopportune moment, thus adding further inconvenience to the prince. Upon hearing her words, Ning Wang grasped the wine cup upon the table, his knuckles turning pale. Noticing the cup was empty, Mian took the wine jug and carefully poured some wine into the cup. The liquid rippled within, and Ning Wang's fingers relaxed slightly as he brought the rim close to his lips, savoring a slow sip. What does Lady Yi wish to express? Ning Wang inquired after setting down the cup. I have come to bid farewell to your highness. I wish to return to the Marquis' residence tomorrow. During my stay at the village, I am profoundly grateful for your highness's kindness and the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. I am uncertain how to repay you, but should you require my assistance in any matter, please do not hesitate to speak. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs. After Mian spoke, she lowered her head, awaiting the response of Prince Ning. After a prolonged silence, she finally heard him inquire if she had made her decision. Yes, she replied. The matter of the Shun family's treachery against my family must be resolved without delay. It has lodged itself like a thorn in my heart, and I can no longer bear to wait. The clarity in the prince's eyes was filled with a resolute determination, as though he had made an irrevocable decision, one that no one could sway. Very well, I shall escort you back to your residence tomorrow, he declared. Your Highness, Mian exclaimed, rising abruptly from her chair. Just as she was about to decline, Prince Ning continued, I wish to visit the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence. Do you not welcome me, Miss Yi? Of course, Your Highness. I would be honored. I merely wish to avoid causing you any inconvenience. Deep down, she understood that Prince Ning intended to support her. Yet she felt unworthy of his kindness, especially since he had yet to repay her for saving his life. I do not perceive it as an inconvenience, Prince Ning said, gazing directly at Mian, his words devoid of pretense. Their eyes met, and Mian felt a tremor in her breath, her heart inexplicably quickening. Why would the prince treat her so kindly? Was there an ulterior motive? Yet, her humble status rendered her insignificant enough to warrant such schemes. She pondered this, and suddenly, memories of her father's words surfaced, how the empress had considered her as a potential bride for Prince Ning. At this thought, Mian's complexion turned visibly crimson. She lowered her head, unable to meet the prince's gaze. Did he also know of this? Missy, why is your face turned so red? Are you feeling unwell? Prince Ning stepped closer, observing her flushed cheeks, and instinctively placed the back of his hand against her forehead. The cool touch against her skin was soothing, yet it only intensified the heat on her face. Your Highness, I am quite well. I shall take my leave now. With that, she hurriedly exited the dining hall. Once she departed, Prince Ning stared at his outstretched hand, realizing he had been too forward. Have I frightened her? He murmured to himself. Chen Shuo, eavesdropping nearby, asked, Your Highness, what did you say? Get out, was the only response, cold and curt. After leaving the dining hall, Mian walked briskly, the cool night breeze brushing against her face, dissipating some of the lingering heat. She touched her cheeks, feeling a slight sense of relief. Miss, why are you walking so quickly? Su inquired, perplexed, from behind her. It's nothing. I just wish to return home sooner, Mian replied, slowing her pace. Once she had calmed her emotions, she lifted her gaze to observe the darkening sky. Did the prince agree for us to return to the Marquis' residence tomorrow? Su asked, her large eyes blinking in curiosity. Of course he did, Mian affirmed. The two conversed as they strolled back to their quarters in the western wing. Su fetched their evening meal, and after a simple supper, they washed up and prepared for rest, perhaps due to the impending return to the Marquis' residence. Mian found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Her mind flickered between the venomous visage of the Shun family and the moment Prince Ning's hand had brushed her forehead, her complexion alternating between pale and flushed. It was not until the stroke of midnight that she finally drifted into a restless slumber, plagued by ominous dreams. As dawn broke, Mian awoke with a start. Sitting upright in bed, she dreamt once more of the moment she leaped from the cliff. Ever since awakening from her coma, these dreams had become a frequent torment, vivid and excruciating. Hearing a sound, Susu approached in her nightclothes. Has the young lady had another nightmare? Upon seeing the pale visage of Mian, Susu's eyes brimmed with concern. Yes, I had a nightmare, Mian replied vacantly, a sheen of cold sweat glistening on her forehead. Do not fear, my lady. I shall stay with you. Please, rest a while longer. I cannot sleep. I do not rest well. Let us rise and prepare. Mian descended from her bed, her gaze drifting to the lightening sky outside, her eyes gradually regaining clarity. Seated before the bronze mirror, she regarded her slightly haggard reflection. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to allow Susu to apply a light touch of makeup. It would not do to return to the manor looking so weary. She must present her finest self to witness the punishment that the Shun family deserved. Susu gently applied a thin layer of powder, effectively concealing the faint traces of her injuries, leaving no evidence behind. With a subtle stroke of dark eyebrows and a hint of rouge on her lips within moments, a beauty as radiant as spring blossoms and as luminous as the autumn moon was reflected in the mirror. My lady, are you satisfied? Susu inquired with a gentle smile. I am exceedingly satisfied. Mian's lips curled upward, her eyes shimmering like rippling autumn waters. After dressing, Susu went to fetch breakfast. Both mistress and maid dined in absent-minded silence, consuming only a modest amount before the meal was cleared away. Mian sat quietly in her chamber, and when the hour of Chen arrived, she instructed Susu, go inquire when the prince will depart. Susu complied and exited, returning shortly with a smile gracing her lips. The prince is currently awaiting you in the front courtyard, stating that he is ready to depart as soon as you arrive. Mian felt a warmth in her heart, surprised that the prince had taken her return to the manor so seriously, waiting for her in the courtyard since early morning. Her previously restless spirit began to settle, as if the mere thought of the prince standing behind her dispelled all her unease. Rising, she stepped out of her room and glanced back at the place she had called home for these past days. After lingering for a moment, she turned and gracefully descended the stone steps. The morning air was damp and chilly, with occasional breezes brushing against her cheek, causing her nose to redden slightly and her eyes to glisten with unshed tears, rendering her remarkably endearing. Thus, when Prince Ning beheld her, he found himself momentarily entranced. Your Highness? At Mian's gentle call, Prince Ning returned to his senses, his gaze deepening with intensity. Shall we depart? Mian asked cautiously, feeling as though his eyes could draw her in, making her hesitant to meet his stare. Let's go. Prince Ning stepped forward, and Mian followed closely behind, their contrasting heights casting a striking silhouette as they approached the entrance of the manor. Exiting the estate, Mian raised her eyes and was momentarily struck dumb by the sight before her. Chapter 63. The ceremonial procession outside the manor stood an imposing procession of the prince's ceremonial entourage. At the forefront of the retinue, flags billowed in the wind, their black fabric emblazoned with the crimson image of a vermilion bird. Following closely behind the banner was a retinue of attendants wielding gongs and drums, standing in silent readiness, awaiting the signal to strike the drums and sound the gongs. Next came the soldiers, armed with long spears and clad in armor, their solemn expressions instilling a sense of dread that deterred any approach. At the heart of the procession was a carriage resembling a lavish miniature palace, adorned with gold and jade, its roof intricately carved with the flying eaves of mythical birds. 5 majestic horses galloped in unison at the front, their hooves thundering and whinnying, exuding a spirited vigor. Trailing behind the carriage was a long line of servants and soldiers. Mian, overwhelmed by the spectacle, could no longer muster the resolve to observe further. Suppressing her astonishment, she took a deep breath and respectfully suggested to the prince, A single carriage for the princess would suffice. Such pomp is unnecessary. The Prince of Ning raised an eyebrow, his demeanor radiating pride. It is my first visit to the Marquis' residence. Naturally, it warrants a grand display. Let us proceed, do not refuse. With that, he strode toward the carriage. Mian hesitated for a moment, then lifted her gown and followed at a measured pace. It was only reasonable for the prince to travel with his royal retinue. And though the display was somewhat ostentatious, it was a decision made by the prince, leaving her no room to voice dissent. Once the two were seated in the carriage, the sound of a gong signaled the procession to commence its slow advance. Chen Shuo and Ding Zhao rode alongside the carriage. Ding Zhao observed the fatigue etched on Chen Shuo's face and inquired, "Commander Chen, did you not sleep last night?" Chen Shuo stifled a yawn and rubbed his eyes before responding with a lackluster tone, "Do not mention it. Have you seen this imposing retinue? I brought them into the city through the night." Ding Zhao glanced around at the impressive entourage and exclaimed, "Truly, you live up to your reputation, Commander Chen." Chen Shuo sighed softly, his eyes half closed as he dozed on horseback, casually admonishing Ding Zhao, "Keep an eye on the horses for me. Ensure they do not collide with the prince's carriage." Inside the carriage, the Prince of Ning and Mian sat in serene silence. On the low table before them lay tea and snacks, while a fragrant incense burner nearby emitted an elegant aroma. Mian reached for the jade teapot and poured warm tea into their cups, the liquid swaying gently, its rich scent enveloping the air. "Thank you, Your Highness, for escorting me back to my residence," Mian said softly, her gaze resting on the prince. "There is no need for such formality with me," the prince replied, setting down the prayer beads he had been twirling. He lifted the jade cup, inhaled the tea's fragrance, and took a delicate sip. Raising his eyes, he discerned a hint of weariness in her features. Did Missy not rest well last night? She had hoped that makeup would conceal her fatigue. But the prince had seen through her facade. Mian brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Since awakening, I have been plagued by nightmares, repeatedly dreaming of falling into an abyss, making restful sleep elusive. Why did you not inform me sooner?" The prince furrowed his brow. "This is a trivial matter that need not trouble your highness," she replied. "Only Su is aware of my nightmares. Despite your kindness, you are still a distant figure to me. It would be inappropriate to burden you with such woes. Come here." The Prince of Ning rose from the low table. A commanding voice, one that brooked no refusal, compelled Mian to rise and follow suit. At the rear of the carriage lay a soft couch, beside which Prince Ning stood, turning to gaze at Mian. "Lie down." The sudden command startled her, causing her to instinctively retreat 2 steps. The prince's eyes remained fixed upon her, his expression grave and austere, as though he were not jesting. "Surely, he only desires me to recline upon the couch for a moment's respite," Mian mused as she stepped closer to the couch, knelt, and then gently reclined against the soft fabric. Her gaze fell upon the prince's dark robe, adorned with a jade pendant bearing the motif of the vermilion bird, draping gracefully between the folds of his attire. She anticipated that once she lay down, the prince would take his leave. However, to her surprise, he approached the couch, his robe subtly shifting. What does the prince intend to do? Panic surged within her, and she closed her eyes, her heart racing, emotions tangled in a chaotic knot. Suddenly, she felt warm fingertips resting on the acupoint of her right hand, applying gentle pressure. In an instant, Mian realized that the prince was attempting to soothe her to sleep. The frantic beating of her heart gradually calmed, and as she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld Prince Ning seated on a nearby stool, his expression focused as he pressed against her acupoint. A tender sensation stirred within her heart, prompting Mian to softly call out to him. The prince's gaze met hers, his deep, dark eyes concealing an almost imperceptible gentleness. "Close your eyes and rest for a while. I shall call for you when the time is near." His deep, soothing voice resonated in her ears, filling her with warmth. Her eyes softened, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Nodding slightly, Mian shut her eyes, surrendering to the gentle sway of the carriage. Feeling the warmth on her wrist as drowsiness unexpectedly enveloped her, leading her into a serene slumber. The ceremonial procession advanced grandly, banners unfurling and gongs heralding their passage. Imposing and dignified, the common folk along the roadside gathered to observe, whispering curiously amongst themselves. Royal processions were rare, and such an occasion warranted close inspection, expanding their horizons. Upon seeing the vermilion bird emblem upon the leading banner, those with even a modicum of understanding began to converse animatedly. "That is the royal insignia of Prince Ning," a middle-aged man declared. "How can you be so certain it is Prince Ning?" queried a bystander, casting a curious glance his way. Noticing the man's fine silks and brocades, it was clear he was no ordinary citizen, lending credence to his words. "My uncle serves in the Ministry of Rights and has informed me that the current crown prince bears the azure dragon insignia, Prince Chi the white tiger, Prince Ning the vermilion bird, and Prince and the black tortoise. I remember it distinctly. You do not appear to be an ordinary person either." "I am grateful for your insight," came the response. The discussions along the roadside surged and ebbed, awakening Chen Shaw, who had been dozing in the saddle, from the commotion. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and surveying the throng of people lining the road, he was instantly roused. "With so many people gathered, you should have awakened me sooner." Chen Shaw grumbled to Ding Zhao. "I could hardly bear to disturb your deep slumber," Ding Zhao replied, a rare softness breaking through his typically stern demeanor. "I thank you for your consideration." Chen Shu irritably snatched the reins from Ding Zhao's hands and raised his gaze to the distance, where the city gates of the capital were already in sight. Chapter 64. Jealousy. As dawn approached, the ceremonial procession entered the city gates. The bustling streets of the capital erupted into a commotion as the common folk hastily stepped aside, their eyes fervently fixed upon the rare sight of the prince's entourage. The once obscure Prince Ning had, within a single day, gained renown throughout the capital. From a lofty pavilion, the crown prince, dressed in casual attire, gazed down with a hint of amused curiosity. How intriguing that his second brother has suddenly changed his demeanor. The crown prince smirked, his tone laced with indifference, as he cast a sidelong glance at his personal attendant. "Gowing, send someone to follow and observe." The procession of Prince Ning gracefully traversed the lively thoroughfare, making its way toward the residence of the Marquis of Wu in Xuanwu Alley. Numerous onlookers, eager for entertainment, jostled to trail behind the ceremonial entourage. Within the Marquis's residence, Lady Shan had been in a state of unease since learning that Mian had not perished. She found it difficult to eat or sleep, and the strands of white hair at her temples had multiplied. The Marquis had scolded her repeatedly, denouncing her as a heartless viper, a woman of poison. Though she felt pained, she could not defend herself and stubbornly refused to acknowledge her involvement in the attempted harm against Mian. The clamor of drums and gongs outside only heightened her anxiety. She summoned Mama Wu and instructed, "Send someone outside to ascertain the situation." Mama Wu dispatched a nimble young maidservant, around 14 or 15 years of age, who darted out of the Fanghua courtyard like a gust of wind. Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, the maidservant stood agape, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief at the scene before her. The steward approached and pulled the young maid aside, admonishing her sternly, "What lack of decorum is this? Which courtyard do you belong to?" "I am a maidservant from Fanghua courtyard. The lady sent me to see what the ruckus is outside," the young maid replied meekly. Upon hearing her origin, the steward's expression softened somewhat. "Prince Ning has arrived at the residence with his entourage. The Marquis is on his way to welcome him. You must inform the lady to come quickly." The young maid, not daring to delay further, hurried back to Fanghua courtyard. "Madam, madam." As soon as she burst into Fanghua courtyard, the young maid shouted. Mama Wu emerged from within, her brow furrowed. "What is all this shouting about?" "Prince Ning has arrived at the residence with his entourage. The lady must hurry to the entrance to welcome him." Upon hearing this, Mama Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed back inside to inform Lady Shan. "Prince Ning?" Lady Shan pondered the name for a moment before realizing who it was. Hadn't he been in seclusion at Qingxin Temple? Why had he suddenly come to the Marquis's residence? As she spoke to herself, panic overtook her, and she glanced at her somewhat drab attire. There was no time to change or freshen up. In a flurry, She tidied her hair with Mama Wu's assistance and stepped out of her room. As they made their way, Lady Shun could not shake the thought of why Prince Ning would visit the Marquis' residence. This prince had always been reclusive and obscure. What could have prompted such a high-profile visit? Unbeknownst to her, Mian had been rescued by Prince Ning. Ting was currently at odds with the Shun family and had not disclosed this matter to them. After much contemplation, Shun could not fathom the reason behind it, so she decided to dismiss the thought altogether. She gestured to a maidservant and instructed, "You shall escort the young lady to the entrance of the residence." As a mother, she instinctively pondered her children's marital prospects. At the last royal banquet for the selection of a princess, she had brought along a daughter from her concubine, who nearly became Prince Ning's consort. Fortunately, that did not come to pass, or she would have been inconsolable. Now, with another chance to meet Prince Ning, she was determined to consider her own daughter's future. If Shuang could capture the prince's attention, she would find herself becoming the mother-in-law of Prince Ning. Reclaiming her status as a distinguished lady of the first rank would not be a daunting task. Although Shuang harbored affections for the crown prince, he already had a legitimate consort, and marrying him would only grant her the status of a secondary wife. No matter how noble her rank, she would still be a concubine. It was far better to become an esteemed princess consort of Prince Ning. As Shun mused on her way, upon nearing the entrance, she spotted her daughter, Shuang, walking gracefully towards her. "Shuang," Shun called affectionately, advancing to scrutinize her daughter closely. "Mother, what are you looking at?" Shuang asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her mother's gaze. "I am admiring your beauty, my dear. You are a true vision of grace and charm." "Mother, what are you saying?" Shuang replied playfully. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the mother and daughter hastened towards the entrance. At the front of the mansion stood the Marquis Wu Zhao. Ting, bowing in greeting, his countenance solemn, yet his heart was riddled with anxiety. He had not anticipated that Prince Ning would come to the Wu Zhao residence, let alone in such a grand procession. What could the prince possibly be scheming? A multitude of onlookers had gathered around the Marquis' estate, transforming the usually quiet Xuanwu Alley into a bustling spectacle, with eager citizens craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the prince's entourage. As the carriage door swung open, Prince Ning stepped out, his dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes exuding an aura of icy elegance, emanating an unmistakable air of aloofness. Adorning his wrist was a string of prayer beads, accentuating his otherworldly presence, untouched by the mundane. The surrounding clamor fell into an awed silence as everyone held their breath, faces alight with admiration. Before they could fully regroup from their astonishment, another figure emerged from behind the prince, a woman clad in a shimmering azure gown, her hair styled in flowing clouds. With delicate features and eyes like autumn waters, she moved with a lightness that seemed to defy gravity, reminiscent of a breathtaking beauty stepped out from a painting. As gasps of wonder erupted around them, hushed whispers began to circulate. "Is she the princess consort of Prince Ning? She must be, having shared the carriage with him." The murmurs swelled, rolling into Mian's ears like a tide, yet she appeared oblivious, her expression serene as she gazed at the broad shoulders of Prince Ning, feeling an unusual calm within. When Shun and Shuang beheld Mian emerging from Prince Ning's carriage, their faces turned as pale as parchment. Shun's hands trembled violently as she clutched her daughter's hand, murmuring incessantly, "She is not dead. She has returned." "Mother, how is she with Prince Ning?" Shuang cast a furtive glance at the nobleman descending from the carriage, feeling a surge of jealousy and indignation towards Mian. Trailing behind Prince Ning, Mian met Shuang's gaze, recognizing the tumult of emotions in her eyes. A smirk graced her lips as she deliberately flashed a triumphant smile at Shuang, inciting her rival's eyes to redden and her features to contort in anger. "Welcome, His Highness Prince Ning." Chapter 65. Separation before the gate of the Marquis' residence. A throng lay prostrate on the ground, vocally welcoming the prince, while Shun and Shuang begrudgingly bowed their heads. Mian raised her eyes to the plaque of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence, her heart flooded with nostalgia, for this was her first time entering through the main gate. The memory of her initial arrival at the Marquis' estate felt like a fleeting dream. As she passed by Shun, Mian paused, casting a disdainful glance at the prostrated woman. In a cold tone, she declared, "Madam, Mian has returned." Shun appeared as though struck by a thunderbolt, her body trembling as she nearly collapsed to the ground, leaning heavily against her daughter, eyes filled with dread. Only after Mian followed Prince Ning into the Marquis' estate did a servant assist Shun in rising, her knees weak and unsteady. Ting shot a disdainful look at Shun, his eyes brimming with contempt, and without uttering a word to her, he hastily entered the residence to attend to Prince Ning. He led the prince to the main hall, where he took his seat at the head of the table and promptly instructed the servants to serve refreshments. Once everything was in order, he observed Prince Ning's still frosty demeanor and respectfully inquired, "Might I ask what brings His Highness to the Marquis' residence?" Having experienced the difficult temperament of this prince, Ting spoke with utmost caution. Prince Ning, his gaze indifferent, replied flatly, "Miss Yi has returned to the residence." Ting forced a dry chuckle and continued respectfully, "Such trivial matters should not trouble His Highness. It is my daughter who lacks propriety. I hope His Highness can be forgiving." He then cast a glance at Mian, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. "It was my intention to escort her back. If the Marquis finds this inappropriate, he may address his grievances with me." Prince Ning's voice was icy, his gaze piercing into Ting. An invisible pressure enveloped the room, causing Ting's heart to shudder as he stammered, "Your Highness jests. It is indeed an honor for my daughter to return under such auspices. How could I dare to hold you accountable?" Prince Ning lowered his gaze, fiddling with his prayer beads, lapsing into silence. "Why do you and my elder sister stand so far away? Do you not rejoice at my return?" Mian's cold eyes swept over Shun and Yi Xuan, who stood timidly at the entrance of the hall, hesitant to approach. Both women shuddered simultaneously, hesitantly stepping forward. "Where have you been all this time, Mian? Your stepmother has been quite worried." Shun managed to force a smile, her voice dry and strained. "Where I have been is not unknown to you, madam. Did you not send 2 servants of the Marquis' household to follow me, even ordering them to take my life?" Mian's gaze was icy, her words deliberate and sharp. With a pale visage, Shun struggled to maintain her composure, almost collapsing to the ground. She had not anticipated that Mian would publicly reveal such matters before the Prince of Ning. Should the prince discover that she was a cruel stepmother who harmed her own stepchildren, where would she find the face to uphold her status as a marquise? This matter could not be acknowledged, not even under duress. "Mian, what are you saying? Your mother cannot comprehend," Shun uttered, her voice trembling. Mian let out a light, mocking laugh, her tone dripping with irony. "Madam, do you truly believe that denial will suffice?" Fixating her gaze intently on Shun's face, she noted the latter's frantic attempts to mask her emotions, still refusing to concede. Mian then turned to Chen Shaw, saying, "Captain Shun, please bring those 2 individuals forward." The 2 servants who had pursued Mian were dragged in, their hair disheveled, faces soiled, and their bodies marred with blood, a pitiful sight to behold. Their eyes widened in terror as they scanned the room, and upon recognizing their surroundings, they began to wail and weep. Chen Shuo, frowning, kicked one of them and barked, "What are you crying for?" Silence. Immediately, their sobs ceased, and they cowered in fear, trembling. Seeing her subordinates in such a state filled Shun with dread. She could no longer maintain her stance and crumpled to the ground. The 2 servants, spotting Shun, crawled toward her as if she were their savior, their eyes filled with desperation. "Madam, please save us. Madam, madam." Shun recoiled in terror, abandoning all semblance of dignity befitting a marquise. Pushing the 2 away with her feet while scolding, "Get away. Do not approach me." Yi Xuan, equally startled, stood frozen, unable to advance, her eyes wide as she watched her mother struggle on the ground. "Madam, you sent us to kill the 2nd young miss. You cannot disregard our lives." The 2 servants persisted, tears tracing clean lines through the grime on their faces. Ting, gritting his teeth and inhaling sharply, approached and seized the collars of the 2 servants, flinging them aside. "Father, do you hear this clearly?" Mian's gaze remained calm as she looked at her father, awaiting his response. Ting clearly wished to avoid addressing the issue directly, deflecting, "Mian, His Highness the Prince of Ning is still here. Such sordid family affairs can be discussed later to spare His Highness from hearing of them. By the laws of our dynasty, a stepmother who harms her stepchildren is to be imprisoned. I'm most curious to know whether the Marquis will dispense justice. The Prince of Ning, no longer silent, revealed a cold glint in his dark, profound eyes. It is indeed necessary to dispense justice. Realizing the matter could no longer be evaded, Yi Ting's hand, concealed within his sleeve, gradually clenched, his gaze shifting to the crumpled Shun. A fierce and merciless glimmer flickered in his eyes. Your Highness, I implore you to grant me a few days. After I have divorced Shun, I shall personally deliver her to the Ministry of Punishments for her due punishment. Upon hearing these words from Yi Ting, Shun's face drained of color, despair and terror overwhelming her reason, leading her to cry out frantically. No, I do not wish to divorce. I do not want to go to the Ministry of Punishments. I do not want to be imprisoned. Marquis, how can you be so heartless? I have borne your children and managed the Marquis for over a decade. How can you treat me with such cruelty? Gazing at her mother, who knelt on the ground in tears, Yi Shuang retreated in disbelief, shaking her head. How could it be that her father wished to divorce her mother and send her to prison? How could this happen? Although her mother had dispatched someone to eliminate the concubine, she had spared the girl's life. The woman was perfectly well. Why then should her mother face imprisonment? No, it was unacceptable. If her mother were imprisoned, her own reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Who would marry a woman whose mother had been incarcerated? No, her mother must not be sent to the Ministry of Justice. With a desperate cry, Yi Shuang rushed forward to Yi Ting, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded. If her mother were taken to the Ministry of Justice, the daughter's reputation would be ruined and her chances of marriage would vanish. What would become of her brother's prospects? Even if their father felt no compassion for their mother, he must possess some for his children. Surrounded by the two women's lamentations, Yi Ting felt his vision darken, his temples pounding. At his breaking point, he raised his voice in anger. Shun, this is the consequence of your own actions. As the matriarch of the Marquis, you have harmed your children, exhibiting neither kindness nor mercy. The reputation of the Marquis is now in ruins because of you. How can you dare to weep before me? No, my lord, this cannot be blamed on me, Shun replied desperately. Chapter 66. Fainting Mian observed the group before her. As they hurled accusations and grievances at one another, a sense of satisfaction at their mutual blame eluding her. For it was not her influence that had brought punishment upon Shun, but rather the intimidation of Prince Ning. Had Prince Ning not been present today, what would have transpired? Would her father have so readily agreed to send Shun to prison? Certainly not. He valued the reputation of the Marquis above all else and would have found every means to conceal the truth, compelling her to swallow her grievances silently. Yi Mian sighed, a profound sorrow settling within her. She had once believed her father genuinely cared for her, perhaps having never experienced a father's love in her childhood. She had nurtured a glimmer of false hope. A gentle, warm gaze fell upon her, and upon turning, she met the penetrating, dark eyes of Prince Ning, which held an unfathomable concern and emotion she could not decipher. A smile crept onto her lips as she silently mouthed her gratitude to him. My lord, I ask you one last time, are you truly resolved to divorce me and cast me into prison? Shun's eyes were bloodshot, her expression filled with despair. Yi Ting gritted his teeth, coldly uttering two words from his throat. Indeed, my lord, how heartless you are. Shun staggered back, tears streaming from her hollow eyes. I would rather die than agree to a divorce, and I will certainly not go to prison. With a desperate cry, she suddenly turned and collided violently with a beam behind her, blood gushing forth in an instant. This unforeseen turn of events took everyone by surprise, and by the time they reacted, Shun lay sprawled on the ground, her forehead bloodied in a sight of horror. Yi Ting, alarmed, stepped forward to lift Shun from the ground, checking for her breath before shouting, Quick, call the doctor. Yi Shuang, weeping, rushed to Shun's side, shaking her mother while calling out to her. The entire front hall was thrown into chaos as Mian squinted at the glaring bloodstains on the beams and columns. Momentarily shaken, it was evident that the Shun family was genuinely seeking death. Separation and imprisonment were far more terrifying to them than death itself. Are you satisfied now? You drove my mother to her death. Are you satisfied? The furious rebuke of Yi Shuang echoed in Yi Mian's ears, turning her head towards the voice. Her gaze met Yi Shuang's eyes, filled with venomous resentment. This look of malice was not new to Yi Mian. Yi Shuang had often regarded her with such disdain before. Yet this time it was more fierce, as if imbued with poison and stained with blood. Yi Mian's lips curled into a slight smile, a cold laugh escaping her. Meeting Yi Shuang's hateful gaze, she replied indifferently, I am not satisfied. Death would resolve everything. Living in torment is far worse. Yi Shuang trembled with rage. Her words caught in her throat. After a few moments of struggle, she managed to utter a complete sentence. You are truly malicious. You are truly malicious. With tears brimming in her eyes, she turned to Prince Ning, taking a few steps forward and kneeling pitifully before him. Your Highness, did you hear? Yi Mian's heart is exceedingly wicked. My mother has paid with her life, yet she still craves more. Please do not assist her any further. Prince Ning did not acknowledge Yi Shuang's words, not even casting a glance in her direction. Instead, he glanced at Qinshuo, who promptly understood and instructed two maidservants to drag Yi Shuang away. At that moment, the doctor arrived, and Yi Ting, unable to attend to his daughter, hurriedly took Shun's unconscious form to the side room for treatment. Despite his disdain for Shun, he could not allow her to die in the Marquis. If she were to die suddenly, how could he explain it to her family? The front hall fell silent once more as Mian approached Prince Ning, bowing respectfully. I am grateful for your Highness's protection over me. The affairs within the household are complicated and may disturb your Highness again. It would be best for you to leave now. What does Missy intend to do next? Prince Ning inquired, his brow furrowing as his gaze settled heavily upon her. Let us observe how Shun fares before making any decisions. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Prince Ning rose, not lingering any longer. And as he walked past Mian, he lowered his voice, I will have someone watch over the Wujiao Marquis. You may rest assured. Mian pressed her lips together in a smile and nodded lightly. After Prince Ning departed, she took Su to the eastern side room, where the doctor had finished diagnosing Shun and was reporting her condition to Yi Ting. The lady is not in immediate danger, but due to the severe blow to her head, she will need a few days of unconsciousness before awakening. Once she regains consciousness, I will return to treat her, the doctor stated before leaving after writing out prescription. Yi Ting sighed deeply and, upon seeing Mian standing at the door, hurried out. Glancing towards the front hall, he asked in a low voice, Is Prince Ning still here? He has already left, Mian replied, her tone indifferent. Ah, Yi Ting sighed again, continuing, Now that Shun has fallen to this state, it is somewhat a form of atonement. Could you perhaps show her a bit more leniency? What does father wish for me to be lenient about? Mian fixed her gaze upon her father, patiently awaiting his response. Would it be acceptable for me to send you to a manor outside the city, never to return to the Marquis? Mian remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious face of Madame Shun before she slowly spoke, suggesting they could discuss matters once she regained consciousness. She had not yet descended to the depths of seeking justice from someone in a state of oblivion. Noticing that his daughter did not outright refuse, Yi Ting felt a quiet relief in his heart. Mian, your health is still fragile. It would be wise for you to return to Jilan courtyard to rest. Once Madame Shin awakens, I will send someone to inform you. Mian chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Accompanied by Susu, she returned to Jilan courtyard, where Mama Feng, Zhao Yuanying, and several maidservants awaited her with expressions of astonishment and joy. Second miss, you have returned. Mama Feng was the first to approach, tears mingling with her smile as she took Mian's arm. Cousin, Zhao Yuanying softly called out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How have you been, Yuanying? Mian observed that Zhao Yuanying appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting her health was not in jeopardy. Thanks to my second cousin's timely care, I was able to survive. Zhao Yuanying expressed her gratitude, kneeling to thank Mian for her life-saving intervention. Mian hurriedly instructed a few maidservants to assist her, but Zhao Yuanying insisted on bowing her head in gratitude before she would rise. With no other option, Mian stood and accepted Zhao Yuanying's homage. Cousin, I heard from my brother that you were gravely injured. What exactly transpired? Once she stood up, Zhao Yuaning moved closer, her concern evident. It's a long story. Let's discuss it inside, Mian replied, guiding Zhao Yuaning and the others toward the main hall of Jilan Courtyard. After walking a few steps, Mian suddenly realized she had not seen her elder brother, Yi Feng, upon her return. Where has my brother gone today? She inquired, only to find the others equally perplexed, clearly unaware of the whereabouts of the heir. Yi Feng. Only Zilan, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, I know. The heir prepared gifts today and mentioned he was going to thank the Earl of Yongchang. Chapter 67. The Empress after Prince Ning's departure from the Marquis residence. The crowd that had gathered began to disperse. Among them were two shadowy figures who slipped away with the flow of people, hastening towards the Jinlin building on the main street. Your Highness, those who followed Prince Ning have returned. According to them, the Crown Prince went to the residence of Marquis Wu Zhao, accompanied by a lady, the second Miss Mian of the Wu Zhao residence. Gao, Ing reported respectfully. The Crown Prince drained the contents of his cup in one gulp, abruptly standing, a peculiar gleam flashing in his sharp eyes. Return to the palace, he commanded coldly, striding out of Jinlin building. Gao Ing, taken aback by the Crown Prince's sudden urgency, felt somewhat bewildered but dared not delay and quickly followed him. Once the Crown Prince boarded his carriage, dozens of hidden guards swiftly emerged to flank either side, and the group set off toward the palace. Within about 15 minutes, the carriage arrived at the palace gates, and upon entering the palace grounds, the Crown Prince made his way directly to the Fengyi Palace, where the Empress resided. Inside Fengyi Palace, the Empress was engaged in light conversation over tea with several concubines. Spotting the Crown Prince's arrival, her face lit up with joy, and she immediately rose to greet him. My son has come. Come, sit. The Crown Prince's gaze swept over the concubines, a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes. Yet his face maintained a facade of warmth and amiability. Several consorts, perceptive as they were, hastily rose to greet and then withdrew in a flurry. Once the hindrances had departed, the Crown Prince seated himself nonchalantly at the table, pinching a lotus-shaped delicacy between his fingers, only to grimace and toss it back onto the platter. The Empress, observing this, gazed upon the Crown Prince with tenderness and spoke softly. Mother knows you are not fond of sweet treats. With that, she gestured for a maid to remove the confections and replace them with his preferred dishes. However, as the maid stepped forward, the Crown Prince's displeasure rang out. There is no need. Withdraw at once. The servants in the hall retreated quietly, and once the doors were closed, the Crown Prince's countenance darkened as he addressed the Empress. Regarding the matter of taking a consort, what have you considered, Mother? Upon hearing this, the Empress's previously warm demeanor instantly chilled. Mother has already sent someone to investigate. The second daughter of the Marquis of Wu is born of a concubine. Her background is humble, and she offers little advantage to you. If you wish to cultivate a relationship with the Marquis, why not take his legitimate daughter into the Eastern Palace, which would be more befitting of your status? I only wish to take the second daughter of the Marquis of Wu into the Eastern Palace. Must you oppose my wishes, Mother? The Crown Prince's expression turned cold, his voice laced with a hint of menace. The Empress felt a tremor within, as the mother of the Crown Prince. She understood his temperament well and recognized this as a precursor to his anger. When he was truly enraged, even she, his own mother, found herself fearful. Yet, she could not bring herself to look favorably upon the second daughter's humble origins. Despite knowing it would incite his wrath, she persisted, My son, not only is the second daughter of the Marquis of Wu of lowly birth, but her reputation is also tarnished. Recently, rumors of her elopement have surfaced. How could such a woman enter the Eastern Palace? As the Empress finished speaking, a crash echoed through the chamber as the Crown Prince swept the cups and dishes from the table to the floor with a violent motion. His expression was as dark as ink, and his eyes bore a chilling dampness. Mother, I intend to take her into the Eastern Palace. Please draft the edict promptly. His gaze was fixed upon the Empress, the tone unmistakably authoritative. My son, the Empress was taken aback, yet dared not rebuke him. She had once scolded him in his youth, only for him to leap into a lake without hesitation in front of her, instilling a fear that rendered her mute thereafter. He was her only child, and the crown prince embodied the hopes and glory of her maternal lineage. She could not afford any missteps. Seeing that the crown prince's mind was resolute, the empress resigned herself to a calmer demeanor. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. However, might you enlighten me as to why you are so determined to take the second daughter of the Marquis of Wu into the Eastern Palace? Are you truly enamored with her? The empress was genuinely perplexed. She had never witnessed her temperamental son genuinely care for anyone. If he had truly fallen for the second daughter, she would summon her for a proper introduction. A light laugh reached her ears, and when she looked up, the dark clouds on the crown prince's face had dissipated, replaced by a playful smirk. Enamored? Mother, you overthink. It is merely amusing to seize what my second brother cherishes. Second brother? Prince Ning? Is Prince Ning truly enamored with her? The queen seemed to have heard something extraordinary, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she awaited the prince's next words. To her surprise, the prince was reluctant to elaborate, dismissively waving his hand and instructing, Mother, draft the decree promptly. It shall be delivered to the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence tomorrow. Tomorrow? Is that not rather hasty? The queen's words faltered, abruptly halted by the prince's cold glare. Resigned, she amended her statement. Very well, tomorrow it shall be. Only then did the prince reveal a hint of pleasant demeanor. Rising to perform a proper bow before taking his leave, still wearing a warm smile as he exited the Fengyi Palace, the queen exhaled a sigh of relief. Summoning the palace mates to tidy up the disarray on the floor, and then turned her attention to drafting the decree. Having promised the prince, she dared not delay this matter any further. Thankfully, it was not a secondary consort, merely a favored concubine, she reassured herself, instructing her close attendant to prepare the writing materials before she picked up the brush to begin. Upon leaving Fengyi Palace, the prince strolled leisurely toward the East Palace, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Ying, who followed behind, and inquired, where did second brother go after leaving the Marquis' residence? To the Ning Wang mansion. Gao Ying replied in a respectful tone. The prince nodded, suddenly seeming to remember something, a playful smile appearing on his face. Did the gift I asked you to deliver to the second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence arrive safely? After a moment's reflection, Gao Ying recalled what the prince was referring to, his expression stiffening as he responded, It has been delivered. Did Missy take a liking to it? Gao Ying furrowed his brow, recalling the second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence and her nonchalant reaction upon seeing the dead cat. She had not displayed overt terror, suggesting she must have liked it. He nodded. Missy favored the gift you sent, Your Highness. How intriguing. The prince chuckled lightly, continuing on his way. Noticing the prince's interest in the second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence, Gao Ying added, That Missy is quite formidable. She devised a scheme that tarnished the reputation of the Marquis' legitimate daughter. Oh, how did she accomplish that? The prince inquired eagerly. Gao Ying recounted all he had witnessed during his clandestine visit to the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence. As the prince listened, a deeper smile graced his lips. Indeed, this second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence is captivating. I wish to meet her. Arrange it. Understood, Your Highness. Chapter 68. Expressions of gratitude after sending a formal invitation to the Yongchang Marquis' residence yesterday and receiving a response. Yi Feng instructed the steward to prepare gifts early this morning. Accompanied by Wan Fu and Jinan, he set out for the Yongchang Marquis' residence. Due to the numerous favors bestowed upon him by Fu Jinju, he had long intended to pay a visit to express his gratitude. A considerable amount of time had passed, and now that he had the opportunity, he was eager to see it through. Arriving at the grand entrance of a Yongchang Marquis' residence in a carriage, Yi Feng lifted the curtain and gazed up at the imposing plaque. Before he could give instructions, Wan Fu instinctively stepped forward to knock on the door. Jinan carried the gifts, following closely behind Yi Feng. The trio stood patiently before the entrance of the Yongchang Marquis' residence. As the gates opened, a young servant scrutinized the visitors. Noticing the distinguished young gentleman at the forefront and the servants bearing gifts, he understood they were there for a visit but still needed to ascertain their identities. May I inquire who you are, young master? The heir of the Marquis of Wu, Yi Feng, arrived to pay his respects. Yi Feng spoke softly. So it is the young master Yi. Please come in. The servant's demeanor grew increasingly respectful as he hurriedly opened the grand door wide, ushering him into the estate. The steward within the residence greeted him with a beaming smile, having received the invitation from the Marquis of Wu the previous day. The second young lady had personally instructed them to treat the guests with utmost courtesy, and they dared not be negligent in their duties. They respectfully escorted the guest to the reception hall, and after ensuring his comfort, promptly sent someone to summon the Countess of Yongchang and the second young lady. The Count of Yongchang had been busy, having left the residence early that morning, so the reception was naturally to be handled by his wife. Upon receiving the servant's announcement, the Countess of Yongchang's eyes sparkled with interest. She rose to adjust her hair, accompanied by her maids, as she exited her chamber. The heir of the Marquis of Wu was the object of Jinju's affection, and today she intended to observe him closely. As she stepped into the reception hall, she beheld a refined young gentleman seated within, his countenance as handsome as jade, and his figure tall and elegant, indeed a rare sight of beauty. Noticing her arrival, he rose with a gentle smile, displaying impeccable manners, and said, "I am Yi Feng, the heir of the Marquis of Wu, and I pay my respects to the Countess of Yongchang." "Oh dear, young master, you are too courteous. Please take a seat." The Countess of Yongchang warmly invited Yi Feng to sit, her gaze unabashedly appraising him. Under such keen scrutiny, Yi Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable and cleared his throat, continuing, "A few days ago, I received assistance from your esteemed second young lady, and today I have come to express my gratitude with a small gift." Upon hearing this, the Countess's eyes crinkled with delight. The Yongchang residents had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Marquis of Wu, and mutual assistance was to be expected. Thus, the young master need not have gone to the trouble for such a trivial matter. Though she feigned modesty, her admiration for Yi Feng grew. Grateful and humble, it was no wonder that Jinju held him in high regard. Even she found herself quite pleased with the heir of the Marquis of Wu. She contemplated the necessity of presenting a formal invitation to the wife of the Marquis of Wu soon to secure this promising match before someone else could seize the opportunity. "Young Master Yi," a sweet voice suddenly called from outside. Yi Feng turned his head and saw Fu Jinju standing at the doorway. Adorned in a shimmering satin gown, her hair adorned with jewels, a clear indication of her meticulous preparation. She radiated a dazzling brilliance that nearly blinded the eyes. "Miss Jinju, you are truly resplendent today, exuding an air of nobility," Yi Feng complimented courteously before diverting his gaze. At the sound of Yi Feng's praise, Fu Jinju's cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she lowered her head, delicately lifted the hem of her gown, and gracefully stepped forward. Since their last encounter at Gu's estate, many days had passed, and she had missed him dearly. Upon receiving the invitation from Yi Feng the previous day, she had been unable to sleep well out of excitement. Rising early that morning, she had spent several hours before the mirror, allowing her maids to adorn her. Now, hearing a word of praise from Yi Feng made all her efforts feel worthwhile. "How have you been, young Master Yi? It has been quite some time since we last met," Fu Jinju inquired softly as she settled beside her mother. Madame Yongchang observed her daughter assume a gentle and charming demeanor, inwardly sighing in acknowledgement that her daughter had indeed been touched by emotion, as even her previously unruly temperament had softened into something delicate. All was well, allowing Sister Jinju to be at ease. Today's visit was specifically to express gratitude to Sister Jinju. Had it not been for her letter, Yi Feng would not have swiftly discovered the whereabouts of his second sister. He conveyed his sincere thanks, rising to bow respectfully to Fu Jinju. The upright gentleman standing before him caused Jinju's cheeks to flush. "Yi young master, you are overly courteous." Madame Yongchang, her gaze flitting between the two, smiled and suggested, "Since Yi young master has come to visit, why not stay for lunch before you depart?" Upon finishing her words, she promptly instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous meal, leaving Yi Feng no opportunity to decline. With matters thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Initially, he had intended to thank the lord of the estate and then visit the Ning Wang manor to see his second sister. It now appeared he would have to postpone that plan. "Jinju, quickly take Yi young master to the garden for a stroll to refresh his mind. Once lunch is ready, mother will send for you both." Madame Yongchang winked at her daughter, who immediately understood this was her mother's way of creating an opportunity for her and the young master to spend time together. Grateful, she cast a glance back at her mother before rising and slowly approaching Yifeng, her bashful gaze sweeping over his face before quickly averting. Ye young master, allow me to guide you to the garden for a leisurely walk. It is indeed rather dull to remain seated here. Yifeng, thinking along these lines, stood up and followed Fu Jinju out of the reception room. The two of them made their way to the rear garden of the estate, occasionally sharing light-hearted banter along the way. Wanfu, Jinan, and several servants from the estate trailed behind at a distance. The rear garden was expansive, even more so than that of the Marquis' residence, featuring an array of exotic flowers and trees, as well as intriguing rock formations. Fu Jinju, her face alight with joy, introduced Yifeng to the various wonders of the garden, though her gaze often lingered upon him. Even if Yifeng were oblivious, he could sense Fu Jinju's affections towards him, yet he felt awkward and uncertain of how to respond. He had always regarded Fu Jinju as a sister, never entertaining any improper thoughts, and having only met her a few times, he could not fathom when she had developed such feelings for him. Ye young master? Ye young master? Noticing Yifeng lost in thought, Fu Jinju called out to him curiously. Yifeng suddenly came back to reality, his gaze flitting past Fu Jinju's lovely features before awkwardly settling on a nearby rock formation. What occupies your mind so deeply, ye young master? Fu Jinju inquired with a soft smile. Yifeng composed himself and casually replied, It's nothing. I was merely admiring the wonders of the Yongchang garden, which reminded me of the garden at the Marquis' residence. In comparison, the Marquis' garden pales in significance. You are too modest, ye young master. The Marquis' garden, which Jinju has visited many times, is equally delightful and diverse, Fu Jinju said with a charming smile. At this moment, Yifeng's mind was hardly on the scenery. He forced a smile in response, contemplating how he might take his leave. The absent-minded demeanor of Fu Jinju did not escape notice, stirring within her a sense of displeasure. Was it possible that young Master Yi had heard some disparaging remarks about her? Fu Jinju pondered anxiously. Ever since her altercation with Yi Mian, her heart had been restless, frequently worrying that Yi Mian might speak ill of her in front of the young master. It seemed her fears were now materializing. An unbidden ire ignited within Fu Jinju, prompting her to forego her usual restraint as she brusquely inquired, Has young Master Yi heard any slander about Jinju? Why does Sister Jinju ask such a question? Yifeng furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Is it because Sister Jinju had a disagreement with Miss Yi, leading you to suspect that she might malign you before the young master? Fu Jinju hesitated, her voice faltering. Yifeng recalled what Su had previously informed him and grasped Fu Jinju's implication. His expression darkened slightly, and his tone lost its customary gentleness. My second sister has never spoken ill of Miss Fu in my presence. Please do not misattribute blame to her. With pressing matters at the Marquis, Yifeng took his leave without further ado, turning away resolutely, ignoring Fu Jinju's calls behind him. This decisive departure was meant to sever any lingering sentiments Fu Jinju harbored for him. After all, he held no such intentions and wished not to nurture any false hopes. Once he hastened out of the Yongchang Marquis, Yifeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Boarding the carriage bound for the Marquis, where he instructed Wanfu and Jinan to head towards the estate of Prince Ning outside the city. As they traversed the bustling main street, they were surprised to find it largely deserted, with only a few vendors remaining. Curious, Yifeng inquired at a roadside stall and learned that Prince Ning had entered the city with his ceremonial staff, heading toward Xuanwu Alley. Yifeng's intuition suggested that the prince was likely en route to the residence of Marquis Wuzhao. Wanfu, Jinan, returned to the estate at once. Yifeng commandit urgently. Wanfu tightened the reins, turning the carriage around as the horses neighed, galloping towards Xuanwu Alley. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, they found it completely congested with townsfolk, making it nearly impossible for the carriage to pass or even for people to squeeze through. Reluctantly, they redirected to the back entrance of the Marquis. Upon entering through the back door, Yifeng hurried towards the front courtyard. As he passed by the Jilan courtyard, He paused momentarily, turned, and entered. The maid Inxia, stationed in the courtyard, quickly rushed inside to announce his arrival. Inside, Mian was sharing lunch with Zhao Yuanying. Upon hearing that Yi Feng had arrived, she fixed her gaze momentarily, dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, and rose to greet him. Seeing Mian had indeed returned, Yi Feng's face brightened, though it was tinged with a hint of worry. "Elder brother," she greeted softly. Upon hearing her familiar call, Yi Feng dispelled his troubled expression, smiling gently. "Sister, you have returned." Yi Mian nodded, her eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy as she walked slowly to the pavilion in the courtyard. Noticing her subdued mood, Yi Feng's smile faded and concern gripped his heart. "Has His Highness the Prince also graced our residence with his presence?" "He came and has since departed." Yi Feng fell silent, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. He was aware that Ning Wang had come for the matter concerning his second sister, yet he dared not delve deeper into thoughts of their mother. "Elder brother, please check on our lady mother. She has collided with the pillar and remains unconscious." His mother. Yi Feng nervously began to speak, her lips paling, but did not continue. Once her heart had calmed somewhat, she added, "I shall first go see mother. Since second sister has just returned to the residence, I shall not disturb her rest. Elder brother, hurry along." Watching Yi Feng's hurried departure, Yi Mian felt an indescribable turmoil within her. She harbored resentment towards the shunned family, but also felt a sense of guilt towards Yi Feng, unwittingly sinking into a tangle of sorrowful emotions. "Cousin, has the air left?" Zhao Yuanying emerged from the room and, noticing Yi Mian's pallor, inquired with concern, "Cousin, are you unwell?" Yi Mian forced a smile and replied, "I'm not unwell. Let us go inside and continue our meal." After they finished lunch together, Yi Mian wished to rest for a moment, and Zhao Yuanying returned to the neighboring Qiushui courtyard. Lying on the couch and gazing at the canopy above, she felt as though she had returned to the day she first entered the Marquis' residence. If time could be rewound, she would choose never to come to the Wu Zhao Marquis' estate. Upon waking from her nap, the sky had turned gloomy and a gentle rain began to fall, intermittently continuing until the early hours of the following day. In the morning, Yi Mian opened the intricately carved wooden window to find the courtyard strewn with fallen flowers and leaves, a scene of desolation. Susu entered the room with breakfast, and upon seeing Yi Mian leaning by the half-open window, she hurriedly set down the food and approached to close the window tightly. "It has just rained outside, and the wind is chilly. Miss, please do not stand by the window." Yi Mian smiled gently and obediently stepped away from the window, drawn to the aroma of breakfast as she approached the round table. "Miss, I have brought you ginseng chicken soup. Please eat more to nourish your body." Under Susu's expectant gaze, Yi Mian took the bowl of soup and sipped it slowly. After finishing one bowl, as Susu was about to refill it, Mama Feng rushed in, her face a mask of alarm. "Second miss, the Empress's decree has arrived at the residence. The Marquis summons you to receive it." Yi Mian set down the bowl of soup, puzzled, and asked, "The Empress's decree? Is it for me?" "I'm not entirely sure, but second miss, you should hurry and see. It would not be good to keep the messenger waiting," Mama Feng said anxiously. Understanding the urgency of the matter, Yi Mian ceased her inquiries and rose to follow Mama Feng outside. They walked in silence, each lost in their thoughts, focused on the path beneath their feet. As they approached the front courtyard, Yi Shuang, her eyes dark and weary, rushed out and blocked their way. With a gaze full of fury fixed on Yi Mian, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Why has the Empress given you a decree?" Yi Mian, her expression calm, chuckled lightly and replied coldly, "Why not ask the Empress herself? Why block my path? Unless you provide a reason, do not think you can pass through here today." Yi Shuang's eyes glimmered with rage. This distressed Mama Feng, who hurried forward to plead, "Miss, we cannot afford to delay. If we miss the decree, everyone in the Marquis' residence will be held accountable." Chapter 70. Yielding no matter how Mama Feng pleaded, Yi Shuang remained steadfastly in the middle of the path, glaring fiercely at Yi Mian, unwilling to budge an inch. "Mother Feng, cease your pleas and come rest," Yi Mian called out lightly, turning to retreat to the nearby corridor. She delicately brushed the dust off a stone bench and sat down with an air of tranquility. Second miss, Mother Feng appears nearly ablaze with anxiety. Yet the mistress remains unfazed. As a mere servant, what recourse do I have but to accompany her to the corridor? The maid lamented. Since the eldest miss wishes to drag the entire Hou residence into her misfortune, we shall accompany her to the very end. Yi Mian's gaze swept over Yi Shuang with a calmness that belied the turmoil. As Yi Mian sat leisurely in the corridor, Yi Shuang felt a surge of panic, her anger gradually dissipating, replaced by trepidation. If you do not receive the decree, you will show disrespect to Her Majesty the Queen, and you shall face dire consequences. Yi Shuang insisted, her voice strained with forced bravado. Yet, to Yi Mian, this fade only deepened her composure. Do not mistake my inaction for disrespect to Her Majesty. It is the eldest miss who obstructs me. Should I face punishment, you shall not escape unscathed either. Yi Mian retorted, her finger pointed ominously at Yi Shuang, a chill glinting in her eyes. Yi Shuang recoiled, instinctively retreating 2 steps, but soon regained her composure, stubbornly blocking the path. In the Queen's palace, Granny Li, tasked with delivering the decree, waited in the Hou residence's front hall for a quarter of an hour, her expression growing increasingly grim. Upon noticing Granny Li's darkening countenance, Wu Zhao Hou Yiting felt a surge of anxiety and hastily instructed a maid to urge them once more. As the maid entered the rear courtyard, she spotted the eldest miss standing defiantly in the path while the second miss sat composedly in the corridor, the two appearing to be in an impasse. The maid, wary of offending either, approached Yi Mian respectfully, imploring her to come to the front hall to receive the decree. Yi Mian remained unmoved, responding calmly. Go inform my father that it is not my reluctance to receive the decree, but rather the eldest miss who prevents my passage. The maid, trembling, cast a furtive glance at the eldest miss blocking the way. Just as she prepared to depart, Yi Shuang intercepted her. You shall not go, she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing with fierce intensity. Startled, the maid looked to Yi Mian for guidance. You two may come and rest. Yi Mian beckoned the maid with a gentle smile, maintaining her serene demeanor. You merely wish to send the maid to report to father, hoping he will chastise me. I will not grant you that satisfaction, Yi Shuang declared, self-satisfied pride flickering in her gaze. Yi Mian regarded her with pity. Finding her foolishness tiresome, she chose not to engage. Let her persist, and we shall see what fate befalls her in the end. After another quarter of an hour passed with no sign of Yi Mian, Wu Zhao Hou Yiting could no longer remain idle. He rose to comfort the increasingly agitated Granny Li, suppressing his own fury, and exited the hall. Mianer has always been respectful and decorous. Why does she now act with such audacity? Is it possible that Prince Ning supports her from behind, rendering me, her father, insignificant in her eyes? It is utterly absurd. The fury within Yi Ting was nearly uncontainable as he strode towards the backyard with determination. Before he could draw near, he spotted his eldest daughter, Yi Shuang, standing defiantly in the middle of the path, obstructing his way. Yi Ting's brow furrowed as he approached her with a stern demeanor. Stop pretending. Though your face may feign calm, I can only imagine the turmoil within. Why not kneel and plead for forgiveness from me, and I shall graciously allow you to pass. Yi Shuang boasted, oblivious to the presence of her father behind her. Oh, you wish for me to kneel before the esteemed young lady in order to gain passage? Yi Mian replied, a smile gracing her lips as she rose and approached Yi Shuang with measured steps. Noticing her father standing behind Yi Shuang, she displayed no hint of surprise, maintaining her unwavering gaze upon her sister. Yes, kneel, Yi Shuang declared, her brow raised as she fixed a piercing stare upon Yi Mian, mistakenly believing that Yi Mian was on the verge of submission. Little did she know the storm brewing within Yi Ting at that very moment. Perhaps it is you who should kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Yi Ting's deep, cold voice reverberated in Yi Shuang's ears. Startled, she turned to face him, and under the weight of his furious gaze, she stumbled over her words. Father, what brings you here? Had you not come, I would remain unaware of how my esteemed daughter has become so arrogant and disrespectful, humiliating her own sister. That is not how it is. It is Yi Mian who silence. Yi Ting's roar silenced Yi Shuang, causing her to tremble, her complexion alternating between pale and flushed, yet her lips remained stubbornly clenched. Yi Ting continued with a commanding tone. There are pressing matters at hand. I have no time to waste here. Kneel at the entrance of the Yishio Academy until I permit you to rise. He then softened his expression as he turned to Yi Mian, his tone becoming gentler. Mianer, the imperial messenger has been waiting in the front courtyard for quite some time. Please accompany your father at once. Certainly. However, I must request that my father provide a satisfactory explanation regarding Yi Shuang's affront today. Yi Mian was determined not to let Yi Shuang escape unscathed. She believed that a little hardship would serve as a lesson for her sister, who might otherwise continue to be a source of annoyance. Naturally, Yi Ting shot a glare at Yi Shuang as he replied. With her father's affirmation, Yi Mian proceeded to the front courtyard, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Shuang as she passed. This infuriated Yi Shuang, her face turning crimson, yet she bit her lip in restraint, unwilling to rebut. She had learned to be more astute, realizing that defiance in front of their father would yield no favorable outcomes. Suppressing her anger, she glared resentfully at her father and Yi Mian as they moved away, secretly trailing behind, determined to uncover the contents of the Empress's decree addressed to Yi Mian. Upon arriving in the front hall, Yi Mian found the stern-faced Li Mama seated at the head, her demeanor brimming with impatience as she scrutinized Yi Mian with a disapproving glare. The second miss of the Wu Zhao Marquis certainly carries herself with great airs. My apologies for the delay caused by some family matters. Yi Mian stepped forward gracefully, bowing respectfully and offering her contrition. Seeing Yi Mian conduct herself with such propriety, Li Mama found it difficult to dismiss her words outright. After a moment of tranquility, she rose, her hands unfurling the imperial edict. Clearing her throat, she cast a solemn gaze towards Yi Mian. The second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis, Yi Mian, is summoned to receive the Empress's decree. Chapter 71, The Imperial Edict. The second daughter of the Wu Zhao Marquis, gentle and virtuous, graceful and poised, has been conferred the title of the Crown Prince's consort, to be wed on an auspicious day in the Eastern Palace. Though the edict contained but a few terse phrases, it rendered Yi Mian kneeling on the ground, her gaze vacant, struggling to regain her senses. How could she, in all her innocence, be suddenly designated as the Crown Prince's consort? The thought eluded her, as if a heavy blow had struck her head, plunging her mind into oblivion. Yi Ting, the Marquis of Wu Zhao, was similarly taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure, his eyes glimmering with delight as he urged, Mian, quickly accept the decree. Seeing Yi Mian kneeling and hesitating to reach for the edict, Granny Li's expression darkened instantly. What? Does the second young lady wish to defy the Empress's decree? I would never dare. Yi Mian's heart was a tumult of emotions, feeling as though an invisible hand was clenching her throat, preventing any act of defiance. As she slowly raised her hands above her head, determined to accept the edict, a sudden flurry of footsteps approached from behind. Before she could react, Yi Shuang dropped to her knees beside her, her eyes fixed intensely on the decree in Granny Li's hands outstretched, filled with profound longing. Granny Li, I am willing to accept the edict. I wish to be the Crown Prince's consort. Granny Li furrowed her brows, her face contorting with disdain as she stepped back, exclaiming with anger, Who is this madwoman? Almost tainting the Empress's decree, utterly uncouth. Shuang, arise at once. Yi Ting, taken aback, suppressed his rising anger and moved to pull Yi Shuang up. To his astonishment, Yi Shuang remained obstinate, kneeling on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she grasped her father's arm pleadingly. Father, please allow me to enter the Eastern Palace as the Crown Prince's consort. I truly harbor feelings for the Crown Prince. Please let me in. Yi Mian, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise, her gaze fixed incredulously upon Yi Shuang. The fervent desire of Yi Shuang to enter the Eastern Palace as a consort stirred contemplation within her. Meanwhile, Yi Ting's hands trembled with fury at Yi Shuang's words, his face a mask of wrath as he raised his hand to strike, only to remember Granny Li's presence and begrudgingly restrained himself, gritting his teeth. You are truly deranged. This is the Empress's decree. which your father cannot override. Rise at once. Do not bring disgrace upon the Marquis. My lord, who is this? Granny Li observed the unfolding drama with amusement, secretly mocking the spectacle before her. This is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, Yi Shuang. I apologize for the disturbance, Granny. Yi Ting replied, his voice dry, his head nearly unable to rise, feeling as though the dignity of the Marquis had been shredded and trampled into the ground by this daughter. Legitimate daughter? Granuli Yakua. Her tone laced with skepticism and mockery. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince would choose the second daughter of the Wu Zhao Marquis for the Eastern Palace. If this legitimate daughter is so unhinged, she would surely bring chaos to the Eastern Palace. Someone, remove the young lady from here. Yi Ting, disregarding all notions of dignity, was beyond caring, as Yi Shuang wept profusely, having long since lost the grace of a legitimate daughter of the Marquis. Two robust maids entered, one seizing Yi Shuang's arm and dragging her outward, regardless of her futile struggles to break free. Father, allow Shuang to enter the East Palace. Father, lead Shuang in. Yi Shuang's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the hall for an extended period before gradually dissipating. Granny Li, having lost interest in the spectacle, placed the imperial edict into Yi Mian's hands and cautioned, the 10th day of the 7th month has been chosen by Her Majesty the Empress as an auspicious date for you. On that day, a matron from the East Palace will come to escort you. Should you delay, the consequences will not be as lenient as today. Yes, Yi Mian replied submissively, her gaze lowered, her hand trembling slightly as it gripped the edict, which felt as heavy as a mountain, pressing upon both her palm and her heart. She had only met the Crown Prince briefly during the palace banquet, and she had not even seen his visage clearly. Why would the Crown Prince choose her for the East Palace? Yi Mian pondered, yet found no clarity, ultimately deciding to dismiss such thoughts. With the edict already issued, and merely 20 days until the 10th of July, there was no room left for resistance. After all, she was destined to marry eventually. It was better to accept this reality. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped her heart as the image of Prince Ning flashed through her mind. What was she still fantasizing about? Yi Mian silently mocked herself, sighing inwardly. Her fate with Prince Ning was clearly one of fate unfulfilled. Gripping the edict, she returned to the Jilan courtyard in a daze, sitting alone at the table in her room, lost in thought. Su approached with concern, urging, Miss, being the Crown Prince's consort is not without its merits. Your status will be elevated, and the matron and young lady will no longer dare to oppress us. Yi Mian managed a bitter smile, her expression tinged with undeniable despondency. The matron and young lady may indeed cease their oppression. But what are the others in the Crown Prince's harem? The Crown Princess and concubines hold higher status, and it is they who will come to impose their will upon us. Being the Crown Prince's consort is still a form of concubinage, and she could not escape the fate of subjugation. Once within the East Palace, confined by its lofty walls, there would be little hope for reprieve throughout her life. Yi Mian spoke in a hoarse voice, her eyes devoid of any sparkle. Miss, what shall we do then? Why not escape to a place where no one knows us? Su's Navi suggestion elicited a faint smile from Yi Mian, rekindling a flicker of light in her eyes. Escape? If entering the East Palace is to be my destiny, I shall carve a bloody path through it. Yi Mian gazed resolutely out the window, her eyes shimmering with determination as if they could pierce the heavens and ascend to the clouds. The door creaked open, and Mama Feng entered with an air of mystery, seemingly concealing something within her sleeve. Upon entering, she quickly closed the door, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before cautiously retrieving the object from her sleeve and presenting it before Yi Mian. Yi Mian, curious, took the letter that Mama Feng offered, noting the absence of any writing on the envelope, leaving her puzzled as she inquired, Is this for me? It was delivered by a young servant from the back courtyard, who said a young master entrusted him with this letter to give to the second young lady. Mama Feng whispered, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Yi Mian paid no heed to Mother Feng's expression and promptly opened the letter, extracting the paper within. It bore the words, Qingxin Temple, Wanyan Tower. Yi Mian murmured to herself, a wave of reassurance washing over her. It was the Prince Ning who had requested to meet her at Wanyan Tower. She had heard of this establishment, a tea house frequented by the elite, yet she had never set foot inside and was unaware of its precise location. She could only raise her eyes to inquire of Mother Phone. Do you happen to know where Wanyan Tower is? Chapter 72. Homecoming. Mother Phone, though knowledgeable, appeared hesitant, seemingly caught between words. What is it? Mian asked, her brow furrowed in confusion at Mother Fang's demeanor. With a slight twist of her handkerchief, Mother Phone, somewhat embarrassed, replied, It is merely that the second miss has been conferred the title of imperial concubine. It would not be appropriate for her to meet a stranger at a tea house. If seen, it could tarnish her reputation. Understanding Mother Fang's concern, Mian smiled gently, her eyes clear. He is not a stranger. I shall explain on the way. First, I need a veil. At this, Su hurried to the inner chamber and fetched a white veil embroidered with elegant orchids. After donning the veil, Mian instructed Yin Xia to inform the Marquis that she was stepping out to procure a few pieces of jewelry. It was entirely reasonable for her, having just been elevated to the status of imperial concubine, to seek adornments. Upon learning of her intentions, Yi Ting readily acquiesced, even sending a steward from the Marquis with 3,000 taels in silver notes for her expenditures. Receiving the silver notes with a soft smile, Mian felt compelled to honor her father's goodwill. With everything in order, Mian, accompanied by Su and Mother Phone, exited the Marquis through the back door. Today, she had specifically brought along 2 guards for protection against unforeseen circumstances. Wanyan Tower was situated in Yinshui Alley, adjacent to the main street, built alongside the Long River. From the tea house, one could gaze down upon the boats gliding across the water, a truly picturesque and serene scene. The carriage turned off the main thoroughfare and halted before a 3-story pavilion, where the name Wanyan Tower was elegantly inscribed on a plaque of yellow rosewood. Mian disembarked from the carriage, lingering briefly at the entrance before stepping directly into the tea house. Upon entering, she noticed that apart from the manager standing at the front, there were no other patrons in sight. Mian exchanged a puzzled glance with Mother Phone. This place was reputed to be one of the most famous tea houses in the capital. How could it be completely devoid of guests? Were they perhaps in the wrong place? Pausing to reconsider, she was about to turn back and check the plaque when the manager approached them with a broad smile. Might I inquire if the young lady is from the Wuzhou Marquis? He asked with a courteous bow. Indeed, Mian replied softly, her voice gentle through the veil. Please, upstairs. The esteemed guest is awaiting you. Following the manager's lead, Mian ascended to the 2nd floor, which was equally desolate, devoid of any visible figures. Presumably, the guest awaited her in one of the private rooms. The manager guided her to the door of the central private room on the 2nd floor, stopping after a brief ascent of 10 steps. He lightly knocked and announced, The esteemed guest has arrived. The door swung open from within, revealing Chen Shua, clad in a fitted outfit, standing before them. Upon seeing Mian donning her veil, he paused for a moment, then swiftly stepped aside to clear the entrance. Please, Miss Yi, enter, he urged. Mian nodded slightly from beneath her veil, uttering no further words, and gracefully stepped through the door. Just as Su and Mama Phone were about to follow, they were halted at the threshold by Chen Sha. The adjacent room has prepared tea and snacks. Why not take a moment to rest there? Su and Mama Phone exchanged glances, their expressions laden with hesitation. Mian turned back to observe the 2 women being obstructed, puzzled as to why they could not join her. Chen Shua, somewhat embarrassed, explained, His Highness wishes to speak with Miss Yi privately. He then reassured Su and Mama Phone. Rest assured, the wall between this room and the next is intricately carved and hollow, allowing you to see through. Your eyes can remain upon your lady at all times. Upon hearing this, the 2 women felt relieved and turned to accompany each other to the neighboring room. Mian entered the chamber, maneuvered around the screen, and beheld Prince Ning seated by the window, delicately holding a white jade cup and sipping tea, exuding an air of cold elegance that rendered him seemingly unapproachable. I have met His Highness, Mian stated, stepping forward and gracefully performing a curtsy, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across Prince Ning's countenance. She noted the prince's aloof brows and frigid expression, an indication of some inner turmoil, devoid of any trace of smile. "Miss Yi, please take a seat." Prince Ning's demeanor softened slightly as he gestured for her to sit opposite him. Mian moved forward to take her seat, casting a brief glance at the scenery outside before her gaze returned to Prince Ning. With a hint of hesitation, she ventured, "Your Highness appears troubled. Have you encountered some distress?" Setting down the jade cup, Prince Ning gazed deeply into Mian's eyes and, after a prolonged silence, spoke gravely. "Would you be willing to enter the Eastern Palace as the Crown Prince's consort?" Caught off guard by the prince's inquiry, Mian hesitated, contemplating her response. "To speak honestly, I would prefer not to, yet the imperial edict has been issued, making it difficult to refuse. There is nothing insurmountable, should you be unwilling. I could approach the palace to request my father to revoke the decree. Can it truly be revoked?" Mian's eyes briefly sparkled before dimming once more. She owed Prince Ning a considerable debt of gratitude, and it would be ungracious to burden him further. Moreover, the Crown Prince is the future sovereign. Should Prince Ning petition for the revocation, he would undoubtedly incur the Crown Prince's ire, and when the Crown Prince ascends the throne, how could he treat Prince Ning favorably thereafter? No, it is absolutely out of the question. Mian resolutely shook her head, her tone firm. There is no need for such concern. Eventually, I must marry. Being the Crown Prince's consort is a position of honor, and it would be best if His Highness refrains from further worrying about this humble servant. The Crown Prince is certainly not a good match. Prince Ning's brow knitted in discontent, his demeanor icy, veiled with anger. He was known for his volatile temperament, relishing in the torment of others for amusement. Surely, Missy has not heard of such tales. Is the Crown Prince truly so? Mian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The common perception of the Crown Prince was one of virtue and benevolence, a stark contrast to claims of a cruel disposition. However, as Prince Ning was the Crown Prince's brother, he would possess a deeper understanding of his character, rendering his words more credible than the rumors circulating in society. The Crown Prince is indeed such a person. Thus, it seems the Eastern Palace is truly not a place I can venture. Mian's brow was furrowed, her eyes filled with contemplation. I understand now. Thank you, Prince Ning, for your disclosure. I will find a way to avoid entering the Eastern Palace, and you need not worry further about my affairs. What method do you have in mind? Prince Ning's gaze bore into the gentle and introspective woman before him, as if attempting to completely unravel her heart. I have not yet devised a plan. I will return and carefully consider it, then write to you, Prince Ning, to discuss it further. Mian's troubled expression began to dissipate, replaced by a hint of soft smile. Regardless, she would not allow Prince Ning to seek a decree on her behalf, given that the Crown Prince was a person of violent temperament. She must ensure that Prince Ning did not offend him because of her. Are you concerned for me? That singular question pierced through Mian's thoughts. She had not anticipated that Prince Ning would perceive her feelings. After all, he was such a perceptive individual. How could her slight sentiments escape his notice? Without further hesitation, she spoke candidly. I do not wish for you, Prince Ning, to offend the Crown Prince over my mere marriage. Marriage is not a trivial matter. It concerns a woman's entire life. Prince Ning replied, his voice low and cool, yet the warmth of his words was particularly comforting. Mian pressed her lips together in a sorrowful smile, feeling inexplicably misty-eyed. Since receiving the imperial edict today, Prince Ning was the first to inquire whether she would be willing to marry into the Eastern Palace, and aside from her mother, he was the only one who regarded her marriage with such gravity, stirring her heart deeply. Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill, she took a deep breath and turned her gaze towards the window. I will think of a way, my lord. Please grant me some time. The sight of her resolute yet tearful demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. A tremor coursed through Prince Ning's heart as he slowly clenched his hands beneath the table, fighting the impulse to draw her into his embrace. He feared that a sudden, reckless act might frighten her away, leaving her hesitant to approach him again. With a husky voice, he replied, Very well, I shall await your plan. After bidding farewell at Wanyan Tower, and seeing that the day was still young, Mian, with a silver note in hand, decided to visit a jewelry shop to casually procure a couple of pieces. That way, If her father inquired later, she would have something to present. Accompanied by Mama Fong and Su Su, she entered a bustling jewelry shop, where the attendant surveyed the three of them with a smile and approached. What kind of jewelry would the young lady like to see? I'd like to choose a few hairpins, Mian replied casually. The attendant, brimming with enthusiasm, led them to the counter and presented a redwood tray adorned with several white jade hairpins. Mian glanced at them briefly and picked one, a white jade hairpin inlaid with exquisite gems, and handed it to the attendant. Please wrap this one up. The attendant, smiling broadly, took the hairpin and was about to place it into a silk box when suddenly a brash voice interjected. This hairpin is mine. I will pay double the price. The voice was sharp and bright, immediately capturing the attention of most in the jewelry shop, who turned their gaze with expressions of intrigue. Mian turned to follow the sound, inwardly sighing at the irony. Her rival for the hairpin was none other than Miss Fu Jinju, the second daughter of the Yongchang Marquis. The attendant appeared troubled, glancing back and forth between the two women. For the sake of the shop's reputation, he reluctantly declined the request. This young lady, we adhere to a first-come, first-served policy. Perhaps you might consider other hairpins? Fu Jinsu stepped forward, seizing the hairpin with an air of arrogance, declaring, I have set my sights on this one. The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned to Mian, eager to witness her reaction to the theft of her hairpin. With an air of indifference, Mian smiled lightly, her voice tinged with a cool elegance. Very well, I concede it to you, but do remember to pay the shopkeeper double the price. It was merely a hairpin. If she desired to pay double, so be it. The attendant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized to Mian and presented a tray of red coral hairpins for her selection. Fu Jinsu lingered nearby, her gaze fixed on Mian with a fierce intensity, determined to make her uncomfortable. After Feng had hastily departed from the Yongchang Marquis' residence, she felt humiliated, suspecting that Mian was somehow responsible for the sudden coldness from young Master Yi. This time, she was resolute in making Mian's life difficult as a means of venting her frustrations. Mian selected a gilded red coral hairpin and, as anticipated, Fu Jinju intercepted it with an offer of double the price. Very well, let us continue, she thought, eager to see how much money Fu Jinju truly possessed. After Fu Jinju seized three more expensive pieces, her confidence began to wane, and the multitude of eyes upon her made it increasingly difficult to retreat. With a sly smile, Mian recognized the moment was ripe. Leaning in, she whispered instructions to the attendant, who nodded enthusiastically before darting away. Moments later, he returned, carefully cradling a white jade tray, its contents shrouded beneath a silk cloth, obscuring its true nature. As the attendant placed the tray on the counter and unveiled the cloth, a complete set of Eastern pearl headpieces was revealed, adorned with approximately 13 exquisite pearls, the largest the size of a baby's fist, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. Clearly of great value. Fu Jinju's face drained of color, having nearly exhausted her private funds in the skirmish for the hairpins. She knew she could not afford this remarkable set with the remaining coins she had. The attendant, beaming with pride, introduced. This set of Eastern pearl headpieces is our shop's treasured possession, featuring 13 exceptional pearls, each a masterpiece among Eastern pearls, valued at 2,000 taels of silver. He inquired with a respectful tone, might this young lady have taken a liking to it? Internally, he hoped fervently that Mian would accept the offer. If he managed to sell this set today, his monthly earnings would increase tenfold. Indeed, I have taken quite a liking to this exquisite set. Please wrap it up. Mian responded, casting a challenging glance at Fu Jinju, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk. Fu Jinju, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, felt the stares of the onlookers, her complexion shifting from pale to crimson, overwhelmed with a mixture of shame and anger. Miss Fu from the Yongchang Marquis' residence. Are you not going to seize this opportunity? Have you run out of silver? Mian raised an eyebrow and deliberately proclaimed Fu Jinju's identity in a tone laced with mockery. The murmurs around them grew louder. So, it was the young lady of a Yongchang duke's residence, behaving so brazenly as to snatch items from others. It appears the family morals of Yongchang duke's household are quite questionable. One might have thought they were affluent, yet they resort to theft over a few items, unable to afford more. The mounting ridicule became unbearable for Fu Jinju, who, disregarding her dignity, erupted into a desperate shout. Silence. Just be quiet. For a moment. Silence enveloped the surroundings, only to be swiftly replaced by a torrent of accusations. How could a duke's daughter be so uncouth? Truly unworthy of respect. What a disgrace to the Yongchang duke's name. Fu Jinju's lips quivered with rage, words escaping her grasp. She nearly fainted from the onslaught of humiliation. Ultimately, unable to endure the barrage of scorn, she shot a fierce glare at Mian and fled in distress. As she departed, the crowd's eager eyes dispersed significantly. The shop assistant, holding up a magnificent headpiece adorned with a large pearl, lowered his voice to inquire, "Miss, do you truly desire this headpiece?" He had discerned the tension between the two young ladies, and if this one opted not to purchase, he would not be overly surprised. After all, 2,000 taels was no trifling sum. Buy it. Wrap it up. Mian, captivated by the splendid pearl, felt the expenditure was justified. Fortunately, her supply of silver notes was ample. Otherwise, she would have been unable to afford it. Producing 2 1,000 tael notes, she handed them over. The shop assistant accepted them with reverence, an expression of joy unmistakably evident on his face. He carefully packaged the headpiece and even included several additional pearl hairpins, courteously delivering the ornate box to the carriage of the Marquis. Having spent considerable time in the jewelry shop, Mian did not linger any longer and made her way directly back to the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence. Chapter 74. Awakening on the third morning following the incident. Madame Shun regained consciousness. Xylin rushed into the Jillian courtyard, breathless, and urgently exclaimed, "Second miss, the madam has awakened. The madam is awake." "But what?" Mian set down the medical book in her hands, furrowing her brow as she regarded this silent Xylin. Taking a deep breath, Xylin tremulously responded, "But she has gone mad." With a decisive motion, Mian tossed aside her book, her demeanor calm as she stood. "Let us go and see." Hastening towards the Fenghua courtyard, she had yet to step inside when she was met with a cacophony of cries and wails, occasionally punctuated by piercing screams. Pausing at the entrance, she listened intently, her expression tinged with suspicion. Was Madame Shun truly mad, or merely feigning it? With lingering doubts, she entered the main room of Fenghua courtyard. Upon entering, she saw several servants grappling with Madame Shun, attempting to drag her towards the bed. Shun's long hair was disheveled, obscuring her face, and she struggled frantically, lunging towards Yi Ting, who stood nearby, her voice a haunting wail that resonated painfully in the ears. Yi Ting, with a darkened expression, turned to leave the chaotic scene but caught sight of Mian, awkwardly raising a hand to shield his face. Blood oozed from several scratch marks across his visage, unmistakably inflicted by Madame Shun. "Father, has the madam truly lost her mind?" Mian pondered, still harboring doubts, suspecting that Madame Shun might be feigning madness to evade separation or imprisonment. Upon hearing Mian's inquiry, Yi Ting let out a long sigh, his expression laden with sorrow as he shook his head and stepped heavily towards the exit, with Mian following closely behind. They arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard, where the echoes of cries and commotion from within still lingered in the air. After collecting himself, Yi Ting sighed and spoke, "Since Shun has awakened, she has been in this state, wailing and lashing out without uttering a word, completely lost to her senses. Your elder brother has gone to the palace to summon the physician. We shall only know the specifics once the doctor arrives." Mian pondered the state of Shun's madness in silence. Then, after a few moments of contemplation, she suggested, "I possess a modest knowledge of medicine. Might I be permitted to take a look?" Yi Ting's face momentarily revealed surprise before it faded away. Indeed, as Mian's mother was knowledgeable in the art of healing, it was only natural that she too would have some understanding. Acknowledging this, he nodded in agreement, but as Mian resolutely turned towards the room, he hurriedly cautioned her to be careful and not to let Shun harm her. Upon re-entering the room, they found Shun bound to the bed by several maids. Seemingly exhausted from her struggles, her eyes blankly fixed on the canopy above, utterly still. The maids, nursing their sore arms, stood vigil by the bedside, and upon seeing Mian approach, they hastily gestured for her to stop. "Miss, please do not come any closer. The lady is mad and may harm you. Fear not. There is no cause for concern," Mian replied as she settled onto a soft stool beside the bed, extending 3 fingers to feel Shun's pulse. Shun's body twitched slightly, attempting to withdraw her hand, but the tight bindings thwarted her effort. As Mian assessed the pulse, her brow furrowed. Shun's pulse was chaotic and rapid, indicative of a disturbance in her vital energy, likely exacerbated by a blow to the head, leading to her current state of frenzy and loss of reason. It was indeed possible that Shun had truly gone mad, yet such madness could be temporary. With proper care, recovery was not out of reach. Withdrawing her hand, Mian fixed her gaze upon Shun's eyes, which were bloodshot and unblinking. Leaning in closer, she whispered softly, "Shun, if you wish to avoid separation and imprisonment, then perhaps madness is your only refuge." Shun's eyelids fluttered, and a single tear escaped the corner of her eye. It was uncertain whether she comprehended the words or not. Observing the tear, Mian smirked derisively, and without lingering further, she rose and exited the room. Upon leaving, she encountered Yi Feng entering the courtyard with the physician. Their eyes met, and Yi Feng's brow was furrowed with gravity as he gave a slight nod to Mian. Neither spoke a word. After the physician's examination, the conclusions drawn were consistent with Mian's own deductions, learning that there remained a possibility of recovery. Both Yi Ting and his son exhaled in relief simultaneously. After the physician departed, the 3 gathered in Yi Ting's study, where the rustling of bamboo leaves outside added to the tranquility of the atmosphere within. Yi Ting consumed several cups of warm tea to calm his turbulent emotions, then sighed deeply, his gaze slowly settling on Mian. "Mianer, given Shun's dire condition, would it be possible, as your father suggests, to send her to a distant estate for recuperation?" As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the study, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Mian's eyes flickered slightly, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the 2 men, absorbing the unease that lingered in their expressions. The corners of her lips slightly lifted as she spoke in an unruffled tone. "Let it be as my father wishes." She now found it rather amusing to observe the Shun family living in such a ghastly manner, neither human nor ghost. The father and son both sighed in relief. After all, it was Shun who had instigated their plight, and now they could hardly blame others for their unfortunate fate. To avoid imprisonment and retain their dignity was already the best outcome. That afternoon, a humble carriage carried the Shun family away from the Marquis' residence, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Inside the carriage, Shun was still bound, accompanied by Mama Wu, a rough servant, and 2 young maidservants. Mama Wu, with tears streaming down her face, lamented pitifully, "Madam, how could you have ended up like this? The Marquis and the young master have cruelly cast you out of the house. How will we survive from now on?" Originally quiet, Shun suddenly thrust her head forward, violently banging it against the carriage wall. Chaos erupted within the carriage, the sounds of weeping and wailing spilling out through the curtains, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to gawk. The coachman, fearing to linger, cracked the whip fiercely against the horses, urging them to gallop swiftly, leaving only a blur of the carriage behind. After a brief respite, Mian was seated before a bronze mirror, arranging her hair, when Zilan entered the room to inform her of Shun's departure from the estate. Listening to Zilan's report, Mian maintained a cool and indifferent demeanor, as if nothing had changed. Once she had heard it all, she languidly stretched and yawned, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a loud bang, the door to the Zilan courtyard was suddenly kicked open, followed by the furious voice of Yi Shuang. "Mian, come out here. How dare you instigate father and brother to send mother away? I will teach you a lesson." Startled, both Zilan and Su Su exchanged anxious glances as they peered outside. Mian, adjusting her hair before the mirror, rose steadily, her breathing unperturbed. With poise, she stepped outside, her voice icy as she murmured, "I had almost forgotten you. Now that you have come knocking, let us settle the previous score as well." Chapter 75. The birthday banquet in the Zhilan courtyard. Mama Feng anxiously stood before Yi Shuang, attempting to reason with her. Miss, please calm down. The decision to send the madam away was the Marquis, and has nothing to do with the second miss. You old hag, step aside. Yi Shuang's brows furrowed fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury as she forcefully shoved Mama Feng, sending her sprawling to the ground. Yi Mian, accompanied by Su Su and Zilan, stepped out of the room just in time to witness the scene. The two maidservants' faces filled with indignation as they rushed forward to help Mama Feng to her feet. Supporting her aching back, Mama Feng gasped for breath and retreated to Yi Mian's side, anxiously saying, "Second miss, you should go inside. We will keep the eldest miss from entering." "No need. I wish to see how the eldest miss intends to teach me a lesson." Yi Mian stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Yi Shuang, a cold glint shimmering within them. Yi Shuang was taken aback that Yi Mian dared to confront her, momentarily stunned by the frigid gaze directed at her. Regaining her composure, she furrowed her brows tightly, gritting her teeth as she raised her hand and charged forward. As the palm was about to descend, Yi Mian suddenly reached out and grasped her arm. The more she struggled, the tighter Yi Mian's grip became, until the pain forced her to abandon her resistance and cry out, "Let me go." Yi Shuang glared at Yi Mian defiantly. Yet the waves of pain radiating from her arm made her involuntarily gasp. How could someone who appeared so frail possess such strength? Yi Shuang remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Mian had been a delicate young lady, raised without a care in the world, while she had to accompany her mother to the mountains to gather herbs for a living. The same father, yet divergent upbringings and destinies. Yi Mian had never harbored resentment towards anyone, yet this pampered daughter of the Marquis' estate blamed Yi Mian for shattering her happiness. "Does it hurt?" Yi Mian's brows furrowed, her voice laced with profound anger. "It hurts. Let go of me," Yi Shuang shouted, her defiance gradually giving way to desperation. "Kneel and beg me, and I shall release you." Yi Mian echoed the words Yi Shuang had once spoken to her. Yi Shuang's face flushed crimson with rage, and she retorted, "You must be dreaming." With a chilling laugh, Yi Mian tightened her grip, twisting Yi Shuang's arm behind her back. The sound of bones grinding together, mingling with Yi Shuang's piercing screams that echoed throughout Zhilan courtyard. "I beg you." The intense pain finally overwhelmed Yi Shuang, and her voice trembled, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "You haven't even knelt yet." Yi Mian whispered eagerly, "Lianing closer to Yi Shuang's ear." "Yi Mian, do not overstep your bounds." Yi Shuang protested fiercely, her resolve unwavering. She would rather meet her end like her mother than kneel before Yi Mian. Yet, her defiance did not last long. With a sharp crack, excruciating pain surged through her body, causing her to tremble and collapse to the ground. The arm that Yi Mian had seized hung limply at her side, followed by Yi Shuang's eardrum-piercing scream. Yi Mian covered her ears and approached her, observing the tear-streaked face that bore no trace of the earlier confrontation. "Yi Shuang, listen carefully. Sending Shun to recuperate outside is your father and brother's decision. If you're dissatisfied, I can have her thrown into prison. Choose between recuperation or incarceration." Yi Shuang's complexion turned pale, her lips quivering, rendering her speechless for a lengthy moment. From that day forth, Yi Shuang dared not provoke her again. Whenever they encountered one another in the courtyard, she would evade her presence. Had she known it would be this simple to resolve the nuisance that was Yi Shuang, she would have acted sooner. Yi Mian adjusted the flower adornment in her hair, observing Yi Shuang's frantic attempts to hide, a sigh escaping her lips. "Miss, we must depart. We are to attend a banquet at the Prime Minister's residence, and it would not do to delay," Su Su urged. Following the announcement of the second daughter of the Marquis of Wu being named a favored consort of the Crown Prince, Yi Mian had been inundated with invitations from various estates to the point of exhaustion. Today the Prime Minister's residence, tomorrow the censorate, and the day after the Ministry of Rights. Celebrations for birthdays, flower viewing, and poetry readings were so numerous that they left her quite bewildered. Yi Mian was not particularly fond of attending banquets, yet in her quest to extricate herself from the identity of the Crown Prince's consort, she recognized the necessity of forging connections, and these gatherings presented a prime opportunity for networking. As she set forth in her carriage, the wheels rolling steadily. She made her way to the Prime Minister's residence. Today marked the octogenarian celebration of the esteemed matriarch of the household, who had invited dignitaries from near and far. Nearly every notable noble in the capital had gathered for the occasion. Upon her arrival, Mian found the entrance to the Prime Minister's estate teeming with carriages, leaving no space to alight. After a brief wait for the attendants to clear a path, she descended from the carriage, accompanied by her maid, Su. The hosts, Prime Minister Zhang and his wife, Madame Liu, welcomed their guests with warmth. Upon spotting the carriage from the Wu Zhao Marquis, they swiftly deduced Mian's identity. Exchanging glances, Madame Liu approached eagerly, taking the invitation from Mian's hand and warmly exclaiming, "Ah, the second miss of the Wu Zhao Marquis. Please do enter." Guiding Mian into the estate, Madame Liu summoned a maid, instructing her to escort Mian to the banquet hall. The maid nodded in compliance. As this was Mian's inaugural attendance at a birthday banquet, she was unfamiliar with the customs and thus followed the arrangements of her hosts. After exchanging polite farewells with Madame Liu, she proceeded with the maid towards the banquet hall. As they traversed the ornate corridor and approached the flower-adorned entrance, a young maid carrying drinks hurriedly rushed out, inadvertently spilling the entire contents onto Mian's dress. The fabric was instantly soaked at the waist, an unsightly sight that could not be easily concealed. Before Mian could voice her displeasure, the guiding maid reprimanded the young servant sharply. "Are you blind? How dare you drench our esteemed guest? Bow and apologize at once." Trembling, the young maid knelt, preparing to bow her head, but Mian intervened with an outstretched hand. "No need for that. It is merely a dress. I can change into another. Let's not make this difficult for her." Truly, Mian did not place much importance on the garment and preferred not to cause trouble for a servant in another's home. The maid, relieved, responded with a smile. "Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed guest. I shall lead you to change now." Mian nodded and followed the maid to a nearby room, where the attending maid opened the door for her. Mian entered, while Su accompanied the other maid to fetch a new dress. Sitting upon the soft couch within the chamber, she awaited patiently. Before long, she heard a sound at the door, and she thought to herself how quickly the new attire had arrived. However, upon turning to the entrance, she was taken aback to find a man stepping inside. Chapter 76. The gentleman was tall and elegant, his charming eyes sparkling with mirth, presenting a strikingly handsome visage. Mian had no time for admiration. She swiftly pulled her sleeve to conceal the dampness at her waist and stood, coolly addressing him. "You must have taken a wrong turn, sir." The man, adorned in fine clothing befitting a noble, appeared to be a young aristocrat attending the birthday celebration, perhaps unaware of her presence in the room. "I did not err," he replied clearly, and in that moment, Mian's heart plummeted. A sense of foreboding washed over her. This was not good. She feared she had been ensnared in a plot. In the unfamiliar residence, the wine had dampened her attire, and being alone with a man felt like a deliberate assault on her virtue. Who could be so audacious as to orchestrate such schemes within the Prime Minister's estate? Recalling the maidservants and the housekeeper, all of whom were from the Prime Minister's household, it was outrageous that they would resort to such base tactics during her own banquet. Had the denizens of this estate lost their sanity? "Sir, please conduct yourself with honor. I have been appointed as the Crown Prince's consort and shall soon enter the Eastern Palace. Should you dare to tarnish my reputation, His Highness will not spare you." Mian's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on the man who had entered the room, her voice laced with righteous indignation. Yet, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the man before her was, in fact, the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince's smile deepened, showing utter disregard for her threats. With a frivolous tone, he replied, "Oh, so you're the Crown Prince's consort? To spend a night with you would be worth any consequence." With that, he firmly closed the door and advanced towards her, his gaze like that of a serpent, sending chills down her spine. To her astonishment, he was brazenly lecherous. Mian gripped her clothing tightly and retreated, panic etched on her face while her mind raced for an escape. She had no desire to scream for help. Being found alone with a man would ruin her reputation as an eminent consort, and surely the crown prince would not let her off lightly. "Fear not, my dear. I shall cherish you well," the crown prince said with a wicked grin, continuing his approach. Teasing this little cat was proving to be quite entertaining. As Mian glared at him and retreated until her back met the table, she realized she had nowhere left to go. A soft clatter caught her attention. She glanced sideways to see a candlestick had toppled over on the table. Her eyes brightened as she seized the candlestick in her hand, swiftly removing the white candle and aiming the sharp end at the advancing man. "Do not come any closer. Leave at once, or I swear I will kill you." The crown prince halted, observing the girl before him, whose wide eyes and fierce expression resembled that of an agitated cat. With a soft click of his tongue, he continued to advance, eager to capture her and relish in her cries, struggles, and tears. Seeing him undeterred, Mian trembled slightly as panic flickered across her face. But she steeled herself, gripping the candlestick tightly. She was prepared to make this insouciant scoundrel pay in blood. The crown prince's eyes gleamed with madness. Dismissing the candlestick as a mere trifle, he stepped forward, reaching for her shoulder. In the split second before he could grasp her, Mian thrust the candlestick forward, believing she would pierce his chest. However, he reacted with astonishing speed, raising his other hand to shield himself. The candlestick penetrated the back of his hand and embedded itself in his palm. Mian felt a surge of warmth at her shoulder as a strong hand clamped down on it, and her sole means of defense was wrenched away. Crashing to the floor, it was all over. Despair surged within Mian as these two words emerged in her mind, yet her gaze still radiated defiance. She could not concede defeat. She would never allow this scoundrel to triumph so easily. Gritting her teeth, she struggled mightily to push the man away. But before her hand could even brush against his garment, her arm was firmly grasped. A warm, damp sensation coursed through her arm. He was imprisoning her with his bloodied palm, rendering her futile attempts at resistance completely ineffective. The disparity in their strength only deepened her sense of hopelessness, and she could not help but shout in anger, "Let go of me!" At last, he had captured this delicate creature. The prince licked his lips with a wicked glint in his eyes, growing more frenzied. With a sudden pull, he drew Mian closer. The cat indeed began to writhe in his grasp, but such efforts were in vain. He would not relinquish the feline he had so laboriously caught. Leaning in closer, he aimed to bite into her snow-white neck, eager to hear her lamentation. Just as he was about to strike, the cat suddenly ceased her struggle. Before he could comprehend the shift, a cool, cutting voice whispered near his ear, "Your Highness, is it truly enjoyable to bully a weak woman?" Seizing the moment of the prince's astonishment, Mian swiftly snatched the jade pendant of the azure dragon, a symbol of his status, from his waist, escaping his control in the process. Clutching the pendant, she retreated to the door, leaning against it to catch her breath before casually remarking, "Your Highness." To behave so frivolously towards a woman at the chancellor's banquet could tarnish your reputation. Her tone was relaxed, and the earlier panic and fear had vanished from her countenance. Had she not previously seen the vermilion bird pendant at Prince Ning's waist, she might not have recognized the prince's identity so swiftly. In such reckless conduct at the chancellor's estate, adorned with the azure dragon pendant, who else could it be but the prince himself? Now that she had discerned the identity of the man before her, she felt no fear. She did not believe the prince would disregard his own reputation. The prince narrowed his eyes slightly, a low chuckle emanating from deep within his throat. The woman before him held his azure dragon pendant, a sly glint of threat in her expression. Indeed, she was a clever little cat. Suppressing the madness in his gaze, he raised his arm and shook it, inquiring, "What punishment is warranted for injuring the future heir?" Mian's expression shifted, and she composed herself to respond. "It was your Highness who first acted frivolously towards a humble subject. It was I who, in a moment of mishap, injured you. We are even now. Neither of us should bear ill will." "Mishap?" The prince raised an eyebrow, adopting a mocking expression. "The second young lady clearly aimed for my heart. She intended to take my life." I did not. Mian hurriedly protested. The accusation of attempting to murder the heir was far too grave. She cannot bear such a burden. "If your Highness believes I have erred, let us settle this publicly. There are many present at today's banquet." Let them adjudicate who is truly at fault. Mian was certain the prince would not dare to publicize such a matter, deliberately holding her ground in the argument. If he insisted on branding her with the label of attempted murder against the heir, she would fight to the bitter end, sacrificing her own reputation to drag this debauched prince down with her. You have been appointed as a concubine in the Eastern Palace, and will soon make your entrance there. I merely wished to meet you, dear concubine, before your arrival. Thus, it is hardly a matter of frivolity. The crown prince wore a mischievous grin, imbued with ill intent. Chapter 77. A surge of hostility, seeing the crown prince distort the truth further. Mian felt her teeth clench in frustration as she contemplated how to refute him. However, the prince continued, "Forget it. I shall not hold this against you. Take this jade pendant. Consider it a token of affection." "What?" Mian exclaimed. Feeling the jade pendant burn in her hand, her urge to hurl it to the ground nearly overwhelming. Yet, to avoid incurring the prince's ire, she restrained herself, stiffly extending her hand. "This humble servant does not wish to keep it. Your highness may have it back." "What? You do not fancy the token of affection I bestowed upon you?" The prince's gaze bore into Mian as he drew closer. With a lowered voice, heavy with implication, he added, "Or perhaps, dear second miss, your heart belongs to another?" Mian's complexion paled, her heart skipping a beat as she withdrew her hand from the jade pendant. "Your highness, please do not speak so carelessly. I merely feel awkward accepting your gift upon our first meeting. If you insist on offering it, I shall accept it." With that, she tightened her grip on the pendant and turned to leave. "Wait." The prince's voice halted her retreat. "Are you truly planning to leave in such a state?" Glancing down, Mian noticed the wine stains upon her waist and the prince's blood upon her arm. A most disheveled sight indeed. Yet, with the prince present, she had no inclination to change attire. She merely wished to flee. "Did you not come to change?" The prince continued. "Allow me to assist you." The prince's words were hardly comforting. She found it unnecessary to listen further. Suppressing the anger surging within her, she attempted to exit, only for the prince to place his hand against the door first. Under Mian's furious glare, the prince leaned against the door, his eyes sweeping over her face, a soft chuckle escaping his throat. "I was merely jesting. Must you take everything so seriously? Wait here. I shall summon your maid." Once the prince stepped outside, Mian finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, as Ning Wang had said, the crown prince was no ordinary man. She must not enter the Eastern Palace. The door creaked open once more, this time revealing Su Su. The young maid entered, clutching a dress, her face a picture of concern as she glanced at Mian. "Miss, are you all right? I saw a man leave this room just now." That was His Highness the Crown Prince. He merely came to exchange a few words. "There is nothing to worry about," Mian replied, her tone calm. Su Su remained skeptical but refrained from further inquiries, hastening to assist Mian with her attire. Upon noticing the bloodstains on Mian's wrist, Su Su gasped, "Miss, how did you get hurt?" "That is the prince's blood, not mine. I assure you I am fine," Mian replied nonchalantly, though turmoil churned within Su Su's heart. How could it be that the prince and the miss exchanged mere words, yet blood was drawn? Was everything truly all right? She dared not dwell on it or inquire further. Quickly helping Mian don her dress and arrange her hair as they hurriedly departed this place of turmoil. Pushing the door open, Mian beheld the figure standing outside, and she instinctively closed her eyes, wishing she could vanish on the spot. Why was this troublesome prince still lingering here? Did he have no other matters to attend to? Mian deliberately pretended not to notice him, guiding Su Su past the prince's side. She was acutely aware that such behavior was quite rude, but she was utterly disinclined to entangle herself further with him. "Where's Missy headed?" The prince's voice, unwavering, emerged from behind her. "I'm going to celebrate the birthday of the matriarch of the prime minister's household," Mian replied curtly, without turning her head. "I happen to be going there as well. Let us go together," he remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he moved closer to her. "This is improper. The daughter of a minister has not yet entered the Eastern Palace. How can I walk alongside His Highness?" Mian rejected him without hesitation. Yet, unbeknownst to her, such refusals were futile against the prince. Suddenly, his grip tightened around her wrist, cloaked beneath the fabric of her sleeve. "Will you accompany me willingly? Or shall I drag you along?" His aggressive gaze bore down on Mian, his sidelong glance radiating an air that brooked no dissent. Utterly shameless. The phrase reverberated in Mian's mind, yet she ultimately swallowed her indignation. Engaging in further discourse with such a brazen and unreasonable individual was futile. It would be best to extricate herself swiftly and never cross paths again. Suppressing the tumult of anger within, she calmly declared, "Since His Highness is so intent on accompanying me to celebrate the matriarch's birthday, let us proceed." Upon hearing this, the prince's grip gradually loosened, his menacing aura dissipating as a satisfied smile graced his features. He stepped forward, and Mian, uncertain of where to go for the celebration, followed him in silence. Along the way, they encountered numerous high-ranking officials and nobles who, while bowing to the prince, cast curious glances her way. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she trailed behind the prince toward the lively hall ahead. As they approached, the steward stationed at the entrance raised his voice to announce, "His Highness the Prince has come to celebrate a birthday." Instantly, the bustling hall fell silent as the venerable matriarch of the Prime Minister's household, her hair as white as snow, trembled to her feet, eager to greet the prince. The prince, stepping inside, quickly called out to halt her. "I have come today to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. There is no need for such formalities," he said, his face radiating warmth and kindness. His demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier display of aggression. Mian couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the prince's remarkable ability to disguise himself. Once he finished his birthday wishes, Mian stepped forward to pay her respects to the matriarch. The eyes of all present in the hall converged upon her. Some regarded her with curiosity, while others whispered among themselves, speculating about the prince's affections. The daughter of the Marquis of Wu, having recently been conferred the title of favored consort, was already receiving such favor from the prince before even entering the Eastern Palace. Her future promised to be boundless. With these thoughts in mind, the gazes directed at Mian grew considerably warmer. Mian, having completed her birthday greetings, entered the banquet hall, whereupon several young ladies of noble birth approached her to exchange pleasantries, including the esteemed Li Baiwei from the Ministry of Justice and Fang Shuqing, the second daughter of the Minister of Rights. As the number of guests continued to swell, Mian found herself overwhelmed, unable to recall the names or titles of the ladies surrounding her, and could only maintain a polite smile, her facial muscles nearly frozen in place. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall. "His Royal Highness, the Prince of Ning, has arrived to celebrate the birthday." The chatter abruptly ceased, plunging the hall into silence once more. The crown prince sat at the banquet table, leisurely sipping his drink, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. All eyes turned towards the entrance, filled with curiosity for the rarely seen Prince of Ning. As the prince stepped into the room, Mian distinctly heard the sound of gasps echoing around her, as numerous young noblewomen flushed with sudden embarrassment, unable to resist stealing glances at him. Chapter 78. Distinction. The matriarch of the Prime Minister's residence rose unsteadily, her face adorned with the joy that resided within the creases of her skin. This celebration of her 80th birthday was indeed grand. Not only had the crown prince graced the occasion, but even the elusive Prince of Ning had made an appearance. To have two royal princes offer their congratulations was a distinction few, if any, other matriarchs could boast. With her dimming eyesight, she strained to catch a glimpse of the Prince of Ning, but her vision betrayed her, revealing only the silhouette of an extraordinary figure. Just as she was about to extend her greetings, a gentle voice reached her ears. "This prince intrudes to offer his birthday wishes and hopes for your understanding." Though she could not discern his features, the tone of his voice suggested he was a man of remarkable elegance. Her smile deepened as she replied warmly, "It is an honor to have His Royal Highness here to celebrate with me." The hall fell into an almost reverent silence, the exchange between the prince and the matriarch resonating clearly among the gathered guests. Each gaze fixated on the prince as if time itself had come to a halt. No one anticipated that the Prince of Ning would possess such striking beauty, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. His exceptional appearance evoked memories of the tale surrounding his mother, Princess Xiao, who hailed from the illustrious Hou Guogong family and was known as Hou Mansion. She was the cousin of the current emperor and the niece of the empress, reputed for her stunning beauty. It was said that the emperor was deeply enamored with her, with rumors suggesting that she had been forcefully taken as a concubine. Though Princess Hou had passed away in her prime, the veracity of such rumors remains unprovable. Yet, gazing upon the Prince of Ning, one could not help but believe in the exquisite beauty attributed to his mother. As the prince took his seat, the guests gradually regained their composure. Both he and the crown prince were positioned at the upper left of the table, while other officials took their places below. To the right were the ladies' seats, separated by beaded curtains that allowed for a glimpse of one another. Yet propriety dictated that no one would stare across the table for too long. Seeing the prince settled, the noble women urged their mothers to lead them in offering a toast. For the Prince of Ning had yet to take a wife. If one could capture his attention, the coveted position of Princess of Ning would surely be within reach. Some gazes were directed towards Mian, as it was rumored that the second daughter of the Marquis of Wu had caught the attention of the Empress Dowager, who wished to bestow upon her the title of Princess of Ning. However, for reasons unknown, she was now conferred the status of a noble consort to the crown prince. Entangled with both princes, the Marquis's daughter was indeed an extraordinary woman. Sitting at her designated seat, Mian felt the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes, akin to needles pricking her back. She had never anticipated that attending a birthday banquet would lead to such turmoil. The simultaneous presence of the crown prince and the Prince of Ning at the banquet felt like she was being set ablaze. The whispers surrounding her near ascension to the position of Princess of Ning had nearly faded into obscurity, yet now, it seemed, they were destined to resurface and circulate once more. With a silent sigh, she pondered how to discreetly vacate her seat before attracting undue attention. To her left, the Prince of Ning's table was approached by many noble ladies, eager to offer toasts, all of which he dismissed with a mere wave. With his fingers idly playing with Buddhist prayer beads, he coldly declared that he had long since abstained from alcohol. The crown prince, overhearing this, cast a sidelong glance, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. Second brother, while you may refuse drinks from others, there is one person whose toast you must accept. The Prince of Ning narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. He was well aware of the crown prince's intentions. Lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with a familiar pair of orbs. This time, she averted her gaze, lowering her eyelashes, feigning composure to avoid his stare. The crown prince rose and approached the ladies' table, causing the seated women to bow their heads and yield. Deep in her thoughts, Mian remained oblivious until the crown prince's voice reached her ears, prompting her to hurriedly lift her gaze. "Would you accompany me to offer a toast to second brother?" The crown prince's smile was warm, his tone gentle, seemingly courteous in his inquiry. Yet his eyes held a shadowy intensity that brooked no refusal. Mian took a deep breath and met his gaze, replying, "Your servant is unwell today and wishes to leave early to rest at home. I cannot comply with the request to toast." "Oh, unwell, you say?" The crown prince leaned in closer, lowering his voice as he continued, "Then let me escort you home." "No, that won't be necessary. I can return home on my own. There is no need to trouble His Highness." With that, she stood and curtsied to the crown prince, attempting to depart. Yet, as she stepped forward, her wrist was seized tightly. The crown prince's chilling voice brushed against her ear. "You must choose, either toast or allow me to escort you home." Her fingers clenched into a fist, sharp nails digging in her palm, the pain jolting her back from her fury. Casting her gaze towards the Prince of Ning's table, she calmly stated, "Since His Highness insists that I toast, then I shall oblige." Although she quickly freed her wrist from the crown prince's grasp, the Prince of Ning, seated across, caught sight of the moment, his eyes narrowing with a piercing intensity, laced with a palpable aura of menace. Observing the two advancing towards him, the Prince of Ning squinted, suddenly finding the crown prince exceedingly bothersome. He had never regarded this temperamental younger brother with much consideration, but now he realized that his brother dared to overstep boundaries. That outstretched hand, he vowed, will be severed by his own hand in due time. As Mian approached Lord Ning, she felt an intense, fiery gaze fixated upon her, causing her to unconsciously bite her lip. She bent down to lift the wine jug from the table and filled Lord Ning's cup. "This is a toast to His Highness, the Lord Ning," she said, her eyes cast downward, unable to meet his gaze. She was unaware of the expression in Lord Ning's eyes. All she felt was her heart racing, nearly leaping out of her throat. "Second Imperial Brother, this is the second daughter of the Marquis of Wuzhou, who has been conferred as a noble consort of the Eastern Palace and will soon enter the palace. I wonder if Second Imperial Brother will partake in this toast?" The Crown Prince's tone was nonchalant, but a chilling harshness lingered in his final words. As the wine cup was lifted from the table, Lord Ning spoke slowly. "Of course, I shall drink the toast you offer." His deep, soothing voice lingered in Mian's ears, tinged with an elusive tenderness. For a moment, her racing heart halted. Her ears flushed crimson, as if stained with blood. Lord Ning tilted his head back, draining the wine from his cup, his dark eyes challenging the Crown Prince. A low, muffled laugh escaped the Crown Prince's chest, his brows arching, the malice in his eyes no longer concealed. "Very well, I appreciate the sentiment, Second Imperial Brother," he said, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. "But your intentions are destined to be in vain. Is that so?" Lord Ning scoffed dismissively, his confident demeanor momentarily distorting the Crown Prince's countenance. Chapter 79. Lingering affection caught between their gazes, Mian felt as though she might be reduced to ashes. Hastily, she set down her wine cup and, in a flurry, bowed, saying, "I beg your pardon, I am unwell and must take my leave." Without waiting for response, she quickly turned and exited the banquet hall. Once outside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, her flushed ears no longer ablaze. She dare not pause, walking briskly until she reached the Prime Minister's residence, where her anxious heart finally eased slightly. She was genuinely fearful of the Crown Prince suddenly appearing and preventing her from leaving, so she hurriedly instructed Su Su to fetch a carriage from the Marquis' residence. Just as Su Su took a few steps, a carriage suddenly halted before them, causing her heart to leap once more. "Miss Yi, the prince has asked me to wait for you here. Please get in." Chun Shua's head popped out, his face beaming with a warm smile. For the first time, Mian found Chun Shua's smile to be incredibly comforting, alleviating much of her unease and gloom. After pulling Su Su into the carriage, she relaxed against the soft cushion and let out a long sigh, relieved to be free of fear at last. As the carriage departed from the Prime Minister's gate, it stopped in an inconspicuous alley. Leaning against the soft cushion, Mian contemplated ways to escape the Crown Prince. She truly did not wish to see him again, let alone marry into the Eastern Palace. That would be more painful than a noose. Every moment spent with the Crown Prince felt like torment, and she longed to distance herself, to be forever free. A gentle knock came from outside the carriage, followed by Chun Shua's voice. "The prince has arrived." The door swung open, and Lord Ning bent to enter the carriage, while Su Su, ever perceptive, discreetly took her leave and closed the door behind her. Mian straightened her posture, blinking her eyes as she gazed at Prince Ning. Upon seeing that familiar face, an overwhelming sense of grievance suddenly filled her heart, causing her eyes to sting with tears that rushed forth uncontrollably. Perhaps the numerous shocks and intimidations she had endured today had rendered her fragile. She had never been one to shed tears easily. The warm tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading to her chin as she stared blankly, unable to stop the flow that resembled pearls slipping from a broken string. Never mind. She simply wished to cry, no longer wanting to hold back. A warm hand gently rested on her hand, and in the next moment, she was pulled into a broad and warm embrace. The familiar scent of dragon's saliva filling her senses, instilling a profound sense of comfort. "Has someone wronged you?" Prince Ning's eyes darkened, his gentle voice laced with hidden fury. Mian shook her head, her voice thick with emotion as she replied, almost. At her words, Prince Ning's fist clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed, his hand tenderly stroking her long hair, soothing her over and over, as he murmured softly, "It was my delay. There shall not be a next time, and I will not allow you to suffer any more grievances." Listening to his gentle reassurances, Mian's tears flowed even more fiercely, soaking the shoulder of Prince Ning with a wet stain. "Why are you so kind to a subject like me?" she stammered, her long-buried question escaping her lips. Her flushed face buried deep in Prince Ning's chest, too afraid to look up. A tender smile radiated from his eyes as he slowly replied, I do not know. Even I am unaware. I have never felt this way towards anyone else, only you. I wish to protect you always. If only I had sought permission to marry you sooner, you would not have suffered so much. It is my overcaution that has given the crown prince an opportunity. All of this is my fault. Prince Ning spoke each word with deliberate remorse, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss atop Mian's hair. This kiss was filled with deep affection and tenderness. Feeling the unusual warmth above her head, Mian clutched the hem of Prince Ning's garment tightly. Her heart racing as she nestled helplessly in his embrace, too timid to move. Prince Ning chuckled softly, lifting her chin with his fingers, his gaze seeming to drown her in its depth. Why are you so easily shy? Look at me properly. I wish to gaze upon you as well. His slender fingers glided from Mian's forehead, tracing her brow, brushing past her eyes, finally resting at the corner of her lips. Those delicate, rosy lips radiated an alluring sheen, gradually eroding his rationality. Prince Ning's breath grew increasingly labored, his throat constricting as he felt an unbearable thirst. He could no longer endure. Even if Mian were to strike or scold him, he would willingly bear it. Leaning closer, he pressed his lips against her soft petals, his long fingers entwining in her hair, holding her firmly to prevent her from escaping, as a scorching wave enveloped them both in an instant. Mian closed her eyes slightly, her lashes trembling softly, feeling as if she might melt away from the heat pressed against her lips. She weakly pushed against him a couple of times, her delicate hand gently captured in his, gradually transforming into an interlocking grip of 10 fingers. Ultimately, she surrendered her resistance, gradually succumbing to Prince Ning's tender advances. The carriage arrived at the gate of the Hou Mansion Marquis residence. Chun Xuan knocked on the carriage wall and announced, Your Highness, we have reached the Hou Mansion Marquis residence. The two individuals entwined within the carriage instantly separated, with Mian's face flushed crimson, as she tidied the disheveled strands of hair by her ear and, breathing unevenly, said, Your Highness, it is time for me to disembark. Ning Wang's gaze darkened, revealing a reluctance to let the person before him depart. He caressed her gently, pulling her back into his embrace. Do not leave. His deep, husky voice echoed in Mian's ears, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Once more enveloped by a tender tide, her heart stirred amidst the rolling waves. No, please. Mian struggled to regain a semblance of clarity amidst the waves of emotion, soft sounds spilling from her lips. Ning Wang took a deep breath, reluctantly releasing her, fully aware that they could not continue this way. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of Mian's lips, his expression softening as he said, Let us return to the residence for now. I shall come to find you again tomorrow. Yes, I will return to the residence. Mian touched head flushed cheeks, hurriedly exchanging a glance with Ning Wang, too timid to linger any longer. After alighting from the carriage and reaching the entrance of the residence, she turned back for one last glance. Ning Wang lifted the curtain of the carriage, meeting her gaze, both exchanging nods as a silent farewell, their eyes reflecting mutual reluctance. Upon returning to the residence, Mian, accompanied by Su, headed towards Jilan courtyard. However, after taking only a few steps, a figure suddenly dashed out and blocked her path. Mian focused her gaze and realized it was Yi Shuang, who had been avoiding her. What had prompted her to confront her today? Mian, now that you have been bestowed the title of the crown prince's consort, why do you still entangle yourself with Ning Wang? How can you face his highness, the crown prince? Yi Shuang's eyes glinted with anger, clearly furious. Oh, so you've come to accuse me, Mian remarked, raising an eyebrow and responding coldly. What does this have to do with you? Mind your own business. You shameless wretch. Yi Shuang seethed, her teeth clenched in fury, a concoction of hatred and jealousy brewing within her. She, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, wondered why she had not been chosen for the Eastern Palace. She was the one who truly loved the crown prince, while Mian was merely a shameless, lowly concubine. Why did all the good fortune fall upon her? She was unwilling to accept it. Mian, I will report your entanglement with Ning Wang to His Highness, and ensure you do not become the Crown Prince's consort." Observing Yi Shuang's aggressive demeanor, Yi Mian nearly laughed aloud. If her report could prevent her from becoming the Crown Prince's consort, that would indeed be splendid. However, that was highly improbable, given the Crown Prince's petulant and vengeful nature. The most likely outcome would be retaliation against her and Ning Wang, and she would not be easily let go. Since Yi Shuang was so concerned about the position of Crown Prince's consort, why not do her a favor and offer it to her? Having made up her mind, Yi Mian immediately donned a flustered expression and called out to Yi Shuang, "Elder sister, please don't go. If you agree to keep this a secret, I am willing to relinquish the position of Crown Prince's consort to you." At these words, Yi Shuang was taken aback, gazing at Yi Mian in disbelief. "You can't be jesting. The position of Crown Prince's consort is so esteemed. How could you possibly bear to give it up? Dear elder sister, as you have seen, my affection lies with Prince Ning. Thus the position of the Crown Prince's consort is an immense constraint for me. If you are willing to enter the Eastern Palace, I shall strategize on your behalf and assist you in achieving your desires. Is it truly so? Are you genuinely willing to relinquish the position of Crown Prince's consort to me?" Yi Shuang's excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent. No one knew how deeply she admired the Crown Prince. Ever since catching a glimpse of him at last year's palace banquet, his radiant presence had captivated her heart. An indelible memory she could not shake off. She would seize any opportunity to draw near to him, resolutely refusing to let it slip away. Upon hearing Yi Mian's earnest words, which lacked any semblance of pretense, her doubts began to dissipate significantly, and the joy on her face was impossible to conceal. Yi Mian spoke from the heart, devoid of any falsehood. However, she was taken aback that Yi Shuang would wish to enter the Eastern Palace. Did she truly understand the Crown Prince's character? "Yi Shuang, do you truly comprehend the Crown Prince?" Noticing Yi Mian's furrowed brow as she questioned her, Yi Shuang responded with irritation, "Of course I understand." She diligently sought to learn about the Crown Prince's every action. If she did not understand him, who would? Was Yi Mian perhaps contemplating a change of heart? Anxiety washed over Yi Shuang as she pointedly asked, "You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Backing out? How could she possibly reconsider?" On the contrary, she was eager. It was merely surprising to her that the Crown Prince's disposition could evoke such genuine affection from Yi Shuang, which she found difficult to comprehend. "I will not back out, dear sister. Rest assured. Just follow my guidance, and I will ensure you attain the position of Crown Prince's consort." "How do you intend to arrange that?" Yi Shuang inquired with a skeptical gaze, scanning Yi Mian's face. To instill trust in Yi Shuang, Yi Mian moved to a nearby pavilion and beckoned her to join. Seated opposite each other in the pavilion, Yi Mian briefly outlined her plans. Upon hearing the conclusion, Yi Shuang could not help but nod eagerly, shyly assuring Yi Mian that she would heed her advice. Thus, a potentially confrontational situation was amicably resolved. After extricating herself from Yi Shuang's entanglement, Yi Mian returned to Jilan Courtyard, instructing the servants to prepare warm bathing water. She shed her garments and luxuriated in the tub. Her long, dark hair cascaded over the edge, and her fair, delicate skin glowed like jade. She gently closed her eyes, resting her head on the rim of the tub, and involuntarily recalled the tender moments shared in the carriage, a blush spreading across her cheeks. How foolish of her to indulge in such indiscretion. She resolved it must not happen again, absolutely not. Yi Mian patted her flushed cheeks and splashed her face with warm water to awaken her senses. After hastily rinsing off, she exited the tub. Clad in fresh nightwear, she reclined on the soft couch, casually perusing medical texts to calm her mind. Susu entered from outside, carrying several dresses, and asked, "Miss, which outfit shall you wear to the flower viewing banquet at the Grand Historian's residence tomorrow?" Yi Mian lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at them. Expressing little interest, "You decide. Any of them will do." "Miss, you truly are something else." With a sigh of resignation, Susu began to sift through the selection of dresses. After a brief moment, she held up a pink gown adorned with begonia embroidery and presented it to Yi Mian. "Miss, let's wear this pink one. It is lovely for flower viewing." Yi Mian replied absent-mindedly, nodding her head. The following morning, After finishing her breakfast, Mian commenced her grooming ritual. With a delicate sweep of powder on her brows and a subtle touch of rouge, she donned the pink dress chosen by Su, enhancing her beauty to rival that of blooming flowers. This transformation elicited unabated admiration from several young maidservants. Typically, she seldom wore such pastel hues, and the sudden change left her somewhat disoriented. Gazing into the bronze mirror, she scarcely recognized her own reflection, as time was of the essence. She refrained from lingering any longer and, accompanied by Su and Mama Feng, stepped out. The previous day, she had only brought Su to the Chancellor's residence for the birthday banquet, unaware that she would fall victim to the Crown Prince's scheme. This time, she deliberately included Mama Feng, who, being older, offered a steadier presence. Moreover, today's flower banquet was exclusively for the ladies. Surely, the Crown Prince would not dare to follow her again. Upon exiting the estate, guards awaited her by the carriage, a precaution she had taken. It was undeniable that her outings had become increasingly cautious. As the carriage began to move, it swayed gently towards the inspector's residence, lulling Mian into a state of drowsiness. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, the carriage came to a sudden halt. Assuming they had arrived at their destination, she prepared to disembark, only to be startled by a fierce argument erupting outside. "You shall not leave. You have damaged my stall. You must compensate me," barked a menacing male voice. "Oh dear, brother, I was merely trying to do a good deed. Please show some leniency," a melodious female voice pleaded. "All the goods on my stall have been ruined, worth several taels of silver. How can you expect leniency? You must pay." The commotion roused Mian's senses. She lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside. Scattered across the street were fragrant pouches and trinkets, alongside a toppled stall, clearly wrecked. The vendor was relentlessly tugging at a woman's sleeve, refusing to let her depart. The woman, clad in a patched gown and bearing a sword upon her back, appeared to be a traveler of the martial world, her attire faded and worn, suggesting a lack of silver. She appeared flustered as she implored the vendor for mercy. The noble carriage shifted aside as the driver contemplated a detour. After a moment of thought, Mian ordered the carriage to halt and instructed Mama Feng to disembark and inquire about the situation. Mama Feng approached the two grappling individuals with a warm smile and inquired about the matter at hand. Upon noticing someone intervening, the woman seized the opportunity to explain. "I was attempting to catch a thief and accidentally damaged his stall. It was not intentional." "And where's the thief now?" Mama Feng probed. "I gave him a thrashing, and he fled." "What did the thief steal?" "He took an old woman's silver." "And where is the elderly woman?" "If you recovered her silver, surely she would assist you." Mama Feng, adept in handling such matters, hit upon the crux of the issue with a single remark. The woman gazed around, bewildered, as the elderly lady she had just assisted vanished without a trace. How could she leave without a word? "After all, I helped her." The woman furrowed her brow in grievance, her heart evidently wounded. With a sigh of resignation, Madame Feng returned to the carriage to report to Mian. "Inquire about the compensation amount. I paid for her, so bring her over." The woman, equipped with a sword and a penchant for chivalry, clearly possessed martial skills. If such a person could be won over, having her close would undoubtedly ward off numerous troubles in the future. Although they had male guards, their presence was often inconvenient. A female guard would be more advantageous. After Madame Feng inquired further, she retrieved 10 taels of silver and handed them to the vendor, who then released the woman. The latter, visibly moved, was about to express her gratitude when Madame Feng quickly interjected, pointing to the carriage. "It was my young lady who instructed me to come. If you wish to thank someone, it should be my young lady." Once both women boarded the carriage, the newcomer was momentarily stunned. Her eyes fixed on Mian as she murmured, "Is this a celestial being descended from the heavens?" Mian smiled gently and softly inquired, "May I ask your name?" "Miss Lingyu. My name is Lingyu." As she introduced herself, Lingyu's dark eyes sparkled with vibrant light. Perhaps due to her early training in martial arts, Lingyu appeared taller and more robust than the average woman, her features exuding a heroic aura that radiated vitality. "Miss Lingyu, do you possess martial skills?" Mian asked. "Of course." Lingyu's face lit up at the mention of martial arts. I have been practicing under my master since childhood. I can easily handle 10 opponents at once. Then I would like to hire you as my personal bodyguard, offering a monthly salary of 20 taels of silver. What say you, Miss Ling Yu? Yi Mian inquired directly, without hesitation. Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she stammered, "To give you 20 taels?" Yi Mian frowned slightly, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you find this amount insufficient?" "And no, it's just too much." Ling Yu hurriedly waved her hands. "Wait, that's not right. I don't want the money. Not want it. Indeed, the lady just helped me. I must repay this kindness. If you require my protection, it is my duty to offer it without compensation. You only spent 10 taels to assist me, which is less than what you would earn in a month. There is no need for you to feel burdened by it. That is not how it works. Kindness cannot be measured in silver. You helped me out of trouble. You are my benefactor. I willingly offer my protection without accepting any payment." The two women engaged in this debate for quite some time, with Ling Yu stubbornly refusing to accept any money. Ultimately, the matter of silver was set aside for the moment. They first stopped by a clothing store to procure several changes of attire for Ling Yu, before hastening towards the Hou Mansion. The area before the mansion was less crowded than the previous day's throng at the Prime Minister's residence, with only a few carriages parked outside. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the quartet strolled leisurely into the Hou Mansion, where a servant awaited to guide them towards the garden in the rear courtyard. Ling Yu stepped into the grand estate for the first time, her curiosity prompting her to gaze around, drawing disdainful glances from the maid leading the way. Before they reached the back garden, the distant laughter and chatter of young women could be heard, but as soon as they entered, the merriment gradually subsided. The enchanting daughters of nobility turned their attention to Yi Mian, some with curiosity, others with jealousy, and a few with disdain. This sudden silence momentarily flustered Li Baiwei, the legitimate daughter of the inspector's residence, but she quickly donned a gracious smile and approached, saying, "Miss Yi Heir has finally arrived. Baiwei has awaited your presence for quite some time, fearing you would not grace us with your company today. We were delayed on the road and arrived late. I hope Miss Li will not take offense." Yi Mian responded with a radiant smile, seemingly unfazed by the complex gazes directed at her. "Just call me Baiwei," Li Baiwei said warmly, taking Yi Mian's hand and guiding her to a cluster of flowers. "We are gathering blossoms to make scented balm. Would you care to try your hand at it?" Yi Mian casually glanced around and noticed that the noble ladies were each holding a small bamboo basket filled with petals for the balm. Nodding in agreement, she accepted a basket from a maid and, accompanied by Mama Feng and her companions, moved to a less crowded spot to collect flowers. Ling Yu, curious about the vibrant blooms, sniffed and asked questions intermittently. The group chatted and laughed while gathering flowers, and soon their bamboo basket was overflowing. "Miss, shall we proceed to make the balm?" Su pointed to a seating area beside the flower patch. Yi Mian nodded, and just as they were about to leave the flower bed, a series of terrified screams erupted from the front of the garden. The noble ladies, pale with fright, shrieked and scattered in all directions, uncertain of the cause of the panic. Ling Yu swiftly unsheathed her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Mian, listening intently as one of the fleeing noble women shouted, "There are snakes, many snakes." The group turned ashen at once. Ling Yu quickly ushered Yi Mian to safety before returning to the garden to assist the other ladies. Accustomed to the perils of the martial world, she could not stand idly by in the face of danger. The garden descended into chaos, filled with the sounds of crying and screams. Ling Yu wielded her sword to dispatch several snakes that approached, while she helped the fainting noble women to their feet and dragged them to safety. "Miss, what has happened? Someone, please help the young lady." Chapter 82. Poison. Upon hearing the frantic cries, Ling Yu hurried towards the sound, discovering Li Baiwei collapsed on the ground, her complexion pale, while a nearby maid wept in distress. Just as she was about to assist Li Baiwei, she noticed something wriggling beneath the hem of Baiwei's skirt. Frowning, Ling Yu used the tip of her sword to lift the skirt, revealing a small, brown-speckled snake slithering out. The maid screamed in terror, retreating on all fours. Ling Yu held her breath and swiftly dispatched the serpent with a single stroke. On Li Baiwei's exposed ankle, two swollen, dark puncture wounds were evident, unmistakably the result of the snake's bite. Ling Yu sheathed her sword, bent down to lift the person from the ground, and swiftly left the scene. The guard from the Yusher Manor arrived only then, witnessing the chaotic scene in the garden. Their faces drenched in cold sweat as they hurried to assist and manage the aftermath. Mian, along with Mama Feng and Su Su, hid in a side room, their hearts racing with anxiety as they listened to the commotion outside. Why did unforeseen events always occur during banquets? Was it merely coincidence? Mian pondered deeply. The door swung open, and Ling Yu rushed in, cradling Li Baiwei in her arms, her expression frantic as she exclaimed, "She has been bitten by a venomous snake." The others in the room were taken aback, quickly moving to place her on a soft couch. "Was she bitten?" Mian asked urgently. "Her ankle." Ling Yu yanked up Li Baiwei's skirt to reveal the wound on her ankle. Mian's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, she removed the hair band from her head, wrapping it tightly around Li Baiwei's thigh to staunch the flow of venom. "Have you called for a doctor?" Mian's voice was taut with concern. Li Baiwei was clearly afflicted by snake venom, and without prompt medical attention, her life could be in peril. Though Mian possessed some medical knowledge, she had not brought a medicine chest to the banquet and could only feel helplessly alarmed. "Her maid has gone to fetch one," Ling Yu replied, her breath uneven. After slaying the snake and rescuing the girl, she was indeed exhausted. The doctor arrived promptly, accompanied by the visibly distressed couple, Mr. and Mrs. Li. Upon entering, Mrs. Li, upon seeing her unconscious daughter, instantly crumpled to the ground. My daughter," she cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Li's expression was equally grim, but he managed to support his wife, his voice choked with emotion as he reassured her, "The doctor is here. Our daughter will be fine. Please do not weep, lest we embarrass our guests." Mian hurried to console Mrs. Li, helping her to a nearby soft chair. "My lord, she is our only daughter. We must ensure the doctor saves her." Mrs. Li clutched Mr. Li's sleeve, weeping inconsolably. "Do not worry. She will be all right. She will be all right," Mr. Li murmured. His gaze dimmed, speaking not just to his wife, but also to himself, since he heard the maid report that their daughter had been bitten by a venomous snake. His heart had plummeted. How could such snakes have appeared in their courtyard, and in such numbers? With so many noble ladies visiting today, any injury would be difficult for him to explain. Was someone plotting against him? As an official, he had indeed offended many. Who could be so vile as to infiltrate his household? Such treachery was despicable. The doctor, having completed his examination, exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he cautiously reported, "Master Li, the venom has been extracted from Mrs. Body." Thankfully, the timely application of the ribbon on her leg contained the spread of the toxin. Otherwise, even a divine being would have found it difficult to save her. Upon hearing this, the Li couple felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. Mrs. Li bent her knees, preparing to kneel in gratitude to Mian. But Mian grasped her arm to prevent her. "Madam, what are you doing?" Mian asked, startled and bewildered. Dusher wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, gazing at Mian with profound gratitude. "I have heard from the maidservants that it was those by Miss Ye's side who saved my daughter. The ribbons on my daughter's legs must have been tied by you, for you have preserved her life, and I must express my gratitude with this bow." With that, she attempted to kneel once more, resolute in her intent, but Mian could hardly restrain her. Fortunately, Ling Yu stepped forward just in time, preventing her from doing so again. Li Yusher adjusted his demeanor, bowing with clasped hands. "I beseech Miss Yi to accept my humble gratitude." Mian quickly sidestepped, gently responding, "It was merely a small act. It truly merits no acknowledgement. If you wish to express your thanks, I implore you to direct it towards Ling Yu, for she is the one who rescued Bai Wei from the serpent's jaws and brought her back." As she spoke, Mian pushed Ling Yu forward. Ling Yu, feeling awkward, waved her hands in denial, stepping back. No. I merely acted out of sense of justice, drawing my sword to assist. Please do not thank me. I insist." The couple, filled with gratitude, bowed once more to Ling Yu, who could not evade their appreciation and reluctantly accepted it. Seeing that Li Bai Wei was no longer in danger, Mian decided it was time to take her leave, bidding farewell to Li Yusher and his wife. The couple was exceedingly courteous, escorting them to the gate and expressing their thanks repeatedly, their words lingering even as Mian's party climbed into the carriage. Li Yushi and his wife are exceedingly polite, Ling Yu remarked with a smile, pleased that she could be of assistance. Today, thanks to Ling Yu's presence, who knows how many noble ladies might have suffered from poisoning or injury. Mian regarded Ling Yu with admiration, praising her. Ling Yu, feeling bashful, lowered her head, a simple smile gracing her face. It was but a small deed, truly. The carriage continued on, reaching the gates of the Marquis' residence without pause. Su helped Mian descend from the carriage. Just as they were about to enter, a voice called from behind. Miss Yi. Turning at the sound, Mian saw Chen Shua standing nearby, waving at her. Is the prince here? Mian thought, her expression becoming somewhat uneasy as she instructed Su and the others. You may return to the residence. I will go see. I shall accompany you, Ling Yu insisted, appearing quite uneasy. Her master had warned her that no man was trustworthy, and she felt it her duty to protect her ethereal mistress from these vile men. Unaware of Ling Yu's thoughts, Mian simply nodded in agreement, moved by her concern. As they approached the carriage, Ling Yu cast a scrutinizing glare at Chen Shua, leaving him bewildered. Miss Yi, who is this? Chen Shua inquired, pointing at the young woman who was glaring at him. This is Ling Yu, who shall henceforth be my personal guard, Mian replied with a smile, introducing the two. Ling Yu, this is Chen Shua, the personal guard of Prince Ning. Please do make each other's acquaintance. I shall board the carriage now. Chapter 83. Willful as Mian entered the carriage, she immediately noticed Prince Ning's dark, brooding gaze fixed upon her, as if he were displeased. Pondering the reason for his ire, she intended to sit down and inquire, but suddenly she was pulled into his embrace by his outstretched hand. A low, cool voice resonated from above. Did I not say I would come to find you today? Why have you gone out to attend a banquet? The cause of his ire became clear to Mian in an instant. Yet how should she respond? Should she admit to forgetting? No, that would surely provoke him further. Inhaling the familiar scent of dragon saliva from his embrace, Mian's ears flushed red as she stammered. There is a reason for attending the banquet. What reason? He inquired. It is one thing to attend a banquet, but to continually encounter dangerous situations. How can one feel at ease? The tone of the Prince of Ning softened, the feigned anger giving way to genuine concern. Mian lifted her gaze to behold the flawless profile of the prince, a smile gracing her lips as she said, So, your highness was worried about me. Otherwise? The Prince of Ning lowered his eyes, now filled with tenderness, betraying not a hint of anger. Their gazes locked, breaths quickening in unison. An intimate atmosphere enveloped the carriage. Mian hastily averted her eyes, straightening in her seat and breaking free from his embrace. After adjusting her hair, she gently asked, Your Highness is aware of the happenings at the censorate, is he not? Indeed, the prince replied, his voice barely a whisper, his gaze lingering on Mian with a hint of melancholy. Mian cleared her throat, striving to ignore the weight of his gaze, her expression becoming uneasy as she continued. And who is the mastermind behind it all? Come closer, and I shall tell you, he said with an air of caprice. Mian could hardly suppress a smile at his childlike behavior, a stark contrast to his usual cold and profound demeanor. Concealing her amusement, she inquired, Might I ask? How old are you, your highness? 20. Do you find me too old, Mianer? The prince's voice carried a trace of vulnerability. Not at all. Mian hurried retracted, her simile, inchink kulusiv. She took his hand, resting on his knee, offering gentle reassurance. Mianer harbors no disdain for you, your highness. So cease these unfounded thoughts. Then why sit so far from me? The prince's brow furrowed slightly as his long fingers enveloped her delicate hand. After a moment's hesitation, Mian replied, We are neither married nor betrothed, and such intimacy feels rather inappropriate. Silence enveloped the carriage for a long while following her words. Mian averted her gaze, too timid to meet the prince's eyes. It is my fault, he admitted sincerely. I have been selfish, failing to consider your feelings. I shall respect your wishes and will give you a proper title as soon as possible. His tone was earnest, his gaze soft and affectionate. Touched by his words, Mian looked up, lost in the depths of his affection, softly murmuring, Your Highness. The prince swallowed hard, quickly turning his head away, tightening his grip on her hand. Just as their feelings intensified, a sudden commotion erupted from outside, the sounds of a scuffle breaking through. Mian lifted the carriage curtain to look out, nearly gasping in disbelief. Ling Yu and Chen Shuo were actually fighting. Without hesitation, Mian broke free from the prince's grasp and swiftly exited the carriage, the prince furrowing his brow as he followed closely behind. The two individuals outside the carriage were locked in a fierce duel, showing no signs of cessation. One wielded a sword, while the other brandished a knife, their movements creating a mesmerizing display of flashing blades that left onlookers breathless. Concerned for their safety, Mian called out urgently, "Stop fighting! Enough!" However, the two were deeply engrossed in their combat, oblivious to the surrounding sounds, each fixated on countering the other's strikes with unwavering resolve. Fortunately, the area before the Marquis' residence was quiet, with few passers-by. Had they engaged in such a battle on the bustling streets, they would surely have attracted the attention of the authorities. "Who is that woman? Her skills are impressive," remarked Prince Ning, watching the duel with keen interest, showing no intention of intervening. Mian could only calm herself and respond softly, "She is my newly appointed bodyguard." "Excellent. With her protection, I can rest easy," Prince Ning replied, to which Mian nodded in agreement. "Today, at the Ministry of Justice, I owe my safety to her. By the way, who is the mastermind behind this incident? You haven't mentioned it yet. The identity of the perpetrator will be directly communicated to Magistrate Li. As for how he resolves it, that is his concern," Prince Ning stated, his tone growing somber, revealing a profound worry. "I do not wish for you to be troubled by these matters. The more you know, the greater the danger." With that, Mian refrained from pressing further. She did not possess an insatiable curiosity, and she trusted that she would learn what she needed to know in due time. Her foremost priority was to extricate herself from the identity of the crown prince's favored consort. All other matters could wait. "You have kept me waiting regarding the crown prince. I would like to know your thoughts." Prince Ning suddenly broached the subject, as though they were of one mind. Mian smiled slightly, leaning closer to him and lowering her voice to share her plans. Prince Ning frowned upon hearing her strategy, seemingly disapproving. "What is your level of confidence?" he inquired. 50%. If successful, it will deliver a severe blow to the crown prince. "I wish to attempt it," Mian replied, her gaze resolute, each word tinged with determination. "Very well, if you wish to try, then do so. If it does not succeed, you still have me to rely on." "Do not worry," Prince Ning reassured her warmly. Although he was not entirely in favor of her plan, he chose to respect Mian's wishes. In just a few exchanged words, he provided her with immense reassurance. With a shield behind her, she felt emboldened to take a bold leap. The crown prince's threats and intimidation would not go unpunished. Suddenly, a clattering sound caught Mian's attention, startling her. She turned to see Ling Yu's sword knocked away, with Chen Shuo's knife poised threateningly at Ling Yu's throat. "What's it going to be? Do you yield? Will you still underestimate us men?" Chen Shuo taunted arrogantly. Ling Yu glared at Chen Shuo, clearly unwilling to concede. With a glint of inspiration, she asked, "How old are you?" "How old? What do you mean?" Chen Shuo replied, momentarily taken aback. "What else could it mean?" "Your age," Ling Yu exclaimed, exasperated, perceiving that this bodyguard might not be the sharpest. 17 or 18? What of it?" Chen Shuo stammered in response. Ling Yu scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "You're 18. I'm only 16. You've trained for 2 more years than I have, and you think that gives you the right to gloat for defeating me? Wait until I practice for another 2 years. You will be no match for me." Chen Shuo's expression momentarily faltered. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in her words, and his previous bravado dissipated. "Very well, let us consider today a draw. Should you wish to contest again, feel free to seek me out." Chapter 84. The letter, "Just you wait. I shall undoubtedly triumph over you one day." After making her bold declaration, Ling Yue sheathed her weapon, rolling her eyes at him as they approached each other. As she reached Mian's side, Ling Yue was still pouting in frustration. Having failed to best Chen Shuo left her in a rather foul mood, though she could not deny the guard's considerable skill. "Chen Shuo, what is the meaning of this brawl?" The voice of Ning Wang was devoid of emotion. As his personal guard, Qin Shua's public altercation was a matter that required addressing. Your Highness, this young lady claimed that no man is worth a dime. I engaged her in a few words, and she insisted on challenging me, Qin Shua explained, his confidence waning as he recounted the events. In hindsight, he felt somewhat ashamed for having allowed himself to be provoked into a public display of combat. Upon hearing Qin Shua report to her master, Ling Yue scoffed disdainfully. She grasped Yi Mian's arm and declared, Miss, let us return to the manor. I refuse to linger among these insufferable men. Yi Mian smiled wryly, offering a gentle reprimand. Ling Yue, such remarks are quite uncouth. Both men and women possess virtues and vices. One must not be so biased. Ling Yue, in her innocence and simplicity, could not fathom why she harbored such animosity toward men. While it was permissible to speak of such sentiments in private, openly disparaging others would inevitably lead to trouble. Having decided to make her his personal protector, Yi Mian felt it necessary to impart some wisdom. These are the teachings of my master. He would never deceive me, Ling Yue replied, furrowing her brow in confusion at the disparity between her mistress's words and those of her mentor. Perhaps your master intended to shield you from men, to ensure your safety. Regardless, keep these thoughts to yourself in the future. Do not voice them indiscriminately, Yi Mian advised earnestly, her curiosity about Ling Yue's master piqued. Ling Yue nodded, though her understanding seemed limited. Observing Ling Yue deep in thought, Yi Mian refrained from further discussion and turned to Ning Wang with an apologetic smile. Forgive her, Your Highness. She is but a young girl, lacking decorum. It is of no consequence, Ning Wang replied, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. When not smiling, his features bore an inherent chill and haughtiness, contrasting sharply with the sometimes melancholic and affectionate expressions he displayed within the carriage. A smile tugged at Yi Mian's lips as she felt an impulse to tease this proud prince. Under the guise of her sleeve, she delicately traced her finger along the back of Ning Wang's hand. With a gentle breath, she softly murmured, Your Highness, I shall take my leave and return to the manor. In an instant, her mischief was thwarted as a warm hand seized her wandering fingers. Ning Wang's dark, enigmatic gaze bore down upon her. I have matters to discuss with you. There's no need to rush away. With that, disregarding the astonished expressions of Qin Shua and Ling Yue, he pulled her into the carriage. Yi Mian found herself bewildered, and only when she was pressed against the soft cushions did she realize the gravity of her situation. She vowed never to provoke the prince again. The consequences were far too daunting. With her hands bound above her head, Ning Wang's warm body suddenly drew close, his scorching breath cascading over her neck, penetrating her collar. Yi Mian shrank back, attempting to evade him, yet her flushed earlobe was unexpectedly caught between gentle bites, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her entire being. Trembling, Yi Mian pleaded in a quivering voice, Your Highness, I recognize my mistake. Please allow me to return home. Recognize your mistake? How shall you atone for it, my lady? His deep, husky voice lingered in her ears, laced with temptation. Yi Mian's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment, rendering her speechless. If you choose silence, I shall take what I desire myself. With that, he grasped her chin, turning her to face him, and descended upon her with fervent urgency. Time slipped away, and it was only after a prolonged haze that Yi Mian finally escaped the dizzying embrace, stepping unsteadily out of the carriage, accompanied by Ling Yue towards the Marquis' residence. Observing Yi Mian's wobbly gait, Ling Yue hurried to support her, concern etched across her face. Miss, what troubles you? Yi Mian rubbed her tingling lips, lost in thought, murmuring, Your master speaks the truth. No man is worth trusting. In the days that followed, Yi Mian continued attending banquets across various estates, mingling with noble women. Fortunate not to encounter further peril. Although everything appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, tumult brewed. Soon, the Qixi festival approached. After finishing her morning meal, Yi Mian summoned Su Su to assist her with the ink and brushes, diligently composing letter after letter. Upon completion, she entrusted the letters to Mama Feng, offering careful instructions. Mama Feng nodded, taking most of the letters to distribute among the Marquis' errand boys, while one she decided to personally deliver to the Eastern Palace. The letters made their way to the hands of the palace attendants, who dared not delay, hurrying to present the missive to the crown prince's study. In the Eastern Palace's rear garden, the crown princess strolled with her ladies-in-waiting, yet her spirit seemed dulled, her mind elsewhere. The newly conferred concubine was soon to enter the Eastern Palace, and rumors suggested the crown prince held her in great favor, even bringing her along to the prime minister's birthday banquet, seemingly disregarding the crown princess entirely. Having been wed to the crown prince for a year, she often felt his indifference, leaving her without a child to show for it. With the new concubine's arrival, she feared losing the crown prince's affection even further, complicating her hopes for progeny. How could she not be troubled? Her maternal family expressed their disappointment. Yet what could she do? The crown prince refused to share her bed. Could she force him to do so? As she sighed heavily, a passing attendant bowed respectfully, catching her attention. She glanced over, noting the letter he held. Initially indifferent, her ire ignited upon recognizing the elegant script from the Wu Marquis on the envelope. If her memory served her right, the crown prince's new concubine was the second daughter of the Wu Marquis. How audacious for that woman to write to the crown prince before even entering the palace. Engaging in clandestine communication. Such insolence. Seizing the letter from the attendant's hand, she tore it open, her hands trembling in fury as she read its contents. Her eyes ablaze with rage. She spat an oath through clenched teeth. That vile woman. The courtier was taken aback by the sudden seizure of the letter by the crown princess. Before he could react, he witnessed her tearing it open and reading its contents, rendering any attempt to intervene futile. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, his body trembled, and he nearly collapsed from fear. The prince's belongings were typically off-limits to others. Should the prince become aware of this matter, his life would surely be forfeit. This letter remains with me. You shall leave. Keep your lips sealed and speak of this to no one. Upon hearing the cold command of the crown princess, the courtier, in a daze, nodded submissively. At this point, there was no choice but to comply with her arrangements, hoping to conceal the incident and perhaps secure a slim chance of survival. Yet, they all overlooked that the Eastern Palace belonged to the prince, and matters occurring beneath his very gaze could hardly be kept hidden. That evening, as the crown princess finished her ablutions and prepared to rest, a maid suddenly announced the arrival of the prince. A flicker of joy ignited within her, prompting her to have her trusted matron apply a layer of powder to her face and touch her lips with a hint of rouge. Thus satisfied, she proceeded to greet the prince. In her heart, she vowed that he must stay with her tonight. As the prince entered the chamber, the crown princess, brimming with affection, stepped forward eagerly. However, before she could even brush against the edge of his garment, she was startled by his grim demeanor, causing her to retract her hand. The prince passed her by, striding into the inner chamber without casting a glance in her direction. The crown princess stood frozen in place, her freshly powdered face appearing unusually pale. Could it be that the prince had learned of her interception of the letter? A wave of guilt washed over her. "My beloved, why do you linger there?" The prince's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed from within the inner chamber. The crown princess snapped back to her senses, hastily concealing her inner turmoil, and rushed into the inner sanctum. "Your Highness, it grows late. Allow me to attend to your rest." Seeing the prince seated impassively upon the soft couch, she summoned a semblance of a smile and initiated conversation. "There's no rush. I shall first present you with a gift," remarked the prince, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed upon her with a mixture of amusement and menace. What? What kind of gift? The crown princess felt a tightening in her throat, for the prince's smile only intensified her trepidation. "Extend your hand." At his command, her palm trembled as she reached forth. A chilling, slender bone landed in her palm. The crown princess shuddered, nearly dropping the object, and suppressing her horror, she quavered. "Your Highness, what is this?" "Oh, this is a phalanx of that courtier's finger. You must surely know to whom I refer," the prince stated flatly, as if casually discussing the evening's moonlight. A scream escaped the crown princess as she hastily discarded the fragment of bone, calling for her matron to cleanse her hands. "Get out!" Before the matron could approach, the prince's furious shout rendered her pale, stumbling as she retreated from the inner chamber. Lin Xinlan, Had you not been the crown princess, those bones would be yours today. The prince's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth or compassion. The crown princess sat helplessly on the ground, her body trembling, a blend of fear and chill enveloping her heart, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. For the sake of a concubine yet to enter the Eastern Palace, the prince had shown her such cold indifference. Her position as the crown princess felt like a cruel jest. Produce the letter. The prince's frosty voice pierced the air, demanding compliance. Wiping her tears, the crown princess rose and approached the dressing table, her hands quivering as she retrieved a letter from the cosmetic box. She obediently returned and handed the letter to the prince. Noticing the envelope had already been opened, the prince scoffed, extracting the letter and comparing it with the handwriting on the envelope. Lin Xinlan, remember this well. Do not touch what belongs to me. Should there be a next time? He leaned forward ominously. Your position as crown princess will be relinquished. With that, his expression darkened as he swept away, leaving behind a frail silhouette standing alone in the hall. Upon returning to his study, the prince unfurled the letter once more, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, a smirk graced his lips as he took up his writing brush. The following morning, Mian received a reply from the Eastern Palace. Her anxious heart found solace only after reading the letter in its entirety. The prince had taken the bait. A smile danced upon her lips as she gently folded the letter. On the 7th day of the 7th month, the Qixi festival arrived. From the break of day, the streets of the capital buzzed with even more fervor than usual. Countless young men and women, shy yet eager, meandering along the thoroughfares. As dusk settled, lanterns began to illuminate the main street, their flickering flames casting a radiant glow that made the entire avenue as bright as day. The carriage of the Marquis of Wu Zhao navigated through the throngs, progressing slowly. The woman inside occasionally lifted the carriage curtain, peering outside with a hint of anxiety. The carriage ambled along until it came to a halt in front of the tallest pavilion on the street. The woman, graceful in stature, descended from the carriage, discreetly lifting a corner of her veil to read the golden characters of Jinlin Pavilion on the plaque before making her way inside. 2 guards stood watch at the entrance. Upon seeing the lady approach from the Marquis's carriage, adorned with the prince's green dragon jade pendant at her waist, they instantly recognized her identity and promptly lowered their gazes, not daring to meet her eyes. Once inside Jinlin Pavilion, the woman scanned her surroundings. The once vibrant venue was now eerily empty, with only a few guards lurking in the shadows. Taking a deep breath, she did not linger, but ascended the wooden staircase leading to the upper floors. It was only upon reaching the 3rd floor that her steps faltered. She retrieved a white porcelain jar of fragrant balm from her waist, scooping a generous amount with her fingers and applying it to her palms before clenching them tightly as she proceeded toward the central private room on the 3rd floor. At the entrance of the room stood Gao Ying, the prince's personal guard captain. As the woman approached, he bowed respectfully and then opened the door, inviting her inside. As she passed by him, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted from her, causing Gao Ying to hold his breath, not daring to intrude. Only after she had entered and he closed the door did he exhale in relief. Inside the room, the prince sat by the window facing the main street, sipping wine alone. An empty cup on the table indicated he had prepared for her arrival. A woman, adorned with a veil, gracefully approached, a peculiar and enchanting fragrance wafting to the prince's nostrils. The prince smiled, his tone laced with ambiguity. I did not anticipate that Miss Yi would possess such whimsical tastes. Inviting this prince to celebrate the Qixi festival together. Such a delightful intention. How could this prince possibly let it go unappreciated? Thus, I have reserved this golden phoenix pavilion for Miss Yi to enjoy the lanterns and festivities. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind gesture, the woman replied softly, standing 3 paces away from the prince. Come closer and join me in drinking and admiring the scenery. The prince beckoned with a grand sweep of his hand. The woman hesitated briefly before slowly making her way to sit opposite the prince. He poured wine from the jug into her empty cup. Looking up, he noticed her still wearing the veil, and his tone turned displeased. How can one drink and appreciate the view while wearing a veil? I have seen you before. Do take it off. With a soft hum, The woman, observing the prince's gradually reddening gaze, tremblingly removed her veil. Once unveiled, she kept her head bowed, avoiding the prince's gaze. After a lengthy silence, the prince's voice, husky, broke the stillness. "Miss Yi, you are exceedingly beautiful today." Chapter 86. The enigmatic fragrance on the bustling main street, illuminated as if it were daylight, throngs of people mingled, their laughter and cheer wafting through the windows and into the golden Phoenix Pavilion. The prince gazed enthralled at the enchanting woman before him, feeling as if the cacophony of the street had faded away, leaving only a buzzing sound in his ears and a warmth spreading through his body. He rose unsteadily, moving closer to the woman, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against her delicate face. Her rosy cheeks were soft to the touch, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near and kiss her. The exotic fragrance enveloped him, clouding his senses and leaving him consumed by unbridled desire. With a bold motion, he reached forward, grasping the slender nape of her neck, pulling her into his embrace, and began a fervent, passionate assault. Outside on the crowded street, two carriages struggled to progress. One was filled with elegantly dressed young ladies, while the other carried the wan-faced princess. The princess's devoted maid sighed, offering a sympathetic counsel. "Your Highness, perhaps we should return? The street is too crowded and the journey too arduous. Why must we press on? If we provoke the prince's displeasure, it may fall upon you." The princess's eyes glistened with sorrow as she spoke in a trembling voice. "I merely wish to see what the future consort of the Eastern Palace looks like, the one who has captured the affections of the prince, a man known for his indifference. There is no need to rush, for the consort will enter the Eastern Palace in 3 days." The maid expressed her confusion. "Nay, I cannot bear the thought of her clandestinely meeting with the prince on the Qixi festival. It pains my heart. I cannot wait, not even a moment longer." In a fit of anger, the princess struck the carriage wall, startling the driver, who trembled thrice. Assuming the princess was dissatisfied with the slow pace, he hurriedly called for the pedestrians to clear the way. Yet, amidst the din, the driver's shouts were soon drowned out. The carriage filled with young ladies also found the journey arduous. A delicate maiden of around 15 or 16 years lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the lanterns outside, and could not help but exclaim, "When will we arrive at the Jinlin Tower? I yearn to stand atop the high pavilion and behold the splendid view." Seated among the noble ladies, Mian smiled softly and spoke gently to the girl. "Miss Fong, do not fret. We shall soon arrive." The girl who had just spoken was Fong Shuqing, the second daughter of the minister's residence. Also in the carriage were Lin Jingru, the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Lin, Gao Zhizhi, daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and Li Baiwei, the legitimate daughter of the censoress residence, who had recently recovered from a snake venom ordeal. Li Baiwei intended to visit the Marquis of Wuzhou to express her gratitude, but, having received a letter from Yi Mian inviting her to enjoy the lanterns on the Qixi festival, she readily accepted without hesitation. The other noble ladies were acquaintances Yi Mian had met at previous banquets, all invited to witness the grand spectacle of the day. The carriage swayed and finally arrived at the entrance of Jinlin Tower, where the noble ladies descended one by one, laughing and chatting as they approached the tower. The guard stationed at the entrance, upon noticing the 5 elegantly attired maidens approaching, furrowed their brows and stepped forward, sternly declaring, "The Jinlin Tower has been reserved and is not open to the public today. Ladies, please return." The smiles on the faces of the noble ladies faltered, and they turned their puzzled gazes towards Yi Mian. Without altering her expression, Yi Mian stepped forward with a smile and proclaimed, "I am the second daughter of the Marquis of Wuzhou, bestowed by Her Majesty as a consort for the Crown Prince, and it is His Highness who has invited me here to enjoy the lanterns." Upon hearing this, the guard scoffed and drew his gleaming blade, pointing threateningly at Yi Mian. "Who do you think you are, daring to impersonate a consort of the Crown Prince? You are exceedingly audacious." The 4 noble ladies behind her, initially taken aback by the guard's action, suddenly felt a surge of righteous indignation upon hearing his words. Fong Shuqing stepped forward, indignant, and pointed a finger at the guard, exclaiming, "Have you lost your sight? The second daughter of the Marquis of Wuzhou is right here. We can all attest to her identity. How could she be an impostor?" The guard's hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, a flicker of unease creeping into his heart. Who are you? Without proof, why should I believe your words? Fong Shuqing, her brows knitted in anger, declared loudly. I am Fong Shuqing, the second daughter of the minister. Fong Yunji. The other noble ladies also stepped forward, proclaiming their identities in turn, each belonging to a family that the guard could not afford to offend. The guard's grip on the sword began to shake, his face paling as he stuttered. You are a consort of the crown prince? Then who just entered? His words were barely coherent, and the other noble ladies frowned, unable to comprehend, but Mian understood. Instantly, her expression transformed into one of terror as she exclaimed, What did you say? A consort of the crown prince just entered. At this, the surrounding noble ladies grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically. How audacious could one be to impersonate a consort of the crown prince? The guard's lips quivered, and he lost the will to engage further. He turned and shouted hoarsely, Assassin, protect the crown prince. He then charged into the Jinlin Tower. Blade in hand, Mian, her face awash with panic, lifted her skirt and hastily followed inside. The other noble ladies, initially hesitant, were compelled by curiosity and found themselves drawn into Jinlin Tower. Gao Ying, stationed at the entrance of the private room, felt a surge of heat and unease as the sounds of passionate revelry wafted from within. He had intended to seek solace in the company of a courtesan at Xuanfang Tower after his duties, but was abruptly startled by the shouts of an assassin below, extinguishing his fervor and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Drawing his dagger, he remained vigilant, contemplating whether to summon the crown prince, when a throng of guards surged up the stairs. Behind the guards followed several distressed women, one of whom struck him as vaguely familiar. Narrowing his eyes in thought, he suddenly gasped and, without hesitation, kicked open the door. A multitude of guards rushed into the room, and Mian swiftly entered as well, a sly smile betraying her cunning like a mischievous fox whose schemes had borne fruit. Upon witnessing her entrance, the noble ladies cautiously approached the doorway, but were rendered speechless by the alluring sounds emanating from within. Scattered across the floor lay disheveled garments, leaving little doubt as to what had transpired. The faces of several unmarried, noble women flushed crimson, their courage faltering as they dared not advance another step. The guards who had burst into the room stood frozen, their eyes wide in shock as they beheld the couple entangled on the bed, lost in their carnal embrace, oblivious to the multitude surrounding them. Out! Everyone out! Gao Ying was the first to regain his composure, his face flushed as he ushered everyone away, feeling both anxious and furious. He had yet to comprehend the situation, only realizing that the crown prince's esteemed reputation had been utterly tarnished today. The guards, heeding his command, bowed their heads and left the room, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Gao Ying's gaze shifted to Mian, a fleeting look of sympathy crossing his features. The true consort of the crown prince stood there, tears brimming in her eyes, a mix of shame and indignation washing over her. Under his scrutiny, she covered her face with her hands and fled in tears. The four noble ladies gathered at the doorway cast sympathetic glances toward her, a highborn lady on the cusp of becoming the crown prince's consort. Witnessing him in such a compromising situation on the night of Qixi, truly a tale that would sadden any listener and bring tears to their eyes. They comforted Mian, intending to escort her away from this den of scandal. Yet, as they turned, they beheld a regal woman standing behind them, clad in sumptuous attire. Lin Jingru beside her widened her eyes in shock and hurriedly knelt in greeting. Your Highness, the crown princess. It was indeed the crown princess. Mian's heart raced, her feigned sorrow nearly slipping away. She had not anticipated the crown princess's presence here. The drama had escalated beyond her expectations. The crown princess appeared pale, her eyes hollow and brimming with tears as she listened to the persistent sounds of passion from within, her fists clenched tightly as she stepped closer to the room. Within the confines of the room, Gao Ying was troubled, contemplating how to awaken the prince's rationality. As he turned, he was taken aback to see the princess consort entering, leaving him momentarily stunned. The scene was beyond his control as the captain of the guards. Reluctantly, He stepped forward to interject, saying, "Princess consort, please halt. The room is unclean. It will be best for you to return." However, the princess consort seemed oblivious to his words, striding past him towards the bed. Her gaze fell upon the woman lounging on the bed, her face adorned with an alluring facade, and her eyes gradually filled with crimson fury, grinding her teeth in resentment. She delivered a stinging slap across the woman's flushed cheek. The sharp sound of the slap appeared to rouse a fragment of awareness in the woman on the bed, who momentarily looked dazed before her eyes regained some clarity. Yi Shuang had believed that this day of Qixi was the happiest of her life, having encountered her beloved prince and received his affection. Though this favor was procured through the illusionary fragrance gifted to her by Yi Mian, she was convinced that the prince would inevitably fall in love with her. Together, they reveled in the intoxicating and aphrodisiacal aroma, entwined in endless passion. Despite the prince's domineering and reckless nature inflicting wounds upon her, she still wished to drown in this painful ecstasy, never wanting to awaken from it. However, fate was unkind. A sudden slap across her face jolted her from the throes of desire. Upon seeing the furious woman with bloodshot eyes standing by the bed, Yi Shuang let out a piercing scream. Before she could comprehend the situation, the woman summoned 4 or 5 maidservants, who collectively pulled her from the bed, delivering relentless slaps to her face. Screaming and wailing, she shielded her empty chest with her hands, shrinking back in despair. "Who are you?" "Yi Shuang," Tidemlet. Her voice hoarse and desperate. The only responses were the continuous slaps and venomous curses. Consumed with rage, Yi Shuang shouted, "I am the prince's favored consort. How dare you strike me? I will have the prince kill you all." Upon hearing her words, the princess consort, who had remained passive until then, let out a heart-wrenching cry, baring her teeth as she lunged forward to claw and scratch at Yi Shuang. In an instant, Yi Shuang's fair skin was marred with bloodstains. This frenzied spectacle terrified the noble ladies at the door, who dared not linger, hastily pulling Yi Mian away as they rushed downstairs. Once in the carriage, the group was still shaken. Fang Shuqing pressed her hand to her chest, gasping, "That was terrifying. It nearly frightened me to death." Li Baiwei frowned, her eyes filled with disdain as she exclaimed, "I never imagined His Highness the Prince would behave so absurdly. This matter must be reported to Father to petition the Emperor." The other noble ladies nodded in agreement. Gao Zhizhi suddenly seemed to recall something, her eyes widening in realization. "Did you all see? The woman who was pulled from the bed by the princess consort. It seems to be Yi Shuang." The carriage fell into a profound silence, only to be broken by Yi Mian's sobs, which drew all eyes toward her. With reddened eyes and glistening tears on her long lashes, she appeared utterly pitiful, evoking even greater sympathy from the others. For these unmarried women, the prospect of marriage is of utmost importance. After much anticipation for a favorable union, it culminates in such an absurd outcome, leaving anyone involved feeling as if the sky has fallen, a burden too great to bear. Furthermore, with such an unsavory scandal surrounding the marriage, the future matrimonial journey of the second young lady of the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence is likely to become even more arduous. Miss Yi, do not be disheartened. We shall ensure that the elders of our family petition His Majesty on your behalf to seek justice." Lin Jingru gently grasped Yi Mian's hand, offering her solace. With tears in her eyes, Yi Mian nodded and, with a quivering voice, uttered a heartfelt, "Thank you." The others expressed their concern for Yi Mian repeatedly, glancing back anxiously as they disembarked from the carriage. After escorting each of them back home, the carriage carried Yi Mian towards the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence. Leaving her alone within its confines, she produced a handkerchief to dry her tears, leaning her head back against the soft cushion, releasing a long sigh. With the matter of the crown prince entirely resolved, she had also managed to rid herself of the troublesome Yi Shuang. Henceforth, no one in the Wu Zhao Marquis' residence could threaten her. A smile crept onto her lips, gradually blossoming across her face. As the carriage turned into Xuanwu Alley, the sound of hooves echoed against the cobblestone pavement, enhancing the tranquility of the night. Just as Yi Mian was on the verge of dozing off, she suddenly felt the carriage dip as if someone had entered. Drowsily opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Prince Ning, clad in dark attire, gazing at her with an almost entranced expression. Mian was reminded of her initial awakening after falling off the cliff and playfully poked the corner of Prince Ning's mouth. His hand swiftly captured her finger, bringing it slowly to his lips, sending a warm, tingling sensation coursing through her body. Mian shuddered, jolting awake, and attempted to withdraw her finger, but he held it firmly, drawing it into his mouth to suckle. A soft moan escaped her throat, and upon hearing it, Prince Ning's gaze deepened, as if he intended to draw her into his very being. Mian hurriedly covered her mouth, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. "Your Highness, please don't," she stammered, struggling momentarily before finally reclaiming her finger. "Are you awake now?" Prince Ning raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile flitting across his face. Mian bit her lip, feeling flustered, and nodded, fully alert. "Come, I shall take you to a place." Chapter 88. Fireworks in the stillness of the night. The carriage rumbled out of Xuanwu Alley. This time, it did not traverse the bustling main street, but veered into a quiet side alley. "Your Highness, where exactly are we headed?" Mian lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered outside, unable to discern where this path led. Turning back, she looked at Prince Ning with a puzzled expression. He wore a faint smile, his lips parting as he spoke. "Wanyan Tower. Ah, why are we going to tea house at this late hour?" Mian furrowed her brows in confusion. With the hour nearing the end of the night, visiting a tea house for tea at this time would surely hinder her ability to sleep later. "You will find out once we arrive," Prince Ning replied, his brow slightly raised, his eyes shimmering softly, yet withholding the reason. With a sigh of resignation, Mian leaned back against the soft cushion, seeking to rest her eyes once more. Suddenly, the cushion behind her was pulled away, and Prince Ning extended his arm, drawing her into his embrace. The powerful heartbeat resonated through Mian's chest, soothing her inexplicably as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Prince Ning's robust waist. "Your Highness, why do you not inquire whether my schemes against the crown prince have succeeded?" Mian murmured, puzzled that, despite her significant undertaking this night, the prince seemed indifferent to the outcome. The chilling voice of Prince Ning pierced her thoughts. "On such a splendid occasion, I prefer not to mention him. Yet, seeing you so at ease, it must have gone well." A faint smile graced Mian's lips, and she chose not to pursue the matter further. Indeed, such a beautiful night was meant solely for the two of them. They nestled in quietude, neither uttering more words, yet their hearts brimmed with unspoken sweetness. Due to the Qixi festival, the river beneath Wanyan Tower was adorned with numerous lanterns, while the boats gliding by were encircled with lights, rendering the entire waterway a dazzling spectacle. The carriage halted before Wanyan Tower, and within, Mian had already succumbed to slumber in Prince Ning's embrace. In a hazy state, she felt herself being lifted from the carriage. The cool night breeze stirred her senses, rousing her momentarily as she shivered, instinctively retreating into the warmth of his chest. Prince Ning gazed down at the delicate figure curled in his arms, unable to suppress the smile gracing his lips. He carried her steadily up to the third-floor private chamber, and just as he laid her upon the soft couch, the previously drowsy girl suddenly sprang upright, clutching the bedding and retreating into a corner. Her moist eyes filled with panic as she looked at him. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" At the moment her body touched the bed, Mian was fully awakened. Perhaps the earlier entanglement between the crown prince and Yi Shuang had left her unsettled, and seeing the prince lift her to the bed only intensified her alarm. Although she harbored affection for him, she felt unprepared for such intimacy. The smile upon Prince Ning's lips deepened as he knelt on one knee beside the bed, his broad shoulders and narrow waist casting a shadow over her. What does Mian think this prince intends to do? He leaned closer, his voice low and husky, laced with an inexplicable allure. Mian felt an unsettling flutter in her ears, as if tiny creatures had burrowed inside, causing her to cover her head with a blanket, attempting to conceal herself while her heart raced like a drum. Laughter echoed through the fabric, and Mian's face flushed crimson beneath the covers, her breathing becoming slightly labored. Prince Ning looked down at the petite figure hidden beneath the brocade blanket, his elongated eyes filled with mirth. He reached out to pull the blanket away, only to find the girl gripping it tightly. With a resigned chuckle, he said, "Come out. I promise I shall do nothing untoward." "Really?" Mian questioned it, her heart filled with doubt. Earlier in the carriage, the prince had vowed to respect her wishes, yet he had disregarded her pleas and acted upon his desires. Though she had initiated their previous encounter, she felt he had gone too far. "If you do not emerge soon, I shall be compelled to act." His voice, deep and threatening, resonated once more. Mian's heart skipped a beat as she hastily threw off the covers and emerged from beneath them. Her tousled hair clung to her lips, and her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. With timid, glistening eyes, she glanced over, causing Ning Wang to feel a dryness in his throat. After clenching his fists several times to suppress the surge of emotion within, he maintained a stern expression as he left the bed and approached the window. Gazing at the vibrant scenery reflected on the river's surface and feeling the cool night breeze, he found a measure of solace. Noticing Ning Wang's sudden silence as he turned to leave, Mian seized the opportunity to rise from the bed, adjusting her dress and hair. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Ning Wang's eyes, which were fixed upon her. "Come here," he beckoned softly, prompting Mian to walk towards him at a measured pace. As she beheld the view outside, a gasp of admiration escaped her lips. "How beautiful!" Ning Wang smiled gently, his eyes radiating warmth as he replied. "There is even more beauty to behold. Would you care to see?" The promise of greater splendor ignited a spark of anticipation in Mian's luminous gaze. It was then that Ning Wang appeared to gesture towards the outside, and shortly thereafter, a resounding bang echoed as a firework ascended into the night sky. Mian's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, the firework illuminating her bright eyes before bursting forth in a dazzling display. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into a hush. Then, a cascade of fireworks followed, each one erupting in succession, akin to stars blossoming in the night sky, painting the dark canvas with vibrant colors, illuminating it as if it were daylight. Cheers and shouts erupted from both banks of the river, as an increasing number of spectators gathered from the streets, reveling in this splendid pyrotechnic display. Mian tilted her head back, smiling at the brilliance above, her eyes gradually moistening, unsure if it was from joy, emotion, or perhaps a mixture of both. "Do you like it?"